Good morning, everyone. Around the world, it is the final day of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour season. It's going to be a great show, 8 tremendous players, 4 terrific matchups. You'll see every turn of every match right here on the home of your favorite game. I'm your host, Rich Hagan. We've got a cast of thousands with you coming through the day. None other than Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas is sitting beside me here at the desk. So welcome to Luis. As always, everyone at home is simultaneously disappointed not to see you shuffling and thrilled to see you here with us at the desk. So thanks for giving us your expertise.
I did my part.
Yeah, yes, well done. Lost just sufficiently, so that's great. 4 terrific matchups coming up. Why don't we take a look at the bracket? We'll show you what's going to come your way here on the final day of the season. And we're going to kick off with a real Titanic heavyweight clash. It is Patrick Cox of the United States against Owen Turtenwald, the former player of the year. That's Naya Aggro against Black-White mid-range. We're going to get into all these matchups as we go along, Luis. But just to mark our card, who's favoured? Just give me one name in quarterfinal 1.
If I had to say one name, it would be Pat Cox. I think he's slightly favored. It's very close.
Okay, so that's a great one to kick us off. Then, still in the top half of the bracket, you have the Slovak national champion, Ivan Flock, former Team World champion. He is up against Matt Sperling, who is playing in his first Pro Tour top 8. Ivan Flock is playing the controlliest of blue-white control decks. Perfectly formed with no creatures, elixir of immortality. Oh, I'm getting excited already. Matt Sperling, well, talk about the flip side of the coin. Red-white, incredibly fast, aggressive, super burn your face off. Luis, a favourite there.
I actually am going to go with Matt Sperling. Normally, I think the blue-white control deck's favored, but since Ivan has Planar Cleansing over Detention Sphere, I actually like the burn side of the matchup.
All right, so then into the bottom half of the bracket we go. The third match we're going to show you is down there at the bottom. Yuki Ichikawa, he's played 4 Pro Tours. He's made the top 8 of 2 of them. Incredible. And he is up against someone who also sees experience as no bar to success. Jackson Cunningham playing in his very first Pro Tour, $0 lifetime earnings before this weekend. Well, he's improved that by at least 5 figures because he's in the quarterfinal. And the matchup there, Jackson Cunningham with green-white aggro, Yuki Ichikawa, Jund Planeswalkers. Luis, a favourite?
I like the Jund Planeswalkers deck in this matchup.
All right, we'll get into whys and wherefores as we go along. And then our final match in the quarterfinal, you will see probably round about lunchtime today, William Jensen in his 5th Pro Tour top 8. He's had 8 Grand Prix top 8s this season, a record setter, and he finally pieced it all together at the Pro Tour level this season. And he is up against the 6th seed Pierre Mondon. Pierre is on Jund Planeswalkers, and William Jensen is on the 75 that Owen Turtenwald is playing earlier in the day, the black-white mid-range. Again, Luis, who do you like there?
I actually like William Jensen in this one, though. This was also very close.
All right, so we're going to send it across for a couple of minutes because we have our Brian David Marshall standing by for you, and he's over in the easy chairs with friend to the stars, someone who has quite the interest in what's going to go on here on the final day of the season. He's with Reed Duke.
Good morning, magicians. Brian David Marshall. I'm here with Reed Duke,
hey,
and we're talking about Pro Tour Magic 2015. You got a couple friends in this top 8.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Happy to be cheering them on.
But, I mean, is there any kind of mixed feelings about it? As like maybe your World Magic Cup slot is on the line, or do you just not care, but you just want to see your friends do well?
No mixed feelings. I just want to see my friends do well. I mean, the national team slot is something that I'd be happy and honored to accept if it works out that way. But if Huey or Owen wins it, then I'll just be their #1 fan. Also, it's, you know, it's a really big honor, but pales in comparison to the chance to win a Pro Tour. So I just want to see them do their absolute best, and that's just something that'll fall wherever it falls.
Talk to me about watching William Jensen come back onto the Pro Tour. He started playing, about 2 years ago, started playing in the Open Series, started dominating Grand Prix, and now he has just gotten a full head of steam, and he's been tearing up the Pro Tours as well. What's that been like for you, watching someone?
It's been incredible to see, because he came back to the game, and he would play a tournament, he'd come up to me, he'd be like, I don't understand what's going on. I'm so much better than how I'm playing. And it was almost like it took him like it took him a period of time to rise back to his former power, like, but now he's here and he's showing that he's one of the best playing now. He's one of the best playing ever, and I think this is just kind of the tip of the iceberg, and we're going to see a lot more from him.
Have you been watching him figure stuff out or unlock, distant memories of greatness as he's figuring out? Have you been able to learn anything from that?
Oh, so much, yeah. Having Huey as a friend and a teacher and a supporter, it's, among the most important things for taking my game to the higher level. And it's true of anyone that if you play with very talented players, it's going to help you grow. But Huey especially goes out of his way to help his friends and always has a lot to offer, both in terms of strategic deck choice and approach to a tournament and being in a good mind state. It's tremendously helpful.
Let's talk about Owen Turtenwald for a minute. Every time I talk to someone from your team, almost invariably the notion that Owen Turtenwald is the best player in Magic seems to come up.
Yeah, so much natural talent in Owen. And in addition to that, an amount of dedication to the game that makes it a really, really scary combination. I spend 2 weeks before every Pro Tour playing with a team of the 15 greatest players in the world, but Owen even stands out among them. It's like you play a set of 10 playtest games against Owen, and you can just tell that anyone on the team can be great on any given day, but Owen is always great. He's always absolutely, the pinnacle of tight technical play and never missing a beat. It's just the best.
Well, we're all going to get a chance to watch the best in action as he goes up against Pat Cox this round. So I'm going to let you get back outside to the cheering section. Brian David Marshall sending it back to the news desk.
Thanks.
All right, the players are ready. They are seated for our first quarterfinal. If Owen wins his quarterfinal, he will be your World Magic Cup captain for Team USA. Cox, Turtenwald, quarterfinal 1. Let's get going.
Hey guys, welcome to the booth here at the Pro Tour. This is Zach Hill. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and we got a whole lot of Magic action lined up for today for sure, including Pat Cox versus Owen Turtenwald, and they are ready to play the first quarterfinals here from Pro Tour Magic 2015. Hello and welcome to the quarterfinals here in Portland. Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Zach Hill. This is the first of what will be 4 quarterfinals. We're going to be showing them all to you here on the live stream. We have Pat Cox versus Owen Turtenwald. Zach, going to be talking a lot about this matchup as we go forward here. And of course, both of these players, members of Team Channel Fireball in one iteration or another. Looks like they're ready to play here. Pat Cox playing, well, basically a zoo list of sorts. It's a deck that he's pretty famous for champion in this tournament.
He's been writing articles advocating for this deck for months, and it sounds like he's mastered the plan. He's optimized the list, and we've seen this exact matchup before with Patrick playing against John Finkel, and it went very well for Patrick. Turtenwald on the list that Team Channel Fire Pantheon, the black-white mid-range list that a lot of them are playing, but we see a Voice of Resurgence here, really one of the best cards in the matchup.
So Voice of Resurgence for Pat Cox. It's going to give him some resiliency to a few of the removal spells that Owen Turtenwald can play.
Yeah, what you want to do with white-black mid-range is just kill every one of your opponent's creatures till you can stick a threat like a Blood Baron of Vizkopa. Or a Pack Rat that gets large enough, and obviously Voice, a lot harder to point a removal spell at.
So there is a Pack Rat now for Owen Turtenwald. And no land drop here for Pat Cox, but he's got a decent follow-up with Fleecemane Lion. Another card that can be pretty difficult to remove for the black-white deck. Now, there will always be a window where he can remove the Fleece main line, but it's not obvious
Yep.
that he has the removal right
No
now.
blocks.
No blocks from Owen Turtenwald. And he's going to take 5 damage, dropping him down to 13 life. He does have the third land, though, so he can start making Pack Rat tokens. And it looks like Pat Cox has found his third land as well with the temple there. He's deciding on what he wants to do with the scry. He's going to put it to the bottom.
Yeah, like a risky thing for Patrick. It looks like he has another Fleece main lion in his hand, but if he casts it right now, he just opens himself up to Bile Blight. Huge. Can't protect it with a Brave the Elements. Still has that Voice of Resurgence, though, and Owen now has to decide whether he wants to prioritize going all in on Pack Rat, killing Patrick's threats.
This is interesting. So Owen draws Devour Flesh. This is one of the cards that you mentioned a minute ago that's really not great in this situation, but I think we're going to see Bile Blight just blow out both Fleece main lions. Pat Cox knew the risks when he did that, and he took it, and wow, 2-for-1 city there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Bile Blight is in the deck. It's a great removal spell anyway against a deck like Cox's. But obviously, when your opponent has particular draws, in fact, sometimes the best draws from aggressive decks have multiple copies of the same card, and Bile Blight just gets you right back in that game.
Wow, that was huge. That was just such a devastating play there. Now, Pat Cox gets to start to rebuild his board here with a pretty decent one, too, Boros Reckoner. That can make the Pack Rat math get pretty awkward for Owen, but man, that was nasty.
Yeah, I mean, that Bile Blight totally changed the tenor of the game. Cox can't, against a lot of decks, these Pack Rat decks, these black decks, can just make a bunch of Pack Rats. You can just block them, right? But with Brave the Elements, you can just get through that wall of Pack Rats. So ordinarily, Cox doesn't have to worry about that much, but with those Fleece main lions off the table, now he's under a ton of pressure and isn't even the aggressor right now.
Jeez, and yeah, the 2 Pack Rats dropped Pat Cox down to 10, and now Owen, while not able to attack this turn, has added some pretty nice creature to his board here with Blood Baron of Vizkopa. That is the top of his curve.
So the numbers, you could almost, I guess because all of your creatures were white. Against a lifelink creature, a lot of the time you could block it, give it protection from the color so your opponent doesn't gain life. But Cox can't even block right now.
No. Cox drops down to 8 life here. And he's going to play a Johnny and put a counter on his Boros Reckoner and just has to say go here.
So
Okay.
he's setting up, he could take Boros Reckoner to the skies, attack theoretically for 8.
Uh-huh.
What he's trying to do, I think, is rip a Gore Clan Rampager, try to protect his threat with his 2 copies of Brave the Elements, and just go for a combo finish in essence.
Yeah, he's also got Boros Charm in his hand, which is just shy of being enough. But remember, we have to factor in that Owen can gain 4 life here with an attack if he wants.
Cards 3.
And Pat Cox is down to 8 as well.
Yeah, Cox, I think, going to need to block. Can't block the Blood Baron, obviously, but can block Pack Rat or a Mutavault.
Yeah, it is a lethal attack even as it sits on the board, so he's going to need to do something if Owen decides to attack.
Owen has Lifebane Zombie, Hero's Downfall, Devour Flesh in hand. Zombie gives him perfect information, so he knows that Cox can break through blockers and removal spells.
This has just been a miserable game for Pat Cox. He got 2-for-1 with Bile Blight. Now he has a creature on the other side of the battlefield that not only helps Owen race, but also has protection from all of the creatures that Patrick Cox has. And now there's even a Lifebane Zombie on the other side as well. All right, looks like the Blood Baron's going to attack a Johnny, dropping a Johnny down to 1 and taking away that combo finish that you were talking about. Pat Cox didn't even have it in his hand yet, so Owen's really tightening his grasp here.
And if Owen goes to 17, that means that even if Cox is able to draw Rampager, Rampager plus Boros Charm plus Reckoner is only 16. And that's even if it got through with Brave the Elements, or she needs another land to cast. So neutralizing a Johnny, just a big moment for Turtenwald. That's not going to come online for a couple more turns. And he did draw Rampager.
Did he really?
Wow.
Wow, so close.
So he's got Voice of Resurgence, but Turtenwald has 2 blockers back. No, okay, so he can pump Boros Reckoner for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Attack, give it double strike and trample. So it basically becomes a 9/9.
But he
with double
can't give
strike
a
and
double
trample.
strike, right?
He has Boros Charm.
Oh, he can Boros Charm for double
Right.
strike? Okay.
But of course, Turtenwald can block
Right.
with.
Now that's a tough spot though for Turtenwald because he knows what Pat Cox has, right? And you mentioned it, Pat Cox 1 mana short from being able to cast the Brave the Elements to make sure that there's no blocks. But if Owen does block the Boros Reckoner, he's going to lose at least one other creature here, and it could be another Pack Rat. And currently, Owen doesn't have enough mana to make another rat.
Right, and doesn't have enough mana to cast the Hero's Downfall in his hand. Pat has 2 copies of Brave the Elements, but if he goes for Charm Rampager, he would have to tap out, ordinarily opening himself up to Downfall. He can cast Devour Flesh, but
He's just going to cast the Rampager. Now, this is an interesting other line that he can take because he can block now.
he can block now. Again, his shields are down, in essence, for Brave the Elements. Now, Brave the Elements can't protect Rampager, but it basically draws the Hero's Downfall out of Turtenwald's hand because the Rampager can block the Blood Baron.
All right, here we go. Hero's Downfall, your Rampager. And that is going to leave a Johnny wide open, or maybe even Pat Cox himself.
I mean, that was just a huge moment. I mean, we were talking about
Yes.
a line for Cox that involved the Rampager in his hand. Didn't quite get there, but maybe could have beaten a couple of blockers, but
That's going to do it right there. Owen Turtenwald takes a relatively quick one there. Game 1 goes to Owen in our first quarterfinal match here in Portland.
and that game was all about Bile Blight, like you mentioned. I mean, once those 2 Fleece Mane lands were off the table, huge setback for Cox.
All right, so why don't we've got actually an interesting, BDM had a chance to chat with these players about their sideboard plans, and I'd like to take a listen to what Pat Cox has to say about his sideboard decisions.
All right, Pat, tell us about the sideboard plan you've arrived at for this matchup.
Sure. So definitely side in the 2 mortars that kills an early Pack Rat, which is one of the ways you can lose a game against them, and also kills Blood Baron, which is a very good card against you. It's pro all your creatures. So, and then also we want Xenagos and the 2 Advent of the Worm. Xenagos is pretty hard for them to deal with. They're usually going to have to spend 2 cards to deal with it. Advent's not insane or anything, but it is a threat that you can play at the end of their turn. They might have like tapped out to kill your guy or something. You're taking out 3 Ajani. It's not that great just because like it needs a guy in play and you're trading back and forth. The 1 Boros Charm, you know, you would think maybe saving your guy is okay, but it's hard to leave that much mana up. And also 1 Brave for kind of a similar reason.
And what are you expecting him to do out of his sideboard?
Well, I mean, he's pretty straightforward. He has, you know, some removal spells. He has Drowned in Sorrows, which are good, not great against me. I mean, he'll be taking out his connections. Unclear if he'll take out Thoughtseize or take out his big guys that died to Celestia Charm. I guess we'll see. But that doesn't drastically affect how I sideboard. So,
Okay, good luck the rest of the match.
thank you.
All right, Zach, what do you make of the sideboard plan there? How much do you think it changes things? That was pretty convincing win for Owen there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm very surprised at seeing siding out Brave the Elements. You know, a lot of the time you think of that as a card that's in play to deal with removal spells. But as we saw that game, he was very constrained on mana. You know, when that big Bile Blight play happened, he had 2 copies of Brave the Elements in his hand, but a land that entered the battlefield tapped. So it sounds like what he's doing is prioritizing, curving out on cue, and having a couple of threats at the top, Xenagos, etc., to provide a little bit more resilience.
Yeah, now he's going to be on the play here. He also gets to be on the play for the duration of his time in the top 8. We're going to see how much that matters as well. Let's take a listen here to what Owen Turtenwald has lined up for the sideboard.
All right, Owen, tell me what you're going to do out of your sideboard for this matchup.
Well, definitely I'm going to add 2 Last Breath, 3 Doomblade, and 2 Drown in Sorrow. And I'm going to take out, for sure, Underworld Connections, and after that it gets a little dicier. I'll probably take out Ultimate Price, maybe some mix of Obsidat, maybe Elspeth, maybe Thoughtseize. I don't know, it's tough. It depends on what I think he's going to do.
Okay, so what do you think he's going to do?
It's hard to predict. I mean, he has a lot of good sideboard options. He has Boros Charm, which could come in. He has Xenagos, Mizzium Mortars, and it's. I mean, I don't know. It's really going to be hard to predict.
Okay. Well, good luck the rest of this match.
Thank you.
So interesting stuff there from Owen. I mean, you kind of got the sense, Zach, that he was kind of trying to read the situation while he's actually at the table, right? Like he's not committed to, you see some players pull out their piece of paper, they've got their sideboard notes. Against this matchup, this comes in, this goes out, we're good to go. But it sounded like he was a little bit more like, I'm going to try to figure out what he's actually thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is he probably hasn't played that many games against Cox's style of deck, especially against the rest of the format. So he's got to allow himself some flexibility. Otherwise, he's going to be committed to a plan that may or may not pan out. The interesting thing to me was that he was suggesting that Cox might even bring in, just keep in Boros Charms, bring in more of that effect. Sounded like Cox was saying, look, you don't have time, you can't keep that much mana open. So a little bit of a difference of opinion between those players.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens to be more
that's
effective.
really interesting, when they happen to differ in opinion on that way. One of them's pulling out all the stuff that protects from the removal, the other guy's doing the opposite. So it could be kind of interesting to see how that pans out.
Definitely makes sense to me, though, to bring out a lot of those high mana cost spells. I mean, Obstinate gains you a little life, but it's awkward to cast. It costs a lot. Elspeth, obviously, a huge trump in the matchup, but 6 mana, Cox is trying to end the game by then. I think Owen's thinking, look, if I get 6 lands, I probably won anyway. I don't need Elspeth to put it over the top.
So, prediction time. You've got to see one match here between these two players, and I'm sure you've done some thinking about the matchup in general. And that black-white deck just has access to every removal spell that's relevant here, right? I mean, it can just kill anything at once whenever it wants. The question for me is, can Pat Cox keep enough pressure while also maintaining that balance of protecting the pressure?
Well, I know Cox is down a game, and so obviously that makes me inclined to say Turtenwald's favored in the matchup. That said, I really do like Cox's deck in this matchup. I feel like the black-white deck, really, really powerful deck. Obviously, a lot of the best players in the world are on it, but I think it can stumble, and Cox's deck can curve out incredibly well. I know Boros Reckoner, not the greatest in this matchup. It has some awkward tendencies. Again, keeping the mana up is sort of hard, but I mean, it's playing, Voice of Resurgence, really hard hitter, great mana curve, and obviously these combo finishes we were talking about.
Yeah.
I would be inclined to say I still think his deck has an edge in the matchup, but it's going to be hard to come back from being a game
Being
behind.
down a game, of course, skews that horrifically against him, but he can still do it, right? It's not that bad. One of the cards that was, it was Zach Hill trademark devastating in the first game was BioBlight.
Yeah.
How important is that for Owen Turtenwald?
I mean, I think it's BioBlight, incredibly important card. I mean, it was printed for the reason to make black more resilient against aggressive strategies. It kills Fleecemane Lion dead. It kills
Or
basically
lions.
everything. Yeah, right.
Ugh,
A pair of them.
bad.
I mean, it's able to target Soldier of the Pantheon. I mean, it's an incredibly important card. The question is, how much damage is Owen going to have to take to cast it? Getting black in a deck that's this evenly split might mean playing a Godless Shrine untapped, taking damage from Caves of Koilos. All of that damage adds up. But that said, I mean, it's absolutely one of Owen's most important cards. A lot of the time, against more mid-range strategies, you're looking forward to cards like Devour Flesh because it can kill things like Polukranos where this can't. But Devour Flesh, really awkward against a deck with Voice of Resurgence. So I think BioBlight and Doomblade are really going to be the 2-mana removal spells of choice for Owen.
Okay. And he certainly has the choice. He can do whatever he wants as far as removal suite goes. He can tweak it. He's got some sweepers with Drown in Sorrow if he thinks that those are going to be effective. He can up the amount of 1-for-1 spot removal like Doomblades if he wants. He can change it however he wants.
Yeah, I really do like Drown in Sorrow. You might be looking at the card, and it sort of pairs up awkwardly against a solid amount of Pat's aggressive creatures, but it still kills like half of his deck. So I think it's definitely good enough to bring in, even though there are going to be times where it doesn't quite do what you want it to do.
Looks like the players are just finishing up with their sideboarding here and shuffling and all that kind of thing. So they will have employed some of the strategy that BDM talked with them about at the wall. And I'm really curious to see how the decks change post-board here. I think that, one of the mistakes that you'll often see from aggressive players, and one that Pat Cox will not be making here, is sideboarding out too many threats, right? They become too reactive and are unable to actually keep pressure on their opponent, which then sort of takes away their whole game plan, lets their opponent get to 5 mana, 6 mana, and start casting huge things that they can't deal with. And I don't think Pat Cox is going to make that decision. We saw that with the second Fleecemane Lion. He has no fear. He's like, look, deal with these threats or you lose. Now, as it turns out, Owen did.
Right.
So,
I mean, his plan is definitely more threats. I think the difference is he's bringing 4 mana threats. They're a little bit more resilient to removal at the cost of being able to be deployed as early.
Okay. Players are looking at their opening hands now and trying to decide if they can keep their 7. Pat Cox has paused significantly here, so this could be one of those in-betweeners. All right, both players have kept, and we are going to be underway here. Sacred Foundry, untapped, and a Dryad Militant.
And that's exactly what Cox wants to be doing. I mean, he needs to have a creature early. He needs to be able to follow that up with more pressure. So we'll see how he can curve out.
He draws a Ghor-Clan Rampager, attacks for 2, plays Battlefield Forge, no 2-drop, no green source yet.
Wow.
Does this concern you, Zach?
I mean, I think you just need to be able to play a creature on the first couple of turns, and that's a Pack Rat.
We saw how potent Pack Rat got even in a game where Pat Cox had a pretty decent start. This is not a pretty decent start, although he's got a Temple Garden, so he's got green now, and he has Mizzium Mortars to take out the Rat and get in for 2. So not too bad. That's a nice little recovery plan there.
It's what he needs to do. On the other hand, Turtenwald has another Pack Rat and Blood Baron. I mean, you're bringing in Mizzium Mortars primarily, I think, to kill Blood Baron. I mean, you're not going to be able to race a Pack Rat when you only have a 2/1 on the board, but Owen's wide open to just playing another Rat.
All right, so Pack Rat it is.
Oh, wow. And Cox, that green mana was huge. We see Fleecemane, Voice, Rampager, so he's going to be casting green spells.
Interesting. So Owen just traded Pack Rat. Just traded it right off, and there's Voice of Resurgence as the follow-up play. I don't think Pat Cox expected Owen to block there.
I think I understand why he did that, though. I agree with you. I don't think Patrick expected that play, but you see Blood Baron of Vizcapa and Elspeth Sun's Champion in his hand. I think Owen says, if I get to the late game, which is basically what would happen if I activated Rat 2 or 3 times, I'm going to be winning this game. And he doesn't have, he has one more land. He's basically able to get up the chain there. So what he needs to do is just not take damage and avoid walking into something like a big Brave the Elements. I mean, I think Owen's hand is about exactly what you want it to be right now.
And you see Owen doing this. He's burning short-term equity here to go for the long game. He knows that all he needs to do is buy a few more turns to draw lands. He doesn't have any more lands in his hand, but if he rips a land in the next couple of turns, he can play Blood Baron into Elspeth, and it's going to be really, really tough for Pat Cox to beat cards of that power level. Again, Pat Cox just playing another 2/2 here. Make a Voice of Resurgence, attack for 2. Not bad, but let's see if Owen can draw lands. This is going to be a huge draw step for him. It's a Mutavault, so there's stage 1. He can now play a Blood Baron this turn if he'd like.
And Blood Baron, big play. On the other hand,
yes,
the mana is a little bit awkward. He's not able to cast both those Bile Blights. You can see him maybe Bile Blighting the Voice of Resurgence, then Bile Blighting both the tokens. Blood Baron of Vizcapa, massive, massive, massive threat. Walks right into Cox's Mizzium Mortars if he has it, but doesn't have it. And Owen's definitely swung the momentum of the game.
He certainly has. Is this another land off the top for the Elspeth that he's got? No, it was another Elspeth.
Oh, wow.
So he doesn't get to play Elspeth this turn, but he does have mana for 1 Bile Blight. Plus, he's also got Mutavault back. And, oh, by the way, Blood Baron of Vizcapa sitting there.
And even though Blood Baron and Rampager are both 4/4s, he can attack Blood Baron into Rampager, just shrink Rampager with Bile Blight. Blight doesn't kill it, but it makes it small enough to deal with. So
yeah,
Cox is going to force that play.
Yeah, Pat Cox knows what's coming, but has to make it happen. And Owen Turtenwald still gains a life here. All right, and he says go. He doesn't have any plays outside of activating Mutavault here, thanks to not having another black mana source. But again, there's 2 Elspeths in his hand. If he hits a mana source, he's going to be able to play Elspeth, and it's really hard to think that Pat Cox is going to be able to get Owen from 16 to 0 with this board.
Yep.
All right, running Rampager. So we see what Pat Cox's plan is. He's trying to run Owen Turtenwald out of removal so that he can eventually trade off
Sure.
the Gorklan Rampager with a Blood Baron, or at least threaten that.
Yep. 2 cards in hand? 2 cards.
2 cards left for Pat Cox. Is this a land? Yep, sure is. So Elspeth, Sun's Champion, is now an option for Owen Turtenwald. Now, what are the things that Owen's going to be thinking about here as far as like how? Let's say he plays Elspeth. What is he worried about? Is there a Johnny plus something play on the Rampager that can get him? Owen can be at 15 here with an attack if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, exactly what he's got to be concerned about is just, one of those hyper combo finishes from Cox. Also, Brave the Elements can get you through any amount of tokens. He's not going to be able to both keep his Blood Baron alive and deal and shrink the Rampager with Bile Blight if he wants to cast Elspeth. So, I mean, all of that being said, though, he's in a very, very good position. I mean, he can gain 4 life this turn, and Cox's creatures are relatively small. Even with a Rampager plus Double Strike Pump, they're only going to deal 12, and he's already seen 2 Rampagers. So I think he can be relatively secure in the fact that Cox doesn't have any more of that coming. We're talking about these combo finishes. We actually can see now Cox sided out 3 Ajani, Caller of the Pride, a Brave the Elements, and a Boros Charm, a lot like he was talking about, for 2 Mortars to deal with Elspeth tokens and Blood Baron, as well as those threats, Xenagos and Advent. Owen sided out a couple of Thoughtseize, Underworld Connections, and Ultimate Price, which doesn't really kill very much for just removal spells, Doomblade, Last Breath, Drown in Sorrow. So it looks like Cox leveraging the trample of the Rampager to either force a trade with Blood Baron or get through some of those tokens.
No blocks. Celestia Charm.
Yep.
Sure.
All right, so Celestia Charm takes down Elspeth. We know the reason why Owen Turtenwald didn't block. He's got a backup Elspeth in hand here. And I believe that Pat Cox now has no cards in hand. So Owen is going to have really good amount of information about what Pat Cox is actually capable of on the next turn at any given point here.
I mean, you've got to be kind of excited about that moment if you're Cox. You get Elspeth off the table. You don't even know if your opponent's leaving Elspeth in. You've got a great board of threats. You're actually reasonably capable if Owen's out of gas of racing that Blood Baron. But another Elspeth coming down is just massive. Cox is not going to be able to force through. He needed to rip Celestia Charm even to be able to kill that first Elspeth.
Yeah.
Going to be a lot harder to do this time around.
I wonder how suspect Pat Cox is. Like, that was a little too easy.
I took 1.
Okay, so you were at 10, is that correct? Oh, wait, no.
I think
You
I'm
were
at
11.
15.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I misread my hand already. I apologize. 14, 15, that's correct.
So Owen jumps up to 15 life.
And the other thing Owen can do, he's got Mutavault activation, he's got Bile Blight for that Lion, which threatens to become indestructible next turn. He can Last Breath the Voice of Resurgence. Right now his Blood Baron is neutralizing the Rampager. I mean, Rampager hits for 4, Owen gains 4, so he might just want to clean up the board instead of relying upon Elspeth.
Looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to go for Last Breath, and he's also going to Bile Blight away the Lion, and that's going to leave Pat Cox with a 4/4 Trampler and a 2/2 token here. So what can Pat Cox draw here to get him out of this mess? And Pat just says go, opening the door now for Owen to deploy the second Elspeth that he's had in his hand for a few turns and really take over this second game here in the first quarterfinal here in Portland.
Now, Cox did draw Advent of the Worm, which pairs up very, very nicely against Blood Baron. I think Owen might be attacking with Blood Baron, saying if you block with Rampager, I'm down with the trade.
It's a white and green worm, right?
I think it's just a green worm.
Okay,
yeah, green worm with trample. So
oh, I like that.
Cox is able to get out a little bit ahead.
Can he, is he going to be able to block? Is he going to get killed?
I think what's going to happen is Turtenwald says, okay, great, you ate my Blood Baron. I'm going to lose it, gain some 4 life, and then actually use the second ability on Elspeth to blow up Rampager and the Worm token, still leaving him in a pretty good position.
Doesn't really change Pat Cox's decision, though, does it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think you have to try and eat the Blood Baron. You've already seen a Bile Blight. I think you've even seen a pair of Bile Blights. So.
Is he considering a double block here, Zach?
I mean, if so, you're just offering your Rampager for no reason. I mean, I think a lot of it has to go right for Cox to win this game. I think the single blocks is what you need to do.
I think so, too. So he throws the worm in front, and Owen says, sure, Elspeth, minus Elspeth, kill 2 of your creatures and leave you with a 1/1.
Yeah, that is huge.
That's huge.
I mean, that's just a massive moment.
Wow. So Owen Turtenwald with a huge game-swinging play here off of the second Elspeth. So tough to beat for Pat Cox. He has to fight through a Blood Baron and now 2 Elspeths. Really tough to find a victory through that. And through it all, Owen's at 18 now.
Yeah. Owen, 18 life, has a pair of Mutavaults to play both offense and defense. Wow, Lifebane Zombie off the top. Evasive damage, and yeah, Elspeth ticking up. You know, it went down to 1, but 1 is not 0, and Elspeth doing exactly what Elspeth does.
We are moments away here. Owen Turtenwald attacks with 2 Mutavaults, 3 tokens, has 3 tokens back, and a Lifebane Zombie. Pat Cox is top decking with just a 1/1 on the battlefield. He finds a Precinct Captain, plays his land because Owen knows what it is anyway, and passes the turn back to Owen Turtenwald, who draws his land for the turn, but looks to be on the brink of advancing to the semifinals. Owen also making a run for the U.S. National Champion slot here. He cannot catch Jeremy Dezani Player of the Year, but if he gets out of the quarterfinals here, he's going to be our U.S. National Champ.
Yeah, I think this is actually, a really, really big game
this
for Owen.
This is huge for Owen.
I mean, the conversation coming in was Reed Duke, is he going to best Dezani? If Reed not only, Dezani going to be the POY, but if Owen can actually supplant Reed by winning this game, I mean, being the designee for the World Magic Cup is not only a huge honor, it's a big opportunity for pro points, money, glory. I mean, everything. I mean, this is a big game for Turtenwald.
So Turtenwald ships in there. 2 of the tokens get blocked. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. That's going to drop Pat Cox down to 4 and give him 1 more draw step to find something. And here it is. He doesn't find it and has to extend the hand. Owen Turtenwald is into the semifinals here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. Wow. You can see the players commiserating with each other. You know, it's tempting, right, to be like, yeah, but you got to remember there's also an opponent there, and they're friends. They know each other. They've tested before. And, so Owen's going to be a reasonable human being and say, hey, tough luck,
of course.
good games, that kind of thing.
Right, and I mean, Patrick's draws were pretty awkward. He kept a speculative hand that was a good hand. I mean, he could do stuff. He had a 1-drop, really needed a green source on the second turn to curve out. So when he wasn't able to do that and keep up the pressure, similarly to when he had his 2 threats happened to be Fleecemane Lions that got eaten by a Bile Blight. I mean, there's really just pivotal moments early in the game that set the tenor for the entire match. So I think Owen acknowledges that, the things that needed to happen for him to win happened, and so he won.
All right. So I think we're going to start. Okay, so the thing is, I also feel like Owen played very well and probably knows that too, right? Because I know Owen and he's like, well, I played perfectly, but also you had some bad luck in there too. But look, I'm not sure how that matchup goes if we played out 100 times. That looked pretty ugly, though, from Pat Cox's side. Owen has so much flexibility with all that removal. All right, why don't we head over now to the news desk. When we come back, we're going to have the second quarterfinal here from Portland.
All right, thanks very much to Marshall and Zach there. Rich and LSV here with you. Luis, pretty comprehensive in a way.
Yeah, I mean, Pat really needed to get out ahead on the board to make it so Owen's removal spells just didn't get him out of the hole. Like, Pat gets 2 or 3 creatures out, then Owen spends turns like 1-for-1ing him. Pat's still getting damage through. The board's kind of stalled out, and Owen's deck is much more powerful when that happens.
All right, so Owen Turtenwald is not only through to the semi-final, that means that Owen Turtenwald will be your World Magic Cup champion for Team USA. So congratulations to him. He now advances to the top 4. Who is he going to play there? Well, it will be either Ivan Floch of the Slovak Republic or Matt Sperling, his fellow American. Why don't we take a look at Ivan Floch, your first quarterfinalist here for quarterfinal 2. There you see him. He's from Slovakia, team Lost in the Woods. He's 29 years old, 44,000 lifetime earnings, 167 lifetime pro points, and of course, the team world champion from 2010. Let's take a look at how he made it here to the top 8. And he opened up 2-1 in draft. Dmitry Budakov, a notable scalp there. Then in standard, lost his first, but then 4 wins, including Conley Woods in round 7. Came back on day 2, 3-0'd his draft pod against Adam Koska playing for the pod. Lost to Matt Sperling, who he's about to play again in this format, but then 3 incredibly impressive wins: Finkel, Reeves, Friedman, and then he got to shake hands with William Jensen at the last. All right, so Luis, let's take a look at Ivan Floch's main deck. This is what is coming our way. What do you make of that?
Well, one good thing for Ivan is that he's got a lot of spells that just say gain life on them. The fact that his kill condition is Elixir of Immortality, which trades for like 1 to 2 of Sperling's burn spells. He's got 4 Sphinx's Revelation, which is basically his best card. He even has Azorius Charm to give lifelink to his Mutavaults, which actually is a play that comes up. And he's got a bunch of counter spells. So in general, this is not the deck Burn wants to play against.
All right. At what point in the match do we sense that Floch is going to be taking control? Is it about what happens by turn 3? Is it more about what life he's on turn 6? What's the sort of flow of the game?
It's basically whether he can make all his land drops. He wants to play lands for the first 15 turns of the game. And that's not even an exaggeration. That's just actually what he wants to do.
All right.
And whether he can get a Sphinx's Revelation through without getting skull cracked. That's kind of the big fight.
Right.
If Sperling loses that fight, he's unlikely to win. But if Sperling can skull crack in response to Rev, he's got a chance. Sperling does have Young Pyromancer. That is one of his better cards, as well as Chandra's Phoenix and Chandra Pyromaster. But in general, if the game goes on, Floch is eventually going to win. I mean, that's just going to happen.
Okay. Is the red deck that Sperling's playing a deck that Ivan will have gone out of his way to have on his radar? Is it a traditional sort of boogeyman for the blue-white control player?
Not necessarily this exact red deck, but aggressive decks in general are something that Blue-White is definitely worried about, and all the Archangels of Thune and Nyx Fleece Rams and even sideboard kind of show that.
Okay, well, I can tell you that over in our comfortable chairs, Brian David Marshall has found another superb guest to join us. It's one of the friends and testing teammates of Ivan Floch. Why don't we go over to find out what's going on in Team Floch with Frank Karsten.
Good morning, everybody. Brian David Marshall here. I'm here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer and coverage reporter Frank Karsten. Frank, you worked with Team Lost in the Woods.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get lost in the woods?
Well, the name basically refers to a cabin in the woods in the Czech Republic that Martin Juza arranged, where we tested for over a week. And it was a place where there were no distractions. We could just focus on the testing. Sometimes took a walk in the woods, but we were basically in the middle of nowhere. That was a really nice location for the preparation for this Pro Tour.
How many players on your team played the deck that Ivan Floch is going to be playing in just a few minutes?
I think there were about 4. Stanislav Sivka played it. Adam Koska played it, who also made the top 16 with the deck. There was Ivan Floch and Robert Jurkovic. I think those 4.
Okay. Now, you've been playing a different deck for the last 12 hours. You've been the stand-in for Matt Sperling in the testing process. Tell us what we can expect to see in this matchup, and how do you think it plays out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've indeed been doing my best Matt Sperling impression. I think it's actually going to be a really interesting matchup to see. Like, many people would claim that Red-White Burn is just like a no-brains deck. You just burn the opponent and that's it.
Right, people think it's a little kid deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes easy to pick up and play, but when you want to play it optimally, it is actually pretty difficult. What we're gonna see is a game where, well, if the game goes long, then Ivan Floch will have the advantage. Eventually, Ivan will just start chaining Sphinx's Revelations, then getting them all back with Elixir of Immortality, going up to a humongous life total, and it doesn't really matter how he wins. But Sperling has to try to win before that. Some things that Sperling will have to keep in mind is trying to bottleneck Ivan on mana. Like, suppose that Ivan has 4 Dissolves in hand and Sperling has 4 Stoke the Flames. If you just fire them off turn after turn, they're all just gonna get countered and you won't accomplish anything. So Sperling will have to pick his fights, sometimes wait with playing the burn spells, waiting until Ivan maybe taps out and then fling them all at him, not give Ivan a chance to play the counter magic. Also, well, a huge card in the matchup is Skullcrack, because that kind of negates the life gain from Sphinx's Revelation, so Sperling will have to try to time that correctly. And maybe we'll also see Ivan, maybe when he has something like 10 lands and Sphinx's Revelation and Dissolve in hand, rather than playing Sphinx's Revelation for all the 7 mana, just doing it for access 4 and keeping Dissolve up for Skullcrack. So there's lots of dancing around each other. Another interesting interaction that Sperling will have to keep in mind is Quicken plus Supreme Verdict. Sperling might have, for example, a situation where he has 2 Mutavolts and might consider attacking with both to pressure Ivan's life total, but if he does that, then he risks losing them to an instant speed Supreme Verdict. So I expect that we're going to see a long game with actually lots of thought on how to sequence the cards, and also with the unknown information on does Sperling have Skullcrack, does Ivan have the Quicken or the Dissolve? It should be interesting.
I get the sense that the sideboarding for this is going to be a little bit of a guessing game between these two players.
Yeah, some cards seem relatively certain. Ivan will probably bring in the Nyx Fleece, Ram, the O5 that just gains life. It's a huge card in the matchup. And Sperling will probably bring in Chandra, the Planeswalker. That's a huge threat that can just tick up and up and up, and then ultimate for getting a Boros Charm, deal 12 to you. But some guesswork might be whether or not Ivan brings in, for example, the Planar Cleansings to actually deal with Chandra, because if it sticks around, Ivan is playing a version without the Tension Sphere, he has Planar Cleansing only. So Planar Cleansing is not a great card against the Red-White Burn, sure, but he might need a couple to deal with the Chandra if the game goes long. And we are planning to bring in a couple still, or leave in rather.
Okay. I think we're ready to start the match. Just give us one landmark to look for that we'll know Ivan's taking control and maybe Matt Sperling has gotten lost in the woods. Is there one thing to keep an eye out for that says Ivan Floch is going to win this game?
A Sphinx's Revelation for 6.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you, Frank Karsten. We're going to send it back to the news desk and then out to the floor to watch Ivan Floch versus Matt Sperling.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Frank Karsten. The players are indeed ready. The classic aggro on control matchup. Buckle up. Will it be fire or will it be Revelation for 6? Let's find out. It's time for the second quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Magic 2015.
Hey, welcome back to the booth here. Zach Hill, Marshall Sutcliffe. They said it. We've got one of the shortest term decks, right? Trying to beat you as quickly as possible against one of the longest, trying to beat you as long as possible. And I'm told players are ready. So why don't we head down to the future match area for our second quarterfinal. Ivan Floch versus Matt Sperling. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic 2015. We're in Portland, Oregon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Zach Hill in the booth, and we are in for the second quarterfinal match here. Matt Sperling, Team Channel Fireball Pantheon. He's playing essentially a burn deck, a current level burn deck. Playing against Ivan Floch. You can see him there. And he is playing the opposite of that. He is playing the low win condition, long game control deck. Basically, these players have taken complete polar opposite approaches to this format, yet both found themselves in the top 8 here, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, these are both weirdly decks kind of popularized by longtime Magic veteran Adrian Sullivan. You've got the Burn deck that basically has inevitability through the ability to just point spells at the opponent's face that they can't interact with. And then the white-blue control deck that has inevitability through just drawing cards and gaining life until your opponent is just, nothing they do matters. So, I mean, really a pretty classic matchup. Both of these archetypes, these strategies have been around for as long as the game has. Really interested to see how this matchup goes in its current iteration in Standard.
All right, Sperling's going to take a couple damage here to play a Sacred Foundry. And an interesting start here for Sperling. He's actually gone 2-drop into 3-drop creature, though his deck doesn't run that many creatures.
Right, yeah, I think he's only got Pyromancer and Phoenix, maybe I think an Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Correct.
In the main deck. He's got definitely a lot more of those in the sideboard, but Phoenix very powerful in this matchup. Flock does not have Detention Sphere. He's got a couple of Last Breaths, but by and large he plans on killing creatures by destroying them, not exiling them, and that means that Phoenix is going to come back over and over again, turn after turn, as Sperling points burn spells at Flock.
That's right. Young Pyromancer hits the red zone, gets first blood there. Yvonne down to 18. This is Yvonne's first Pro Tour top 8. This is also Matt Sperling's first Pro Tour top 8. So this is both of their first time under the lights on a Sunday here at the Pro Tour stage. They've both had plenty of success in their long careers in Magic, but this is the pinnacle for them so far.
So there's some really interesting strategy going on with Sperling. Even just right now, you see shocks in Sperling's hand, so that allows him to shock, get Phoenix back, theoretically cast it and attack right away, also giving him a token, but he knows the way that Flock can kill his creatures is through mass removal effects. So there's also, theories you could have about, okay, well, maybe I should leverage my Pyromancer, make him use Verdict on that.
Interesting. So Yvonne Flock is going to go for Azorius Charm to really guarantee that he keeps hitting those land drops. He's got a Mutavault activation available, but it feels super risky to activate a Mutavault against Matt Sperling's deck. That's just not something that Flock is really going to want to do here.
Sperling doesn't have the 4th land to go shock into Phoenix, dealing 6 damage on that attack, but you're right, yeah, Flock can't aggressively block with that Mutavault, so I think Sperling, I mean, this is the stage of the game where you just start, slinging burn spells, shock, Skullcrack, Helix, Blood. If all those cards are able to fire, that's, 6, 9, 13, 17 damage right there. So Sperling has enough burn in his hand to kill Flock. He's just got to figure out how to cast it all. And Searing Blood in particular, not just a whole lot of targets in this matchup.
No, I think Mutavault and Soldier Token, I think, are the only ones. That being said, all right, so here's, and you're going to see this from Flock. He's using a Supreme Verdict to take out one Young Pyromancer. That's because he knows that there's very few targets in Sperling's deck that he wants to use it on, and Young Pyromancer is one of the best ones. Interestingly here, I think, the card that I keep staring at in Sperling's hand is Skullcrack. That just seems like such a huge card in this matchup because of its interaction with Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, Skullcrack was printed in Gatecrashes back when I was still in R&D, actually as an answer to Sphinx's Revelation, specifically so you could cast it and mitigate that big life gain effect. So very, very, very important when Flock fires off one of those big revs, and actually I think Sperling's in a pretty good position right now.
Flock is going to use up another Supreme Verdict just to take out a single Chandra's Phoenix.
And that's kind of what you have to do. I mean, you can't
do it.
just keep getting hit with Phoenix, but it just does put you in a pretty awkward position.
Sperling's got a nice little draw here. He's got a Young Pyromancer, still has 4 or 5 spells left in his hand after that, too.
And what you're going to see now, you see him leaving 2 mana up. We're at the point, yeah.
Go ahead and make your point, and I know exactly where you're going, and so does Flock.
Right, and we're at the point in the game where, Revelations are going to be big enough that Sperling can't really afford to let them resolve while gaining life. So Sperling basically going to be keeping up Skullcrack mana probably for the remainder of this match.
Wow, another Supreme Verdict here for Flock, and this one is cast off of a Quicken.
And you see kind of how awkward Supreme Verdict is in this match. I mean, it's been doing work, but he's kind of having to cast it just to eliminate not only one threat at a time, but threats that cost less mana than Supreme Verdict.
And threats that are going to come back pretty soon, too.
Right.
But yeah, you know, Yvonne knows that, especially here in game one, when he's got some of the awkward cards, he needs to leverage those to the most of their ability, and that's what he's doing so far. But the real issue for Flock here is that he knows that Skullcrack is looming. Now, he doesn't actually know that, but given the fact that Sperling has been very carefully leaving up the 2 mana every single time, I think Flock is definitely going to be keenly aware of it. So here's a shock to Flock, and that's going to get back the Phoenix. That was on end step. And just more burn spells. They just never end for Matt Sperling.
Did you derive a lot of joy out of saying shock to Flock?
I did.
I mean, the thing about Skullcrack is Flock can fire off a Revelation, get hit with a Skullcrack, and still just have drawn a lot of cards, one of which can be another Revelation.
That's true.
It's not as though Revelation is blank, and I think you do kind of have to cast it. I just hope you draw another Revelation, a way of gaining life. Now, Sperling has Boros Charm, untap into War Leader's Helix, can cast Chandra's Phoenix to attack, so Flock really does need to gain some more life.
Yeah, he really, I mean, that sequence that you just outlined actually just kills Flock.
Right.
Like, without the Phoenix. He's at 7.
Yeah, assuming the Helix resolves. I think
Correct.
a challenging thing about casting War Leader's Helix is your opponent's a deck with 4 dissolves in it. So it's going to be hard to find a window to cast a Helix, whereas like dissolving a Chandra's Phoenix is awkward for a number of reasons. But right, I mean, Flock is in very, very real danger of dying.
Yeah, but he's going to get syncopated here, I think, Sperling is, because it only costs 2 mana, and Flock can still leave up mana for a dissolve, which he does have in his hand. Oh, he did draw a second Sphinx's Revelation too, so he can gain 4 life and just basically effectively counter that Boros Charm as well.
Wow.
The question is, does Flock think that Sperling has access to another Skullcrack? Because if he doesn't, then Flock's going to want to wait another turn, counter this. He might be lining up a dissolve here, actually. Yep.
And I think wants to save Syncopate for Chandra's Phoenix.
That's what I'm thinking too.
But Flock's still in a lot of danger. I mean, he can only fire off a Revelation for one that's effectively not a Revelation right now. He can activate Mutavault and Last Breath it, which is actually relevant in this matchup.
Now, what do you think about, so there was an interesting moment a second ago where Sperling had Flock tapped out from the Revelation and could have actually just fired the Boros Charm off there, but decided to wait until Flock's end step to do it. Is there a thought process there?
I think a thought process is you want to maybe bluff another Skullcrack.
Skullcrack? Okay.
But definitely, Marshall, that's a very valid line. I mean, you know, forcing through 4 damage when you have the opportunity is something that, you know, is extremely relevant when your opponent's at 7,
right,
potentially down to 3, and you can capitalize on it.
Right, because I think that the way you see these decks win a lot of times is when they get you low and then they can resolve multiple burn spells where they just overload your ability to counter them. All right, Chandra's Phoenix hits.
And of course,
Last Breath.
Flock, if he doesn't want to use Syncopate, can just Last Breath the Phoenix.
And that does exile it, so that one's not coming back. Another play that we'll probably see from Flock potentially is Mutavault and then trying to Last Breath his own Mutavault to gain 4 life. That is a little trick that he'll have in his pocket as a last case scenario. Unfortunately, your opponent's main decking Shock plus a bunch of other things that can go horribly awry. But all right, so Flock's got sort of the typical stuff for this deck. He's going to have to pull the trigger here pretty soon on that Sphinx's Revelation, though, because the problem is, of course, that if you wait too long and you go for it, if Matt just decides never to tap out, he can say, in response, here's 2 burn spells, you're dead.
And that's the thing that can happen. You know, the temptation is to try and play around everything, but the longer the game goes, the more your opponent is actually likely to be to just have the card.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a tension between wanting to see if you have a window to resolve a Revelation and not giving your opponent time to draw the answer that he actually has.
Right. This might be the window right now for Flock to go for it. He's got Sperling down to just 2 lands left, but I think he knows that if Sperling has another Skullcrack, he's dead.
Right.
if he goes for it.
I mean, the other thing is that, like, you don't want to tap down too low, because even if you're able to gain, like, he could fire off a Revelation for 5, 6 now with that Hallowed Fountain.
He's actually
if he-
going to 3 here off of that fountain, indicating his intentions. Oh, he's going for 4 here.
And he's keeping Syncopate mana up.
So he is fully playing around Skullcrack here. Now, Sperling doesn't happen to have it here. Does this signal to Sperling is the only card that Flock can have there Syncopate? Like, he's not main decking Negate or anything like that.
Yeah, I think it very loudly signals the Syncopate, but the thing is, having to take 2 damage and Flock resolving that Revelation, going up to 9 is still very, very much within striking distance.
Yeah, we see that Sperling's got 2 War Leaders Helix in his hand here.
I mean, now
That's
is
most of the work right there.
Yeah, exactly. And now's a phenomenal window to actually resolve one of that War Leaders Helix if he wanted to. Also is going to be able to resolve Chandra's. And I mean, attacking for 4, Flock is still in big trouble.
I think that Flock's going to be forced to fire off that Azorius turn, but I love this play from Sperling here. Completely getting around Syncopate and still getting in for a huge... I mean, 4 is a lot at this stage of the game, especially given what Sperling has in his hand.
I think what Flock wants to do is draw an Elixir of Immortality, shuffle back some of the Last Breath and Sphinx's Revelation, all big game at this point. And obviously the 5 life, putting him back to a healthy 14, if he's able to do that.
All right, so Chandra's Phoenix back on top of the library. He's going to take 2, drop to 7. Sperling's going to pass a turn with only 1 untapped mana, so Flock can try to do... I mean, if he had another Revelation, he could do it. I don't think he does, though.
He's got Divination, Jace, Quicken, so he can draw a lot of cards. He just has to draw those cards before Sperling can resolve War Leader's Helix. Because even tapping 3 mana for Divination on his turn, every mana he taps on his turn makes it harder to win a fight with Syncopate over the flurry of burn spells that Sperling could have in his hand.
Really tough spot for Flock here. I mean, he's done a good job maneuvering, but I feel like Sperling is mounting enough pressure here that he's just going to be able to overload Yvonne Flock with burn spells at some point after pecking away with these creatures.
I mean, Sperling can just attack with Mutavault, demand an answer. He can cast Chandra's. He can leave mana up for War Leader's Helix. If he taps low, he's not going to be able to Searing Blood Flock's Mutavault, which might give Flock a window to use that.
Yeah, this is big. If Flock decides to try to block with Mutavault, it's going to open up Searing Blood, and there are precious few targets for Matt Sperling to even point that Searing Blood at, and if he gets to take out a Mutavault with it, it is going to be huge. It's also going to put Flock into death range of 2 different cards in Sperling's hand here. Wow! So a Quicken before blocks reveals Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, and that 3rd Revelation is absolutely game-changing. That means if Flock gets to untap, he can fire off something that'll really take him out of range. That also allows him to strategically just fight a counter war over the Searing Blood if that's what ends up happening. It gives him the option of actually just casting Revelation this turn, but I think he's just using those Quicken plus Divination to just get a lot more information now before he makes a decision.
Okay, so he's going to fire off a... Yes, instant speed divination here. Draw a couple of cards, 2 lands. Sperling's got 4 untapped mana. And I think 4 cards in hand, Zach.
That's what it looks like to me. He's got Searing Blood, a pair of War Leader's Helix, and Chandra's Phoenix. Sperling checking out the graveyard, saying, okay, what is Flock likely to have? What do I need to worry about playing around? Question is, do you activate Mutavault? Are you willing to fall to 5?
Another Quicken here for Flock.
Now, this is actually really relevant because if he activates Mutavault
Yeah.
to block and Sperling Searing Bloods it, he actually doesn't have enough mana to syncopate the Searing Blood successfully unless he taps his Mutavault, which still results in him taking 2 more damage.
Yeah.
You see Flock
I
just
think that says
agonizing.
it all, right? Yeah.
I mean, all of that being said, he can fall to 5, untap, and just jam a revelation out there. You know, syncopating for 2 just to tap Sperling out, tap him out of the potential for skull cracking, is a relevant piece of information for Floch to have. Opens up a big window for a huge revelation.
This is pretty incredible stuff, Zach. I mean, we're talking about it as if Floch just knows for sure about the searing blood, right?
Oh, right,
Like,
right,
I mean,
right,
you know,
right.
there's so much that it's going to happen here. All right, there we go. And there it is. Sperling can't wait to fire off searing blood. And there it is. He's doing exactly what you said, Zach. He is attempting to tap out Matt Sperling and does it. Remember, this is all on Sperling's turn. So he takes 5 here. Drops down to 2, and Sperling, of course, has to know what's going to happen here.
Wow.
And it is going to be for 7.
So, I mean, that only gets Floch to 9. I mean, Sperling with an attack for 2 from Mutavault, 4 from Warleader's Helix can get him down to 3, but Floch is to the point where he's going to start being able to chain Elixirs and Sphinx's Revelations very, very soon. Sperling also could have just played a land and shock, but Floch's seen 2 shocks already. Didn't really fear that last turn.
He's discarding a few lands. All right. So let's see if Sperling can put together a comeback hand here.
Oh, man. 4 more damage.
Is
I mean,
that Stoke the Flames?
Is Stoke the Flames. He's got a lot of lines. He can play Phoenix attack with Mutavault. He can cast a Helix attack with Mutavault. He can cast Stoke.
All right, so hit you for 4 while you're completely tapped out, drop you down to 5 Floch, and ship the turn back with just 1 mana available. All right, so what can Floch do here? Did he find another Sphinx's Revelation? He's got Matt Sperling with just 1 mana up, so he knows he can't get skull cracked here, but Sperling looks like he has put the pedal to the metal on this game, and I think that Floch is going to have to do something huge here very quickly, because I think that Sperling's had enough fussing around, and he's going to start just throwing those spells at Floch's face.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what Floch has to draw are counter spells, the 4th Revelation. Remember, he's used 3 already, or Elixir of Immortality. Those are the spells that are live. The creature removal, the creatures in Sperling's deck have already done their damage. Sperling just waiting for a window to unleash those big helixes, stoke the flames. I mean, 4 damage is a lot of damage as a burn deck. That said, Floch has Jace, Architect of Thought, X2, Azorius Charm, Quicken, can draw. You know, it can look at potentially 6 cards if he wants to. It takes a lot of mana to do that. Realistically, though, he can still see about 4 cards this turn without having to commit too much. So a lot can happen on this turn for Floch. The question is, how does he want to sequence his plays?
Right, and he has to do something. Right now, his hand is not going to win. He will lose to Sperling's hand, given what he's got now. The Jaces don't do much on their own. Supreme Verdict isn't doing enough. Planar Cleansing too, Azorius Charm, even Quicken. So he needs to find some of those counter spells you just mentioned a second ago, Zach, or the last Revelation.
Yeah, Quicken Supreme Verdict saves him from the line of activate Mutavault attack with Phoenix. Azorius Charm can save him 2 damage, but wow, just passing without being able to cast Jace. I mean, this opens Floch up. That means he's only able to draw 2 cards maximum this turn.
Is he trying to bait Matt Sperling into activating that Mutavault here and get him with Planar Cleansing? Is that what his line is? Because he's left up so much extra mana. You know, you kind of assumed he would play Jace, plus or minus Jace, whatever he saw fit, and then kind of take it from there. But now he's just passed the turn back with 1 million mana open. And there's an Eidolon of the Great Revel.
And
That's going to make that Quicken pretty awkward, and I feel like Floch might need to respond to that with the Quicken here if that's his plan. Okay. Quicken into Syncopate.
And that's live, because Syncopate pretty easily can counter these big burn spells.
He also could counter the Eidolon if he wanted.
Right.
He doesn't. He's just going to go for the good old Wrath Supreme Verdict. And Sperling's going to pass the turn back. So Sperling not falling for it, leaving his Mutavault back. And Floch manages to take nothing. Sperling so close. He's got Flock down to 5, and he has 2 different spells that do 4. What does Flock find?
He draws Last Breath, which can deal with the Mutavault, but Flock's Mutavault dying to Searing Blood. No longer the option to Last Breath his own spells. He needs to hit something off this Jace. Syncopate buys him a turn, but Sperling can come right back at him with a Mutavault attack and another 4 damage spell.
There it
being
is.
Lethal.
Elixir
Oh,
of Immortality. He's found it. He's also going to find out if Sperling has a skull crack.
Yeah.
But he's got the Syncopate now as well, so...
And that is exactly what he needed to find. Also, unlike a Revelation, it doesn't require him to tap low. He can Elixir and activate it with plenty of Syncopate mana up. That was a huge draw for Flock. And Flock with that glib smile. He's so hard to get a read on. He always feels like he just has it every single time.
Huh. I think that Eidolon may have attacked the turn it came into play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it did. Ultimately,
There was a
it
big
wasn't
sequence.
of consequence
Right.
because it just died. I mean, Sperling knows that Flock's removals are essentially all mass removals, so ultimately it didn't have an impact on the game. But yeah, I think you're exactly
I
right.
think it battled. Because there was that big flurry when
Right.
it was on the stack. Okay.
I mean, that's what Quicken does, right? It gives a creature haste. Okay, well, maybe not.
It certainly doesn't make Flock's deck any faster, I'll tell you that. Now, he needs to just crack this immediately, right? Where he can still leverage Syncopate to the most of its ability.
I think so, unless you want to maybe like cycle an Azorius Charm first, but that seems a little risky. Yeah, and I think.
But I mean on his turn.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you want to give your opponent just more mana to be able to try and work around activating it, respond to your Syncopate. Yeah, the temptation is to always do stuff at instant speed on your opponent. Right? I guess that's what he does. It might be right.
All right, so we have a response here. Syncopate for 1. So counter it, but now he needs to crack the Elixir, right? There we go. So he's got Matt tapped out, no fear of Skullcrack here.
And relevantly, shuffling Syncopate back into his deck. Syncopate, one of his many live cards. You want, when you activate Elixir of Immortality, to just increase the density of relevant live spells in your deck. That's what the card does. So every single one of a copy of a spell that you care about gives you just that much more advantage.
Sure. Now, is there a line here for Matt to win this turn? Like, with some type of fortunate draw here or something? I mean, Flock's at 9. He's got a Mutavault in play. There's a Phoenix in the yard. There's a War Leader's Helix in his hand. Like, can he piece together 9 damage in one turn? It feels like a stretch.
Flock has Last Breath Azorius Charm, so that Mutavault not going to deal damage. I think Sperling just wants to draw like Skull Cracks until the end of time.
Right.
He still can create a relevant play. I mean, he's going to force the Last Breath or Charm by either attacking Jace or attacking Flock. He can get through. I mean, he wants 8 mana, but he doesn't have it. He has 7. So he can't get through both Helix and Stoke the Flames. We can force action here and resolve at least one of those 4 damage spells, which forces Flock to draw something.
This is a nice one from Flock. He's going to use Azorius Charm to put Mutavault back on top and kind of strand a bunch of cards in Sperling's hand. He's got 2 4-mana burn spells and a mountain.
So Sperling can kill Jace if he wants to. He can deal 4 to the face if he wants to. Yeah.
You, he says. Redirect? No way, right?
I mean, it's really challenging. Jace represents, I mean, right now there are 4 Sphinx's Revelations in Flock's deck.
Oh, man.
So every single card is just a clock ticking down. And so he's got to compute, is an activation of Jace more or less likely to be worth 4 life points?
Okay.
And I don't know what the answer to that question is.
Looks like he's thinking about it right now. I think he did kill Jace.
26.
He did. He killed Jace, and this is just such a tough fight for Matt Sperling. Once you're forced to start throwing burn spells at your opponent's planeswalkers, now all of a sudden they're pulling double duty, protecting his life total. Was that a divination?
That was a divination, and I mean, this is what Flock's deck does. Once you activate Elixir and the ball gets rolling, divination 2 cards. This Jace is going to look at 3 cards.
Yikes.
9 life means that Sperling just does not quite have enough mana or cards to finish Flock off. He's got 4 damage. Mutavault, Flock knows is on top of Sperling's deck, so he doesn't have to worry about a top deck now. And Jace and Azorius Charm, Mutavault, just more and more relevant cards. The game's spiraling further and further out of control for Sperling.
Wow. And you got to figure that Yvonne Flock is his deck gets a lot better post-board. I'm assuming we're going to have a chat with him that BDM sat down with, but I mean, he's got so many cards that are just super awkward, like those Supreme Verdicts. He's managed to leverage them pretty decently, but he's 1-for-1ing with his 2-drops. Like,
Right.
you know, it's not exactly what he wants to see at this point.
I know he's got 4 copies, I think, of Nyx Fleece Ram in the sideboard. Just an absolute nightmare for red decks.
Wow. All right, Stoke the Flames, target you.
Results.
It resolves.
Yeah,
That's going to get back a Phoenix.
Phoenix.
He's going to play it and attack and last breath the Phoenix. So Flock's down to 5 now.
30.
And I believe that Sperling's out of cards. Yeah, he's empty. So here we go. Can Flock turn this thing around? He needs to gain some life again. I mean, there's some number of turns that he's going to have to gain some amount of life, and then he's going to really put this thing away. And there's the Sphinx's Revelation. Right on time. He's probably going to fire it off right now. Maybe during the upkeep so that he can keep all the cards, but either way, boom. 10.
Jeez.
And Flock jumps up to 15. And if you're sitting in Sperling's seat, that's got to feel like the nails in the coffin on game 1.
I'm trying to think about what the reason for main phasing it is. I think you can draw land Elixir of Immortality and cast it right away, which seems really, really, really good. Just get more information, make sure Sperling doesn't have any mana untapped, play an extra land.
Go to discard.
Oh, no. I mean, this is, this is exactly the situation that you do not want to be in against a Sphinx's Revelation deck, where they just have a grip full of cards, a healthy life total, and now they're making decisions about what they don't want the most. I mean, they're going to keep 7 of the best cards in their entire deck in their hand. This is a massive uphill battle for Sperling to fight.
So Flock discarding to hand size here, but it looks like he's turned the corner fully and is going to be able to craft a win here as piling together 15 damage for Matt Sperling while drawing 1 card a turn is just not going to be realistic. He finds a Lightning Strike. He can attack with Mutavault here.
And look at that hand from Flock. Syncopate, Dissolve.
Jeez.
Jace for more cards. Pair of Quickens can cycle those.
He's going to plus Jace this time and pass a turn back.
I think Flock is thinking about, okay, now we're near the stage of the game where I can start to really think about how to put this game away. Sperling drew a Chandra's Phoenix, so this is relevant for Flock as he can use Quicken into Supreme Verdict to deal with it. He can also Azorius Charm it back to the top of the deck. He can Syncopate it if he wants it to, but it's still going to mandate some sort of answer.
All right, here's Quicken. Even though the Mutavault's only a 1/1, Verdict it away. And now this is where Yvonne Flock has such an embarrassment of riches that he can just start throwing, like any 1-for-1 he'll take. Just It doesn't matter what it is.
And I like syncopating that Phoenix just to not have to worry about it.
Flock taps out. Sperling doesn't use his Lightning Strike, but the writing's on the wall here as Flock now gets to go through a bunch more cards in his deck with those Quickens and that type of thing.
Okay. Draw again.
It's Cosmic Bowling time here in the feature match area.
You're just starting.
Flock. We're just starting.
That's the stage subtly reacting to the gloom that is hanging
I have
over
12
this
cards
match.
in my hand, just saying that.
Keep drawing. Can't see anything.
I go to discard.
I don't know.
I think I played Plains this turn, right? Yes, you did. Okay.
He's trying to remember what he played, but he can't see it apparently. So. Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. We'll pop over here while we get the lights back up to speed in our feature match area. But, you know, we've really seen Ivan Floch turn the corner here. And what I'm starting to turn my focus to, you know, I don't like to end the game too early, but I just can't see a way for Sperling to come back from what Floch's going to be able to do as far as card velocity goes, assuming that Floch is able to finish it off. What I'm really curious is, doesn't this matchup just get better for Floch post-board?
I mean, that would be my assumption because he has so many cards that are just not that exciting. I mean, on the other hand, if he like boards out all of his cleansing and verdicts, that means that, you know, Sperling just board in some more creatures. So we'll have to see what happens.
All right, we're back down in the feature match area here. We've got Jace, Architect of Thought, ticking upwards. So whenever I see Floch do that, I know he's now going for the kill.
Yes, exactly. I mean, unless there's like a board full of 1/1s or something, usually you're just using Jace to draw cards until you're trying to put the game away.
Right, and now he's firmly in put the game away mode. He's got a million lands. And there's an upkeep effect here for Matt Sperling.
Stoke you.
Stoke you. So Floch has to be careful, right? You don't want to make a silly slip up here down the stretch when you have all the tools you need to win the game. He's done all the heavy lifting, and he's just going to counter it. Dissolve.
Oh, yeah, you upkeep. Sure. Draw.
Might just fire off a medium-sized revelation here in case there's anything else he wants to do on his main phase. Might also just tap out.
And go.
He's going to say go here.
Now in your upkeep.
And during your upkeep, now how big is this going to be for Floch? 7.
All the way back up to 20. Went as low as 2
20,
in this
30.
match. All the way up to 20. That is exactly what this deck does.
Yep.
Go on.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it. Matt Sperling has seen enough. Ivan Floch sitting at 20 life after having his life total fluctuate all over the place over the course of that match. You get a look at our viewing area there just for a moment, but we've got, you know, this event is open up to the public. So we do have the ability to, people can come here if you're in the area and watch on the screen out in the floor. It's pretty exciting stuff as we go down. So what we've got is BDM actually had a chat with Ivan Floch and talked to him about what his sideboard plan was for this specific matchup. Let's take a look at that.
All right, Ivan, tell me what you do in this sideboarding plan to offset all the firepower in Matt's deck.
Okay. First thing I want to say is that sideboarding is really tricky in this matchup because he has multiple threats in Chandra and his creatures, which obviously I need to answer in different ways. And also, he has so many cyber cards for my Nyx-Release Rams and Archangels of Turn. And the tricky part is how many of those answers he will cyber in, and how many of answers of mine I want to have against his creatures and his Chandras. Basically, it's going to be very different on play, on draw. And I'll definitely cyber in Rams, Last Breaths, which are great, and Archangels, maybe not, because if he sides like all Glory Heresies and Chain to the Rogues and Banishing Glide-In, he has like multiple answers for Archangel, and it might be not that good. And yeah, that's in. And the question is how many counters I keep for his Chandra, and how many creature removal I keep his for early creatures and Mutabalds and Pyromancers.
So it's a little bit of a guessing
yes,
game for you.
it's really a little bit of a guessing game. It's going to be different on play, on the draw. On play, I need more Supreme Verdicts. On draw, on play, I need less Supreme Verdicts. On draw, I need more. So we'll see.
Okay, good luck the rest of the match.
Thank you.
All right, so interesting stuff there. He didn't sound. It didn't sound like the matchup really changed that much post board. It sounded like maybe it tilted in his favor a little bit.
Well, I think it's less a question of percentages because it's really more of a guessing game because the percentages are going to be very different depending on whether you guessed right or wrong. If you leave in, a bunch of creature removal and you're Sperling, and your opponent doesn't have Archangel of Thunes and is leaning on the Rams less heavily, obviously you're making your deck way worse, and it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. You guessed wrong, and so your opponent has a huge edge. If you guess right and you can position those cards correctly against each other, I think you're putting yourself in a position to win the match. So, this is exactly the art of sideboarding. This is constructed level Magic at its finest.
Love it. Let's see what Matt Sperling thinks about sideboarding for this matchup.
All right, Matt, tell me what the plan is for the sideboarded games in this matchup against Ivan.
All right, so the sideboarded plan is actually mostly dictated by the fact that there's 8 cards in your main deck that are really bad. Those are 4 Shocks and 4 Searing Blood. 2 damage to a creature, obviously ineffective against blue-white with no creatures. Shock for 2, just not enough. So basically, we're going to look to the sideboard to try to find 8 cards that are productive. Skullcrack, Chandra, Eidolon, Glare. These are the cards you really want, and you'll see that adds up to 6. So you've got 2 more slots, and then a Banishing Light and a Wear and Tear. Those aren't effective at all against Ivan's main deck, but when he brings in those Rams, the 0/5 that gains life, you're going to want something to take those out. So you're looking at a Wear and Tear, a Banishing Light, a Skullcrack, a Glare, Eidolon, and 2 Chandra. Now, on the draw, you could also board out like a Mountain for 1 Chain to the Rocks. That gives you another way to deal with the Angel that he's bringing in or the Ram. That's kind of, I haven't quite committed to what I'm going to do there. I think I'll probably bring in 1 Chain to the Rocks. There's actually some more counterplay there because then your opponent can Planar Cleansing, get rid of the Chain to the Rocks, and really kind of blow you out. If you don't bring in Chain to the Rocks, you're not vulnerable to that. So there's a little bit of perhaps a cat and mouse. Will he leave in 3 Planar Cleansing? Will he leave in 1, 2? It's unclear. So maybe I'll have to get a feel in game 2 and go from there.
Okay, good luck the rest of the match.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, so you heard it from Matt there. Perhaps a game of cat and mouse you were talking about in those terms as well. Players are now presenting their deck, so they've made their decisions and they've decided, look into the other person's eyes and figure, I don't really know, what the criteria is for how many creatures my opponent's going to play, and I don't think they do either.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of these players have been playtesting over and over with their teammates last night, prior to today, but at the end of the day, your teammates' preferences may be different from your opponents. At a certain point, it's kind of left up to fate.
It looks like the players are ready to fight here. And they're underway, so Mutavault to start things off for Sperling. That usually indicates that Mutavault's ready to rumble on turn 2.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty big for Sperling being on the play because Flock can't get Azorius Charm or Last Breath up. So essentially by playing Mutavault and just committing to attacking with it, he just gets in a free 2 damage. Normally you don't want to start attacking with Mutavault incredibly early because it impedes your development, but these games are going to go long. Sperling is not a blitz red deck. He's a burn deck. So every single point of damage matters.
Okay, so Young Pyromancer, and there's another one in hand here. Wow, what a stacked hand for Sperling. He's got 2 War Leaders Helix that he's not going to be able to play for a while, it looks like. But those will come in handy down the line. Wow, 3 War Leaders Helix and 2 Lightning Strike? Okay.
But not another land. I mean,
No.
I could see if you're Sperling just not attacking here with Pyromancer, just so that you don't get charmed and start missing land drops.
What did he draw for the turn? Did he draw a land?
Yeah,
Yes,
did.
he
Okay.
did, although it's not a white mana source. And he is going to attack. It's going to get charmed. Does he just fire off a Lightning Strike at Flock's face here and make a token?
Yeah, I absolutely love that play.
All right. There we go.
Spell 20, Flock 17.
Pass the turn back to Flock. Now, Flock did not have the Nyx Fleece Ram there on turn 2, or if he did, he decided to use the Azorius Charm. Yeah, he doesn't have one. He had 4 on the board, right?
Yeah, I think you had 4 on the board.
Yeah.
Definitely, there's no universe in which you don't bring them all in. Sperling, I think, trying to say, yeah, okay, I'm going to recommit that Pyromancer to the board. So it already dealt 1 damage, essentially that token. And if Flock doesn't have Supreme Verdict, it's going to deal a lot more.
Okay, Mutavault for Flaw. Passes the turn back. Sperling draws another Mutavault, so it's a welcome 4th land. Unfortunately, it's still not a white mana source, so those War Leader's Helix are going to be stuck in his hand for a while. I don't know that that's a huge deal, though, as these games tend to go long anyway. He'll probably find a white mana source at some point anyway.
Yeah, and by I mean, he could still attack for 5 this turn with Lightning Strike up. I mean, a pretty serious offense, and Flock has Azorius Charm to delay it a little bit, but the rest of his hand just Syncopate and Revelation. I mean, Flock's under a lot of pressure.
2, 4, 5 damage. Flock's got another Charm.
And charming it is good here. I think Flock needs to do that, but it prevents him from drawing a card. I mean, he needs more interaction beyond that Sphinx's Revelation because it's not big enough to just win him the game when he casts it. He's also going to have to worry about just getting attacked with both those Mutavaults for the rest of this game.
Right. Young Pyromancer back on top now. Sperling does not use that moment to fire off the Lightning Strike.
Yeah, because if he Lightning Strikes right away, Flock can activate Mutavault and just block the token, so he doesn't really net a token if he does that.
So there's no big point. Also, he would walk into a Syncopate, which Flock happens to have.
Right. But he was able to connect for 3 damage, so Flock down to 13 with 15 points of burn in Sperling's hand. Again, the question, as always, is how fast can he cast those burn spells? Well, has Quicken. So look at another card. He's going to want to keep Syncopate mana up. Scrying first to see what his card is, just get more information.
Keeps it on top. There's a big draw step. It is another Young Pyro. Oh, that was the one on top.
Yeah,
Sorry,
right,
I forgot about that a second. Azorius Charm. So, Young Pyromancer now still threatening to keep spewing out tokens thanks to that Lightning Strike and then potentially the War Leader's Helix going forward.
I think this is actually a really hard turn for Sperling. He can attack with 2 Mutavaults and a token. He could not attack with a token because of the threat of Flock's Mutavault. He can attack with 1 and try to cast the Pyromancer. He can leave open 2 to try and Lightning Strike the Mutavault. A lot of lines he could take, even though there's, only so many permanents on the battlefield. Sperling, by keeping red up, of course, representing the Searing Blood that hit Flock pretty hard last game. Flock has to assume he's not going to leave it in, but last thing he wants to do is walk into it.
Flock's tanked out pretty hard here. He's going to make a Mutavault, though. He certainly doesn't want to get Searing Blooded here, but it's Lightning Strike instead, and that's going to get syncopated, but not a great sequence there for Sperling as he doesn't have the Young Pyromancer on the battlefield anymore, but he still has both Mutavaults active. Flock's down to 11 now. But kind of, there's a Nyx Fleece ramp, but kind of creeping up the scale here as he's going to be hitting his 6th land drop. Sort of slowly pushing things forward.
I'm looking at Flock's actual sideboard plan. We just heard he actually did not bring in Archangel of Thune. Brought in 4 Nyx Fleece Ram, 2 Last Breath, that's it. Taking down a Dissolve, 2 Planar Cleansing, 2 Supreme Verdict, and a Divination. So basically just shaving numbers off his main deck. Meanwhile, Matt, like we heard, no Shocks, no Searing Bloods. For Skullcrack, Banishing Light, Glare, Chandra, Eidolon, and Wear and Tear. So to the extent that it's binary, which is not, I think Flock won the game of cat and mouse a little bit. Not a whole lot of targets beyond Ram for Banishing Light, Glare of Heresy. With only 1 Planar Cleansing in Flock's deck, though, and minus a counterspell in the form of Dissolve, not that many answers to Chandra.
Nyx Fleece Ram. Play a land and say go. You see that Flock's put a dice on top of his library as well to remind him to gain that life.
So that is a Battlefield Forge for Sperling. That means that all of those War Leaders Helix are live. And what that also means is that he doesn't necessarily have to care about Nyx Fleece Ram that much. And you see him. Oh, okay. I thought he said go, and I was
thought he
like,
did
is he
too.
slow rolling the Battlefield Forge?
I thought he said go too, but so there's Quicken on end step here, finds him a dissolve. Is there anything he wants to play otherwise? No. Gain 1 life and start creeping back up every turn that goes by. It just gets better and better for Flock. The longer that Nyx Fleece Ram is around, it starts basically netting card advantage.
Yeah, right. Because Sperling wants to trade cards for life, that means that any life that you're able to gain is essentially like casting discard spells on your opponent. Sort of a tricky calculus there, but
It's true. It equates out quite directly when you think about it that way.
so you see Glare on Sperling's end. That gets rid of the Ram and gives him a token from Pyromancer. I don't think he can, save Glare for Angel. I mean, he doesn't know whether Angel is in the deck. I mean, it happens not to be, but I mean, he's got to get that Ram off the table. He just says go.
All right, Sphinx's Revelation for 4. The full tap out. Ivan Flock just going for it here. And Matt's got to pick up the pen, so Flock's got to be relieved to see that. Jumps up to 16 life. He's going to be at 17, assuming the Ram is still around. And he's going to have a nice grip of cards here as well. He finds another Revelation as well. You mentioned it earlier, Zach. It's so key to chain those together.
Sperling not using the opportunity for Flock tapped out to cast Warleader's Helix. Looks like he's saving it. Again, might be fearing Archangel a little bit. Warleader's Helix, one of the cards that can kill Archangel. But, I mean, Flock, another life from the Ram. 4 life from the Revelation. Another Revelation. I mean, that was a huge turn. Very important.
Yeah, that could have been Ivan Flock turning the corner again. Now, I wouldn't put it in the he's got it locked up camp here yet, but I feel like it's his game to lose at this point, especially with the addition of that second Nyx Fleece Ram that's going to start gaining tons of life every turn.
3 cards? 3 cards.
This could be heading down a very dark path for Matt Sperling very quickly here. That Sphinx's Revelation resolving, finding another Sphinx's Revelation could just be doom here for Sperling. Flock's at 17. Sperling's got a long way to go here, and Flock has the tools he needs to prevent that from happening. So here,
I'm going to take 1.
Going to take a damage there from the Forge, and he's going to Glare of Heresy. 1 Nyx Fleece Ram. But now Flock has mana and cards so that he can think about countering. He's going to dissolve the Glare of Heresy here.
Yeah, because those Rams are big. I mean, you just sit and gain 2 life a turn. I mean, most of your opponent's burn spells deal between 3 and 4 damage. That's like half a card every single turn of the game. Plus, being able to block for 3 is, massive. I mean, that's 3 more damage he's just not taking.
Now, is Sperling forced to use a Warleader's Helix on one of these Nyx Fleece Rams?
I mean, I think so.
Damage.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, you've got to get it off the battlefield. You get another token. And I mean, that's awkward because that just makes Flock's Planar Cleansings and Supreme Verdicts even more powerful because, they take out the Ram anyway. I mean, Ram just
25.
totally dictates the tenor of this match.
I like the fact that Sperling has Flock down to just 1 Nyx Fleece Ram, and he's got 4 creatures plus 2 Mutavaults, but this feels like a really steep hill to climb here for Sperling, especially given what we know, which are the cards in his hand. There's no Skullcrack there.
I mean, if Flock casts Planar Cleansing, Sperling can attack him right back down to 10 and helix him down to 6.
I have 1 card.
But again, he's just got to fear the untap into Revelation. I mean, what Sperling needs to do is just draw Skullcracks for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
like
and
we
he
said
doesn't have
before.
one now, and here is a Revelation for 6. And if that first one wasn't slamming the door on this match, it feels like this one certainly should.
I'll go to discard.
Flock immediately going to discard step. A couple of lands hit the bin, and he just says go at a cushy 20 life here. There's the Chandra's Phoenix for Sperling. He still has a nice board state, though, with double Mutavault and 4 other creatures, he can get in for a decent crack of damage here, but the problem, of course, is when Flock untaps again.
Right.
That's the problem, is that Sperling certainly can't close this game out within the next even 3 or 4 turns.
That said, you can afford to commit Phoenix to the board because it's just going to keep coming back. He's able to deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. I mean, it's a massive
It's a
attack.
huge hit. It is a huge hit.
Yeah, I mean,
But this is the scary part.
You're forcing Flock to cast a mass removal spell that's going to get Ram off the battlefield. I mean, it's going to obviously you're more worried about it wiping your board. That means he's not going to cast a Revelation this turn. And I mean, Sperling again, yeah, can attack Flock down to 10. Oh, but Flock has Elixir of Immortality, so that represents 5 more life and a lot more Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, and he's got a Sphinx's Revelation in his hand. And this turn, though, he wanted to keep his mana up so that he could cast Last Breath plus another Last Breath or Last Breath plus Azorius Charm. And again, I've always, this is the thing that I always look for with these blue-white lists, is once they start Azorius Charming anything that's attacking, like
Right.
regardless, if it's a Mutavault, it doesn't matter, just Azorius Charm it, that's when you're pretty dead.
Right. Because what that gives the control player is perfect information, not having to worry about top decks, not having to worry about something crazy, preserving the life total. Doesn't need to cycle Azorius Charm to draw cards. You have other ways of doing that. Yeah, that definitely is a big signal.
It's also a signal that they have so many expendable resources that they can just start, just
Right.
burning cards on anything. And there we go. That's the death knell in my book.
Yeah.
And a Last
Yeah.
Breath to take out the other one as well.
And this makes it harder, too, for Sperling to force through things like Stoke the Flames, things like War Leader's Helix. I mean, you just can't play around and syncopate in any meaningful way when you only have 4 lands. And this is going to be a Jace. Yeah, it is.
Jace to draw some cards. And here we are. This is a matter now of going through the motions for Flock as Matt Sperling. I don't think there's any combination of cards that he can draw. We know his next draw step is a Mutavault. He's got a War Leader's Helix in his hand plus a Mountain. But even with like double War Leader's Helix, he's not going to be able to get there through what Flock can do.
I mean, I'm just trying to think about what can happen. I mean, he's
You have to
only
be
got
very creative, like a creative genius to come up with something yourself. And you are, to be fair to you. If anybody could come up with it, you could. I certainly can't. There's no way.
But yeah, I guess you've got to blank off the Jace. You've got to blank off a Revelation. Sperling, you'd have to chain like Skullcrack into... It basically just needs to draw 4 damage spells for the rest of the game before Flock can muster a threat. I mean, Sperling's at 29 life. He's not going to die anytime soon. But, I mean, like you said, when Jace starts to tick up, that Flock's initiating that sequence.
Exactly. Engage. Yeah, I think the outs for Sperling start to become drawing extra cards for Flock, punching a judge. Like, we have to go really deep down the rabbit hole to start to find ways that Sperling can win this one. I think that Flock just needs to decide his line for actually ending the game and execute on that.
I'm going to redirect to your Jace. So you stay at 20, I go to 32. Okay.
Right, Sperling looks like he's going to take out Jace with the War Leader's
I
Helix
go
here.
then to 20. Yeah.
Yeah, you're at 20, I'm at 32.
And the Sheep, the lone permanent that isn't a land on the battlefield. With its fleece made of dreams. Sperling's dreams rapidly being dashed right now.
They are.
Each point.
He looked at the top card of his library. He did keep it there.
Oh my goodness.
Because he didn't have enough going on already.
I believe that is the equivalent of still had all these.
Indeed. All right, so Chandra's Phoenix hits the battlefield here.
Yeah, that one results.
Last breathing it. It's 4 more life points for Sperling.
Go ahead.
Sperling up to 36. Not really a matchup decided by life total on Sperling's side.
Is it time for a big rev here? He's got 2 of them in his hand.
Yeah, I can't imagine not casting Revelation.
Yeah, so fired it off for 6, put him
27.
up to 27. And we are officially in going through the motions territory as Ivan Floch looks like he is going to be into the semifinal here. Sperling, his first Pro Tour top 8. Going to have to settle for a quarterfinals, though. Still an excellent result
28.
for Matt Sperling. He said on social media he is no longer, he said he's not sick of it anymore, not having a top 8. So maybe a life changer for Sperling.
Oh, man.
Jace is back. Maybe a pair of Nick's Fleece Rams. There they are.
Goodness.
Turn.
Yeah.
Land off the top for Sperling. Now the question is, how much can Sperling take here, right? I mean, look, there's not a great reason to concede.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
I mean, there's really no reason, but at the same time, you do have to sit here and watch your opponent go through all the motions, and it can be kind of painful at some point.
Well, I mean, your point earlier, as far-fetched as it is, I mean, this is a deck that draws a lot of cards. It has a lot of operations. If your opponent just like Sphinx's Revelations for 13 and draws 14 cards, I mean, that's the game. So, I mean, is it an out? Yeah. Is it a small out? Yeah. But, I mean, 1 is greater than 0.
Right. And there's just straight up no downside.
Yeah.
So gain 2 life, and now we have a life race. Somehow Ivan Floch is closing in on Sperling's life total.
Yeah. Jace at 7, another quicken. Floch can threaten instant speed mass removal whenever he needs to.
Sperling still in the trenches here, draws yet another land. He's got Chandra Pyromaster in his hand and a pair of lands, so nothing going on. Mutavault not able to attack through 2 Nick's Fleece Rams.
And Floch just not worrying about attacking with his own Mutavault. Prevents him from Revelationing for more. Floch not firing off Revelations. He doesn't want to walk into a skull crack. No real compelling reason to need to do anything.
All right, Jace takes up to 8 here. And there's an Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Yeah!
Sperling with a little flourish there. He's still having fun down there. I can't say I would be.
Yeah, I'd be slumping in my chair with my head in my hands.
I'd be in full Bueller slouch mode at this point. There's no way.
Is that a patented variety of slouch?
Trademarked.
6? Yep.
All right, well, we've got a tie on our life total, and there goes the dice off of the Jace. Is this going to prompt the concession? No. Matt Sperling's going to play it out to the finish. I respect that.
Here is the deck. What can he get? He can get Chandra, I guess. He can get Young Pyromancer. Young Pyromancer actually probably pretty sick in a blue-white control deck.
Yeah, you're
cast
totally
it.
right. Although very, very fragile.
Yeah, just sitting there chaining quickens into each other. Might have to build a modern deck.
No kidding.
Shuffle.
Pyromancer with Gitaxian probes. Then, of course, we're going to see Elspeth on Floch's side, I think. Oh, another Jace. Goodness.
You didn't board the Angels in?
No.
So now I think that, Sperling and Floch both know the direction the game's going, and Floch just says, no, I didn't board in the Angel.
And Floch, didn't board in Elspeth either.
For them. Yeah. 5 mana sorcery.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Pyromancer are actually going to be able to do a reasonably good Elspeth impression, I think.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
even if Sperling goes to kill the Young Pyromancer almost immediately,
You take 2.
you Sperling with the timeout. Solid knowledge of procedure there from Sperling.
Yeah,
A Dispel from Floch. Syncopate. Last Breath. Answers to everything. More Revelations. Probably a 40 life. Goodness. I mean, Chandra can enter the battlefield and kill that Pyromancer.
I don't think Chandra's going to enter the battlefield, though.
Yeah.
All right, here's Banishing Light.
Whatever would make you say that, Marshall?
There's about 7 reasons.
I have 5 untapped.
Okay, so that's for 6. I'm a token.
That's for 6. I'll make a
And a
token.
token.
And then the Chandra can get countered by
so
Dissolve.
38.
Spelling 38, flock 34.
All right, dissolve that, make another token.
Token.
Moving on. And you were right, Zach. Look at that.
Yeah.
We're now at Elspeth levels of tokens. And it is before Ivan gets to untap as well. So.
Oh, man, going off. Quicken.
We can make
Oh.
a token.
You having fun?
Poor Matt.
Actually, I do.
Yeah. I think if you've played this deck for this long, if you weren't having fun, you would not be playing blue-white control with 1 win condition in your sideboard for 3 days of play in a
I
Pro Tour.
respect Ivan's answer.
Yeah,
He said, I
actually, yeah.
do. Yeah,
Really
I'm
enjoy
having
this.
fun.
Save you the vault.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, Jeej. Sorry, man.
4, you lose 6.
So I go to
36, right?
36, yeah.
Spelling 36, flock
So back down to 36 for Matt Sperling.
And Elixir.
I already plus this guy, right?
You did, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Basic Mountain, a powerful draw for Sperling. Those Arabian Nights mountains.
Just draw
No,
one.
those are just beta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Those
the
are really
Arabian
good.
Nights ones are a little more faded.
7.
I'm an expert.
So I go to 4.
You like snapped that answer off.
I did. I've done a lot of research on this. I own 1 Arabian Nights mountain. It's in my commander deck.
And you talk to Patrick Sullivan a lot.
Token.
I wish I did.
Yeah, it's nice.
Talk to him
It
sometimes.
is nice.
Every time I do, I'm happy I did. All right, so Flock fires off another massive Sphinx's Revelation, and I think you guys at home know the way this works. We've seen a bit of a clinic on Sphinx's
Oh, my
Revelation
goodness.
just in this very match.
48 live from Flock. Just gotta, the quest is, can he a Johnny ultimate without a Johnny? Can he just get up to 100? It's a new race. It's a mini game. It's like Shahrazad. Talking about a lot of Arabian Nights cards today.
Yeah.
All right. So all of Flock's cards turn into whatever they do, make a token. Cycle Azorius Charm, make a 1/1. Cycle Quicken, make a 1/1. Draw 2 cards, make a 1/1. Got a little engine going on.
All right, huge attacks here from Flock, who is finishing things
Naz.
off eventually. He's got a Nyx Fleece Ram. He's going to discard.
The nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that happened a while ago.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that
yeah.
we're talking about the flowers being brought a year later here. This is the widow visiting.
Okay.
All right, let's
Ah,
get
yes.
some more things.
Quicken. Accelerate the pace.
I assume you're brewing right now, Zach. Like
I really am. I am so excited
have
to
another
play
weekend.
Young Pyromancer Control.
And charm. Okay.
You can use these upside down or something.
All right. Can I?
I think he's actually ran our table judge out of tokens now.
Another quick one.
Yeah.
He's going for the North American record at some point.
Charm.
Yep. Chain Veil
And
tokens.
charm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just make it happen.
Quick one.
Yeah. Just keep them coming. Oh, more of it.
Yeah.
Counterspell.
Untapping, gain 3.
Yeah. Untapping game 3.
In response to the triggers, I'm going to skullcrack you.
All right. I love it. that-
Tight
that
play from Sperling.
He gets dispelled, but Matt Sperling,
Yeah.
you know, he's doing a great job of
53.
keeping it light. You know, he's
Oh, yeah.
not.
Flock 53.
Yeah, these guys are untapped.
Yeah.
Then my draw step. I'll pause this guy.
Goodness.
Attack with all these.
How many tokens is that?
I go
He's,
to
he's hitting for
15.
13, I believe.
Jeez.
Spelling 15.
Yeah. So that's gonna drop Sperling down to 13, or 15. Excuse me. He draws another skull crack.
Trigger on the stack.
Okay, Game 3. 56.
Lets it happen.
Sterling 50, Flock 56.
56 is not a number I can recall seeing in the feature match table in a very, very, very long time. Get him.
Good luck rest of the top 8.
All right, and a handshake for Matt Sperling says, Yvonne Flock at 56 life and a million creatures on the battlefield. You are in to the semifinals. Whew. So it took a while to get there.
Yeah.
But that game was decided many turns ago. You know, we kind of already knew at some point there that that one was not going to last, or that it was going to last a while, but that it was effectively over. That's Zach Hill. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Welcome back to the booth, guys. But we do have our 2 semifinalists now.
Yeah, and we've got a sweet little young Pyromancer control brew that I'm going to go and make on Magic Online right when we get out of the booth.
Yeah, I like this idea quite a bit. Now, we're still going to be bringing you 2 more quarterfinal matches, right? So remember, if you guys haven't watched in a little while, we now line up the quarterfinals. We used to run them simultaneously and kind of jump around to what was going around, but instead, it's in a row. So you get to see every match we play for the whole entire top 8 here on a Sunday. It's going to be a great day of Magic, so grab a glass of water, grab a sandwich, or is it breakfast time? Maybe grab some breakfast and hang out with us all day. For now, though, let's head back over to the news desk where Richard Hagan awaits.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Zach. I'm here with Luis Scott Vargas. Luis, I don't really feel qualified to talk about that particular quarterfinal because I've rarely seen a card I like more than Elixir of Immortality, except possibly Sphinx's Revelation. So, you know, I'm kind of a little bit biased in that way, but that did look like a bit of a kicking.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, once Flock's deck gets rolling, there's really no stopping it. And the first rev is the most important one because it all just leads to more revs. That's the whole point of the deck.
Yeah, and well done to Matt Sperling, his first Pro Tour top 8, and extremely gracious in defeat because you've been on the wrong side of matches in the spotlight. We're all super competitive. It's never fun, but he conducted himself with great dignity and no little skill this weekend. So great job, Matt Sperling. But it is Ivan Flock, the Slovak national champion, former Team World champion, who advances to the semi-finals against Owen Turtenwald. That'll be our first semi-final a little bit later on. But we now turn our attention to the second part of the bracket, and our third quarterfinal is going to see Yuki Ichikawa of Japan up against Jackson Cunningham of Canada. So why don't we take a look at Yuki Ichikawa and see his profile for you. Yuki Ichikawa, he's from Japan, and he's only playing in his 4th Pro Tour here, and astonishingly, Luis, it's his 2nd Pro Tour top 8. No one does that.
Yeah, I can't even imagine having played in 4 Pro Tours, top 8ing 2 of them. That's just absurd.
It absolutely is, and it's not even like you're playing the same format with exactly the same cards. He's just fantastic. If you don't know, he is arguably the world's most popular streamer of Magic the Gathering. Back in Japan, he is a proper rock star of the streaming community, has just crazy, crazy numbers. So that is, if you don't know much about him in real life, we know that the Japanese numbers are off the charts, getting ready to watch this match coming right up. Why don't we see how Ichikawa made it here to the top 8 of the Pro Tour Magic 2015. It began in draft, and how about that for a start? You face now Hall of Famer Paul Rietzl, then you go to 0-2 against Takeshi Ozawa, and then you have to face Matej Zatlkai to see whether you get out of draft alive at 0-3 or 1-2. He beats Matej, but even so, after 5 rounds, he's lost again to one of our semi-finalists, Ivan Flock. He's sitting at 2-3 with 3 rounds to go, and then just look. Utter Leighton, Bull, Scarron, Lesh, Johnson, Bernice, Dos Santos Vieira, Seibold, and that back end, talk about backbone. Can you imagine trying to just go 3-0 back-to-back, Su Chin Kuo, William Jensen, John Finkel? Luis, that's an incredible run.
Yeah, I mean, he had to rattle off 11 wins in a row at the end there to make top 8, which is awesome.
Yeah, just phenomenal. Why don't we take a look at his deck, because Yuki is playing Jund Planeswalkers, and Luis, there is a ton going on in this one.
Yeah, I really like this deck. I especially like that he maxed out on 4 Elvish Mystics and 4 Nissa Worldwakers and 4 Xenagos the Reveler. Those are all the really important cards, and he just figured it out. These are just the best cards. I should play as many as I can of all of them.
Can you give us a sense of what Nissa could or should do for him in this matchup?
It basically puts just like almost limitless number of 4/4 Tramplers into play. And the fact that our lands mean they can't be detention sphered, they dodge ultimate price, they dodge a lot of the removal that gets played, and they're recurring threats. Even if you deal with the 4/4, Nissa's going to make another. If you deal with the Nissa, you still have a 4/4 to worry about. So basically the whole way this deck works is incremental advantage, and Nissa's just a really big part of that.
All right, so that is Yuki Ichikawa. His opponent is Jackson Cunningham. Wow, again, experience, not really. This is his first Pro Tour, and he's in the top 8. Now, we'd like to bring someone from the testing team in to chat to us, maybe a friend. Well, this time, it's not just friend, it's family. Over at the Easy Chairs, it's Marshall Sutcliffe and Jeff Cunningham.
Hey guys, welcome to the Easy Chairs. Marshall Sutcliffe, and I've got Jeff Cunningham with me now. Jeff, you're Jackson's older brother.
Right.
But you're also a very well-known Magic player as well. I remember I came back to the game 2008, 2009,
Right.
and I'm like, who is this Jeff Cunningham guy? Everybody knows you. You're known for writing,
Right.
all types of things like that. Now, has this been a little surreal for you, seeing your little brother make his first top 8 in his first PT debut?
Completely surreal for such a variety of reasons. He's very humble, but I had high hopes, and I was pushing him, but I didn't expect the whole Cinderella story to come together the way it has, yeah.
How stressful is it for you watching him play? Is it more stressful for you to play yourself or to watch him?
Well, that's a nice consolation that when I used to play and I used to get in the late rounds, it was stressful for me and I'd be playing. For this, it's stressful for me, but I can go pace and chill out and drink a glass of water. So I am enjoying being in the coach role.
Okay, now talk about the role that you have taken with Jackson over the course of your testing, and then also talk to us a little bit about your preparation after he made the top 8.
Right. I'd say I've been around the Pro Tour for a long time, and I've tried a lot of different methods of testing, and I know what works and I know what doesn't. And he works full time, so he had a schedule and I had a schedule. So it was really the most efficient and successful testing I've ever had for any kind of Pro Tour. It was very analytical, very discussion-based, and we just talked it through and worked it through. I came to him at the beginning and I said, these are the pillars of the format. Yeah, by the way, it's his maybe 3rd constructed tournament of his life. Wow. And so I just explained it to him. We talked about the decks, played a few games, talked about how it felt. And just as it went along, we went from one deck to another, settled on this, very carefully tuned the sideboard, very precise, and we took it really seriously all the way through. Before we started, he said, my goal is just to make day 2. And I said, that's what everyone says for their first Pro Tour, and that's not good enough. You have to go higher, and we can go higher.
Wow, you have pushed him to the highest level currently. He's now in the top 8. Talk to us a little bit about what it was like last night after he made it. Was it emotional? Also, did you guys buckle down and get some testing in for this matchup?
He crashed quickly. We just went for food. He's exhausted. Yeah, most of the emotion came during the day and at the end of the day. Right, but then I went and tested the matchup and came to him with some notes this morning.
Do you feel like you've got it pretty well sussed out for him?
It's sussed out, yeah.
You know, because the deck that Ichikawa is playing isn't necessarily one that you consider a pillar of the format.
No,
it's
that's exactly it. It was a curveball, and we weren't expecting it, and we were more prepared, of course, for the pillars. But that said, I think we've learned what the deck does, and we've planned as well as we can.
Okay, and confidence level with the matchup? Do you feel?
Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And
sure.
This is a tough matchup. Yeah.
Okay. How do you think Jackson felt coming into this morning? You said he crashed out last night. That's pretty typical after a long day at the tournament tables. When he woke up, was he happy, refreshed, or was he a little jittery? I know if it was me, I'd be
He's been
shaken.
a little jittery every day, but never so much that it affects him. He has a lot of composure once he gets into the
I'm
into the arena.
I'm sure you have a big influence on that too, right? You can guide him, having been here.
It's nice
before.
having two people to manage those things. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like play testing with your brother as opposed to some teammate that you happen to pick or something? I mean, do you guys, having grown up together, are you able to communicate very easily? Like
Yeah.
you can cut out a lot of the overhead?
Yeah, there's just a lot of trust and good communication. So like having a good friend. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff, thanks for joining us over here and having a chat, and we'll let you get over to root on your brother Jackson.
Thank
but
you.
for now, why don't we send it back to the news desk where Zach and Rich await.
Thanks very much, Marshall, and thanks very much to Jeff Cunningham. Zach, I'm an only child. I can't really imagine what it must be like, the stress and tension of watching a family member go through a top 8. Although the closest I think I've ever been to that was seeing Barbara Utter-Layton, Josh's mum, watching him in the top 8 of the World Championships 2011. There's so much on the line, not just for the players, but for the support networks too.
Exactly, and I mean, and I think that's got to be one of the upsides of testing with somebody who you're so close with. Is that there's a lot of these Magic teams, they have your back, but if it's your family, I mean, Jeff was talking about staying up, testing, trying to figure everything out, and just being there for you at the end of this. So I'm excited to see how Jackson does.
All right, so why don't we take a look in a little bit more detail at Jackson Cunningham. Now, it turns out his profile, well, that's a story largely to be written. He is in his first Pro Tour, lifetime earnings of 0. His first 3 Pro Tour points came by playing here on day 1, but he is already going to be at 20 lifetime pro points, even if he loses his quarterfinal, which of course by no means certain, and not played in many Grand Prix, 27-year-old from Canada. Why don't we take a look at how he made it to the top 8? Now, we've already seen a couple of players who were very much kind of behind the ball. Yuichi Ichikawa, for example, was at 0-2 and put on a huge run. We've seen Owen Turtenwald have losses earlier in the tournament. But Jackson, he came out early, 3-0 against a decent draft pod. Then we went into standard, 2-1 over Gary Wong. Then he lost against William Jensen, but a strong finish, Maryam, Reeves, and Koska. Came back on day 2, went into draft, and at that point you're thinking, okay, from 7-1, an unknown player in his first Pro Tour, loses to Owen Turtenwald, you kind of expect that. Pierre Mondon, okay, so he loses there. That's 2 in a row. Is this going to be a classic 7-1, 1-7 day? It was not. He went all the way, sweated the last round against Patrick Cox, but made it in anyway. And Zach, I can tell you that the players are ready. It is time for Jun Planeswalkers against Green-White Aggro, Ichikawa against Cunningham. It's time for the 3rd quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Magic 2015.
Hello, everyone. Brian David Marshall here. It is my pleasure to be joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas, and we are about to watch a quarterfinal between two players with relatively small amounts of Pro Tour experience.
But a lot of top 8s considering the amount of Pro Tours they've played in total.
Right. For the 5 total Pro Tours, we've got 3 top 8s for these guys. It sounds like they are ready to go, and I think we can send it right down to the floor and watch the quarterfinals. Here, one more to go after this still. Quarterfinals here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. Hello and welcome to the 3rd quarterfinal of Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas, and we are watching Yuki Ichikawa versus Jackson Cunningham. Yuki Ichikawa only has 4 Pro Tours under his belt, Luis.
Yeah, and he's top 8 at half of them now, which, again, we keep saying it, but it is just an incredible stat.
There was a little bit of like, in your voice there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm not, a little envious of the, 1-for-1 that Jackson Cunningham has, or the 2-for-4 that Ichikawa has.
Yeah. So we're underway here, and Ichikawa scries a card to the bottom of his deck. Who do you like in this matchup?
I think that both decks are pretty sweet. I do like Ichikawa here. I think that the fact that he's got 8 accelerants that Jackson can't really interact with means that he's going to be able to play Planeswalkers early, and Planeswalkers do tend to match up well against ground creatures.
Okay, well, there's our first ground creature of the match. We have an Experiment 1.
The fact that Ichikawa did not have either a Elvish Mystic or Sylvan Carriage is a big deal, though. It means that there's going to be no turn 3 Planeswalker.
And looking at Cunningham's hand here, he's got stuff to do, for the next 5 or 6 turns.
Yeah, he's basically one land short of an optimal draw, where he wants to draw 3 land and all spells up to to the point where you have Advent of the Worm. But the fact that he's not going to be able to cast these 3 drops unless he draws land could be problematic.
So Golgari Charm takes out the Experiment 1 with the Evolve trigger on the stack from Voice of Resurgence.
And Voice does force Ichikawa to play a spell, but I think Jackson actually wanted to attack first there. Well, I guess with an Experiment 1 you can't actually do that. But in general, you want to attack before playing cards that force your opponent to play spells. Experiment 1 obviously being an exception.
And here is the dreaded Courser of Kruphix. This is just a big brick wall that Cunningham's got to scramble over.
Yeah, and this is another reason that I think this matchup is in Ichikawa's favor, is that Jackson is not able to kill Courser in a very easy way. I mean, he can kill it with Celestia Charm if Ichikawa blocks, but Courser just leads to a pretty good advantage when it just sits in play. The third land being pretty much exactly what Jackson was looking for there. Well, this is a nice attack. Cunningham has no Celestia Charm in hand, but Ichikawa doesn't know that.
Right.
This would be an awesome block by Ichikawa, even though obviously I don't know if it's right or not. It depends on what he thinks Cunningham has in his hand.
And he decides to just take it there,
which I think is generally the correct play. But it is funny that was a good play by Cunningham. I mean, that attack there does get you 2 free points of damage if he doesn't block.
Go ahead.
All right, Loxodon and Smiter joins the Selesnya army. Courser of Kruphix.
Putting in work as usual.
Yeah, just like, oh, look, here's a land for you. You want to dig yourself closer to a spell? Come on, let's do it.
That last attack was helped for Cunningham by the fact that Voice is kind of a free roll attack. So even if Ichikawa does block there, you still get a token.
Right.
Which does make Ichikawa more likely to block, by the way.
So it takes 2 from the Stomping Ground, but gets 1 life back. Oh. And it lets him play Xenagos.
Xenagos does provide a steady stream of satyrs to block with, so Cunningham has to decide whether he wants to use Ajani to fly over and kill Xenagos.
What would be your inclination here?
I think it's reasonable to do that, especially since you don't really have any tramplers here. If you have an Advent token, that'd be very different. But given that you don't have an Advent token, the Smiter can just run itself into Xenagos every turn, but it doesn't really get you anywhere. And as soon as the Smiter dies and Ichikawa starts accumulating tokens, that's even worse for you.
Right.
If you're going to jump, though, I think I like Ajani, give the Voice flying a double strike.
And then you're able to keep the elephant back.
Just keep the elephant back, or attack with the elephant, though at that point you get double blocked and just trade it for a Courser, which doesn't seem great, especially with 2 Boon Satyrs in hand as combat tricks. Since Cunningham did draw a 4th land, so if he draws a 5th land, then he's able to start bestowing the Boon Satyrs.
Cunningham contemplating his options.
His other option could be to play a Johnny +1/+1 the Smiter, so then it doesn't get killed by a double block.
Sure, just make a 5/5.
He could also just attack with it, and because he's already represented Celestia Charm, and Celestia Charm really breaks up a double block here, so I doubt Ichikawa would double block. He might just block with the token, though at that point Celestia Charm also just trades for Xenagos because it gives trample, so looks like Cunningham's just potentially going to attack with both, really counting on this selling of the Celestia Charm that he put into motion last turn.
The Selesnya Charm.
Yeah.
The longer he thinks about it, does the play lose effectiveness?
Not necessarily, because Celestia Charm does actually lead to some complicated outcomes here, so I think it's very plausible that he'd still have it even if he thinks for a while. It does kind of give away that he's got other options that are, available pre-combat. So Ichikawa has to be thinking of at least considering a Johnny here. So if Cunningham attacks with both, and Ichikawa assumes there's a Celestia Charm in Cunningham's hand, I'm trying to think of what exactly the best blocks are. You could double block the Smiter, then you lose both your creatures to a charm. You could block Smiter with just the Satyr, then you lose Xenagos to a charm. Or if nothing happens, you lose the Satyr. Oh, but we're just coming to the face here. This does make sense, though. Ajani represents 8 points of damage right now.
Right, and Ichikawa's at 13.
And Ichikawa doesn't have a ton of spells in his deck that play at instant speed. He's got more mortars than anything else. Mortars is a great card, but you don't have to worry about it if you're Cunningham when you're going for the lethal Ajani attack. Hero Celestia Charm is a lot less bad for you if you just chump the Smiter. So I think it's pretty reasonable. Just chump the Smiter with the 2/2 and then take 2. Or in this case, offer it a trade, and you get down to 9, which is still not lethal off of Ajani.
Okay.
The voice token is not incredibly impressive here. And at this point, I think Jackson will be looking to post-combat play a Temple Garden, untapped, and then play Sunblade Elf, leaving the mana up to cast an end-of-turn Boon Satyr.
Damage. Oh, damage.
Jackson did have to think for a little while to pretend like he still had the Celestia Charm, because it is very important that Ichikawa plays around it. Of course, the way these things usually go is he then draws it, and now Ichikawa is correct to play around it.
Then Ichikawa's like, I knew he had
It's always brutal to sell the bluff, and then obviously draw the card, and just like you actually don't want to put it in their head that you have the card. Actually, since Ichikawa has double ultimate price in his deck, he only has Putrefy and Abrupt Decay that can kill the Loxodon Smiter at instant speed, which is a big deal. And with top 8 deck lists, that's the sort of thing that Cunningham has to be aware of.
And he and Jeff were going over stuff right up until the last minute.
Yeah.
And like, and so
They were playtesting at breakfast today.
Yeah, getting Jeff mic'd for that segment. Like the producer had to go out to the playtest area and mic him at the table. They were getting every last minute. There you go. There's the Temple Garden upright that you anticipated. And so Sunblade Elf. And no Ajani here, though. You just keep your Boon Satyr up.
I think you're going to Boon Satyr. And the problem with Ajani is it opens you up to like a sorcery speed removal, like the double Dreadbore that is in Ichikawa's deck. It also opens you up to potentially getting one of your creatures killed and like a hasted Xenaghost token coming over. It looks like Cunningham is running it. The one advantage to this, though, which I hadn't gotten to, was that if you pump the Smiter now, next turn, the Smiter's lethal with Ajani. The problem is that puts that on the board, so Ichikawa knows he has to play around it. I slightly favor just having Ajani in hand and trying to, get the kill out of nowhere, because what Cunningham could hope to draw was another 1-drop to make it so the Voice Resurgence token was in 5/5 naturally, and then Ajani does double damage. This gives you a more guaranteed kill if Ichikawa doesn't do anything, but Ichikawa's got some pretty good options here. He actually could go land, +1 Xenaghost, mortars you, and then that reduces it to just a Smiter, and then attack Ajani down to 3, but that actually still leaves you dead. So that's probably not what he wants to do.
And getting a look at Ichikawa's hand, he is holding mortars.
He's holding mortars,
got a lot of land.
But he has a lot of land, and he's actually not able to break up this combo right now. Putting the Smiter out of mortars range actually ended up working out really well. I mean, it's a toss-up between the 3 mortars and then the 2 Dreadbores, but there were more mortars than Dreadbores in the deck, so this is actually going to turn out fairly well for Cunningham here. So Ichikawa can pressure Ajani, but if Cunningham just goes for it, I actually don't see a way that Ichikawa can get out of that very easily.
He can go to 10 this turn when he plays a land.
He can go to 10. He can either kill one of the blockers and attack and make a Xenaghost token. Like, he can kill the Voice token, make a Xenaghost token, attack Ajani with both. Cunningham just chumps with the Sunblade Elf. Ajani goes to 3, then double strikes the Hierarch, or the Smiter, rather. And then Ichikawa does die to that. Alternately, Ichikawa can, kick mortars, but then that just leaves it on the board. So Ichikawa is going to, I think, have to represent instant speed removal and hope Cunningham doesn't go for it. But given that Cunningham played the Ajani, I mean, that is his plan. He just laid it out on the board. Like, it's kind of hard not to.
RSVP'd.
I think Ichikawa is also past playing around Celestia Charm. I think he's gonna have to just realize that he can't beat a Celestia Charm. So that whole bluff sequence was good by Cunningham, but ultimately Ichikawa doesn't really, can't really respect it. He just has to ignore it.
You're saying it's the perfect time to draw a Celestia.
Yeah, though it actually doesn't look like that's necessarily needed here.
Byzia Mortars on Sunblade Elf.
And I think this is going to be followed up by a Xenaghost, double attack Ajani, and hope that the Voice token does not block there. Though, again, if Cunningham sticks with his Ajani plan, I think he's pretty likely to just trade for the Xenaghost token, and then put Ajani to 3, then -3 Ajani. So, I mean, it's risky, but I think that's what he has to do to win this game.
Certainly, what it looks like what is happening here.
Yeah, I think he's more deciding which to block rather than whether to block, though. This does really leave you in a bad spot if Ichikawa has instant speed removal, but I think we've just already gotten past that point.
Right. Go. Johnny falls to 3.
Go.
Token trades with the token.
And Ichikawa has 3 cards in hand, one of which Cunningham does know because of the Courser. He knows about the Temple of Abandon, but the other 2 cards, I mean, if they're to Putrefy or Abrupt Decay, that's it. But those are the only cards in Ichikawa's deck that save him.
Oh,
and people are asking why he didn't attack with Mutavault. Well, he just played the Mutavault that turn. So unlike the Eidolon of Great Revel we saw earlier, Mutavault does not have haste.
Yep.
All right. You're in.
There you go.
That was a well-played game by Cunningham, though.
Yeah. Good table presence, made some good decisions, represented things, had some anticipation of how his opponent would react to what he was doing.
Yeah, and I think, as you could see, the 2 points from the voice attacking through the Courser were really, really important. So the Celestia Charm bluff actually won him the game.
Interesting. I'm curious how these players are going to sideboard. I know we have I did an interview with Yuki Ichikawa about what his plan was. So let's go to that and see what he's going to be doing to his deck after game 1. Okay. Tell me your sideboard plan after game 1 in this matchup.
はい。日本語でもいいよ。Sure。サイドボーディング。抜く方からいこうか。抜く方からじゃあ、セレズニアは速いデッキなので、プレインズオーカーを、日差以外すべて抜きます。 Okay. Selesnya is a fast deck, so he removes all planeswalkers. Yeah.
Okay.
全部言う？あとそうですね、ラクロスリターンも遅いデッキに対して有効的なカードで、同じような理由でサイドアウトします。 Okay, and then he removes Rakdos Return also. で、あと、エルビッシュミスティックを2枚サイドアウトします。これは、サイドインするカードが、まあほとんど除去呪文なので、毎ターン除去呪文を打った方が有効的なので、マナクリーチャーは、あまり有効的ではないから、減らしたいな。 Okay, and he removes 2 Elvish Mystic also, so he would like to put all the removal spells, so that and he thinks this is not as effective, so he's going to remove 2. で、まあサイドインするカードは、まあ後ろを見てもらうと分かるんですけど、まあほとんどの除去呪文をサイドインします。 A lot of removal spells he's going to put in.
Okay, thank you. Good luck the rest of the match.
Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Ichikawa shared his strategy. Removal. Take out cards that are going to be a little slower for him. And, Planeswalkers, Rakdos Return. He really feels like he needs to deal with Jackson's creatures right away.
Yeah, and I like that once you're taking out the Planeswalkers, you want to take out some of the Elvish Mystics. You have less 5-mana spells in your deck. You're not really interested in ramping as hard. So I think that sounds like a pretty cohesive sideboard plan.
Okay. We also had a chance to talk to Jackson Cunningham and find out what he was going to do. So, he felt like maybe he was, this wasn't a deck he was as prepared for and didn't have as many options. So let's hear how he's going to sideboard. All right, Jackson, what can we expect to see from you in game 2 of this matchup?
So I think he's playing like lots of blockers. He has some 0-3 walls, some 2-4 Caryatids and Coursers. So a lot of my low drops aren't as good. Like there's a Soldier of the Pantheon, I can't get through, I can't even charm it to get bigger. So taking out 3 of those and replacing it with 3 Unflinching Courage. Reasoning is it's not great, but it's better than the soldiers, and it'll help me push through. And he doesn't have tons of instant speed removal, and it gets around mortars if I get guys big. And then I'm also bringing in 2 of Johnny's Presence just for Mizium Mortars and his random spot removal, and taking out 2 Sunblade Elves, which again are just like random 2/2s that can't really get through. Pretty simple, not hugely optimal, but I think it's the best plan.
What are you expecting to see from him after sideboard?
I'm pretty sure he brings in the magma sprays for Voice of Resurgence and just some of my little guys, which I'm taking out. And then he has Doom Blades, which are good. And he probably takes out Thought Seizes and potentially a few Planeswalkers.
Okay.
And brings in Golgari Charms, potentially.
Okay. Good luck the rest of the match.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, there you have it. So he seems to have a fairly reasonable sense of what Ichikawa is going to do. And what do you think about his plan?
Well, Jackson certainly isn't prepared for this matchup. Not that he should have been. This isn't, a hugely played deck, but his sideboard plan is definitely like, yeah, take out my 5 worst cards, add in 2 really good cards in Johnny's presence, add 3 pretty medium cards in Unflinching Courage. And he even said that. I mean, he's well aware that these aren't great. What they are good at is, like you said, getting past mortars and trampling over blockers. So, if Ichikawa, let's say, plays a Xenagos, makes a token, then you go, Unflinching Courage, my Smiter, attack. That actually does negate that to some degree.
Sure. And how do you like the Ajani's presence?
I think that card's excellent. I think that's his best card post-board, that he's bringing in, just because it's for 1 mana, it not only kills a removal spell, it trades for it, it also gives +1/+1, so if you're attacking, you're getting a little bonus there. And if you can strive it, you can, stop an overloaded mortars. And you're just trading for a more expensive spell at a time that's probably inopportune for your opponent.
I mean, I imagine that's a card during the Swiss that had tremendous value. It's probably not a card you're thinking about.
Yeah, it's not a very commonly played card, but I think it's very effective in this matchup.
Does it lose a little value in a top 8, or is it still not that much you can do?
I mean, the fact that it costs 1 means that there's not a whole lot Ichikawa can do, but it does mean that he's not going to run into a Strived one, like, I'm going to tap out to Overload Mortars and there's nothing he can do about it. I mean, he's not going to do that, whereas, I would be surprised if Jackson didn't get someone during the Swiss with, like, Supreme Verdict you. It's like, all right, cast, a Johnny's Presence, kill you, whereas they would not have done that if they knew he had those in his deck.
Right. Pretty jealous if that actually happened.
Yeah, countering a Planar Cleansing would be even better.
So what do you think about Ichikawa's deck now without Planeswalkers, right? It's just Jund.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable still. I mean, I still think I like Ichikawa's side of the matchup, though down a game, he's definitely not favored to win the match. That's not how probability
just simple
works.
math.
But it is a little, he is a little off the plan his deck is built to do. He has less cards that take advantage of it than, when Jund Monsters boards in a bunch of removal, it still has Storm Breath and Pelucranos to end the game.
Right.
Ichikawa is a little lighter on win conditions, so I think he can definitely have a game where he kills Jackson's first 3 or 4 creatures, but then doesn't actually apply enough pressure to end the game, whereas that's less true in a more threat-dense deck.
Okay. So, do you see Ichikawa being able to push this to 3, or do you think, has the tide turned a little?
I think he's pretty likely to. I mean, he's got a good shot. His removal spells are cheaper than Cunningham's creatures, and his Planeswalkers do provide an incremental advantage. Planeswalkers backed by cheap removal is an effective strategy, so I think that Ichikawa's got a pretty decent shot. I mean, as we saw, Johnny versus Sorcery Speed removal is pretty good, and a Johnny's Presence plus a Johnny is actually a nice combo. It protects the guy that you're double striking and flying.
Yeah. But Doomblade obviously would have made a huge difference there.
Yeah, I mean, having Doomblade instead of Mortars there, though Ichikawa's not taking out Mortars.
Right.
But more having access to just more 2-mana removal spells, especially more instants, is a really big deal.
So he's just a kill everything deck right now, and have the last threat standing and finish the game off.
Yeah, I mean, his optimal plan is to get an advantage through having, Courser of Kruphix in play, having Xenagos in play, and just having the game progress for multiple turns, whereas Cunningham's just trying to end the game.
Right.
I mean, I like the fact that Cunningham has a lot of instant speed creatures. Advent of the Worm does a pretty good job of, pressuring Planeswalkers. And it's also in Cunningham's favor that he took out some of the 1-drops that died of that Magma Spray that we just saw.
Right.
It's obviously very good against Voice of Resurgence, but if you look at Jackson's hand right now, besides the Celestia Charm, there's no good targets for Magma Spray. Magma Spray does not match up well against Fleecemane Line and Advent of the Worm.
No. Fleecemane Line making a case for itself to be a real player in the coming year between the last Pro Tour and this Pro Tour.
Oh yeah, definitely. We saw 8 in this top 8, and we saw 4 in the winning deck of the last Pro Tour.
All right, here we go. We're ready for Game 2 of the quarterfinal match between Jackson Cunningham and Yuki Ichikawa. Right, and once again we start scrying. Wow, we like that one though. We're keeping that on
Yeah,
top.
it looked like a Temple of Abandon, which is insta-top, since I think Ichikawa kept a kind of land-light hand with a Scry land, which is generally a good thing to do. It's one of the powers of Scry lands.
Yeah.
Get a look at Scavenging Ooze.
Scavenging Ooze is a card I really like bringing in here. Ichikawa has access to. It's a card that when you've killed a bunch of your opponent's creatures does actually end the game. This is the threat he's looking for. It actually gains a bunch of life, becomes a 5/5 or a 6/6. So I think that is one of the cards that he's actually going to get a pretty good value out of post board. Doesn't come with Magma Spray though.
No, and now he's got to deal with a Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah, and Ichikawa's got some good options here. I mean, he can play a Caryatid, which he would have liked to be able to play last turn, but he just drew it this turn. And he didn't have untapped green even, so.
Right.
But he can also just kill it right away. I like playing Caryatid if, a couple turns later, he would have wanted to kill it before it becomes monstrous, but no real danger of that right now. And I think Mortars is the card that rewards you the most for saving it because it turns into a Plague Wind later. Of course, Fleece Mane Lion, pretty much the best two in this matchup, just because Voice does die to Magma Spray and does not attack past Caryatid without the aid of Celestia Charm.
Yeah, it wasn't entirely clear. Jackson sounded like he might be thinking about even taking some of the voices out at some point.
Huh. Yeah, I don't think he wants to do that, even if they don't interact well with some of the cards that Yuki has against removal decks. They're just good enough. It also makes it so you can play Voice before, trying to do an Ajani attack, which forces Ichikawa to either respond or give you a Voice token, either of which you're fairly happy with.
Wow. I mean, Jackson's just curving out here, though. Best 3-drop, best 2-drop, best 3-drop. He's going to be able to make a 5/5/4 drop at instant speed.
Yeah, this is an optimal hand. Ichikawa's going to have to, I think, use the Mortars before he wants to here. I don't think he can just, take a giant hit.
Plus, there's just Celestia Charm and a Boon Satyr to make things even more complicated, as Jackson has untapped mana.
Yeah, Ichikawa is heavily incentivized to play his spells at sorcery speed in this matchup, just because once Jackson has mana untapped, between Celestia Charm, Boon Satyr, and then Ajani's Presence, he's got a lot of ways to foil Ichikawa's removal spells, and you really don't want to get hit by any of those, because that's going to end up usually leading to a loss. If you try to kill something and then it gets Ajani's Presence when it's hitting you for 5, that's just,
You know how Rich was getting shivers every time even Flock played an Elixir of Immortality? That's how I feel anytime someone casts an Ajani's Presence.
Yeah. And even though, people bring up that a Voice doesn't interact all that well with Courser and Caryatid, the fact is the other removal cards in Jackson's sideboard just aren't good. I mean, it's better than a Skylasher or a Setessan Tactics. Those aren't the kind of cards you want in this matchup. So certainly it's not the card you would love to have, but it is better than the other options.
Here comes the Scavenging Ooze.
And Ichikawa deciding whether he wants to play an untapped land to grow the Ooze after casting a Mortars or not. He could potentially, it looks like Mortars plus Ooze is the combo here. Could potentially be trying to set up some kind of Magma Spray hand, but using double Magma Spray is not really what you want to be doing. He could double Magma Spray the line or something like that. Ichikawa could also offer the trade here of Ooze for Fleece Mane, but that, after eating the Smiter, but that leads you into a bad place via Celestia Charm. Another reason that Ichikawa also didn't play the Abrupt Decay in his hand is that it kills Advent of the Worm tokens very, very well.
Dead.
Whereas Mizzy Mortars does not, even though Mizzy Mortars does do a good job overloaded, and he could have overloaded it next turn.
Yeah, I was just saying, next turn he was going to be able to kick it. But didn't really want to put himself in a position of taking a lot of damage here and being maybe one jump in the air away from losing.
Yeah, Ichikawa was really hoping to draw another removal spell to kind of like bridge the gap between Mortars being kicked and Mortars not being kicked, but he didn't hit that. He hit double Magma Spray instead, and as I said before, Cunningham's hand was not conducive to getting destroyed by Magma Spray. So Ichikawa was pretty much forced into playing the way he did, I think. I don't think he could just take a giant hit there.
I mean, the double Magma Spray is probably going to be pretty sweet for him if Cunningham decides to sink 5 mana into that Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah, that could work out. I kind of like an attack by Cunningham there. He doesn't actually want Ichikawa to trade there, but maybe Ichikawa won't. I mean, this does completely represent Advent, which Ichikawa is prepared for, and I would estimate that Ichikawa wants to Abrupt Decay it right away to not get destroyed by Ajani's Presence.
Yep, here comes the Advent, end of the turn.
How many tests? 4. Okay.
So the upside of not killing it now is that Jackson might make an attack based on having the worm, or might even do something like just a Johnnying it. But the downside is that Johnny's presence, you just lose the game. So I think it's a little risky unless Ichikawa has a reason to believe that Cunningham does not have a Johnny's presence in hand, since he is aware that Cunningham's boarding it in. There's no way that isn't happening.
So you want to take a look and see, we have some notes about how these guys actually did sideboard, see if they were holding true to what they said in the interviews.
Looks like it. Ichikawa did, the Planeswalkers he cut were the 2 Chandras and the 4 Xenagos. So that left room for basically putting in all the removal, plus a Thoughtseize in the sideboard,
double magnet.
plus the double ooze, which makes sense.
Here we go. So before Jackson gets a chance to untap, he's like, I'm going to Abrupt Decay your token, and I'm going to double Magma Spray your Fleece Mane Lion.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that just makes it so Celestia Charm and a Johnny's Presence no longer save anything. The board is cleared, and it forces Cunningham to have more threats and potentially more ways to protect them. And if Cunningham drew, maybe 2 ways to protect them, that could strand them in his hand.
That's Ichikawa's empty-handed.
Yeah, he is hellbent.
So Experiment 1, followed by Voice of Resurgence and a pair of 2/2s on the board for Jackson Cunningham.
And Ichikawa, again, really looking for a way to get a recurring advantage here, because he doesn't have much in the way of actual card advantage without his Planeswalkers. So this is the risk, is that he traded 3 removal spells for 3 threats, but at the end of the day, Cunningham has like a lot of threats in his deck, and Ichikawa just drawing removal is not necessarily going to finish things off. Advent also making Scavenging Ooze a little less effective.
So the Loxodon Smiter gets exiled from the graveyard, and Scavenging Ooze becomes a 3/3. Ichikawa goes up to 16. Now we're in Boonsader land.
And while both can count, Ichikawa has a bunch of Scrylands, the temples, which mean that as the game goes on, he will get some advantage out of doing that. He's going to flood a lot less in the late game. But he still needs to draw like a Nissa. A Nissa would be perfect here.
He doesn't take that Planeswalker out, huh?
No, and it's interesting because Xenagos is, I think, the slightly more powerful card just because it's cheaper and gives haste and all that. But Nissa does interact with Jackson's creatures much better in this matchup.
Basically, all you do is just make a 4/4 every turn.
Yeah, I mean, Ichikawa doesn't have a ton of force to untap. And eventually, Ultimate. I mean, the Ultimate, is actually good, so, especially in a matchup without sweepers. So.
You see Jackson thinking. Now
He's in pretty good shape here. I mean, he's got a Boonsader he can bestow. He's got a Celestia Charm. Like, he's going to be able to make an attack. He's going to be able to play a trick, and it's not going to work out all that well for Ichikawa unless he has a removal spell in hand, and that's what, of course, Jackson has to think about. Right. He has to decide which removal really gets me here and how do I play around it.
He was also seeing if there were any creatures in Ichikawa's yard.
Yeah,
he wanted to make sure that Scavenging Ooze wasn't going to do anything that he wasn't expecting. Of course, the problem with that is a removal spell could put a creature in Jackson's yard.
Yeah, and especially if it's, say, another Abrupt Decay, where Ichikawa goes for it, or Jackson goes for it, and Ichikawa Abrupt Decays the Boonsader itself, and then eats it with Scavenging Ooze. Though Ichikawa actually only has the 1 Abrupt Decay, so I guess that answers that. And that's the sort of thing that only happens in the top 8. In the Swiss, you're never going to know if they have 1, 2, 3 Abrupt Decays. But in the top 8, you can actually, remember these things, and it actually rewards you for remembering which of his cards are 1-ofs, which are 2-ofs, etc.
Do you stress that in playtesting? Do you go, this is there's only one of this? If you see it, that you're clear of that, or is that just something that you internalize and just kind of know through a million tournament reps?
It's kind of tough because when you're playtesting before the tournament, you don't want to know what's exactly in your opponent's deck because that's just not a tournament condition. Sure. When you're playtesting for the top 8, you should be reminding your opponent of that. Your playtesting opponent, so they kind of get in the hang of things.
Okay, Sylvan Caryatid gets in the way of Voice of Resurgence here on the attack. No blocks on Experiment 1.
And this is a good block. If the Caryatid dies, then the ooze gets bigger. You're not really risking much. You don't need the Caryatid. This kind of forces Jackson to do something because even though this is a profitable attack either way, he has to do more damage than this. So. Yeah, I like just going for the throat here. The Caryatid, again, doesn't do a whole lot, and this way there's nothing to feed the ooze, and you're taking 6 damage right now, which sets up a Johnny being a great jaw.
Yeah, I've been shocked by how good. I heard you were not a big Johnny Caller of the Pride fan in playtesting.
No, Efro and I were on the Pat's Naya deck until the day before the tournament, actually, but where Pat played 3 Ajani and 1 Boros Charm, we were probably going to play like 2 and 2.
Okay.
I mean, we still like the card. It just we liked Boros Charm because it was cheaper. Though Ajani did so much work for Pat that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't share his deck list with us. If he had only told us Naya was great.
He is a bad teammate.
Yeah. That or he said, Naya was great every day for the past 6 months. One of the two.
Yeah. There's a second Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, Scavenging Ooze is not a card that's actually great in multiples.
Yeah,
they compete for food, and only one can, grow giant.
Go.
And so Cunningham has to be thinking here, if Ichikawa had the Ooze, he would have played it last turn. So he just drew the Ooze. And if he had a removal spell, he probably would have also played it last turn. Unless it was a sorcery speed well, in which case he would have just cast it just now. So it's pretty likely that Ichikawa does not have a great card in hand.
Which just drew an Advent of the Worm.
Well, that makes things even easier, because before then, if you drew like an Ajani, you'd have to think about whether you want to go for it. Advent's actually perfect, because it lets you just attack, and then just leave mana up to, at some point, cast it without, fear of really anything going wrong. It also even evolves Experiment 1 right now.
Because the toughness on the Experiment 1 is only 4.
Yep, it's still, it's the last thing that can evolve Experiment 1, given that it's, a crawl worm, but it still does the trick.
The final evolution. So Jackson's only attack is with...
Obviously more time to think and stuff in this round.
They're asking him to speed up now.
A classic Cunningham. We have more time, right? I like thinking. By the way, just a reminder, there's in addition to the video coverage we're doing, you can go back and sort of go through this play-by-play in the text coverage that's being produced for each of these matches. So, there'll be a sort of permanent document of what happened. Or you can just rewatch this video.
Yeah. Live coverage is great. Cunningham, again, very worried about removal because Ichikawa, he's playing a lot of 1 and 2-ofs. There's so many different cards he could have in hand. I still think that this attack is pretty safe.
There you go. He attacks with the...
Wait, 1 second.
The voice attack may be a little less safe just because he doesn't have a way to pump it, and it just feeds the Scavenging Ooze with the Voice of Resurgence token not being, great. But I think unless, Cunningham comes to the conclusion that he should not be attacking with Experiment 1, there's really no way for this turn to go badly for him. Even, whether he attacks with Voice or not, he's still going to end up in good shape. I do like not attacking with Voice for whatever it's worth.
6-4, yeah.
So a double block here could potentially try and kill the Experiment 1, but we could see something pretty sweet, which is, mid-combat regeneration by evolving it with the Advent, then removing 2 tokens to regenerate it, and then still having it be a 5/3, which is enough to kill both Scavenging Oozes. So Ichikawa kind of just steering clear of that train wreck and just offering up Caryatid as a sacrifice.
All right. So just the Caryatid gets in the way.
Okay.
He's like, okay, it dies. Great.
Yeah, and even if, with a Celestia Charm, there's no real reason to just use it to just deal 5 right there. I think it's going to come in handy later. Ichikawa thinking, where do you want to put the Scavenging Ooze counter? The longer you wait, the more options you have, but, you are giving up a green mana.
Right, and you also just want to use your mana efficiently, right?
Yeah, though Ichikawa did end up tapping such that he could not represent black removal once his Caryatid died, which kind of doesn't sell the bluff as well as it could have.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how much information is conveyed in even the tapping of mana. Even like what you're just representing. We watch the player, by leaving, Ben Stark, by leaving blue and 1 open in a limited mat round, just completely get his opponent to play around a card that wasn't in his deck for several turns.
Yeah, and thinking about it and tapping your mana is a way to kind of tell your opponent what's in your hand, represent something you don't have, or if conceal things you do have if you purposely tap so you can't cast them.
Oh, interesting.
Like if you're very sure you don't want to cast, say, an Abrupt Decay, and you just tap it so you can't cast it, and you have to be very sure because this does cost you something. But if you do that, your opponent's going to be like, well, he doesn't have Abrupt Decay, or otherwise he would have left up 2 Overgrown Tombs. Instead, he just tapped them. So that is something that you can use if you're pretty sure of how the turn's going to go.
Ichikawa, what is he holding? Did he draw something relevant this turn?
Looks like he did. Since he also played the Llanowar Waste, which looks like he's.
Okay.
Can I get the English text on that card?
Yes.
So he's playing a Putrefy.
No pain lands. No damage lands.
No damage.
Like no, are any of those? Do you take damage?
It's like, what lands did you tap?
Yeah. So what Cunningham wants to know, actually, though, is whether Putrefy can allow regeneration, which it does not, because otherwise he could play Advent to evolve and then regenerate Experiment 1. As it turns out, the Experiment 1 is going to head to the graveyard.
You have 0 cards?
0 cards. One creature.
Right.
I think at this point, Cunningham is just letting his Experiment 1 hit the bin. And Ichikawa, of course, doing the sorcery speed in order to not trigger Voice of Resurgence, which is a big deal. Let's Boonsader attack without getting stuck onto an Experiment 1.
All right, it's the Advent of the Worm. Cunningham keeps reaching for the die.
Yeah.
His opponent keeps handing him a Worm token.
So the Oozes are potentially redistributing that ++1 counter from Experiment 1 pretty much anywhere. He's got a Mutavault back to block with. So Ichikawa does have, creatures he can block with, but Celestia Charm on Advent of the Worm does present, a pretty big threat.
Right. There's actually 2 creatures he can eat here, right? There's still the Caryatid in his yard, then there's the...
And Ichikawa chooses not to eat the Caryatid at end of turn because he doesn't know where the counter wants to go. If it was just one Ooze, I think he would eat it. Another thing he has to consider, too, is if Ooze becomes a 5/5, it gets Celestia Charmed. So I think he's going to want to, a lot of the times, end up with like 2 4/4s for as long as he can. And Ichikawa did want to tap that Llanowar Waste, I think. I mean, maybe he's just planning on activating Mutavault and is pretty sure of it, but leaving a painful green instead of painless green is a little better with Scavenging Ooze.
Oh, yeah. Jackson Cunningham sends everything into the rim.
Yeah, there's so many permutations of blocks here with, a Ooze that's potentially a 4/4, Ooze that's potentially a 3/3, Mutavaults plus an Ooze that can even grow bigger off if you don't activate Mutavault eating the second creature, that I think it's pretty tough to figure out exactly how Ichikawa is going to block, but by attacking with 3 creatures that are pretty tough and that you don't mind losing, Jackson just basically putting the ball in Ichikawa's court and making him make a decision and commit to something, which lets you use Celestia Charm a lot better. I'd be surprised if Ichikawa could really afford to play too much around Celestia Charm here. I mean, the best way to play around Celestia Charm might be doing something like blocking the Worm with like both Oozes and then activating them twice, making like a 4/4 and a 3/3. So you lose 1 Ooze naturally, and then both if you have Celestia Charm, but then the Worm dies. But then he goes down to 4 and it has a Mutavault against the 2 token, or the Voice and the Boonsader. I guess you gain a 2 off the Oozes, but you lose 1 back to Llanowar Waste, so it is tough. It's no matter what comes out of this, Ichikawa is not going to be in a good situation. I don't think he dies this turn unless he basically doesn't block 9 power worth of creature and gets Celestia Charmed, but that seems fairly unlikely. But regardless, he's going to have to draw basically probably 2 or 3 good spells in a row while Cunningham draws nothing. So, and that's assuming he doesn't make blocks, so he just gets destroyed by Celestia Charm, which might not even be wrong. I mean, he might just do the math here and realize he can't beat a Celestia Charm, so just assume it doesn't exist.
It looks like he's thinking about the Mutavault here. Pulling that Llanowar Waste back. So that looks like, yep. That is going to animate a Mutavault. It looks like he's thinking about putting it in front of a Boonsader.
Mutavault on Boonsader is, I think, one of the better blocks just because you're not really getting out of, dying if you attack the Boon, or you block the Boonsader with any of your creatures. You might as well throw Mutavault. There's the least value. So you could do something like Boonsader gets blocked by Mutavault, and then Voice gets blocked by an Ooze, and then you just take 5. Celestia Charm it kills your Ooze, but you don't take 1,000,000 damage.
I like the slow,
yeah.
Exaggerated horror movie creeping forward of the creatures into the red zone to block.
So here you do get a successful trade. So now it's actually up to Cunningham. He can either Celestia Charm. Actually, if he Celestia Charms the Voice, the Ooze becomes a 5/5. So I think you just let the Voice die, and then maybe just let the Boonsader die. You could also Celestia Charm the Boonsader, which basically trades Celestia Charm, since the Ooze is dying either way, for 2 +1/+1 counters out of the graveyard, and a little bit of extra damage.
Right, you get a point of Llanowar Waste damage in.
Yeah, that is value. I don't think that you want to Celestia Charm the Voice. Charming the Voice, you end up with the Ooze that's still just bigger than it, so you actually don't really, get anything out of that. Charming the Boonsader is also not great. These are good blocks. I think that just getting in a fight with the Worm token is just too risky. And this way, Ichikawa guarantees that at least some number of creatures are heading to the graveyard, which can then make the Oozes bigger. So what I think Jackson wants to do is save the Celestia Charm and end up using it to exile an Ooze once it hits 5/5, because Ichikawa is going to eventually want to make a 5/5 Ooze, most likely. I mean, he might be playing around Celestia Charm and try to keep them both at 4/4, but one's dying to the Boonsader.
That's priority.
So, given that priority's passed by Cunningham, which I like, Ichikawa's going to, I think, just let things stand. You end up trading Ooze for Boonsader, you end up eating the Voice. You get a Voice Resurgence token, you take 5, but then end of turn you can start growing the Ooze. And what I think, is unavoidable is this Ooze becoming a 5/5, which means Celestia Charm's going to exile it, which means Ichikawa does need to draw an answer to that Worm right away.
So we go to a 4/4 Ooze.
So Ichikawa has 2 draw steps now, potentially. I mean, he's got a Mutavault to chump with, and he's getting a little bit of life off the Scavenging Ooze. Didn't use the Llanowar Waste to grow at end of turn, which maybe because he didn't want to take a point, maybe because he's playing on Celestia Charm. It is tough.
He does have a nice little burst of life gain in him here, though, right? Like there's enough creatures in the graveyard that he can, even if it's getting charmed, he can say, okay, well, I'm going to gain 4 here.
Yeah, there's like 4 more creatures in the graveyard, so that gives Ichikawa a little bit of breathing room. But I think the Celestia Charm is still going to be really good here.
Yeah, it's going to be, to quote someone who's come through the booth a couple times this weekend, devastating.
I knew that was coming.
There you get a look at Celestia Charm. All of its glory. Target creature gets +2/+2 in trample. Exile target Scavenging Ooze with power 5 or greater. Or put a 2/2 White Knight creature token with vigilance onto the battlefield. The least used mode.
Yeah, though it is also the fact that it can be even if it's just like a kind of medium 2-drop, just having a 2-drop when you don't have a 2-drop is really important. I think Celestia Charm is one of the best cards basically for any of these decks. Pat Cox played 4 is one of the best cards in that deck. So I think it just all the modes do things that really matter, like killing Obsidian or Desecration Demon or Polukranos that +2/+2 and trample on like a giant Boonsader creature. All the things added together are really, really good. And the fact that the Worm token has trample already means this turn's going to go really, really well for Cunningham. Ichikawa could make a really heads-up play here. He's got an option to animate Mutavault, double block, and then just offer the trade of Ooze for Worm. The problem is that doesn't leave him with an advantage here. I think he's going to have to just go for blocking the Worm, making the Ooze giant, and then losing it to Celestia Charm. It inches, like it oozes over to the Worm there. So even though I think Ichikawa is, dreading the Celestia Charm and well aware of it, I agree with his decision to just walk into it. Like, if you just trade for the Worm token, I don't think you're really getting an advantage. You're going to end up losing the game. And I think here you're just in much better shape if this does work. Of course, if it doesn't work, well, we're about to see what happens when it doesn't work. It involves, Ichikawa going down to a very low life total, depending on how many creatures he removes, as the Worm just tramples over that exiled.
Yes.
So Ichikawa's just offering the trade, but
So now he has to just use.
Oh, that was awesome.
Wow.
Golgari Charm. I didn't see that in his hand. That was an awesome draw.
Golgari Charm. All creatures get -1/-1. His Scavenging Ooze becomes a 4.
Yeah. So now the ooze doesn't die to charm. Charm resolves. He regrows the ooze. It kills the worm. Then it kills the Advent token or the Restoration or Resurgence token because it has -1/-1, and now there's no worm token in play. Not only was that masterful, it actually works out perfectly for Ichikawa. He might just run away with the game now.
In an unforeseen turn of events.
Turns out Golgari Charm was just the best possible draw.
Yeah. See.
Game up.
Yep. Gain 1. Go to 5.
Can I,
says pass.
Is that English? Can I see this card?
Cunningham getting to read the card is going to be his unmaking this game, I expect. I mean, the game isn't over, but now Ichikawa is going to have a giant Scavenging Ooze ready to just roll on over, and Cunningham doesn't have actually very many turns to kill it. It's going to just get out of control.
Yeah. Yep, there goes the Advent token. There goes the Resurgence token. And here comes the Scavenging Ooze. No reason to hold back now.
No, and
sink all your mana into it.
And if Cunningham had another like Advent or any instant speed creature, I think he would have played it after the Golgari Charm to keep the voice token alive.
Right.
So I think you can just assume he's got nothing. I mean, there aren't any cards he could have in his hand that are relevant that he would not have played. So you just go for it at this point.
I love Magic.
Yeah, that was
I don't
awesome.
think I've ever seen that interaction before.
Yep, I have not either.
So we now have a 3-turn clock. No, maybe
it's just a 2-turn
two-turn
clock.
clock. I forgot about the
So now Cunningham actually just has to peel here, or he's just dead. And even if he does, I think he's in the kind of the Abyss lock. He has to draw like Voice of Resurgence to block for 2 turns. He could just draw Celestia Charm to kill the ooze, successfully this time. But he does not have a lot of time to draw it.
Draw.
Drawn a card.
How many cards?
No.
Ichikawa, once again, hellbent.
Go.
Okay, that's a pass from Jackson Cunningham.
It looks like he drew a Mana Confluence, so it looks like the game's actually over here.
Oh my God. Wow. That was unbelievable.
Yeah,
Just
that-
a
that
perfect top deck. Great understanding of how his cards interacted with each other.
And then good execution.
And then great. Yeah, it was perfect.
Like including the making ooze a 5/5 and then passing. So that they would offer the trade, which of course, Jackson's not going to go for at that point.
Okay.
Wow, and Ichikawa drew the card. Yeah, Cunningham was like, if I'd passed, would you have just made the trade?
Yeah. I think Ichikawa may have made the trade if he just passed. I mean, he was very clearly thinking about Celestia Charm the entire time that game, including not pumping the oozes earlier, all that sort of stuff.
Wow. Yeah, let's take a look at Golgari Charm. I think we have just not a card. I think was this a card on your mind as you were coming into the event?
Well, I mean, we had it in a bunch of different decks because it's just very powerful. Basically, all the charms, as long as like 2 of their modes are good and 1 is decent, they're going to see some play. Just because they're so flexible and they only cost 2 mana. And as we saw here, Golgari Charm used in a way that it's not normally used, but still very, very good.
Yeah, we're going to really see. I think Yuki Ichikawa's got to get used to the idea that he's probably going to be asked to sign Golgari Charms at events for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, yeah.
So, this is well positioned against blue-white control decks featuring Supreme Verdict and Detention Sphere. That's again, we talked about that idea of the Johnny's Presence in Jackson Cunningham's deck.
Yeah, and Golgari Charm, especially out of like Jund monsters, for example, that's where it really shines. They try to contend your planeswalkers with Detention Sphere and you just kill it. They try to kill your whole team with Supreme Verdict and you just regenerate. But it also, does double duty against aggro, killing a bunch of 1/1s. So the fact that all the modes are useful in different matchups means that generally is a card you want in your deck against most of the field.
Good against goblins, good against monsters.
Yeah, when you have a card that's good against goblins and blue-white, I mean, that's a good card. You do side it out sometimes because sometimes the modes just are a little lackluster, but in general, it's the perfect kind of main deck card.
Okay, one of the other big cards that was loomed over that entire match and which ended up making Golgari Charm so good was Selesnya Charm. So let's talk a little bit about that card. There you see it. You talked about it during the match that it just all three things that it does very well and does very well in the decks that really want it to be in there.
Yeah, and for the aggressive decks like Naya or Green-White, the exiling 5-power creature I think is the best mode because it's a 2-mana removal spell against cards that would otherwise, present you with a problem like Desecration Demon. But the fact that it's also a 2-drop, your weakest 2-drop if you're casting it as a 2-drop, but you have the option. And then it's a pump spell when they make, a block like we saw that where, +2/+2 and trample is good. The fact that it's a removal spell, a creature, and a pump spell, like all in one card, again, that's just very efficient, very flexible, and that's kind of what the charms do.
Right. And getting Obsidat.
Yeah, getting Obsidat's a nice one.
I mean, that's really nice. There are not a lot of instant speed ways to get an Obsidat.
Yeah, I mean,
especially in a green-white deck.
It even gets Advent of the Worm out of the mirror. Like it does a lot of what you want, to do. And an aggressive deck can't usually afford to just play a straight-up removal spell, right? Like these decks don't have Banishing Light or Busy Mortars in their main deck very often. But because Selesnya Charm is also a creature, you could just get to kind of like free-roll the creature on top of a removal spell.
Right. So if you were ranking the whole cycle of charms in terms of their impact on Constructed, where does Selesnya Charm sit for you?
I think the top 3 contenders right now are Azorius Charm, Selesnya Charm, and Golgari Charm. And I think Azorius and Selesnya are the top 2. So I would say actually right now Selesnya Charm might be better than Azorius Charm. I mean, Supreme Verdict decks are, Ivan Flox, the last remaining member, left in the tournament. They're still good decks, but I think Selesnya Charm might have a slight edge. There are more Selesnya Charms than Azorius Charms, than any charm actually in the top 8 right now.
I'm surprised to not hear Boros Charm put on the short list.
I think Boros Charm is good, and we actually see 8 Boros Charms in the top 8 as well. But Boros Charm is a little more focused. It's a little less versatile. Whereas like Matt Sperling's deck, is just using it to do 4 to the face. Pat Cox's deck was just basically using it to do double strike, sometimes indestructible. So I think that Azorius Charm and Selesnya Charm are just so much more flexible, even though all the cards are very powerful.
Okay. Well, we are ready for a Game 3 here between Yuki Ichikawa and Jackson Cunningham. So let's go back to the table and watch these guys determine who will advance to the semifinals here today. Experiment 1 is on the play for Jackson Cunningham.
Which is a pretty optimal start. I mean, Experiment 1 is your best 1-drop, and especially after board when you've sided most of them out, still having a 1-drop is really good.
The always pious Yuki Ichikawa goes to the temple again for the 3rd straight game on turn 1.
And this is a great hand for Cunningham. Just curving Experiment 1 into double Fleecebane line or voice Fleecebane line is very, very good.
What do you go with turn 2?
I like the line. You just want to attack.
Okay.
And because if you had, let's say, 1 voice, 1 line, I think it'd be a lot harder because you want to grow Experiment 1 from a 2/2 to a 3/3.
Right.
But since you have, now 3 Fleecebane lines, you just play line on turn 2, play line on turn 3. Especially since you don't have Bile-Blight to worry about. We saw Pat get completely annihilated by Owen's Bile-Blight in the quarters, and that's not going to happen here.
That was actually sickening.
Yeah. I mean that.
Okay, here comes a Thoughtseize. He's not going to like what he sees.
But he's going to have to see something.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've actually found in our testing that Thoughtseize is surprisingly good against the aggro decks. The aggro decks are trying to combine cards a little more than they used to. You don't want it against like red aggro because all their cards are the same, and of pretty low power level. I mean, I know I was playing the red deck in this tournament, But against like the Naya deck and the green-white deck, they actually have a pretty decent variation of power level between their cards, and they're trying to combine cards, like combine Ajani with, Smiter or something like that, and being able to break up combos is pretty nice.
Yeah.
In this case, Thoughtseize does generally fight well against Experiment 1, but Cunningham just drew a very redundant hand here, so that is not the case. Having Elvish Mystic here is pretty important, though.
We're looking at a turn 4 Nissa right now.
Yeah,
Dreadbore something, turn 4 Nissa, make a 4/4 creature.
Which is decent, but this is a pretty good start on the play for Cunningham. That Experiment 1 probably not going to a 4/4 here. Well, I assume that'll... or not. Well.
Oh, yeah. That's actually... right.
Sorry.
There we go. Easy mistake to make. So Dreadbore can't kill Experiment 1 here because it has now 2 counters, but just eating a Fleeceman line is pretty good. And Experiment 1 isn't going to grow to a 4/4 all that often in the deck. I mean, it clearly can, but it's not the sort of thing that happens on turn 4 all the time. Ichikawa might be getting close to chump block mode here. Even if he kills one of the lions here, he's taking 6 going down to 2. I mean, that's pretty tough. Having the Elvish Mystic not come out till turn 2 and having Cunningham basically play a 3/3 on turn 1, 2, and 3 makes this game very, very difficult to win.
And his Nissa creature...
Nissa doesn't untap the land,
right,
so
exactly.
he needs to have he needs both Elvish Mystics to survive in order to play an untapped, to make Nissa make a 4/4 off an untapped creature. But if you Dreadbore go to 2 and then make Nissa, you actually just die. So Ichikawa's gonna need a different sequence of plays to survive this game. And if you chump and you stay at 5, then next turn you still aren't able to Nissa and stay alive. And I think that was an Advent, which an Advent should just about seal the deal here. Just because Ichikawa's going to have trouble beating the board already, and that Advent is just going to make it so, Jackson just basically can't lose here unless something very strange happens.
Would you consider an Advent to drop him to 1?
It's not necessarily great here because all the creatures are still lethal. I think exposing Advent to like Dreadbore is not really what you want to do, and Ichikawa gets to plan around it. Of course, it's not actually coming up here since Ichikawa is choosing to correctly block Experiment 1 instead of Fleeceman Lion, but it would be something to consider if it was not blocked.
Okay. That's great. Yeah.
Even though 2 top 8s out of 4 Pro Tours is amazing, Ichikawa may have to wait a little longer before hosting the title at the end. But Ichikawa's not dead here because he can ultimate price the Advent token, but he is definitely in trouble. This is a kind of awkward spot too for Corsair, since if he wants to be able to make a land drop off the top of his library, he still wants to leave black untapped in order to cast ultimate price. So he has to decide whether he wants to tap Mystic or just play his Forest first and then just play Corsair off that, which definitely represents that he's got Abrupt Decay or Ultimate Price. One thing that may make his decision a little easier is that the 1 life going from 5 to 6 doesn't actually change the clock here. Though it could change it next turn if you block and go down to 3 and then go up to 4. So
right. You stay out ahead of 1 creature.
One disadvantage of a 3-color deck, though, is that let's say Ichikawa does play Corsair before playing a land drop, there aren't that many untapped, painless lands that he can play off the top of his deck.
We may just well see him play that Forest out of his hand no matter what, right?
Yeah. Though, I mean, this is the slightly riskier play, but when you're behind, you should make riskier plays. This also telegraphs less because you're not making it as obvious that you have a 2-mana spell.
Right.
Not that Cunningham's really going to do anything but play the Worm token here.
Yeah.
So Ichikawa, if Cunningham plays no other spells this game, or for at least like the next 2 or 3 turns, Ichikawa can ultimate price the Worm, block the Fleeceman, but that requires Cunningham to also not have a 5th land. So it's kind of hard to put him on no spells, no lands. And none of the green-white lands come into play tapped. So this is a tough spot. Corsair is likely going to have to chump this turn, and that's going to make this a hard game to win because Experiment 1 is going to evolve off the Worm token.
Right. So he says go.
I think that's correct. Ichikawa can't play around anything anymore. He can't play around Ajani's presence. He can't play around Celestia Charm. He just has to hope nothing happens at any point in the game. The land there is pretty relevant. I mean, it makes the Lion into something that cannot be blocked by Corsair. So now Corsair has to just get thrown away. Ichikawa's drawing a Sylvan Caryatid. He's going to have just a Nissan hand with 5 mana. He's basically going to be in Abyss mode very, very quickly here, at which point it's going to be hard to come back.
Yeah. Everyone comes in.
I mean, Ichikawa's even got the uncomfortable situation of blocking the line and forcing at least Cunningham to tap out, which means nothing new is coming into play, but you're still facing down 2 lethal 4/4s, one of which is
indestructible and hexproof. Yeah, it's just not good.
Ichikawa was in a pretty tight spot last game, and he maneuvered very well to get out of it, but this game's going to be a little tougher. He doesn't have an ooze in play generating an advantage. He's got less that's kind of going to bring him back in the game if something happens.
Right, and we know his top card is not very impactful.
Corsair is kind of a spoiler there.
Yeah,
it does show you your future. Jackson, of course, can just pass here. He doesn't have to Monstrous the Lion because he's got lethal, coming in.
And as soon as Ichikawa commits,
as soon as Ichikawa ultimate price is, you'd gladly pay 5 mana to kill a Corsair of Kruphix.
Yeah. I would pay to kill a Corsair of Kruphix that wasn't even in a game I was playing.
Yeah.
There's the ultimate price. There's the Monstrous.
Take it over. 4.
So Ichikawa's next turn, I guess, is play Sylvan Caryatid, chump,
Go.
followed by draw a card and extend the hand. Is my prediction for how these next two turns are going to play out. There's a possibility Ichikawa skips the intervening phase.
Right.
And just, goes straight for the handshake, but, no reason to do that. You might as well play out. Jackson playing a voice first, just in case, make it more sure you don't have any tricks.
A couple of Pro Tour winning creatures go into the red zone.
Yeah, damage.
And, Jackson just piles on. There we go. Jackson Cunningham advances to the semifinals in his first Pro Tour.
He's undefeated in top 8 matches.
Yes. There you see Jeff Cunningham, his older brother, come over to slap him on the back, literally. But, Ichikawa is someone we're going to just be talking about for a while. 2 Pro Tour top 8s and 4 tries.
Yeah, 2 Pro Tours from now when he has a 3rd Pro Tour top 8 and 6.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Super impressive to watch. That play in game 2 is going to be one of my highlights from this event.
Yeah, that was a very good
go
play.
back to. It was great too. He even hid the card from us.
Yeah.
He did an excellent job. He just drew it, played it there. It's just wonderful. So we got one more quarterfinal match to bring you. We're getting set up for that. In the meantime, we're going to throw it back to the news desk, and they'll tell you all about it.
We will indeed. Thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Louis Scott Vargas, BDMLSV. Great stuff. One more quarterfinal to come. I'm here with Zach Hill. Zach, we hype the big moments in Pro Tour coverage, but quite genuinely, there was a really, really cool play in that quarterfinal there featuring Golgari Charm.
Yeah, basically, Ichikawa pumps his Scavenging Ooze to 5/5 to trade with a Worm. Cunningham, really excited, gets to turn on his Celestia Charm, deal 5 damage. Golgari Charm, not the most oftenly used mode of shrinking your own creatures to counter spell removal, and then, of course, Ooze growing again to take out the Worm. Really just unbelievable play to get, force a 3rd game, but Cunningham taking it in the end.
Yeah, now at the start of this match, it looked like people voting in the poll that you can check out along the Twitter, the feed along our bottom of the screen. A lot of people were voting for Ichikawa, felt that John Planeswalkers was pretty heavily favoured, but really, even despite that sort of heroic play with a Golgari Charm, kind of felt like Cunningham was in control for most of that match.
Yeah, I mean, being on the play in the third game, normally in a mid-range fight, the kind of mid-rangier deck has the advantage, but that green-white deck can get some blistering fast starts, and that's what we saw. I mean, Ichikawa had plays like every turn of the game. They just weren't enough.
All right, so Jackson Cunningham through to the semi-final, but we don't know who he plays. That's what we find out next. Our fourth and final quarterfinal is William Jensen against Pierre-Christophe Mondon. So it's all US in this final one. It's black-white mid-range against John Planewalkers. Why don't we find out a little bit more about William Jensen? We'll show you what his career is. He is on the Pantheon. Definitely the most successful team in the last 12 to 18 months. He's 32, close to $150,000. That will go past that number as a result of today. Closing in, indeed, next time we update it, he will be over 300 lifetime pro points. This is his 5th Pro Tour Top 8, the champion of teams at Pro Tour Boston more than a decade ago. He has 3 Grand Prix titles, 8 Grand Prix Top 8s this season. He has much to smile about, and he cannot wait to get his quarterfinal started. Let's see how he made it into the top 8, and there you see he was the dominant story of day one. Andrus, Sam Tharmarat, and Daniel Hansen fell in draft. Then Jensen unleashed his black-white mid-range deck. Sundstrom, Cunningham, Dominguez, Muller, and Shinin. And don't forget, Jackson Cunningham awaits the rematch in the semi-final if William Jensen can get there. Back we come on day 2. Jesse, Turtenwald, Sperling go down in draft. Then we have Friedman, the loss, Suchinko win, and then it gets a little bit nervous, even though he only needs to just shake hands with someone. Pat Cox says, I can't, beats him. Ichikawa says, in Japanese, I can't, beats him. And then Ivan Flock in the last says, yes, let's have the handshake. Let's both potentially meet again. They're on opposite sides of the bracket. That could yet be your final. So what about his deck then? It's black-white mid-range. Let's take a look. Zach, what are we looking at here?
I mean, we're seeing a deck that most of Team CFB Pantheon ended up playing. It's a black-white mid-range deck, but what it really, its roots are in the mono-black mid-range control deck that's been dominating so much of the standard season. See a lot of the cards that define that archetype here: Thoughtseize, Pack Rat, Hero's Downfall, Underworld Connections, Desecration Demon. What you gain from white are big threats like Blood Baron of Vizcapa, Obsidian, Ghost Council, and of course the card that really defined a lot of the last Pro Tour, Elspeth, Sun's Champion.
Yeah, she's a fabulous, fabulous lady and a fabulous, fabulous card too. All right, now we have a teammate and friend of William Jensen waiting to talk to Marshall Sutcliffe. So without further ado, let's send you over to Marshall. He's with the fabulous Matt Costa.
Hey guys, I've got Matt Costa with me here. Now, Matt, you tested with Huey leading up to the event. Give us a picture of sort of the bigger picture of what the testing looks like for the PT. I know you guys come in a bit early.
Yeah, so about 11 or 12 days before the PT on a Monday, there's 9 or 10 of us that show up at the airport and go to a huge house that we've rented. And basically, from then on, we play Magic 24/7. The rest of the team, most of them arrive about a week later. You know, the people who have commitments and, you know, can't spend all the time there, but basically we wake up in the morning, 8 or 9 a.m., we play Magic, we eat, we play Magic, we play Magic, we eat, we go to bed.
Is that really how, like, is that the goal, or is that, you know what I mean? Like, does that actually happen, or is there like video games and pizza and, you know, what does anything get in the way, or are you guys pretty regimented?
We play a lot of Magic.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so now let's focus in a little bit more on Huey specifically. So he's on the list did all of you guys play this black-white deck?
Most of us played it.
Okay.
Andrew Cuneo and Jelger Wiegersma played blue-white control. And a couple people played a slightly different black-white deck, but for the most part, we all played the same deck.
Okay, so you guys all know this deck inside and out then, as far as constructed goes. What would you say Huey's confidence level is going into his quarterfinal match here?
I mean, I'd say he's extremely confident. You know, he's one of the all-time greats, whether, you know, he might be a little bit modest about that, but we all know it. And we think we have a great deck. And, you know, the Jun matchup is something that we prepared for before the tournament and prepared for last night.
What's his demeanor for testing, Huey? Is he very rigid, sort of straightforward tester, or does he like to mix it up and have some fun, experiment with stuff? Like, what's his general vibe when you guys are working through your work cycle?
Experimenting is really important. If you play a lot of games doing the same thing, you don't really learn that much. And, we didn't have a ton of time. We had a few hours last night and a few hours this morning. So he tried some different things, decided what he thought the best way to approach it was, and that's what he's going with right about now.
So once he makes the top 8, talk to us about what happens from the team's perspective, from you, the rest of the people that support him. Is it a situation where he runs home and goes to bed? Does he start shuffling up and start trying out sideboard options? How does that work?
You got to balance the two. There's no substitute for a good night's sleep before the tournament and being in a good mental state. But last night, we had a quick dinner, and myself and Reed and Owen and Huey played their respective quarterfinals matchups for maybe an hour and a half, and then we let them get to bed.
He's certainly lucky to have such good teammates, and we'll see if that luck pays off. Let's head back over to the news desk where Rich Hagan awaits.
Thanks very much, Marshall. One black-white mid-range deck is already through to the semi-finals. That's Owen Turtenwald. Now William Jensen tries to make it 2. One Jund Planeswalkers deck is already out of the semi-finals. That's Yuki Ichikawa. Now Pierre Mondon tries to take his Jund Planeswalkers into the semi-finals. Black-white, Jund Planeswalkers, Jensen Mondon, the 4th quarterfinal right now.
Hi, everybody. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas, and we are about to watch another Pro Tour Hall of Famer in William Huey Jensen, who is playing in his first top 8 since his induction into the Hall of Fame at the beginning of the season against Pierre Mondon.
Yeah, he beat me and Ben to make it the first member of our class into a Pro Tour top 8. So there is that.
Yeah, nice humble
Not
brags.
that we were keeping track.
Nice humble brags there, I might add.
You introduced me as a Hall of Famer. I feel like the cat was out of the bag on that one.
It's true. It's true. So it sounds like the players are ready. We've saved, in a lot of ways, the best for last. So let's send it down to the floor where we have William Huey Jensen versus Pierre Mondon here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final quarterfinal of Pro Tour Magic 2015. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Luis Scott Vargas, and we are watching one of the all-time greats, William Huey Jensen, playing against someone aspiring to be a Giant Slayer, Pierre Mondon.
Yeah, and actually I've met Pierre before. He played at Pro Tour Valencia back in 2007. He was a friend of Sam Stein's, and watched some of his matches then, but hadn't seen him till now, so looks like, he figured the whole Pro Tour thing out.
Yeah, he and William Huey Jensen actually shared a Grand Prix top 8 this season.
Oh, wow.
Grand Prix Philadelphia, which is how Pierre got here.
Oh, and I did not know that because I actually wasn't at that Grand Prix. One of the few North American Grand Prix I did not go to.
You were missed. People asked for you a lot. So both players get started with their temples. There you get a look at Pierre.
Their respective places of worship here.
Yeah. 3 Grand Prix top 8s. I believe he's won a Grand Prix. 33 career points coming into this event. Obviously, that number is going up significantly.
He hopes by 30, but he was standing in the way. And turn 2 Pack Ride is one of the better plays you can make against, basically any
against
removal
Magic
deck.
players.
Well, yes. Turn 2 Pack Ride is just one of the better plays, just period. But it's especially good against the removal decks because if they don't have removal, they have 1 turn to answer it. Of course. We see the ever-present Golgari Charm.
Yeah, that card's
pulling
been
triple
shining.
duty here.
That's easy.
And Huey's perfect hand was kind of broken up by the temple here. The curve of Thoughtseize and Pack Ride is what you want. Had he been able to do that, he could have taken Golgari Charm and started making rats. But unfortunately for Huey, that was not what was on the table this round. Unlike Pierre's hand, which is, of course, now on the table.
What are you looking at there as from Huey's perspective? What are you going to take?
If Chandra was
a one of in hand, that would be a lot easier, but redundant Chandras means that taking Chandra is not, super exciting. Taking Caryatid's not as exciting because it's off curve and Pierre is more likely to be able to hit a land drop. But if Huey doesn't have a creature to kill with Putrefy right now, then taking Chandra is better because you're eventually going to have to deal with it, even though it is annoying.
Go ahead. So he does take a Chandra, and expects that in 2 turns there might be another one to deal with.
Yeah, and the main reason is that Huey's hand is two connections and a Banishing Light, so he's got no Putrefy targets, and he's got a way to kill a Chandra, so he's going to just leave the one Chandra there to use Banishing Light on.
Yep.
With Ultimate Price there, with not a whole lot of targets in Pierre's deck.
There's the Caryatid.
Bioblight's an even worse draw. Hugh is really hoping to draw an untapped land there to start getting value off Underworld
Right.
Connections. Oh, that was a big draw. Pierre drew Xenagos and
not the first Planeswalker, but one of the big Planeswalkers that's going to be able to put pressure on William Jensen's life total.
Yeah, and the first of many, hopefully for Pierre, because that is how he wins all his matches.
Right.
But Xenagos is so good because even though if Huey kills it, there's still a 2/2, hitting Huey every turn, making Underworld Connections worse. And if Huey misses on land again, he might be in the unenviable position of having to use Connections to try to hit a land drop or forego using Connections to cast Banishing Light, and neither of those are great situations to be in.
Yeah, and the Banishing Light, you still have to deal with that token, which Xenagos is a card that's really seems to have shown this weekend.
Yeah, Xenagos is an incredibly powerful card, and as long as there's not decks with a lot of good unblockable creatures, it is a very, very good threat. So Huey drew the Swamp, so he got to safely use Connections, using it first to conceal what he may have. I think he's going to resign himself to having to deal with Chandra later, but you can't leave Xenagos in play there.
Although, I guess with a Bileblight, he could.
Yep.
Yeah, that could kill
have taken
multiple Satyrs, and that certainly does come up.
I don't believe Pierre is actually an 8.
No, that would be unlikely. So Pierre drew one of those promo Elvish Mystics. Fancy. But the good thing about Chandra from Huey's perspective is that Chandra comes into play and doesn't actually draw a card, it just exiles. So it's not like Pierre's really getting a ton of value off the 0 immediately.
Yep.
+1. Mm-hmm.
Which is why he used the +1. And then because you're playing against black, white, and not a deck with sweepers, you might as well just play all your creatures.
Yep. Here's.
There goes the Elvish Mystic.
Obsidian was actually one of the Huey's best draws, except for that Putrefy that's in Pierre's hand. So even though he should have taken the Chandra when he was presented with that, I think
he'd like to go back.
He would like to go back and undo that if he could.
I would like to mulligan my Thoughtseize. And does he have time to maybe dig for a Thoughtseize here, or?
11.
It is kind of problematic. He's, Pierre's drawing 2 cards a turn. He's certainly going to kick things off by using Underworld Connections. But given that you missed there, do you, take extra damage to cast another Connections, or do you really just have to? It seems tough to just get hit by the Elvish Mystic and the Satyr token, and potentially even the Chandra, because that'll just strand Connections in your hand. So I don't mind playing like Temple here and scrying for 1, which is actually close to just using Connections.
Right.
And then using a removal spell on the Satyr token.
Scry.
What's he do? He looks at the top card, pushes it to the bottom.
Ultimate Price killing the Elvish Mystic, which is currently its only target right now. Doesn't really keep Pierre off playing anything specific, but it only does 1 more damage or 1 less damage than the Satyr token, and it does tap for mana. So with Chandra out, Pierre might be in a position where he wants to play multiple cards. Oh, and there's the card he was playing around, Rakdos' Return, which is one of Jun's best cards in this matchup, just because Black-White is trying to play an Answers deck, and if you just don't play anything and then cast a Return, it's pretty tough. I don't think Huey's coming out of this particular game alive unless he gets some pretty nice help off the top of his deck. This game was tough without the Rakdos Return, but with Rakdos Return, I think at that point you might just want to just plus Chandra, hit for 2, and then Rakdos Return Huey's hand away. The only upside of that for Huey is his hand's not very good, so you're not costing yourself a whole lot.
You don't mind discarding these cards?
So Huey actually, given that Huey's on 4 cards and the Elvish Mystic died, you could zero Chandra and hope to hit a land, just get all the cards. That could actually work out pretty well. But if you hit a spell, then you're delayed on casting Rakdos Return, and that gets a little bit messier.
So when you say zero Chandra, you mean to use the second loyalty ability and exile a top card of your library, and then you can play it this turn.
I don't think you can. Sure. I'm not sure.
There's Rakdos Return for 3.
So I like this. I think that just plussing Chandra and dealing damage is just going to end up better for you ultimately, because that just is one less card off Underworld Connections.
Ultimately?
Yeah. Well, that is a funny thing about this deck, by the way, is the Jund Planeswalkers deck, none of the Planeswalker Ultimates do anything. They're actually just all blank. Chandra lets you flip your bunch of your top cards, look for a spell and copy it, except you've all just removal spells. That doesn't really help. Xenagos, you can ultimate it and then flip and put a bunch of creatures into play, except you just don't have any creatures in your deck. And Vraska Ultimate is actually the best one, which is funny because her ultimate is not generally heralded as being insane.
So these decks are really all about keeping the Planeswalker and just getting some recurring source of advantage.
Yeah, all the Planeswalkers provide excellent incremental advantage. That's why they're there, though Chandra here is actually just hitting for 1 a turn. Though that is powerful. I mean, if Pierre ends up, running out of gas, Chandra will help, exile a bunch of cards and figure out something to do. But for the most part, they're playing these Planeswalkers just because of their +1s and their -1s, like their middle abilities, not because of their ultimates. Which ultimately I wasn't making a joke about, but, it was a good segue.
Yeah. William Jensen's Planeswalker here is Underworld Connections.
Yeah, and it does play the role of a Planeswalker, but it costs a mana to use and a life to use instead of a loyalty, which, has an actual drawback when you're under the gun here, which Huey is, especially since Chandra would prevent any blocking, plus the Putrefy that he knows is in Pierre's hand is just going to make it so playing a creature really does not do anything.
Go.
Huey looking to Bile Blight the Satyr token. You might as well wait in case another, Xenagos comes out, but combo here. You get to scry and then use Chandra.
Ooh.
So again,
Set it here for now.
What happened?
I'm setting it here for now because it's going to get exiled at the end of the turn.
Oh, you zero Chandra after you scried?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
so it looks like Pierre kind of shortcutted to scrying Mutavault to the top and then zeroing Chandra.
So
I'm not exactly sure how they're going to rule this because
So you saw this card and you've flipped it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what exactly are you intending to do? What are you trying to do?
Well, I guess scry. I forgot. I'm trying to scry.
Okay. So in this situation, this is a card that you are able to see. You are able to show that to your opponent. You're giving them information that you have access to, which you are able to do, even if it's not usually what you would want to do.
Sure.
You've shown your opponent this card that you're currently scrying. Please finish resolving your scry.
So, luckily for Pierre, it does not look like he is priced into using Chandra. So now he gets to scry the Mutavault to the bottom, then use Chandra, which is going to work out a little better for him.
Huey looks a little incredulous at how that played
with the head
out.
shake, like, what is going on here?
So now Mondon tries to sort of shake off that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, Pro Tour top 8 jitters a little bit there.
Tax, Bile Blight from Billy.
Now I'll zero Chandra.
Now I'll zero Chandra. Yeah, there you go. And you can see his hand is shaking.
Huh? That was just about as good as drawing a card, because even though he doesn't get to play the Stomping Ground, he doesn't have to draw it yet either.
It was essentially a scry.
Go to 3.
Wow. Jensen is down to 3. What's he looking for here now at this point? Like a Blood Baron or?
Banishing Light to get rid of Chandra, I think, would be pretty optimal here. Blood Baron would also be good. He gets around Putrefy, gets his life total back up to where Chandra's not killing him. It looked like you did draw a Thoughtseize, which could help clear the way for Obzad if you had a few more life points to play with.
Right. And a few more lands.
Yeah, he needs to be able to play them both in the same turn. So he was not just dead, because Chandra doesn't actually kill all that quickly, but...
Sorry, you.
So you see Lifebane Zombie targeting you.
Of course, Obzadot actually even got Rakdos return, so that no longer an avenue available to him. And that Lifebane Zombie, not really Huey's favorite play here, just because it's just going to get eaten by Chandra if Pierre doesn't draw anything. And Pierre has the option of putrefying it instead. The Thoughtseize is very clearly uncastable. Huey's basically drawing to Banishing Light in the next turn or so.
So when we talked off camera, you said you felt like maybe the Gen Planeswalkers deck had a slight edge in this matchup.
Yeah, because, in game one especially, it kind of preys on the fact that White-Black has a lot of removal that doesn't really interact well with it. Post-board games do get, I think, a little better, but still, the Gen Planeswalker deck is designed to attack a deck that's full of removal, and that's ultimately what Black-White is.
Okay, Jensen is on 2. And as you described, he just drew another removal spell.
Yep.
He just drew. He goes to 1.
At this point, he can play a Demon and hope Chandra does not +1 here.
Go.
But it looks like he's just going to keep, just pass the turn. Pierre is most likely going to plus Chandra, and then that will be that.
There you go. Game 1 to Pierre Mondin. Looking to play the role of Giant Slayer. Jund Planeswalkers. There were 2 of them in the top 8. 1 is gone, but this one still has a game here. So, I know we spoke to the players about their sideboard plans. And why don't we hear how William Jensen is planning on sideboarding in this matchup, and then we'll see what you think about that plan.
His only real threats are Planeswalkers, so I definitely know I want my Duresses. It's going to be, I think the games are going to be really grindy, and Underworld Connections is my way to get ahead. He has some answers to that, but I definitely want to draw one, so I'm going to bring in my 4th. He has cards like Rakdos Return and Mizium Mortars to get my Blood Barons, or try to combat a really fast pack rat, because he has some mana acceleration. So for that, I'll have Sin Collector. Other than that, I'm going to take out some removal and maybe add 1 or 2 Doomblades, because they're a little bit better against him. He doesn't have a lot of creatures. For example, Bile Blight can hit Xenagos tokens and Elvish Mystics. Doomblade can hit Elvish Mystic anyway, but it also hits the Courser. So I'm probably just going to fill out my deck with Doomblades, more or less. Whatever, after I put in these 5, however much I want to take out, I'm just going to top it off with Doomblades, because I think it's the best that I have left.
From a big picture, do you feel like the matchup improves post-sideboard for you?
I do. I feel like I'm better off after sideboard. I think he's probably a little bit favored in the first game, and I'm a little bit favored after sideboard.
Good luck.
Thanks.
So there you go. I guess Jensen's appraisal of the matchup was very similar to yours. How do you feel about his plan for sideboarding there?
It seems perfect. You bring out the cards that just aren't good in the matchup. This is the sideboarding advice I always give my friends when they ask is, take out the bad cards, put in the good cards. But
you are a genius, sir.
They all find it very helpful, and they really love it when I do that. But in reality, it does what white, black, mono, black always does in these matchups, which is take out the removal spells. Those are always the dead cards, and bring in the duresses and the duress type effects.
Is there any type of jockeying these decks can do to sort of I'm anticipating that he's going to do this, so maybe I can bring in a different package or change the way my deck works a little bit?
There is some interesting sideboard games, in the format, but this is not one of the matchups where they're really present. Pierre could try to avoid Doomblade by taking out Coursers, but I think that's actually just worse for him because Courser's still just good enough.
Right.
So I think overall there's not a whole lot of tricky sideboarding going on, just because both decks are pretty linear and pretty focused on what they're trying to do.
Okay. Well, we also spoke to Pierre Mondin about his sideboard plan, so let's see what lack of tricks, what non-tricksiness he has up his sleeve.
All right, here with Pierre Mondin. Pierre, talk to us about how you built your sideboard.
Sure thing. Well, coming into the tournament, we were pretty concerned with blue-white control and mono-black. So as you can see, I've added some hand disruption here. Thoughtseize, Duress have been huge. Just, making sure the coast is clear, forcing through a Planeswalker. Slaughter Games has just been huge against the blue-white decks. First name is generally always Sphinx's Revelation. And then if you get game doesn't go long enough to, ever draw the second Slaughter Games. But there was one hand I had where I had 2 of them, and I knew from a duress that he had 2 dissolves in hand. So the first one named Dissolve and then the second one named Rev. Again, Rakdos return, way too much pressure, on the blue-white control decks. Empty their hand, redirect damage to a Planeswalker, etc. Golgari Charm has been a real MVP. I've got 2 in the main deck. Third one is backup. It's just so versatile. Game 1, I thought, we might see some red, goblins, 1 toughness creatures, and it's such a blowout if you hit them with it early. And the ability to kill a Detention Sphere or Banishing Light or a Courser, just whatever you want at the end of turn or just whenever is huge. Game 1 is versatility. Magma Spray is a 4-of that I have because I was really concerned about decks with Chandra's Phoenix, things that have the ability to kill you, turn 4 unanswered. Yeah. Any deck with Burning Tree Shaman is a problem because I'm looking to 1-for-1 people, and if they're playing, 2 creatures in a turn, and I can't kill 2 creatures in a turn because my removal spells cost 2 and 3, then I need something that's cheap and to the point. And, the RFG clause is extremely relevant too.
Okay, how do you feel about your quarterfinal matchup?
I feel great about it. Looking forward to it.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, well, there you have it. We didn't really get, we got a little more of a general overview of Mondon's sideboard in that segment and a little less of the specifics. What do you think he's going to be doing here?
Keeping his sideboard plan under wraps. Yeah. with the fear that one of Huey's friends might watch it. I think in general that...
So actually, if I could interrupt you for 1 second. So in case other people at home are worried about that, the players, when they do these segments, they're not, they're recorded in an isolated area. No one has access to it. People are kept a distance away. And the players, once they're in the feature match area, these are played, and they have no access to their electronics or to other people who could pass information
Which
on
is
to them.
perfect, because these new segments are great. I think they're awesome.
Yeah,
as a spectator the first 2 rounds of the top 8.
Right. But they did come with an added level of security to sort of protect the integrity of that. But you know what? We'll get a little bit more of the sideboard plan from you as we watch these guys play, because they are ready to go here in Game 2 with Huey Jensen and Pierre Mondon.
And much like Huey wanted to take out removal spells for hand disruption, Pierre's kind of doing the same thing. He's putting in more Rakdos returns, duresses. This isn't really the matchup for Slaughter games, so I would not expect to see that generally, but more ways to, basically rip apart Huey's hand and make sure the Planeswalkers are safe is a pretty good plan. Pie the Needle being a pretty good answer to Underworld Connections. You just get to name the land that it goes on. Another reason to vary the lands you put them on, which is something I'm sure Huey is aware of. Since,
I am sure. There are. He is very edge aware at all times.
Yeah. And this is a good opening hand. I mean, it's got a Duress, Underworld Connections, and a Banishing Light, as well as a Hero's Downfall. It's basically got, hand disruption spell, 2 things that kill Planeswalkers, and a way to draw extra cards, plus 3 lands. So this is perfect. One of which is even immutable. I think the question is whether you want to keep a land on top here, since drawing 1 land is good, drawing like 2 to 3 lands is not. So especially your Underworld Connections are a lot less safe post-board games. You can expect Needle, you can expect Golgari Charm, you can expect more Abrupt Decays. So that makes keeping a land-heavy Connections hand a little more risky.
Right. He did keep the land on top, though.
I think keeping the first land on top is fine, especially since this hand is so good, but that it had to be what Hugh was thinking about. Whereas in Game 1, I think it's a much easier decision.
So both players keep their scries on top.
And it looks like Hugh actually just kept a connection on top, which is perfect. That would certainly do that. Pierre's Underworld Connections and Read the Bones there.
So do you have to take Needle here? Because you have the Underworld Connections?
There's a lot of threats. You do have double connections, so you can, get the first Needled and then play the second. Like, get rubber land is the first one on, and Needled and play the second. But Rakdos Return is a card you really don't want to deal with. Same with Xenagos, so it's actually pretty tough. I think I would be inclined to take the Rakdos Return there, since I think that's just going to strip away too many answers.
Right.
But
you have 2 different answers for the Xenagos. You're gonna take a hit from a token, but you have 2 different ways to deal with that, right?
Yeah.
No.
I think that the only card you really can't defend taking is Mizium Mortars there, and I would not take Read the Bones. I mean, Pierre's hand is just so good that taking Read the Bones just seems like you just have to hope he's not hitting too much good stuff with it. I think taking Xenagos or Rakdos Return makes sense, though. I would not take the Needle there.
would that change if you only had one Underworld Connections?
I'd be a lot more tempted to take Needle if I had one, but Banishing Light still does answer Python Needle, so
sure.
It's not mission critical to worry about it.
So Huey played a Mutavault after his duress resolved.
Representing attacking for 2 here, though, I do not think that is incredibly likely to happen. And even though Python Needle only costs 1, playing Underworld Connections and making Pierre play Needle does disrupt Pierre's curve here because it means he cannot cast Read the Bones. So I definitely like casting Connections.
Yes, Underworld Connections on a swamp, tapped out. Important to note for people at home, if Pierre Mondon chooses to play Python Needle, he has to name Swamp here, right? He can't. Yeah. He cannot name Underworld Connections, or he can name it, but that would be incorrect.
Because it gives the land the ability. He names Swamp, and then Huey puts the next connections on like the Temple of Silence or the Caves of Koilos.
Yeah,
likely the caves in that.
And that Swamp is still able to tap for mana and do all of its other normal swampy things, just not use any swamp abilities.
Yeah, Needle differs in, subtle but important ways from Phyrexian Revoker. Phyrexian Revoker just can't name lands, but just completely shuts down the abilities, including mana abilities, whereas Needle, obviously, you don't want Needle Forest to make a mono green deck sad, because that would be, somewhat unfortunate.
Yes, you would have encountered that at your Friday Night Magic if you could shut off a mana ability with a Needle. Okay, Lateral Wastes.
And even though you give Huey an extra card by casting Read the Bones here, because you're not needling Connections, I think being able to spend 3 mana instead of 1 mana is just too critical. You can't really spend a whole turn on a 1 mana spell when you have a 3 mana spell, a 4 mana spell, and an X spell in your hand. So I like casting Read the Bones here.
Right, that ability to look for a card, potentially 4 cards deep into your deck for something.
Yeah. And Huey's a big fan of Read too, but I'm sure he didn't want it to be cast this turn.
Well, he's teaming with Reed next week, right?
Yeah, that is my assumption.
Yeah. He puts both cards on the bottom. It looked like they were both lands.
Draw 2. Yep.
Yeah, and one was even coming to play tap land. Like a Temple of Malice, one of your best turn 1 plays, a lot less impressive on turn 4.
Looks like he may have drawn a Planeswalker there. We'll get the hand tool updated and see what those cards are. Huey's drawn a Pack Rat since last we checked.
And Pack Rat, if it doesn't come out on 2, most often comes out on 5, just because, that way you can make a rat immediately in the face of removal. So, especially since Mizzy Mortars is lurking in Pierre's hand. So Huey knows a Planeswalker is coming down next turn, so I kind of like just playing another Underworld Connections here, and you can't even, as long as you don't put it on that swamp that's in your hand, you'll end up in pretty good shape.
And that looks like exactly what he's going to do.
Taking 1 in the process.
Puts it on a Caves of Koilos.
From the mainland? I've taken 2 total, right? I'm at 18.
Gotcha.
That's right? I said 17 out loud, but I don't know. I played Connections turn 3.
Drew
with
1.
the swamp. I drew 1, and then I took 1 pain, right? Still? Okay, good. Go.
And so Pierre's kind of in the same position as last turn, where he's got the 1 mana play that answers one of the Connections, but he also has a 4 mana spell in Chandra, so this could be difficult. Well, things got surprisingly less difficult. He just drew an Abrupt Decay, so he's now able to just wipe both Connections off the board, setting up potentially a Rakdos Return or a Vraska for the next turn. So I kind of like just, at this point, just killing both Connections here.
So Abrupt Decay in his hand. It sounds like he brought 1 in from his sideboard. So why don't you talk a little bit about what plan Mondon implemented here for his sideboard?
So it looks like he actually didn't worry about the duresses at all, or Thoughtseizes, and just brought in the Rakdos Return as a hand disruption. But he also brought in Mizzy Mortars, Magma Spray, Abrupt Decay, and Python Needle, and that way he can fight Pack Rat. I mean, that's what Magma Spray and Mizzy Mortars are basically for.
Sure.
So he did remove the Coursers and 2 of the Sylvan Caryatids, taking out some of his targets for removal.
Okay. So 4 mana for Mondon.
Another thing that would make me lean towards just killing both connections is that playing a Chandra just doesn't actually do a whole lot right now. You have so many cards that you can cast that drawing extra cards off Chandra doesn't really give you a board advantage of any way. So I think I like just slowing Huey's card drawing down.
I think that's the plan he's arrived at too here, as he takes a point of damage from his Llanowar Wastes.
Which he doesn't actually have to do if he doesn't want to, unless he's casting a Sylvan Caryatid this turn, which looks like that may be his plan. I actually don't mind that either. I mean, being able to use 2 mana now and then get an extra mana next turn is pretty mana efficient.
Right, just so he just keeps Huey from going crazy with the Underworld connections and just burying him in card advantage. He's like, okay, you can have one card here. I'm just going to Rakdos Return them all away at some point anyway.
Yeah, and Rakdos Return does change this because, as many cards as Huey draws, if you eventually get all of them, it doesn't matter too much as long as he's not putting a ton of stuff in.
Of course, Huey just drew a third Underworld Connections.
Well, I mean, he is well connected this game, and that is kind of what you want in this matchup.
Puts it back on the caves. And has Underworld Connections up and ready to go at the end of this turn. So,
and one of the things that you run into a lot is don't use connections if you're not going to play the spell right away. You don't want to get Thought Seized or Duressed, or in this case, Rakdos Returned.
Well, it's like, how many of these Underworld Connections does he play? All of them. In fact, he said he was bringing in a fourth here, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure Pierre anticipated that. The second Mortars being the draw here, not really what Pierre's looking to do. And true to his word, Huey did just take out a bunch of removal for Duresses, Sin Collectors, Underworld Connections, and then just the one Doomblade because that's the leftover card.
All zero. Okay.
So, plays Chandra, zeroes it, exiles a Putrefy.
And really hoping to hit a land here. Hitting a land would have been very good with Rakdos Return in hand, but Consolation Prize, you still get to needle one of the connections. Probably want to needle the connections on Caves of Koilos.
Right.
Because that way Caves goes back to being a mana land, and it's generally a worse mana land than Swamp at this point. You assume Hugh's got second white somewhere.
And Jensen had to activate his Underworld Connections there before the Pithing Needle resolved.
Right, because you don't actually know what he's going to name until it comes to play, at which point it's too late because it's as it comes into play. Well, here zeroing Chandra on the first turn actually made a lot of sense. When you're going to miss your land drop, the +1 is not nearly big enough to tempt you away from being able to hit a land drop, especially with Rakdos Return in hand.
Cards?
So it looks like Jensen drew a Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize is very important here since part of the reason you don't take the Rakdos Return with the first Duress is hoping to draw Sin Collector or Thoughtseize before the Rakdos Return comes out. So Hugh's in a pretty good shape this game.
He's still got a Hero's Downfall for the Vraska once it hits play.
Yeah, he can still just kill. He can Thoughtseize, kill Chandra, draw an extra card this turn if he wants. And if his plays are good enough, he could, again has incentive, given that he's making his land drop, of just Thoughtseizing, playing a land, saying go, and using Hero's Downfall, then saying go without using connections, in order to use connections in a turn.
There's the Thoughtseize. 2 Mizzium Mortars that Huey has no interest in taking right now.
Yeah, and knowing about them is obviously a pretty big edge. Mizzium Mortars does get around, Pack Rat, Make a Rat, because you can just overload it.
Right.
Costs a lot of mana, but deals with the rat infestation.
Huey, head in hand.
Take Vraska.
Yeah.
He takes Vraska. Interesting.
Here Huey's, I think, resigned himself to just getting return for his whole hand at some point, but as long as you have connections still going, that doesn't actually matter. And Pierre's kind of stuck on land, so I think that's very reasonable to take that. At that point, I mean, you're still going to want to kill Chandra because you really don't want Pierre hitting land drops.
So you think he just kills Chandra right now?
I don't see a reason to give him an extra activation, especially since you're not, you're unlikely to want to play a threat this turn. You don't want to play Pack Rat into Mizzium Mortars. It's an interesting decision between Banishing Light and Hero's Downfall. Banishing Light can kill the needle, so that would lead me to be a little more inclined to use Hero's Downfall on the Chandra, because eventually you might want to unlock the, your other Underworld connections there. Huey just fighting a connection battle, and this is exactly what mono black, or black white are set up to do is they're fighting over connections. Every turn, they're both playing cards that kill each other's cards, but he was drawing 2 cards a turn, and sometimes 3 cards a turn. So it doesn't take long before those Planeswalkers outlast the actual Planeswalker deck.
Temple of Melody pushes a card to the bottom.
3 cards?
Yeah, there's not a lot of cards that Pierre really wants here. I mean, I think he's kind of priced into just casting the Rakdos Return. Huey, because it's not for his whole hand, once he draws a card, gets to keep Banishing Light, which is a nice little addition.
You have 3 cards right now? 2.
There's 2 cards, and Huey knows those are Mizium orders.
Yeah, so I think that means discarding Pack Rat is fine. Huey may not even want to Banishing Light here. I mean, drawing 3 cards a turn is probably good enough that, it's a pretty good deal. But if life total becomes a concern, then saving Banishing Light for the next Planeswalker is decent. Of course, given that you think Pierre might have a bunch of Duresses in his deck, keeping it in your hand and get Duress when you have no other cards in hand is kind of a bummer.
It looks like that's what he's thinking about right now.
Yeah, he can also, whether he wants to play the Scryland first. I like playing the Scryland first here. You're not super likely to need all your mana. You'd have to, connections into a land, then connections, then Banishing Light, then connections into a playable spell. That doesn't seem super likely.
So Jensen falls to 9. He had taken 3 from the Rakdos Return. That's not reflected on the screen yet.
And he drew a Lifebane zombie, so he could just play Lifebane and hit with Mutavault for 2. Lifebane will get mortars, but you have to get through those mortars at some point. You're trading cards for them no matter what.
Right.
But I like just drawing millions of cards. That's generally what I'm in favor of. And then why is he not using it now?
So
because
he plays the Banishing Light on the Pithing Needle, unlocks his swamps to draw cards at will. Or, as you will. Well, he's got some life to work with. Yep.
And Pierre keeping a land in hand, even though it's a come to play tap land, just so Huey doesn't have perfect information anymore. Though Huey does have basically a perfect board position here.
And do you like that play at this point in the game?
Yeah, the 2 life is not, of putting Overgrown to play, 2 into play untapped is not likely to come up because Pierre doesn't have, just Rakdos Return that costs a ton of mana or like an Overloaded Mortars. So I don't think that it's going to end up biting him here and making Huey potentially waste like a Thoughtseize that he wouldn't have wanted the Thoughtseize with Mortars with is a good thing. Pierre is in a tough spot though. He only has 1 Rakdos Return left, so he doesn't have very many Fireballs left in his deck. It's always nice to have Fireballs against Underworld Connections.
Right.
So
and Jensen is low. He's now at 6.
Yeah, he has to be worried about Rakdos Return too, since he's in such a commanding lead. He needs to get it to a place where he doesn't die to a top deck Rakdos Return, but the more cards you draw, the faster you hit like an Obzad or a Blood Baron, in order to start getting that life back.
So he really wants to. Do you want to play the Lifebane zombie here and then attack for 2? Do you want to leave your mana open, leave your hero's downfall up?
Carried is stopping the Mutavault for the time being, so I think just playing Lifebane is fine. Like you're just gonna so get to see that Overgrown Tomb, probably eating a Mortars because Pierre just wants the game to drag on.
Right.
And Huey's not going to play anything too juicy into the Mortars anyway, so I think you're probably in good shape to just use Mortars on the Lifebane. Of course, if you drew like a Chandra or something instead of that Blood Crypt, then that would be a lot easier. I think Pierre's going to take a few hits from the Lifebane before likely Mortarsing it ultimately.
There you get a look at Lifebane Zombie.
Huey is now officially in Rakdos Return range, so at this point, if Pierre has an untapped land in hand, so at this point, you might as well just go nuts on the connections and just hope that Pierre does not draw Rakdos.
And you're really looking for an Obsidat before you're. He knows his Blood Baron's just going to die.
Yeah, he knows that it's not living to get lifelink through. So Obsidat's the card you want more than anything else.
Okay, and Jensen goes to 4.
Underworld Connections has a drawback. I mean, it's much harder to kill than a Planeswalker, but it's done 10 damage to Huey. It does give Pierre outs this game.
He's like, come on.
Oh, he's well aware. Now, since he drew a 3rd Mizium Mortars, I think he definitely has to just kill the zombie.
Right, that was a freshly drawn Mortars. Kills the zombie as Luis predicted.
Huey's zombie flooded, so he has Lifebanes for days. Not that they're insane here, because their vulnerability to Chandra is kind of annoying, but they're very good against Xenagos, which I think is the main thing they have going for them.
He's like, oh look, I still have 2 Mizium Mortars.
Yeah, Huey can get in with 2 Mutavolts now if he wants to. He also has to start worrying about Xenagos or Chandra coming off top and actually dealing incremental points of damage. So he does too much Underworld connectioning and tapping out. That could be a problem.
Looks like he's considering the Mutavault attack here. Yep. There you go.
And you got to get damage in. So.
Yeah, attacks 2 Mutavaults, carried it, soaks 1 up, and 2 get in. And that's the Rakdos return. He just drew the Rakdos return.
Well, I think that might be a Chandra.
Oh, is that a Chandra? Oh,
which is still very good.
It's still very good, yes.
Because it kills Lifebane.
Yeah.
And then puts
Okay.
Huey to 3. Huey gets to attack Chandra, but then goes to 2, attack Chandra, then goes to 1, attack Chandra. I guess that...
Does he still have a Hero's Downfall in hand?
He also still has Hero's Downfall, so I guess he can just kill it. Still pretty good because it kills Lifebane Zombie and basically makes Huey draw 1 less card off connections.
So do you go down to 1 here?
The disadvantage of going down to 1 is Chandra, but if Huey has already dealt with enough Chandras this game that he's probably not super worried about it. Looks like Pierre has a total of 3 Chandras, so there is 1 left.
Okay, he Hero's Downfalls at the end of the turn.
I think staying at 2 is very different from 1. I would not give Pierre the double the number of outs to just kill you.
Wait, what was my 3rd land?
No, you hadn't.
I had Temple.
You had Temple as well.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, you misread something.
For sure,
That's
it's
fine.
this, right?
Yeah, Huey definitely not wanting to use Caves of Koilos there. That would be very
I
bad.
haven't drawn yet.
Yeah, all right. We just to clarify, so you are at 3.
Yeah, I'm still at 3.
Temple of Silence will let Huey,
Right.
take a peek, look for Obsidian.
Is this
Basically binning almost anything else.
That's probably not an Obsidian.
Well, if he's thinking about it, it's something in between. Like I said, there's maybe just a random a Desecration Demon would be enough of a clock that's worth keeping.
It's definitely not a Blood Baron.
Yeah, Blood Baron
And
is
it's
not
definitely
something I
not
think
a
you would
land.
keep.
You have 2 cards.
2 cards, they're both the same thing.
Knows what they are. They're Mizium Mortars.
I think going down to 2 is fine. You just have to make sure Xenagos doesn't kill you. Which it does through a Desecration Demon if you attack with both Mutavolts.
Okay, what is it?
Oh, it looks like an Elspeth.
Okay.
Elspeth is a fast clock. It doesn't particularly care about Mizium Mortars. I mean, it wipes out the soldiers, but Elspeth still sits there. So I think that even though Huey wants Obsidian more than anything else, Elspeth is a fast enough clock that it's worth keeping.
3 cards.
Pierre has a couple turns to draw Rakdos Return. And potentially the 3rd Chandra.
Subscribe.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right.
Scribes and pushes. Huey's like, excellent. This is a tense game.
It's probably not going to happen, but it'd be great if this game went to the point where Huey could make enough rats to live through an overloaded Mizium Mortars. He's 14
close.
mana. That's
Yeah,
all he needs.
He's close.
14 mana and 5 cards in hand.
So considering the overloaded mortars here.
And at this point, Obsidian actually doesn't even get around Rakdos Return. It just kills Pierre pretty fast. So
Right.
Like Pierre has enough lands out that by the time Obsidian would gain Huey enough life to get around Rakdos Return, I think Pierre would actually just be dead. So he was just looking to end the game. So I think hitting for 2 with Mutavault. Well, the problem is if you hit with the Mutavaults, then Xenagos plus Overloaded Mortars is out, but Pierre does not have enough mana to do that. So you're pretty safe doing that.
So he makes 3 tokens with Elspeth.
And Chandra's still on an out because Carrington can block 1 Mutavault, except I guess you get to play Chandra and then Mortar and kill a token. So yeah, Chandra's still an out for Pierre here. Assuming Huey does not have anything.
He attacks with 2 Mutavaults.
Go to 10.
And drops Pierre to 10.
Pierre has like 2 turns here, maybe 3 if he...
Here comes Lifebane Zombie. Yep, I see that you still have him as the Immortars. He really wants him to just overload that, I guess.
So he can play Pack Rat and kill him in like 1 turn. Well...
And there it is, the Rakdos return.
There we have
Pierre
it.
Mondon slays the Giant. With a top-deck Rakdos return, he will advance to the semifinals. Wow. You know, it was just... I mean, he had a sweat. What was that? That was the final Rakdos return in his deck, right?
It was, yeah. And Hugh's deck just, it went according to plan. He played connections. He won for 1-bunch, drew a bunch of extra cards. He just didn't finish it before Pierre drew a Fireball.
Right.
And sometimes Fireball is just a good card to have in your deck.
Yeah, and I mean, he was really, for a couple turns, just only on Obsidat.
Yeah.
Right? Blood Baron of Vizkopa was never going to be the
Mortars
answer
just sat there
at any of that point.
preemptively answering all of that.
Saw 3 Mortars from Mondon. So, wow. Wow. So, 1 Jund Planeswalkers deck still alive, 1 black-white mid-range deck still alive, 1 blue-white control deck still alive, and 1 green-white aggro deck still alive. We got 4 different decks going into the semifinals.
Yeah, all the decks that had 2 copies, one of them ended up losing in the quarters. So our winner is going to be one of 4 different decks, and they're all very different, actually.
Yeah.
I think the most similar, I guess the black, white, and the Planeswalker deck are both, doing the same thing from a different angle, whereas the blue, white deck and the green, white deck are kind of diametrically opposed.
What do you think about which archetype do you think is the one that is most likely to persevere here and win?
Well, I talked to Frank Karsten and Stan Sifka about Yvonne's matchup round 2 against Owen, and they seem pretty confident. So they think that Yvonne's definitely favored. If that's true, then Yvonne's in pretty good shape, since the Planar Cleansing version is much better against the Planeswalker version than the Detention Sphere version of blue-white. So if Planeswalkers makes it to the finals, Planar Cleansing is just going to be amazing.
Okay. Well, we're going to continue to bring you every single game of every single match that's remaining. 4 decks, 4 players, 3 more matches. We're going to send it back to the news desk. Until then, Luis Scott Vargas and Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, BDM. Wow, what a dramatic finish there to our last quarterfinal match. Pierre Mondon peels the exact card he needs there. Rakdos' return to finish off Huey Jensen. Reaction?
I mean, the entire match, Huey was dominant in the driver's seat, drawing tons and tons of cards, but one of the downsides of Underworld Connections is that it cost life, and those back-to-back Rakdos returns over the course of 3 or 4 draw steps was really able to put the game away. But Mondon's deck really designed to win those mid-range on mid-range fights or anti-control battles, and we saw exactly how he did that in that match.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing about the mono black list that we're used to seeing, or the near mono black devotion list that we're used to seeing versus this black-white deck, is that the other deck has Gray Merchants to get that big punch of life gain back up to help recoup some of the life loss from the Underworld Connections. Now, the black-white version also has ways to gain life, but not quite in the same time frame that a Gray Merchant can.
Yeah, exactly. It's got those Blood Barons of Vizkopa, obviously a really powerful card, but Mondon had tons of Mizzium Mortars after board, swept the board 2 or 3 times, buying himself some time to draw Rakdos, and that's exactly what happened.
And that's exactly what happened. Why don't we take a look at our bracket to let you guys know what the tournament looks like from a bigger perspective here. So from our first quarterfinal there, Owen Turtenwald advances past Pat Cox in pretty impressive fashion. Pat Cox had a couple of kind of clunky draws, and Owen made it through. Of course, Ivan Floch beat Matt Sperling in the next one. It was a long, drawn-out match, but Ivan Floch was in the driver's seat pretty early in that last game there, and just took him a lot of turns to actually finish off Sperling. So we're going to see Owen Turtenwald versus Ivan Floch. That is actually going to be our next semifinal match, though it won't happen for a little while. The players are going to be on lunch now, so that we're going to let them grab a bite to eat. You're going to be hanging out with Zach and I. We're also going to be bringing in fan favorite Matej Zatelkai as well, and we're going to be taking a look at a bunch of the things that happened. Now on the lower part, we've got Yuki Ichikawa falling to Jackson Cunningham. Jackson advances to the semifinals, and of course, you just saw it, Pierre Mondon with his Rakdos' return advances past Hall of Famer William Huey Jensen to set our second semifinal match. Now, for those of you that haven't watched the last couple of PTs, It's awesome. We line them up now. So it's quarterfinal, quarterfinal, and then both semifinals, and then the finals. You get to see every single match here on Sunday out at the Pro Tour. Great stuff, and we still have a lot more to bring you today, of course, as well. Now, before Zach and I bring on Matej to talk about a whole bunch of players, a whole bunch of things that happened as we wound down the tournament here, I'd like to send it over to Rich Hagan, who recorded a little video earlier to give us an update about some of the bigger picture things that happened as a result of this tournament.
Hello everyone. It's been a huge weekend here at Magic Pro Tour 2015, both on and off the tables, with two very big announcements. For those of you who've been away from your laptops, your computers, your mobiles, your tablets, or just carrier pigeons, here's a chance to catch up on what we've announced over the last couple of days. Well, we begin with the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. People have been casting their votes, and Brian David Marshall, the Pro Tour historian, announced the 3 new members of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Why don't we take a look at how the votes panned out up on our big wall. So there you see the 3 members that make it in. Third place in the voting was Guillaume Wafatapa of France, the patron saint of control, a man with a dominant history with all kinds of blue cards. Second place in the ballot into the Hall of Fame from the United States, Mr. Paul Rietzl, your Pro Tour Amsterdam champion from 2010. And as you can see, nearly 3/4 of the eligible votes went to Paul Rietzl. But crowning this particular class of the Hall of Fame, Makihito Mihara of Japan, the 2006 world champion. He delivered a stunning 86.8% of the vote, and those 3 members will join the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame later this year at an induction ceremony in Honolulu, Hawaii during that Khans of Tarkir Pro Tour weekend. All right, so that's the Hall of Fame, but maybe that doesn't affect quite as many of you as our second announcement, and that was the organized play schedule for 2015. And we began by showing where we were going to be going for all the Pro Tours next year. Let's take a look again. And on the board, you can see we begin with Washington, D.C. That's our first one in February. In April, we'll go to Europe, to Brussels in Belgium. Then it's over to the fabulous city of Vancouver in Canada. That's at the back end of July. Milwaukee, Wisconsin is our venue for the October, the Fall Pro Tour. And then down at the bottom, you can see the World Magic Cup will be in Barcelona, and a week later, the same city, it will be the World Championship. Now, we know how many of you love the modern format, and you see down the side there, standard for all the Pro Tours. I would draw your attention to the word mixed down at the bottom there. I would say that modern is certainly not gone from Premier Event Play, and that's certainly true when you take a look at the Grand Prix schedule divided into 4 seasons. Let's look at season 1, and we begin at the very end of this year in Baltimore and Milan. Pick out a few highlights for you. You see we go back to the Philippines in Manila, then over on the other side, you see in February we'll be in Seville in Spain, Memphis in the United States, and that modern Grand Prix right at the start of the year in Omaha. Why don't we move on to season 2? And you see that we have Miami and Liverpool on the same weekend. You can choose your own favorite of those 2 cities. Florence is another standout. We go back to Canada for Toronto in May. There's a Legacy Grand Prix in Japan in Kyoto during season 2. And I must say that Team Limited in Florence looks like a big highlight for the European audience. All right, let's move on to season 3 and show you what we have. And now, worth drawing your attention over here on this side of the screen, North America city to be confirmed, Europe the same, Japan the same, May the 30th and 31st, a weekend to put in your diaries. We're trying something a little bit different. You'll see towards the end of this year exactly what we have planned for that weekend, but worth bringing in your calendar to make sure you are free to play in a Grand Prix wherever you are in the world. North America, Europe, Japan, all running simultaneously that weekend. But there's plenty more going on in season 3. Modern in Charlotte, Copenhagen and Singapore. Again, 3 of those 4 GPs down the bottom there, all modern in the space of 3 weeks. Buenos Aires is back again. Hong Kong. Join us for a second British Grand Prix. That's the first time that's happened in Magic history. A nod and a tribute to the growth of the community in my home country. Well done, guys and girls in the UK. And then finally, season 4. Let's take a look and see what we have for you on season 4. It begins in Prague and Santiago. We go back to Chile. We have Madison, Sydney, so many exotic cities, Quebec City, Beijing, and then look towards that legacy event at Seattle-Tacoma. The season ends with a modern event in Pittsburgh. So that's the shape of the 2015 Organized Play Series. And who knows, you win enough of those events, maybe you can join the likes of Guillaume Wafatapa, Paul Rietzl, and Makihito Mahara in the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame. That's it from me. Let's hand you back to the news desk.
Hey guys, welcome back to the desk here. Marshall Sutcliffe, Zach Hill, and we are now joined by Matej Zadokai. Matej, welcome to the desk. We're happy to have you here.
Hey Marshall, hey Zach.
How was your tournament?
Not that good.
Okay, so you're here with us though to have some fun,
Yeah.
blow off a little steam maybe?
For sure.
All right, well, we're happy to have you. Why don't we take a look? So, a lot of very big things were decided in this tournament. Of course, this was the last tournament of the Pro Point season. So this locked in a lot of people for a lot of different tournaments, a lot of different statuses. And we want to take a few moments here to go with you guys. Well, again, our players are out on lunch. When we come back, we're going to be bringing you both semifinals and, of course, the finals as well. But until then, let's take a look at what actually happened during the course of this tournament as we look forward to the next pro season. So I think we're going to start off with Player of the Year. That seems like a reasonable place to start. Now, we pretty much knew how this was going to end. There was a little bit of question. I mean, one of the things that had to happen was that like an Owen Turtenwald had to make the top 8. He also had to do more than that. The problem is Jeremy Dezani, who is our Player of the Year right now, Player of the Year done, he got 9th. He lost top 8 on breaker. So he really put up a wall that said, no, you are not going to take this from me. And we've had just an incredible breakout season here for Dezani.
I mean, so unbelievable to me that as we've entered into the home stretch of the Player of the Year race, we had so many people at the top of this list in this top 8. And for Dezani to put up such a commanding performance when he really needs to, the talk coming into this event was Reed or Dezani, Reed or Dezani. Unlike his 2 teammates, Reed kind of crashed and burned on day 1. Not so for Jeremy. I think he really earned that title this weekend.
Yeah, I think this is Jeremy Dezani's one of the most dominating performances for Player of the Year. I mean, he just ran away. He won a Pro Tour. He won 3 GPs, 3, and top 8 2 more, and also got a top 25 and now a 9th place. I mean, if he had gotten another top 8, he would have double platinum, more than 90 points. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, and he was full of surprises the whole time too. I mean, remember as we were coming down the stretch, Reed Duke was in the lead. And it was like, yeah, we really have to wait for the Pro Tour to see how it goes because Dezani has to win a GP to take the lead or something. And then we were doing coverage on the same weekend and we started getting messages from Europe and they're like, he won the GP. And we're like, what? Like, unbelievable.
And he didn't even need it. I mean, with his performance here, he still had such a lead.
Yes, he did. So well earned for Jeremy Dezani of France. Now, I do want to remind you, these stats, we were up till about midnight last night crunching the numbers with spreadsheets. I was sitting with Scott Larrabee. So these aren't the official published stats, but these are what we have currently as the locked in. I got to get that disclaimer out there just in case.
Marshall and them were up till midnight. I gracefully abdicated from that discussion.
You did. All right, let's take a look at our next graphic. We've got, I believe, Rookie of the Year is next. It is indeed. It says Rookie of the Year race, but this really wasn't much of a race. Jared Betcher burst onto the scene this year and kind of ran away with Rookie of the Year.
I mean, yeah, truly these are some impressive performances from rookies. I mean, we don't always see pro point numbers this high. Raymond Perez, Neil Oliver was in there, both with over 30 points. Rasmus right on the cusp. Budakov, world champion. I mean, these would be great performances, but Jared Betcher, yes, some near top 8 finishes all across the season. Truly some of the more innovative decks that we've seen in multiple formats. So congratulations to him, securing the Platinum Club for next year and convincing victory in the Rookie of the Year race.
One of the things, Matej, about being the Rookie of the Year this year is you get to play in the World Championship. Being Rookie of the Year has never been better than this year.
Oh yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, it also helps you set up for next year. Sometimes we've seen the Rookie of the Years take the title and the following year did not do as well. So the translation here for Jared is much easier. He's going to play Worlds. He's going to grab some extra points there. I'm sure he will. He might even go very deep and starts off his year very well. So.
Yeah, and of course, he's also Platinum. He earned that by getting 49 pro points. So that is going to push him through to potentially a great sophomore year for his follow-up. World Championship. So we're changing it a little bit. We've got 24 seats available now. It was 16 previously. Why don't we take a look at who is going to be in our World Championship? We have basically everything set here. So running down the list here, we have our world champion from the previous year. That's, of course, Shahar Shenhar. The 2013 World Magic Cup captain. So France wins that, and Raphael Levy is going to take that slot. Pro Tour Theros champion, Jeremy Dezani. He's also our player of the year. He also takes that slot. He also wins a slot from being the European regional point getter, but those drop down to at-large bids. PT Born of the Gods with Sean McLaren, of course, from Canada. Pro Tour Journey in the Knicks, who can forget Patrick Chapin. And then the Magic Online Championship, the Mox. That was Lars Dom. Any thoughts on these guys, Matej?
Well, it's Pro Tour winners. I mean, like, how much better can you get? Already you got the world champion, the World Magic Cup captain, and the champion as well, Lars Dom. I think maybe a dark horse for the competition already. I think it's quite solid.
Yeah, we haven't seen Lars make a big splash out on the Pro Tour scene quite as much, but he had a great performance at the Magic Online Championship, and I'm kind of with you. I keep my eye on him. Why don't we take a look at the next one here and see who else is qualified already for the World Championship, determined this weekend. Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, those are in. So we already saw Jeremy Dezani on the previous graphic, but we've also got Jared Betcher, like we just talked about, as our Rookie of the Year. He's going to be there, and like you said, Matej, this is going to set him up to potentially follow up his fantastic rookie year with maybe even a better sophomore year.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, and we also got still 4 very good players in the top 4 left. One of them is going to go to Worlds. One of them does not have an invite, and Pierre Mondon and also Jackson Cunningham. They don't have the invite because Owen and Ivan Floch are already going. So, I mean, the other 2 guys have a lot to play for.
That's right, and you can see that there. The Magic 2015 champion that we're going to be crowning later on this very day, on this very stream. Remember, they're not just playing for $40,000. They're not just playing for platinum. They're not just playing for a trophy and the glory. They're also playing for a seat in the World Championship, Zach, that's got to be one massive chunk of what you're playing for is just that seat.
Well, yeah, I mean, just the value of the seat. I mean, that's not like a very big tournament. There is a very big prize pool. But on top of that, I mean, just look at this list of names. You know, these are some of the all-time greats. This has been a very competitive season. And so to be able to join the ranks of, players, everyone from Dezani to Levy, Jensen, I mean, all of these people, to even be able to sit at the table in that tournament is a big, big deal.
Matej, so let's say that you had an invite to the World Championship. It's got to be bittersweet, right? Like, sweet, I get to play in this great tournament, but then you look at the lineup and it's like, well, we're not getting any off rounds here.
Yeah, to be fair, like, from a pro player perspective, for me, I'm jealous of all the players going to Worlds because they already have a chance to get points before anyone else gets the chance to get these points. So it's really a nice buffer for the following pro point season. And of course, it's also a very good chance to prove yourself. I just want to remind everyone of Shota Yasuoka. I think his performance at the Worlds was, I think, the one that said, oh, Shota is insane.
Yes.
He only has 1 Pro Tour top 8, but his performance there is, people basically count it as a Pro Tour top 8 for Hall of Fame considerations.
Yeah, they do. All right, let's take a look at our next one here. For the World Championship, we've got 10 different geo-region slots. So we have APAC, which is going to be Li Shitian and Nam Sung Wook. So congratulations to both of them, of course, for making the World Championship seats. Europe, Jeremy Dezani. Now that's the 3rd time we've seen his list show up, and the way it works is his unused slots are going to get bumped down to what we'll see in a few minutes, which are the at-large bids. But Jeremy Dezani is the #1 point getter in Europe, followed closely by Stanislav Sivka. Moving down to Japan, Yuya Watanabe and Yuki Ichikawa has now moved into that 2nd spot. Yeah. He's locked that down. If we can bring that back up, we got a couple more to cover there. Yeah. I want to make sure I get Latin America and North America. There we go. Willie Adel and Paula Vitor Dama-de-Rosa from Latin America. Not a huge surprise there. 2 of the most active players from that region.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, You haven't even finished all those names, and I'm already like pretty scared for the other people.
No kidding.
This lineup is looking incredible.
Now, do you want to get a little more scared? Because I've got Reed Duke and
Exactly.
Owen Turtenwald are now going. And by the way, Owen Turtenwald is booking his name in there after his strong finish here. We just penciled that in right before we went on the air here. So Reed Duke and Owen are going to be there as well. You know they're going to be doing a little testing together too.
Yeah.
I mean, how scary is that for the competition?
Yeah, it's a big advantage to have your teammates being able to go to Worlds because you can form a strong contingent of players and test against the field. Someone like Lars Dam will be more isolated because maybe he has no one to test against. And so he's already a large disadvantage against these groups. But I see some groups forming there as well. There's Jeremy Dizanian, Raf Levy of France. There's maybe the MTG Mint card guys from Southeast Asia. So I think there's going to be groups, and I think it's going to be not only about the individuals, but also about the little teams that form there.
I can't wait to watch that. Let's take a look at the at-large bids now for the World Championship. Well, that's not a bad name to headline things off. William Huey Jensen has to settle for a quarterfinals here at the PT, but wow, what a great season for Huey. I mean, if anybody had any question to whether he was back or not, that has been left in the dust somewhere between like the early months of this season. Moving down the line, Josh Utter-Leyton, Tom Martell, Paul Rietzel, Yvonne Floch also in the top 8 here, Sam Black, and in at 7 is Jacob Wilson. Now, there is a little bit of a wrinkle here. Matej, are you familiar with the wrinkle?
Yes, I'm familiar with the wrinkle. Basically, what is the problem now is that there's still the Pro Tour M15 champion slot left open. So that means that if Owen Turtenwald or Yvonne Floch win this Pro Tour, one more person gets added to the at-large bid.
And that
because
would
they'll move up.
Kentaro Yamamoto of Japan.
Yeah.
He is the one who is operating that sort of X-Factor slot where he can jump up. So, hi, Kentaro. he might be watching Nico, but he's probably at home rooting on his 2 new favorite players, Yvonne Floch.
Yeah, but it was super intense. Even like during the quarterfinals, there was Yuki Ichikawa was playing in the quarters, and Yuya Watanabe was in the crowd, so super scared because if Yuki had won, Yuya would not be the Japanese captain, and the slots would move down and whatnot. So, I mean, it was tense moments, but we'll see that developing here. I mean, we talked about it. The winner of this tournament goes to Worlds. It could be Cunningham, could be Mondon.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so why don't we take a look now at the World Magic Cup itself, or excuse me, the Hunt for Platinum. That's what I want to look at now. So the Hunt for Platinum shows us how people were coming into the tournament, what they needed to do. So the people that were already Platinum are at the bottom. I'm not going to go over that list. You can browse it at your leisure. But just by showing up, the next layer up, Namsoon Wook, Kentaro Yamamoto, William Jensen, Shenhar, Fennell, Hayne, McLean, Ben Stark, and Jacob Wilson, all they had to do was sign the slip to say, I'm at the player meeting, and they got Platinum. So they're in. The players that needed a top 75, Patrick Dickmann, Eric Froelich, Raphael Levy, they had to put up a performance here, Zach. I mean, getting a top 75, you have to put up a reasonable performance at the PT. In fact, actually just quite a good one. They did it. And before I throw that to you, Zach, these 3 people at the top needed a top 16 to get Platinum, and all 3 did. Yuichi Ichikawa, Martin Yuza pulls off a fantastic run to get Platinum, and of course, Yvonne Floch, who's in our top 8 as well.
I mean, it's that top stat that just blows my mind the most, right? I mean, 3 different people. There are not very many slots in the top 16 of a Pro Tour, and that is not an easy accomplishment to do. So for 3 people to be on the bubble and have achieved that, I mean, that really means that you brought your A game. And of course, I look at people like Yuza, Froelich, Levy, who have been here, seemingly forever. It's a big prospect to say, I've been doing this a long time. Next year, I'm not Platinum. It's kind of that can be a moment where you lose your fire.
Oh, absolutely.
But that's not what we're seeing.
I mean,
here.
we see that out here. I think that people, don't realize that, like, if you don't play at an incredibly high level and even run good sometimes, you can fall off, right? It's entirely possible to find yourself at the end of this and say, I'm not qualified. I have to go start PTQing, even though for the last 4 years I haven't had to. So, it's a scrap to stay ahead here. And congratulations to all these players who made it all the way to the highest pro level, Platinum.
Yeah. If I could mention one thing which I find really impressive, everyone expected me just to go on about Yvonne Floch or Robin Doyle, my buddies, but I want to talk about Yuki Ichikawa because I played him round 3 and I was 0-2. So he was 0-2 and then rattle off all the wins, not only to top 16, but to top 8, and to get the platinum level, to get to Worlds and everything after starting off 0-2. I think that's super, super impressive.
That's incredible. All right, let's move on now to the World Magic Cup. So this is, of course, where each country has their own 3-person team representing their country, and we're going to run through these team captains with you guys right now. Matej, I'm going to make you pronounce some of these.
Oh yeah, I can't wait already.
Okay, he's chomping.
Can I rattle them off?
Yeah, go for it.
No.
you don't want to. Okay, so here's Argentina, Demian Tejo. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to everybody. We've got a bunch to go through. I'm going to zip through pretty quickly. If you guys have something you want to say about somebody, just jump in there. Justin Chung from Australia, Austria, Valentin Mackel. What a great season for him.
Yeah, up and comer. I mean, Valentin Mackel has been on the scene, on the Austrian scene for a few years now. But this year he has a fantastic year. Got gold level, made top 8 at 5 Grand Prix. Overall decent performances, and he has been traveling the world with Patrick Dickman, going to the US GPs.
GPs, I see him
get the point. Yeah, they just like each other's company. They like Magic a lot, so why not spend all the time traveling and testing and doing? Fantastic performance. I think he's definitely one to watch out in the coming years as well.
All right, so Belarus, Yevgeny Zakharinov.
Good,
congratulations to you. Thank you. Belgium, Nicholas van der Hollen. Bolivia's got Carlos Tarico. Brazil, Willie Adel. Nobody's super surprised to see that. It's usually between Willie or PV. This year it was Willie.
Well, yeah, I mean, but what you just said is noteworthy. Right, I mean, PV, 9 lifetime top 8, maybe even 10.
No.
Right? Just infinite top 8s, always sort of thought of as the best Brazilian player. But Willie in the Hall of Fame conversation, 4 top 8s for him. And to cement this, I'm reminded of something that you said earlier, Matej, about the World Magic Cup is a great opportunity for people that are on the cusp of Hall of Fame contention to really cement their legacy. So a big opportunity for Willie.
I think it's a great point for Willie as well, as he's the pillar of the Brazilian community and gets to represent Brazil at the World Magic Cup. I think that's a fantastic
I think that's
storyline.
great too. Bulgaria has Yevgeny Kamashki. Congratulations to him. Canada, Sean McLaren. That was a tight race. There was a lot of top pros at the top of that. I know that that Alexander Hayne wanted to grab that slot. I know Jacob Wilson was knocking at the door. John Stern was in the conversation as well. But at the end of the day, Sean McLaren's the one who keeps it.
Canada has had a fantastic year overall. I think Sean will be a worthy captain, but if any of the other guys win the World Magic Cup qualifier, because as Platinum Pros, they get 2 buys at the World Magic Cup qualifiers, they'd be well poised to do well in the World Magic Cup as a whole, as a nation.
All right, for Chile, Felipe Tapia Becerra, he was the Rookie of the Year last year.
Correct.
So keeping it up there for Chile. China has Han Bing, Chinese Taipei, Zhu Qingguo, considered the best player from Chinese Taipei.
Oh yeah, for sure. And he actually already was the World Magic Cup team captain. So I mean, he can do it. He can do it again. I saw him lead his team to perfection. It was one of the most dominating performances of a single player at a tournament I've ever seen.
Yeah, and has that legacy of being the first World Magic Cup champions.
Maybe he wants to repeat.
Exactly.
You think?
Maybe.
So Colombia has Daniel Cardozo. We've got Miguel Gatica from Costa Rica. Vrajan Horvat from Croatia.
Oh, you're getting pretty good at this, Marshall. You're going to practice.
Yeah, Daniel Antonio from Cyprus, Czech Republic. Go ahead.
I want to mention Daniel. I think he's living in London right now, but he will represent Cyprus. Young guy, 19 years old or something like that. I think actually 18 years old, and like great performance for him. I think he'll be well poised to make his mark on the tournament.
Okay, what about from the Czech Republic, Stanislav Sivka?
Well, Stan is a buddy of mine. I've known him for a long time now, and I mean, he had a fantastic year, made Worlds, well deserved. I mean, overall, he just had good results in his Pro Tour top 8, and Argentina just cemented it. And I think he led the team last year too. So I mean, he's been there now with more experience. The Czech Republic has a very high quality of players overall in the country. So I think they're going to get some very good qualifiers.
Denmark, Martin Miller. Let's move on to our next. We have got a bunch of these still to get through. Dominican Republic, Pedro Papatera. We've got Ecuador, Daniel Verdesoto. El Salvador, Ricardo Cabrero. England, Fabrizio Anteri.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. You see these Latin American or Central American nations being read aloud, and then Fabrizio Antero actually comes from Venezuela.
Yeah,
but
he's not the most English name I've ever read.
He's actually pretty Italian, considering. So he has these connections going on. Actually, I remember Fabrizio has 3 GP top 8s this past year, and I remember 2 of those were with one of his friends who's also Italian Venezuelan, Daniel Fior. Yeah, it was great stories, but he had a great year, gold level, and he just did overall really well, and I think he's going to be a good captain for England.
All right, we've got Estonia Hannes Karem from Finland, Anssi Alkio, another player we saw in the Magic Online Championship. France surprises nobody here. Jeremy Dizani is going to be the team captain.
I mean, talk about a repeat performance. You know, we can already begin that conversation. France won last year, and with Dizani as the captain, they are set up well.
Speaking of set up well, Germany has Patrick Dickmann as their captain.
Yeah, and remember what he talked about, Valentin and Patrick being friends? So they're both captains. I assume the Germans and Austrians will probably test together for the world and probably try to give themselves an edge for the tournament. I think that's a good angle.
Okay, Matej.
Let's go.
Greece. Marios Angelopoulos.
Good. Keep it going.
All right. Guatemala, Rigoberto Castellan. Hong Kong, Li Shi Tian. No surprise there. Platinum Pro from Hong Kong. Hungary, Tamás Glied.
Yeah, very big potential. Also, a pretty young kid. I think he's younger than 20 years old. I think he definitely can do really well for Hungary. And they've got some good players if they qualify.
Coming in as best name so far, Ragnar Sigurdsson from Iceland. Indonesia, all right.
Kurniandi Patriawan.
Thank you very much for that. Ireland has John Larkin. He's back.
Yeah, John Larkin, really old school player, sort of like we saw Neil Reeves this weekend, but he put up a great performance at his home back in Dublin for Pro Tour Theros, and that's good enough to qualify him as captain this year.
Yep, Israel has, of course, Shahar Shenhar. Italy, Andrea Mengucci. That's an interesting storyline.
Fantastic performance. I mean, he got the top 8 at the previous Pro Tour, and for this one, he tested with the American guys, with Ben Friedman and the others. I mean, and also he was putting up good results. They credited him with being the limited mastermind. Maybe he can carry that over to the World Magic Cup. Would be fantastic.
That's great. And from Japan, Yuya Watanabe does seal up the captainship there for Japan. That's a hotly contested seat for sure. And I mean, if I lived in Japan, I'd be pretty comfortable with Yuya at the helm.
For sure. I mean, he has the experience. He has everything. I mean, he's a great captain.
All right, why don't we take a look at our next one here? Yeah, we're still plying through here. Latvia, there's Andreas Prost, and Lithuania, Godenis Vidigiris. Luxembourg, Steve Hatto.
Yeah, a great player from a pillar of the Luxembourgish community. I used to live there. Steve's a great guy, and I think he will be very happy to go to the World Magic Cup with 3 buddies.
Macedonia, Vladimir Trachevsky.
Yeah, pretty good.
Close enough. Malaysia, Raymond Tan.
Yeah, we've seen him in the Rookie of the Year race.
Indeed.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen him play for a long time, just a veteran of the scene. I think he's going to helm a pretty powerful team coming out.
Mexico is going to be piloted by Marcelino Freeman. Netherlands, Frank Karsten. Yeah, that was his goal.
Yeah, it was his goal all along. After the first Pro Tour, when Camille got the top 8, Frank was like, "Okay, Camille's not playing that much anymore. I need to catch him," and he did. So I'm very happy for Frank, and he's going to be a great captain. He's a leader. So if he gets his team in order. Like when we were testing, Frank was the one with the whip and with the spreadsheet, like test. Yes.
Whip in one hand, spreadsheet in the
pretty
other.
Much, yeah.
That's Frank Karsten in a nutshell. Jingwei Jie is going to be representing New Zealand.
Yeah, great year for him. I think lots of potential in Jingwei. I've gotten to know him, and he just always at the top tables in the first couple Pro Tours, so great year for him.
Northern Ireland is going to be represented by Alan Warnock. Norway, Nikolai Herzog.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He's back.
So that's scary for a competition there if you are playing against Norway. Panama, Ivan Oro. Paraguay is Oscar Matthias Bachmann. Peru, Jose Velardo. Philippines, Jason Ascalon. Poland, Marcin Stashiva. Now, we've seen him a bit. Portugal has Marcio Carvalho. He was also here. Puerto Rico, Nicolas Kuchena. Romania has Raresglad. That's an awesome name. Kolomai. And we've got one more set of names for you here. Russian Federation, Dmitry Budakov.
I'll go back to what we talked about at the start. Remember what I talked, how big of an advantage it is to play the World Championships? Dmitry Bodobrukov, Magic Online champion,
Yes.
is chaining the result now, World Magic Cup captain. Fantastic.
There
for him.
it is.
I'm very happy for him.
Scotland has Bradley Barclay. Serbia, Aleska Telerov. Singapore is Kelvin Chu. We've seen his name a lot.
Yeah, that was a really tight race between him and Chapman Sim, two of the big premier representatives from Singapore, but Kelvin clinched it basically at the last minute.
All right. The Slovak Republic is going to be, of course, Ivan Floch.
I wouldn't want to talk about. I was the leading captain for the whole year until this weekend. I needed Ivan Floch to not top 25.
I saw you shaking your head as I read it. Just come on.
Yeah. So,
Robin Dolar from Slovenia is going to be next. Just won a GP last weekend. South Africa, Karan Shetty. South Korea, Nam Sung Wook, a big season for him. He won the GP in Melbourne, top-aided another one, and has put up enough points to become South Korea's captain. From Spain, Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, 2 GP top 8s this year, top 25 this weekend, lost playing for top 16 even.
Wow,
so great
well
performance
earned.
by him, and he's at all the GPs, so I mean, look out for that guy. He's going to be good.
Yeah, as far as current day Swedish players go, Joel Larsson is definitely one of the top players from Sweden, and not surprised to see him there at all.
Yeah, also most handsome one.
Best care. Switzerland, Nico Boni from Switzerland, so that's awesome. Thailand, Lars Dam. Now, he's a bit of a transplant to Thailand, but he does live there.
I mean, he did have a Danish flag at one of the previous graphics. Here's the Thailand flag. So, yeah, but it's good to have an experienced player at the top.
Yep, Yusuf Vefa is going to be from Turkey. The Ukraine has
Sergei Sushalski.
Thank you very much. United States, this is a big one for a lot of our viewers. Owen Turtenwald is going to be the team captain, and I got to say, wow, that's fantastic. I mean, for people from the United States, it feels pretty nice to have Owen at the helm. Moving forward, Uruguay is Sebastian Martinez, Luis Lux from Venezuela, and rounding things out for, this is, by the way, 72 World Magic Cup teams that we just went through. Wales is David Besso.
Of Italy.
Of Italy.
Playing in Wales.
Okay.
Great guy, came back after a short break, so I'm happy. I'm going to see him in the World Magic Cup.
Yeah, so exciting stuff. This is all stuff that's going to be coming up to you throughout the course of the year. The World Magic Cup, the World Championships, they're going to be played in France, and it's going to be one of the best events we have. I really can't wait to see that. It is a special time of year because you get to root for your favorite players, like specifically, the cream of the crop that are in the World Championship, but you also get to root for your country.
And definitely, I mean, we've talked about the captains, but World Magic Cup qualifiers are coming up. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing in mine. I don't know what the odds are, but this is a great opportunity for everybody watching this at home to try and get a spot on their team.
Yeah, so there's 2 other slots. Each team is 3 people, and the 2 other slots are going to be filled in by a World Magic Cup qualifier tournament. The winner gets to represent their country.
It's actually 4 people on the team, the captain, and 3 qualifiers. So there's one in 2 weeks, then 2 weeks after that, then 2 weeks after that. I think at the start of September is the last one. So I think depending on country, if you have like 400 Planeswalker points, maybe 500 for the United States, you can go play. I mean, just find a location, take a standard deck. You've just seen so many standard decks. Just come play it.
Right, so 4 players per team, 3 play on any given section. But yeah, so that means that there's actually 3 slots there. So especially if you happen to live in a smaller country and you can hit up 3 of those, I mean, that's a pretty decent shot there.
Yeah, that's my plan.
Yeah, that's your plan, yeah.
Just to argue the point, I think I was the most desperate to get to the World Magic Cup. It really means a lot to me. Once I played the old Worlds where I wasn't on the team, but I asked the guys if I could carry the flag because it really meant that much to me. And I did, and I really wanted to do it again. The good and bad news is we'll have a great captain, but it's not going to be me.
But you do have a good shot at joining. I'm sure your fans will be following you to see if you join. Okay, gentlemen, why don't we start to shift our focus back to the tournament we're at right now. Pro Tour Magic 2015. We're heading towards the semifinals. Now we're working our way there. The players are finishing up a sandwich or whatever, and they're going to be getting seated pretty soon. But let's take a look at the first of what are going to be 2 semifinal matches that we're going to be looking at. Owen Turtenwald versus Ivan Floch. So the first one has Owen Turtenwald. You can take a look at Owen's stats there. He plays for Team Channel Fireball, the Pantheon, which talk to us a little bit, Matej, about what a huge leg up that gives him playing with such a high-quality team.
I mean, just his 2 best buddies on the Pro Tour are Reed Duke and William Jensen, and we've talked about them at length. I mean, it's a great collective of players, and there's also so much support system behind them. There's guys like Paul Rietzel, Zvi Maushowitz, and I could rattle off the names, and they come really high at the lifetime pro points list. It's a huge advantage to have, and I'm sure I saw them playing the matchups already for the semifinals from the moment I came to the tournament. They're like, it's great to have these kinds of friends.
Now, Zach, I know that you've popped in on their testing from time to time. You live on the East Coast now. You know a lot of those guys, so you've kind of helped out, popped in a little bit. Talk to us about what the environment is like there. How workmanlike is it? What's the vibe?
It's, at least in my experience, it's actually like really professional. I mean, and I say that not to say like, oh, isn't that surprising, but to say like
it is. Though.
It's crazy to get an insight into how a lot of these teams test. I mean, all of the results are booked. People are playing Magic constantly. It's not like, oh, let's hang out and by the way, there's a Pro Tour. I mean, one of the reasons this team puts up such dominant performances is that everyone is focused on getting the best possible result at the Pro Tour you can. And that's why we see them consistently, time and time again, put members into the top 8, and this weekend is no exception.
Okay, why don't we take a look at Owen's opponent for the semifinal here, Ivan Floch. And Ivan has had one heck of a run here at this tournament. He comes from Slovakia. Team lost in the woods. That doesn't sound very workmanlike, but he's 29 years old. He said he's been playing for 12 years. This is his first Pro Tour top 8, and he seemed really relieved, Matej, to kind of have that monkey off his back.
I mean, yeah, he's been having great results over the last few years. I mean, I think he's one of the players with the most like Pro Tour top 50s out of the amount of Pro Tours played, and his average finish is somewhere in that ballpark. I think before that, I think he only had one top 16, but at least like 8 or 9 top 50s, and it was, I think, partly a mental thing. As we've seen it, I think he played against Matt Sperling in this tournament and scooped with, even though he wasn't there on board. He dispelled the skull crack, but forgot about it, so he thought the skull crack would resolve and things like that. I think that was like a mental thing, but he bounced back, won a couple straight, then drew into the top 8. So now that he has the monkey off his back, I think he's poised to win it. He's my favorite. The only chance I see him not winning it if on the other side of the bracket Pierre Mondon makes it through, because that is a nightmare matchup.
That's a bad matchup for him. What about you, Zach? What do you make of Ivan Floch and his chances to win the tournament? He's playing Owen Turtenwald. Like, it's not going to be easy no matter what.
I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy, but I've watched a lot of his matches at this tournament, and I've definitely watched a lot of them because they are not short matches. But I have been incredibly impressed with how tight he is able to play that deck. I mean, you have to sequence a lot of turns, maximize cards that are not really intuitive to understand, like Elixir of Immortality. He has a tremendous amount of discipline, always waiting till the last possible moment to cast cards like Sphinx's Revelation to make sure he gets the most value. I mean, he understands the deck inside and out. I think his chances are pretty good. I've watched him beat the black-white deck before, and I have to say I think he's the favorite coming into this
All right,
match.
let's take a look at the black-white deck, actually, that Owen is running here. This is one of the big decks of the tournament as the Team Channel Fireball, the Pantheon. A lot of them are running. In fact, the majority of them. For those of you that haven't seen the list yet, you can take a browse through it here and get yourself acquainted with the tools that Owen Turtenwald has to try to defeat his opponent Ivan Floch here. What are the key cards here in the matchup, Matej?
I played the matchup with Ivan a couple times this morning, and the key cards is Underworld Connections. It can keep the gas going. Especially the problem for Owen is that, especially in game 1, he has a lot of removal spells they don't do anything. So he needs the connections to keep going to get the gas he needs. Obzerrat also fairly important, so is Elspeth, but I think he's going to rely mainly on the Underworld Connections, supported by the discard spells.
And that's really one of the reasons I think that Floch's deck has a bit of an advantage in the match. I mean, Owen, look at all the cards there. There's nothing you can do about just planar cleansing being cast. And normally you're like, oh, okay, well, I've got Obzerrat, Ghost Council, I can just flicker it out. But Floch has 4 quickens. So he can cast Cleansing and Supreme Verdict at instant speed. So I agree completely with Matej that black-white decks got to get Underworld Connections up and running quickly so as not to fall too behind on cards.
Yeah, we've seen that sort of pattern happen over and over from this type of a matchup. It's similar. It has similar veins to the Black Devotion list as well with the discard, where the black deck will sort of dismantle the blue-white deck in the early stages, and then they sort of hit this holding pattern where the black deck maybe has used up a lot of its card in hand to dismantle and doesn't have a big threat. And then as we move forward, it's the first one to draw Connections or Sphinx's Revelation and kind of blows it out. Let's take a look at Ivan Flock's list so you guys can get a chance to see what Owen Turtenwald is going to be playing against. It's blue-white, and this is, as far as control decks go, pushed very, very far on the control end of the spectrum.
This is a Stanislav Tsivka deck. I don't think that surprises you guys because he's the king of control, and I think this is a masterpiece. No creatures. A lot of people like that, and I think basically the quickens and the planar cleansing should give him the edge, and he can cycle the cards, get the big Sphinx Revelation, and just win the game and the match. Especially because the sideboard I think is a little bit better for Ivan. Because Owen does not have that many hate cards. He still has to keep in removal spells.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. It looks like it's about time for us to head down to the feature match area here. We are now ready for the first semifinal here from Pro Tour Magic 2015. Let's go to the booth. BDM and Luis await, along with our own Rich Hagan.
All right, thank you very much to the guys in the booth. All the big races there for you, except this one. 4 players are left. Flock, Turtenwald, Cunningham, Mondon. Let's go to our first semi-final. Here we go. Hello everybody, welcome to our first semi-final of Pro Tour Magic 2015. We are going to bring you all the action here in the booth. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Brian David Marshall and Louis Scott Vargas. It is Ivan Flock against Owen Turtenwald. There is the Slovak national champion in the blackborder.com shirt, Ivan Flock. There's Owen Turtenwald from Channel Fireball, and the players are ready to go. BDM, what is the matchup?
Well, this is blue-white control versus black-white mid-range, and it's really like Ivan Flock is playing a creatureless deck that really is just about boring his opponent to death.
Yeah, it's not even creatureless, it's just creatureless. It's win condition-less. It doesn't even have Elspeth. So his way of winning is basically Elixir of Immortality and just casting a giant Sphinx's Revelation every single turn. In reality, it finishes the games with Jace's Ultimate most of the time,
Right.
but...
He gets to play your best remaining threat out of your deck.
Yeah, and Owen here has actually the start that he needs to win this, depending on what Ivan has to answer it.
We have a turn 2 Pack Rat, but we also have an end of turn 2 Last Breath. The 4 life points for Owen Turtenwald, not relevant in the slightest. The no Pack Rat, hugely relevant for Ivan Flock.
Right. In untimed rounds, Flock could let his opponent start at 100.
Yeah, he could let his opponent start at any amount. He would just deck them. So this matchup in game 1, I think, is pretty good for Ivan because Owen has, a bunch of dead removal spells and Ivan has no targets for any of them. Owen's going to end up, really, really wanting to win this game 1 and having a much better post-board game.
Turtenwald attempts an Underworld Connections there, by the way, gets dissolved.
Yes, not allowed at all. So no card advantage engine for the non-blue-white player, as Ivan draws a 3rd island.
And one of the main features of Ivan's deck is that he's got 4 quickens to power out Supreme Verdicts, Divinations, and Planar Cleansings, which means that Obzedat, traditionally a really good threat against blue-white, it's actually way more vulnerable. Quicken Supreme Verdict is actually a really good combo.
Right.
I can't tell you how long I've waited for Quicken to be good.
So Owen casts his 3rd spell of the game. We've seen Pack Rat, that died. Underworld Connections, that didn't resolve. Now here's his 3rd spell. It's Desecration Demon. That does resolve. And one thing we can be certain of, at least at this stage, is that Ivan Flock will not be tapping it down and putting +1 counters on it. So the Desecration Demon piles in for the first damage of the match against the Slovak national champion.
And Ivan could have answered it with a number of different things, but he's going to get this is going to just be brutal here.
So there's Obzedat Ghost Council for Owen.
Yeah, but it's just even perfectly walked into the Quicken Supreme Verdict to just wipe out both of these threats.
Here we go. Quicken, card,
You hear Owen.
Supreme, bye.
Wow.
And Owen didn't really have a choice, I don't think. Just sitting there on the 1 demon is just not going to be enough to finish the game before a giant Revelation comes out to seal the deal.
Turtenwald, you see, holding 2 Banishing Light and Desecration Demon. That is Ivan Flock. There's Turtenwald with those 3 cards in hand right now.
And even Banishing Light, which would normally be good against blue-white, doesn't have very many targets because Even's not playing Detention Sphere.
Right. But he chooses to run Planar Cleansing, where a lot of the other decks are running Detention Sphere.
Yeah, that's the big choice here, the big difference. And Even really only has Jaces, but if he Jace -2s and then it gets Banishing Light, that's perfectly fine.
Worth saying that although Even does not run creatures in the main deck, he does have Mutavault, which of course can become so. We're going to see Quicken again from Flock. This is with Desecration Demon number 2 coming down for Owen.
And even though you don't really want to dissolve Desecration Demons in general, I think Even should do it here, and this is why he does. He doesn't actually have an answer to it. He's got a Planar Cleansing, he's missing a 3rd white, and Demon hits pretty hard. Owen is not particularly threat dense, so taking the risk of just dying to a Demon is not very good.
A key pillar of the Even Flock deck has just entered his hand. It is a very unassuming little artifact, the kind of thing that all good players suggest really you shouldn't play terribly often in most formats. It's Elixir of Immortality, and this could be Even Flock's ticket to immortality.
Yeah, well, Even is going to sit back on that. He plays Divination, draws into his first Sphinx's Revelation. Now, does he have to get that Elixir down on the table now? Like, he can never afford to let that card sit in his hand, can he?
Getting Thoughtseize is pretty awkward. It's tough to win if your Elixir gets Thoughtseized and you've already cast some revs, because Jace can win you the game. It's a little bit slow, though. So I think Even would rather play it, and because he's not anticipating tapping out this turn, he can just shuffle it back in to make sure it doesn't get Banishing Lighted. But even if it does, he can eventually unlock it off Planar Cleansing.
So there it is. 2 tap, you gain 5 life. Well, the 5 life can be very important, but shuffle it and your graveyard back in. You never deck yourself. You can Revelation your deck as much as you want. And now here, just after the Elixir comes down, is indeed Thoughtseize from Owen.
And that was a perfectly timed Thoughtseize. Owen drew it this turn, cast it to get rid of the Revelation that was going to basically end the game next turn, or at least put Even in a very good position. A Rev for 4 or 5 against an empty board is really tough to beat.
And Even says, I tell you what, I'm just going to crack my Elixir of Immortality. I'll put that Sphinx's Revelation back into my deck, give myself more chance of drawing one of those, because, as we say, BDM, you were talking with Frank Karsten at the start of the morning on the news desk set, and said, look, give us a pointer at home. Right. When are things sort of over? And Frank said?
Frank said your opponent is Lost in the Woods, their team name, once you get the first Sphinx for 6. Although he was really specifically talking about the red matchup, but right. I think it applies.
I think if Even
all the way across the board.
Yeah, I think if Even draws Rev and just casts it for 4 here, he's probably just going to win the game. Just because Owen isn't actually pressuring him. Owen has 3 of those, dead removal spells we mentioned in his hand right now.
Well, he's going to just cycle through Azorius Charm, and
here we go.
Planeswalker time.
First Planeswalker of the game.
And that comes in with 4, but instantly the dice moves to 2, and we see 2 land and a Divination. It is the card draw spell for 3 mana that Flock chooses. 2 lands go away. Owen will use the end of turn to cast Hero's Downfall.
And it's vastly preferable to Hero's Downfall rather than put Banishing Lights into play, because they're just a liability. Against the Planar Cleansing, it's an even hand.
And the Planar Cleansing's there.
Yeah, so Even is basically playing the game he wants to play right now.
Up at 17, about to draw bonus cards. We see a Syncopate in hand. He draws both a Divination and Sphinx's Revelation, the first one coming back, as it were. Owen's version of what can I find around the deck revolves around temples. You saw one last turn that he got to scry, put something to the bottom, but that, of course, cannot compete with the pure card draw of Flock.
You tweeted something earlier today when Matt Sperling scooped up his cards in a game against Even Flock that, they were still playing the game, and Even wasn't, was going to eventually defeat him. And, the game could have actually gone on for an hour. What is there a point where you're just like, I can't play this game anymore?
You basically never want to scoop in the top 8 of a Pro Tour until you're dead, because there's no time limit. You're not, you always have a chance. But when your opponent's casting a Revelation for 10 every turn, I think at that point, you have to think about your life equity. Like, you want to actually do other things with it at the time you have remaining in the day.
Blood Baron of Vizkopa gets syncopated by Even Flock.
And the turn before you cast the Rev, you'll basically counter almost everything, because you assume Rev will draw you a bunch of answers, and you want to spend as few mana as possible. So not even content with casting a Rev for 6 here.
So we go again with Jace, and we see, Yeah, obviously.
I'll take the Supreme Verdict land pile over the
Yes.
Supreme Verdict pile.
One of the easier choices of Flock's weekend so far. Head back to Turtenwald. He's drawn Underworld Connections.
And that's basically the best card he can draw in this situation, especially since Even does not have a direct answer to it, but Even's still going to just power through with a Rev. I mean, he could cast Planar Cleansing, but that is not really that thrilling.
Owen down, in air quotes, to 23.
Go.
But again, really not about Owen's life total.
No, basically at no point is Owen's life total going to be like relevant to the outcome of the game.
Yep.
I love how the Jaces just get.
Oh, it's just a double divination.
It's just double
That's
divination.
basically what it is.
Yeah, he's just like, do it, throw it away. I can cast this Jace 9 times this game. Takes the dissolve pile.
Yeah, Last Breath and land goes away. The dissolve is obviously hard.
And if Owen doesn't play a big threat this turn, this is the turn I'd expect the revelation to happen. But it looks like Flock is just content to keep trading 1 for 1. I guess given that he found the dissolve and doesn't have just syncopate, this gives him just another turn to stop Owen's threats.
Cast Planar Cleansing to deal with Underworld Connections.
Oh, 1 for 1. What's wrong with that?
Attack.
Mutavault comes in. Even will fall to 15.
I think now might be the turn where he casts Revelation. I think 8 is enough to satisfy just about anyone.
He's very patient, though. We'll see.
Attack for 2.
In we go again.
I'm at 13.
Nope. No. You people are just so impatient.
Pretty hard to turn down 8 cards, but Even has managed to do it.
Put that back on top of your library.
Owen might just cycle Devour Flesh here. Basically use Devour Flesh to not draw Mutavault next turn. This is a pretty hopeless position for Owen.
Go.
And now that Even knows Owen is basically drawing a dead card, well, Divination actually does give you a good reason to forestall the Revelation, because Even's deck does have a lot of air in it, a lot of cycling cards, a lot of removal that's not going to do a whole lot right now. So casting the as big a Revelation as possible is kind of what you want to do.
Yeah, we had an earlier quote from Rich. He said the only thing control players like to do more than drawing cards is discard them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In comes the Mutavault again, but this is not a series of relevant attacks. Perhaps most relevant is now we've got so many land on Flock's side of the
Is
board.
it time?
The 12th one is just heading down
It's
to
got to
the
be
bottom
time,
of the
right? I
screen.
mean, there we go.
9.
20.
And Owen is not someone who I'd expect to concede until the game's over. So,
Going to mentally exhaust his opponent by making him just play out every single action of this match.
yeah, it's possible.
Are we going to end up breaking out 99 bottles of beer at some point during this match?
I don't drink.
Did you even not find a land among those millions of cards?
No,
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
I'm surprised that his hand hasn't been updated yet.
Oh, you are not kind.
More quickly, Floor Reporter, more quickly.
I mean, at this
2,
point,
4,
Even's got all the divination or all the dissolves, like quickens plus wrath that can even kill Mutavault if he needs to. Like,
It's basically two-headed giant right now. It's turn 7. Both the blue-white control players have 6 land in play and a full grip of cards.
the only way Even can lose right now is if that elixir gets Thoughtseize somehow, and even then, it's not a guaranteed thing because of Jace Ultimate.
Yep. So here we go. Here's the discard. I'll tell you the entire starting hand he's about to get rid of.
He's going to keep the 4 dissolves. He's going to keep the Rev, and now he has to keep his next. Another.
Another Rev, and maybe a Syncopate?
Syncopate's getting a little less good because of how many lands Owen has, but Even has millions, so maybe Syncopate's fine. Just having all counters is not
Last
bad.
Breath for a random Mutavault.
The Last Breath answering the Mutavault actually would be my selection here.
So he's going to keep a hand, discard a hand. It's like a conspiracy card. Draw 2 hands. Pick
Just
one.
discard one of them, yeah. It's like he casts Memory Jar, but then just gets to keep 7.
I don't know if you guys are movie fans.
I've been known to watch a televisual experience now and again.
This reminds me of the bottomless chair scene from Casino Royale.
A lot of people refer to these as awkward silences, but I'm here to tell you it's actually a choice.
Gonna discard these wraths. Is playing on cleansing.
Yeah, even just discarded a hand that was better than something that Owen could beat.
So with a net +3 in the life total column here in game 1, Even Flock leads Owen Turtenwald by 1-0.
Do you pick your discard hand based on maximum
Tilting,
demoralization?
like he keeps 7 lands and discards like amazing cards. I suspect that would not be a good strategy, but it would be funny.
So, why don't we see what these two players might be up to after game 1, and potentially we've got quite a lot of in and out and shake it all about to do. Even Flock, here's his sideboard. Let's see what the options are. So, Fornix Fleece Ram, 2 Last Breath, an Elspeth, Jace, Deicide, Double Dispel, Double Gainsay, and a couple of Archangel of Thune. So, Luis, why don't we start with you? What are your thoughts on what Flock might be doing here?
Flock doesn't actually have a ton that he really wants to bring in. Like, he can bring in Jace, he can bring in Elspeth, he can bring in Deicide, he can bring in more Last Breaths. But other than that, I mean, the matchup is so good game 1, and he's got so few dead cards game 1, that this is not really a matchup that improves much post-board. In fact, I mean, it improves for Owen post-board, and even Flock's deck doesn't even get that much better without caring about what Owen does.
Is Deicide something like where you're worried about Erebos? Like, so much of what he ends up doing revolves around resetting his life total?
Yeah, Deicide's quite good. I mean, it kills Erebos and it kills Underworld Connections, so that alone is enough to justify it.
So that's Even Flock. Now, on the other side of the table, well, there are quite a lot of dead slots potentially and quite a lot of things to come in. Owen Turtenwald's sideboard looks like this. 3 Duress, the Erebos God of the Dead. Single Send Collector.
Yes.
Underworld Connections.
Yes.
2 Drown in Sorrow. No. 2 Last Breath.
Probably not.
3 Doomblade.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, even I wouldn't sideboard those in. And 2 Deicide.
Yeah, and like BDM said with his chanting after each card, the first 6 cards come in, the Duresses, the Erebos, the Sync Collector, and the Underworld Connections, for some combination of removal spells that Owen deems least dead.
Now, that sounded pretty miserable. I mean, it deems least dead. That implies that there's quite a selection of dead to choose from.
Well, against a deck without Detention Spheres, Deicide's not good, and the Banishing Lights are a lot less good. So, even has a particularly hard to sideboard version against for Owen. But this matchup still does get a lot better for Owen. Having Sync Collectors and Duresses and Thought Seizures means that he can, pick apart Even's hand, stop Sphinx's Revelation, maybe take a Dissolve. And then Erebos plus the 4th Underworld Connections means that Owen actually has a good chance of drawing more cards than Even.
All right, give me an idea. If you had to numerically qualify the matchup pre-board and then numerically qualify the matchup post-board, what would those numbers be like?
I think pre-board it's something like 65 to 70% in Even's favor. And I think post-board, it's probably something like 55% in Owen's favor.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
interesting.
Those are rough guesses based on playing similar matchups.
Right, and that's based largely on the fact that just Owen has so many dead draws in that first
Owen took
game.
out a bunch of 1s on a 1 to 10 scale and put in a bunch of like 9s and 10s. So that's actually really good for him, whereas Even is not really taking out, like he's taking out 4s for 6s, but that, that doesn't really help a ton.
Right,
So it does swing the matchup a lot.
Right.
Coming into the Pro Tour, Luis, we obviously talk to the big teams, the big names, the regular faces on the Pro Tour. But it's also nice to get a sense of what I might call the ordinary Pro Tour player is thinking. The people who are there at the first time, the people who are back for their 3rd PT out of a PTQ, who don't have access to a big team. And the narrative from them was very much coming in, Mono Black, we think is pretty clearly the best deck. And that if we want to beat that, well, maybe Black-White is a pretty good place to be because we get the advantage of Blood Baron of Vizkopa in particular, and obviously that's a big deal as well, and so on. I heard very little from any group coming in this weekend about Blue-White control. Was that something that people thought wasn't going to be played a lot? Because to be fair, I didn't see much of it either.
Yeah, we did not expect to face a ton of it. We knew it was going to be there. It's still a good deck. But if I had to guess like how many times I would expect to play it in like the 10 rounds of Constructed, I would say like 0 or 1 times are the two most likely outcomes. So of our entire team, actually, Paulo Vitor Domidarosa is the only person who played it, though he did go 7-2-1 in the Constructed part, so it ended up working out pretty well for him.
You see Owen Turtenwald there. He is looking at those 7 cards.
The Underworld Connections.
Yep, and a Mutavault. There's a Desecration
Is
Demon
that enough
there.
to keep a hand?
This looks like a keepable hand. It's not a great hand. It's 2 spells and 5 land, but the Underworld Connections is one of your better spells, and Demon is a good threat. It's actually good against Even Flock's hand.
Yeah, Even Flock has Temple of Enlightenment.
2 Last Breaths, and I
Hallowed
think maybe a
Fountain.
Supreme Verdict.
Yep, he's got 2 Last Breaths and a Supreme Verdict, which actually don't match up all that well, though. Looks like he may have just drawn a Deicide, which would be kind of what he's looking for here. Or though it might have actually been a Guildgate. So something along those lines.
Deicide or Guildgate.
So straight into action, the Mutavault.
New iPhone app coming out soon.
Yeah.
Mutavault already done some work on the life total front, but this time is needed on the mana side for that turn 3 Underworld Connections, which Flock can do nothing about.
And Owen might run away from the game very quickly here on unanswered connections. I mean, Owen's at this point not drawing any dead cards. All his spells are good. So, and even just on all reactive cards, no card draw, no answers to connections. I mean, this is what the post-board games can kind of look like sometimes.
Right. And we know Owen will have the mana to operate all the cards he's drawing because he had a lot of lands in his opening hand.
Presumably, though, even sitting on the other side of the table already knows that that's the kind of thing that can happen against a deck like this, and he kept his opening hand, so was comfortable with that. So presumably,
here comes a Sin Collector.
Hello. Yep.
And a Duress on legs is actually a lot better than Duress in this matchup in particular. If you knew you were playing against a lot more blue.
on the stack? Yeah, sure. Okay. 18.
Why would he do that?
I
guess he just wants more information
for his
about
own
what
hand.
card he's going to select.
He wants to know whether a Sin Collector resolves first before drawing a card. Because he wants to play around Syncopate as well. But even didn't have a Syncopate last turn for connections, but no reason to not play around Syncopate.
I'm at 17 right now. No, 9, 17.
Do you just take the Planar Cleansing here, which is going to be the only answer to your Underworld Connections?
At this point, I would assume that Planar Cleansing is the pick. I mean, there's 2 Last Breaths, and you're not finishing the game with your Sin Collector anyway.
Right.
So, and Supreme Verdict on Sin Collector is not a big deal, but Sin Collector is very good here. I mean, like I started to say before, we started to see Even's hand. If you knew you're going to play against blue-white a lot more, Sin Collector is much better than Duress because it actually 2-for-1s them. It forces them to deal with it. They have no blockers. But the fact that Duress is a lot better in other, a wider range of matchups means you can't afford to play too many Sin Collectors.
So blue-white pretty well positioned as it turned out for Even Flock. Obviously, he played it terrifically.
Yeah, they had, I believe, 4 players on their team, is what Frank said, play blue-white. So he was the one who performed best out of all of them.
There goes the Planar Cleansing.
Go.
Underworld Connections does pressure Planar Cleansing a lot better than it does the Detention Sphere version. If that Planar Cleansing was a sphere, that Underworld Connections would have already been gone.
22.
Last Breath takes out the Sin Collector at the end of the turn there.
Yeah, no real reason not to at that point particularly. Obviously, there is a Mutavault still over there for Owen.
Yeah, but Flock has another Last Breath, and there's no way Owen's really going to overextend into Supreme Verdict now that he's seen it. He's content doing 2-4 damage a turn.
So what card does Flock want to see right now on top of his deck?
Not Rev, actually. You actually just don't want to draw Rev until like the middle to late game because it just gets duressed earlier or thought seized. You'd like to see like Jaces would be good or Divinations, all the like small card draw spells. He wouldn't hate seeing a Dissolve either. Though with Underworld Connections, that actually he probably just wants to see Deicide. That's probably his best card to draw. Just killing Underworld Connections at least puts them on even footing.
Desecration Demon. There you see it.
Flock's thinking.
Any opponent, in this case even Flock, can sacrifice a creature.
I think Flock was trying to sell that he had a counterspell there. I don't know how successful it was because Owen knows how likely that is. And Flock's like overlong pause, I think, may have given it away. I would not necessarily try it against all players in the Pro Tour.
Sometimes referred to as Hollywooding.
Yeah, Hollywooding is definitely the sort of thing that gets overused. Owen has built up a very nice hand in the last couple turns. I mean, drawing 2 cards a turn does that. But between Duress and Pack Rat, he's got credible other threats. He's got an Elspeth waiting. So at this point, Owen is doing pretty well.
So we see a Duress now from Owen Turtenwald.
Did you quicken Supreme Verdict here?
That is my guess because you don't really want to just get hit by a demon. It hits so hard. So I think you want to quicken, you want a Verdict, and then you hope that Sphinx of Revelation is lurking in the top couple cards of your deck. But again, you didn't want to draw it earlier.
Because right now, Flock is down to land. We said at the start of the day that he just wants to keep on playing land turn after turn. He's going to be able to do that. It's whether he's going to be able to do anything else against an opponent who is drawing 2 cards a turn.
And Packrat will kill Even Flock in just like 2 to 3 turns, so Even's going to need to draw a Supreme Verdict or a Planar Cleansing, or he's just going to be dead.
He would really prefer the Planar Cleansing at this point. He just doesn't want to have to deal with that Underworld Connections for much longer. Do you want to give us an idea of what, now that we know exactly how Owen has sideboarded, what happened?
Yeah, Owen took out just a whole pile of removal spells: Banishing Light, Ultimate Price, Bile Blight, Devour Flesh for Duress, Erebos, Sin Collector, and Underworld Connections. Just those are the very clear anti-control cards he's got in the air. And that is a lot, better sideboarding matchup-wise for Owen than Flock. I mean, if you look at Flock, took out 2 Syncopates, a Quicken, and a Mutavault, all cards which are perfectly fine. For Last Breath, Elspeth, and Deicide, cards which are good, but again, not huge power level upgrades here.
Right. So Owen made a second rat at the end of Even's turn and is really able to start doing some damage here.
He's got 2 Mutavaults on the board.
Yeah, and with double Mutavault, the Packrats are actually just lethal next turn. So Owen, he probably will just go for it if Even doesn't do anything on his turn.
Right. I don't know how many people who are listening haven't played with Packrat, but let's explain that to people. He can make another Packrat, put them both to 3/3, and then activate each Mutavault, even just not using them to attack, just animating them to make them into rats and get in for 10. He just plays another rat, the cheaper route.
Yeah, the cheaper rat. And he can even do that without really risking a Quicken Supreme Verdict too much here.
So in comes the team.
He's cracking for 14 here, which is going to add up. I mean, at this point, Owen, so now next turn he can attack with the rats without attacking with Mutavaults. Those are already lethal. Even has to have Quicken Verdict or Planar Cleansing.
Nope.
And then there we have it. And the turn after that, Owen would threaten lethal with Mutavaults, even if the rats got dealt with. So Even needed a pretty incredible sequence of cards to win that.
So there you have it. Even Flock won, Owen Turtenwald won, and basically all Even Flock got to do was play some very pretty lands, and it was Owen Turtenwald doing all the card drawing. Card drawing is good, boys and girls.
What does an opening hand for Even look like that is able to win after sideboard?
He basically wants Divination. That's one of his better cards. Syncopate, I wouldn't be surprised if Syncopates came back in. They're just a lot more effective on the play. And he wants to be able to hit his land drops for, again, every single turn. So I think something like 4 land, Divination, and a counterspell or 2 would be a great hand. A Last Breath to kill a Packrat. He's very vulnerable to the turn on Thoughtseize turn 2 Packrat. And here we see the Syncopates coming back in. Actually, we have an overhead camera view as well. And Syncopate does get a lot better when you're the one who's laying lands first. So Even's opening hands are a lot less dynamic than Owen's. Owen's, are like Thoughtseize into Packrat, Thoughtseize into Connection, Duress or whatever. Even's just like, I hope nothing happens. I hope it gets to turn 5 and there's nothing on the board.
But even a hand of Thoughtseize, Duress that doesn't have, a huge follow-up from Owen is pretty devastating against Even.
Yeah, I think that Even is looking at, getting disrupted basically once or twice a turn, in the first 5 turns or so.
Well, it's all been about card draw so far. In Game 1, it was about the Divinations and Sphinx's Revelations of Even Flock, but Game 2 was all about the card draw of this card from Owen Turtenwald, Underworld Connections, the enchantment, the rare from Return to Ravnica, and as you can see, Phyrexian Arena, that was such a lovely, lovely card. Can see why Underworld Connections so popular. 29 Grand Prix top 8 decks. That's done its work for the pro community, it's fair to say. And, of course, a reliable source of devotion because it has 2 black mana in its symbols, make it a crucial component of mono-black devotion decks.
It's funny. I feel like people maybe even almost started playing it because they were looking for cards with black pips.
Yeah, I think that, once we saw the aftermath of Pro Tour Dublin, where we saw, mono blue devotion in the finals, both, on both sides, people were like, devotion, that's a good thing. We should look for cards that power devotion. And this is a pretty devastating way to do that.
Yeah, and then, Packrat came out of that event also. We saw Yamamoto playing Packrat in the deck. And then, it didn't take long. In fact, Owen, like a week later, pretty much, was powering up his rats with Underworld connections.
Yeah, we actually saw Brian Branduin win Grand Prix Nashville with Mono Black, just Underworld connections.
Right,
and
1
pack
week
rats.
later, and then it was like, I guess 2 weeks later that Owen's on that deck as well.
In Albuquerque, yeah.
One other thing there, we noticed in the last quarterfinal that William Jensen had Underworld connections but was really running out of life. Flavor on Underworld connections. If you're looking for it, it's available. The question is how much you're willing to pay. In this matchup, Owen can pay as much as he likes because life is a complete resource for him. He is never going to be sitting at 3 going, dare I go to 2 and go into shock range or whatever. So if he can get it down, absolutely huge. As we see Owen shuffling up the CFB sleeves there. And there you see him, the former player of the year, and now your World Magic Cup captain for Team USA. Luis, will you manage to get to any of the WMCQs?
As of now, I'm not planning on going to any. Unfortunately, the one that Channel Fireball's running overlaps with a camping trip I had planned, so I will not be captaining from that perspective. But I haven't actually looked at what my schedule looks like a little further out, so there's a chance I make it to one of them.
Now, you've actually qualified through the WMCQ in the past.
I won the one in Oakland 2 years ago. Actually beat Tom Martell and Shahar Shenhar, who then became the captain of the Israeli team the year after. But that aside, yes, I was able to play on the team with Brian Kibler, Joe Pinocchio, and Alex Bynek, which we had a good finish. We finished in the top 16. You can see Kibler getting bonfired out all over the internet.
You could see me walking away from the table.
That is
a
great little gift,
Like,
Yes. So Even Flock is looking at his 7 for what will be the deciding game of our first semi-final here at Pro Tour Magic 2015. We see a Sphinx's Revelation, a Jace, we see a Divination, some lands. Looks like he's going to keep.
That sounds close to the hand you described as being very good for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not looking for anything particularly special, but...
So away we go for game number 3, and it will be Flock on the play. He opens up with Guildgate. And turn 1 Duress. What do we see?
Take it apart.
We know that there's Planeswalker, the Rev, Divination +3.
There's just Divination, Divination, and Divination, basically.
Yeah.
Do you take the first Divination?
It's really going to depend on what Owen's follow-up is here, since taking the Divination is attractive because, the cheapest option and it'll come out on turn 3, but Jace is more powerful and more annoying, so if Owen doesn't have a good way to answer that, he might just take the Jace. And if Owen thinks he's not really going to put enough pressure on it, the Rev might actually be the pick, though I would be surprised if Owen didn't anticipate having a follow-up Duress or Thoughtseize before Rev came out.
I see that he does have an Underworld Connections in hand there.
Yeah, Owen's hand looks pretty good, too. Any hand with Underworld Connections and Duress is already pretty good.
So Jace will go away. We go to turn 2 for Even Flock. He's drawn Planar Cleansing, which one day, quite a long way in the future, may turn out to be good. Blood Baron of Vizkopa.
And things are pretty much rolling the way Even wants them to. Nothing's happening yet. He knows that Underworld Connections is coming out, or at least assumes that, but he doesn't have a counterspell, so he might as well cast Divination.
19.
Down to 19. And
Owen drawing a life
here
band
we
has
go.
changed his plan.
So let's have another look.
It's been amazing to me how good Lifebane Zombie has turned out to be against decks where it can virtually never take anything out of someone's hand.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity cost of playing Lifebane Zombie is just very low. It's a 3-1 unblockable in, the fail case, and that's still quite good.
Yeah, it's a card that you marked out for us earlier in the weekend, BDM, before we came in the preview. Said, look, I think this is going to be very good, but as you say, the fact that sometimes it's been blank and it's still been good is interesting.
Well, and the card, even when it's not being played, exerts tremendous pressure on the format, right? I mean, it certainly constrains maybe some of the deck ideas you might have. You're like, oh, well, they have Thoughtseize and Lifebane Zombie. What happens to me?
Yeah, I mean, there's one of the reasons that Kibler has not had his most thrilling year is that, the decks he likes to play are really, really negatively impacted by Lifebane Zombie, and I, for one, know he's going to be very happy when it rotates out.
Which happens in October.
Yep, the next Pro Tour will not feature any Lifebane Zombies. barring a very odd reprint in Khans of Tarkir, which I would be incredibly surprised to see.
Right. No pack rats, no Lifebane zombies, no Underworld connections.
No Sphinx's Revelations.
No Sphinx's Revelations.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think that a rotation is going to be pretty great.
And also, we've been in a rotation currently where, because Devotion has been such a big thing over the last year, that's very much about mono as far as possible in terms of colours. And of course, Khans of Tarkir, we now know, is very much not only about gold cards, but about wedges of enemy colour. So you're going to see an awful lot of powerful cards taking you a long way away from mono.
Yeah, so Owen has some interesting decisions here. He knows about planar cleansing, or he doesn't know about planar cleansing. He knows it's in Even's deck, and he doesn't want to overcommit to it. But because Even drew an Azorius Charm, Owen is a lot happier just playing more cards out.
It's Desecration Demon up next. Even at the end of turn, will cycle Quicken.
The old Quicken into Quicken.
Yeah, and he's quickly going nowhere with that. Desecration Demon hits pretty hard. I would expect Even to play a Scryland here and likely be looking at casting Planar Cleansing the next turn. Owen gets a hit in for 6, but because Planar Cleansing kills everything, it means that Owen doesn't really want to cast another creature right now, or even Underworld Connections. Basically, the blue-white deck is forced to deal with every one of Owen's threats already, so adding 2 to the board is not usually what you want to do.
We see that Owen's also drawn a Blood Baron of Vizkopa.
So Owen taking the opportunity because he's not, likely to be casting a whole lot here. He could cast a Lifebane, but he's certainly not casting Underworld Connections. He's willing to just get in for 8 and then make Even tap out next turn, and then next turn play some more threats.
Cards.
So Owen Turtenwald, the number 5 ranked player in the world, he could go a lot higher over the next couple of hours. Jeremy Desani, of course, will be your new number 1 ranked player next week because he is the player of the year.
So Owen chooses to just not play anything this turn.
Yeah, and Even decides not to cast Quicken. He might be setting up Planar Cleansing Quicken, but I'd be really surprised if he could just take 8 here. I think taking 8 this next turn puts him so close to just Mutavault range that he may want to play a land and a Planar Cleansing. He could Rev for 3. That is also a pretty viable alternative, especially because of Quickens. Owen might not attack with Mutavault out of fear of Supreme Verdict.
Right.
So getting hit down to 6 by Demon and then casting Rev for 3 is pretty good. So I actually kind of like just playing land, saying go, letting Owen hit you for 6, and then doing nothing. And then if Owen plays another threat, it gets Planar Cleansing. And then it sets up potentially a Quicken Planar Cleansing the turn after. But Even's played through the situation so many times that I'd be willing to go with whatever he settles with here. Mutavault showing why the monocolor decks are so good. That's another card which will relieve some of the pressures when it's gone. Right now, the pressure is to play a monocolor deck because you do get to play Mutavaults, and Mutavault's just an amazing threat. Multicolor decks just don't get to play as many Mutavaults or even at all, depending on what the colored symbols look like in your deck.
Nope, he just decides, let's get rid of that Demon right now. I don't want to risk a Duress.
Yeah, Duress would be quite bad for Even there. And Owen's missing a land drop now, so Owen, he can play something, but it's not going to be quite as good as a Rev. I kind of like just playing a threat here. I think Owen has kind of held off on Underworld Connections every time so far in favor of playing Lifebane and favor of playing Demon. I think Underworld Connections just does not outrace Sphinx's Revelation, so playing cards that can attack Even's life total do end up, being the most effective. So the debate here is really Blood Baron or Underworld Connections. You could also play Lifebane and hit for 3 or hit for 2 with the Mutavault, but I think in general having Blood Baron in play is enough better, especially since it's the more mana-intensive play, setting up a turn later where you can cast Lifebane and another spell in the same turn.
How much unknown information is in Even's hand right now that he decides to go with Underworld Connections?
And he's actually looking for a Duress most of all, but if he misses on Duress, a land drop is fine. And Temple of Silence is actually a pretty good draw for Owen. Even really wants to draw an untapped land here to cast a Rev for 4, though.
Cool.
Leaves it on top. So Flock knows that something...
There's your untapped land.
Yeah, though he does have a Dissolve. He could be willing to try to take another turn. The problem is if Owen goes Duress, Even's kind of forced to dissolve it, and then Even basically cast a 3-drop instead of casting a 7-drop, which is pretty rough. Though Even has been reluctant to cast revs for anything less than 10 so far. So it looks like he's on
That's what he's doing.
He's on the rev next turn playing.
Patience all the way from Even Flock.
You can hear a little bit of the anticipation in the crowd.
And Owen keeping Thoughtseize on top, I mean, he kept it so fast that my guess is that it was a Dresser Thoughtseize and it ended up being a Thoughtseize, just because that's just by far the best card he could have in the situation.
So here it is.
And that has to get dissolved here.
Yeah, given the way Even played this last turn, I would expect Dissolve to come out. I mean, he could cast Rev for 3, but that does not seem as enticing as just casting a Dissolve. And then assuming the Rev will buy you a turn of whatever, of safety from whatever threat Owen plays, which will likely end up being Blood Baron here. Though again, he could still. Well, Mutavault attack for 2 is less good into a potentially open Last Breath mana.
Flock took no time at all to leave the top card right there.
Yeah, he had scryed it last turn at the Temple, and the situation had not changed enough.
So there is Blood Baron of Vizkopa. And we go back to Even Flock. He's up to 7 mana. We know he can get to 8. There's a Supreme Verdict that he's just drawn. He passes again.
And he's not looking at casting Quicken because he wants to combo Supreme Verdict.
16.
Yep.
Owen at 16 now.
And Owen's got a couple options here. He can hit with the Blood Baron. He can hit with some number of Mutavaults. Quicken, if he's hitting with his Mutavaults, this Quicken is just going to kind of destroy him.
Yes, he is.
Oh, here we go. Quicken from Flock.
And that does not look like a speculative Quicken.
Verdict.
Oh, Flock just... Well, that was way too hasty, I think. I think Flock actually wanted to cast Planar Cleansing there. He would have killed the Underworld Connections as well. So, I think he was kind of locked into his plan.
Right.
And just, ran it out.
He drew the Flock, the Flock.
Cleansing. Yeah, he was locked into his plan. He drew the Cleansing and just immediately snapped off his
And now
verdict.
he might have to just cast the Cleansing here.
Yeah, and I think casting the Cleansing here is very reasonable, but Owen's follow-up Elspeth would actually be pretty good. At this point, I actually kind of like just casting a Rev for 5. You hit a land drop, you end up setting yourself up a lot better.
So let's see if we can what those 5 cards, the reset button for Flock, are going to turn out to be.
The chat's completely right, by the way. Planar Cleansing doesn't kill Mutavault, so he had to cast Supreme Verdict.
Sure. There you go.
That worked out much better for him.
15.
And that Rev for 5 was pretty good. It hit into an Elixir and a couple of Azorius Charms and a Jace, so no second Sphinx's Revelation, but Flock's not going to need it quite yet. Yeah. This Planar Cleansing is going to be pretty good, though. Owen wants to get it out of Flock's hand so he can play Elspeth.
So he's playing the Underworld Connections to sort of force Ivan's hand as far as the Planar Cleansing?
Owen can't afford to slow play anymore. I mean, he's losing the game to giant Revs at this point. Revs outrace Connections just so quickly that he's got to just try to get Elspeth out and try to end the game. It's going to be difficult, but even cycling the second Connections just kind of makes Flock really, really eager to use that Planar Cleansing.
Right.
Even more eager than we were. But this time, correctly.
Were you surprised that Owen attacked 2 Mutavaults in there, or does he just not have a choice?
It's tough because he knows that Rev's coming, so he can't really afford to take his time. When you have more information about their hand and you've made the game fast enough that Ivan's constricted on mana, that's different. But in this sort of game, you really can't afford to be patient. You just have to go for it.
And then you see him Planar Cleansing and then tap the last mana to play the Elixir.
Dear Lord, that turn was brutal. Oh, here's a Divination. I'm up a card. Here's a Planar Cleansing. That was 3 for 1. Oh, now here's an Elixir. Thanks. Your turn.
Oh, here comes Elspeth, though.
Mm-hmm.
And so Flock doesn't have the Revelation to seal the deal here. And Elspeth is a pretty fast clock, but it's still looking, I think, decent, especially since Jace does do a number on Elspeth. You've got all the tokens become 0/1s into the Jace Plus.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. My turn. Yep.
But Owen does have a plan. Let's see what Even can do. Elixir, of course, will gain 5, and that's what he's going to do right now.
He's doing that actually during his upkeep.
Yeah, he wants to increase the chances of basically drawing Revelation, though he wouldn't be unhappy with a Planar Cleansing right now.
There you see the two players. No sign from their demeanor who's ahead or behind.
I think Owen is feeling like he's pretty heavily disadvantaged here. He's got nothing else in his hand besides a Bile Blight, which is one of his worst cards in the deck. He just has to leave it in because he doesn't have enough cards to board out. He's really just hoping this Elspeth goes all the way, but it's going to be tough. I mean, Flock's going to see like 10 more cards before he has to, actually do something between the Jaces and the Azorius Charms.
Yes, that does sound bleak for Owen, as we see Supreme Verdict come into hand for Even Flock.
So can he go Supreme Verdict and then activate Jace for its minus ability?
Looks like that's the plan, yeah. Though you do end up losing Jace to Mutavault if you do that.
Do you want the 2-land or do you want the Quicken? I'll have the Quicken because that draws me a card anyway.
The Quicken actually makes this plan a lot better because now Jace is safe from Mutavault. So Quicken is actually one of the better cards to turn over because now Owen just doesn't get a chance to sneak past Supreme Verdict. We'll see the same thing as last time.
If you lose 3 lands in one game to Quicken,
yeah,
that's gonna wake you up at least one middle of the night.
And Owen drawing another one of his bottom 5 cards in Banishing Light here.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I mean
right.
He's not feeling excited. You could just hear it in his voice, but he doesn't really have much of a choice here.
Quicken to draw.
Yep.
Unbelievable. He's been making that card look terrific. Banishing Light takes out the Jace.
And let's start again with some more tokens. But Flock, again, look at that. 11 land in play now. Has a 12th ready to go. Up they come. You just got rid of a Jace? Okay, I'll have another one to trump your soldiers.
I like how he just puts 2 dice on it immediately.
And then Sphinx's
There's
Revelation.
Owen's got 1 turn to draw Thoughtseize and force Ivan into casting only a Revelation for 5. Otherwise, it's going to be a Revelation for 10 or 11, and that's going to be a lot harder to come back from.
Tough spot for the former Player of the Year, Owen Turtenwald. There's Even Flock. Lays that next land. What can Owen find?
It's like quicksand. The more you struggle.
Yeah, it's just a land there. 2 at Jace to try and kill it off. And 1 heading your way.
Do you Azorius Charm one of the 2 coming at Jace? Keep Jace alive?
I think that's actually pretty reasonable. I mean, you basically casting Azorius Charm as a Jace with 1 loyalty, which isn't super exciting, but at least keeps the Elspeth somewhat contained. Though Elspeth's getting close to ultimate. Once Elspeth ultimate, the Jace -1 ability or +1 ability doesn't really do much. So it is looking like we're heading for, Flock in a best-of-5 match. So the good thing is he plays very quickly.
He does.
And the way you can tell that is he does not have a ton of draws during the Swiss.
But I hadn't put it in that context yet, and may need to take a break in between the semis and the finals.
Flock feeling pretty good. He has to be worried also if he casts Azorius Charm here, he really opens himself up to getting his Revelation Thoughtseize and not being able to draw cards off it. So I think the safer play, even though it's good to cast Azorius Charm and save Jace, I think the slightly safer play is just to do nothing and rev for 4 or 5 in the worst case scenario, which is Owen having Duress. If Owen doesn't have a Duress, you're just so likely to win this game that there's no reason to risk it over a Jace.
Yep.
And we've seen over and over that he's just super patient. He never pulls the trigger unless he really has to. Although then again, that planar cleansing moment was pretty swift.
Even technically doesn't have a way to stop Elspeth from going ultimate. Not that that's actually, just going to end the game right now, but it is something to be concerned about.
We're just going to dig through 3 Azorius Charms here.
Huh.
Lifelink. All right.
No, not what happened there.
No, most certainly not.
So Quicken goes to hand, and yes, we didn't expect that to be a massive deal this weekend. But as you say, BDM, he's really making Quicken look very, very good.
And Owen now
Will Owen ultimate here?
He puts even in the in the position to have to do something though. Even's at 16. If Owen ultimated, he would attack for 18, and even would be able to rev out of range. So you lose your Elspeth there, and you don't have a source to make tokens in case of a Wrath. I don't know if ultimating does exactly what you need it to do. The problem is if you don't ultimate, Even doesn't even have to cast rev this turn. He can just do something else instead. So
He does go ultimate.
So
Gets
right
an
now-
emblem.
So right now, we're lethal.
Yeah.
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18.
And looks like Quicken may continue to wipe the board since Quicken Supreme Verdict can let Even cast an even bigger Sphinx's Revelation here.
There's Quicken.
Draws a redundant Supreme Verdict.
Yeah.
And now Owen has an Elspeth emblem with nothing to go with it. And Even's in the best position possible,
my
playing a
gosh.
15th land or whatever, and they're passing with
Yeah.
Revelation in hand.
Only 14th.
And Packrat, despite how good it is just not going to match up well against this. Even's going to draw so many cards right now. He's going to draw 11 cards and then be able to cast a Supreme Verdict on his turn.
I like everyone was like 11, which sounded like translated to English is "Do you concede?"
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Marvelous. Or marvelously disgusting.
Yes.
There we are. We're in agreement.
And Planar Cleansing even has the additional bonus right now of giving even a Jace off that Banishing Light.
Oh
so.
my gosh.
Just let me look at my 15 card sideboard. Oh wait, that's my hand.
And that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna planar cleansing, and then he's gonna draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, he doesn't have to discard enough.
Oh, he
yet,
doesn't.
so-
He doesn't.
Up 1.
Oh, he's decided to use Jace as his win condition.
Yeah, and also this way he doesn't, again, doesn't have to discard too many cards. He already has to discard a bunch, but he's just get to keep, Last Breath, basically no targets now that Elspeth emblem is around.
1 more needs to go. It was a land. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Owen, I don't believe can win this game with, under normal means. Something very extraordinary would have to happen.
Right. I believe in the business, this is referred to as a sucking chest wound.
Yes.
Syncopate your Elspeth Sons champion. Go away. Owen has to pass.
The rub-in divinations here. I mean, you still want to hit your land drop, so.
Oh, and there's the Sphinx's Rev. I mean, the problem, he's so many lands out of his deck
Yeah.
at this point.
Well, he's getting very close to actually going infinite, where you can rev an elixir every turn and just every turn draw, do something. And now,
Did you take damage somewhere?
Mm.
looks like a slight irrelevant life total discrepancy.
You say 11. I had you at 112.
By the way, people playing in FNM, top tip, you're allowed to concede. Very good friend of mine playing a deck, a bit like Phlox in FNM. Took about half an hour of the first game to win. Opponent went to concede, went, wait, come back, friend. And then the guy sat down and played some more of game 1 until he actually killed him. As we see, Supreme Verdict. Yeah, you can...
if you're the type of person who plays this deck, you really want to keep playing.
Yeah.
You want to see how many times you can second
There's
your
the
deck. There's the
handshake.
hand- Yes.
There you have it. Owen Turtenwald is gone. Even Flock of the Slovak Republic. He has claimed his country's captaincy, as has Owen Turtenwald. You could see the two of them battling out for the World Magic Cup come December. But right now, Even Flock advances to the Pro Tour Magic 2015 final. Congratulations to him. Well, there we go, boys and girls. It was all about card draw, and it turns out that there's one card on that side that draws cards, and there's all the cards on this side that draws cards. And that was pretty much what happened.
And possibly the most significant card draw spell in Even Flock's deck was Quicken.
Yeah, Quicken did a lot of work that match.
He destroyed so many lands with Quicken. It was kind of amazing.
Yep. It was like, well, you've got all Mutavaults. That's lovely for you. But it turns out I'm going to reach out on your turn.
That deck has so many of my favorite do-nothing cards.
Yeah.
I really do love it.
I mean, like an actual quarter of the deck is just cards that draw cards.
So would you go as far as to say it was a rout, that match?
No, I wouldn't say. I mean, Owen certainly showed, a dominating performance in game 2.
Yeah, games 1 and 2 were very close. Game 3 was close until that, that one Supreme Verdict was when the tide turned.
Okay, so the players are done. That means there is a space waiting for Jackson Cunningham and Pierre Mondon. We'll be back very soon with that semi-final, but why don't we head it back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the news desk here at the PT. Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Zach Hill with me, and pretty decisive. What do you make of that last match?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Z about it. I mean, Owen's deck was doing what it needed to do, get Underworld Connections in early, start drawing cards, but that Planar Cleansing was an absolute blowout. Those instant speed Wraths were absolute blowouts. They mean that even Owen's trump cards aren't trump cards. So Floch did what he needed to win, and he's advancing to the finals.
You surprised?
I can't say that I am. I think that the blue-white control deck was very well positioned in that matchup. I think a thing that's awkward is the black-white deck doesn't actually have enough cards to side out like it wants, so it has to keep in some number of Bile Blights, which can do stuff against Mutavault, can do stuff against Elspeth tokens, but is essentially a blank card. Only one Sin Collector in the board, so it's not as though it's a bad or unwinnable matchup, but definitely I felt that Floch was favored, and that's exactly what happened.
Okay, why don't we take a look at our bigger picture here. We've gone through a decent amount of the tournament now. In the semifinals, we have our first finalist, Yvan Floch. He moves into the finals bracket and awaits his competitor. We are going to be finding that out very shortly here as the players are going to be moved over into the feature match area and seated. Pierre Mondon from the United States. He's an Ohio area player, correct?
Yeah, a longtime Ohio area player, has a GP win, a couple other GP top 8s, and this is the first big finish on the Sunday stage. Really awesome deck that he brought to the table. A Jund Planeswalker's deck with 4 main deck copies of Read the Bones. Very, pretty rogue choice, but it served him well this weekend.
You take a look at Pierre there as he gets set to go. He's played in 7 Pro Tours now and already banked to top 8, not too bad. He's somebody who has played Magic for quite a while, though. He's got 33 lifetime pro points. That's usually indicative of somebody who's been around.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, none of the big, necessarily high-profile finishes beyond those Grand Prix top 8s, but that means he's finished, relatively high up in the field, still on the rise, and this is going to really catapult his career.
Yeah, absolutely. So a big congrats to him for even making it this far, but he's got a little ways to go here. If he wants to be our champion, he is going to be up against Jackson Cunningham from Canada. He's from Vancouver. Of course, we don't want to put too big of a label on him, but he is a very famous Magic player's younger brother. He's Jeff Cunningham's younger brother.
Yeah, and I mean, we had Jeff here. I guess he was talking to you, about
I chatted with him over on the easy chairs.
Yeah, and I mean, so Jackson, first event, first Pro Tour, 1 event, 1 top 8. It's pretty incredible, but with a pedigree of somebody like Jeff's backing you up, teaching you how to prepare, and crucially, I think, acclimating you to what it's like to play on Sunday. I'm wondering if, Jackson's nerves are going to be, a lot more calm than somebody else in his positions might be.
Yeah, I learned a lot from that chat with Jeff about how they went about it. They were very regimented. They know each other incredibly well, being brothers, and that means that they can cut out a lot of the overhead, right? They just know exactly how to communicate with each other in the most efficient way, and they were spreadsheets and data analysis, and they were really going deep on this thing. Additionally, Jeff was pushing Jackson. Jackson said, "My goal's to day 2. It's my first PT. It's like he's got to get used to the new environment. It's a big thing. It's like you got to kind of acclimatize yourself to what's going on." And Jeff said, "No." He's like, "That's not good enough." He's like, "We're aiming higher than that." And
really?
Yes, and they have made it. In fact, all the way here to the semifinals. Jackson playing for a spot in the finals. Why don't we take a look at the matchup from a decklist perspective here, Zach? Let's look at Pierre's deck. He is playing the Jund Planeswalkers list. Now, Yuki Ichikawa was playing a Jund Planeswalkers list, but this one's a little different.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see Yuki had 4 copies of Elvish Mystic. I believe Mondon only has 3, but the big difference is that Ichikawa had 4 copies of Nissa the World Waker. Monda does not have any of those. In his place, like I was talking about, he has 4 copies of Read the Bones and 2 main deck Rakdos Return. Now, what that means is his deck is positioned extremely well against mid-range and control decks, does not have as much weaponry against aggro, and that's exactly what he's up against. But you know, that being said, he's still got the package of Sylvan Caryatid and Courser of Kruphix that we saw dominate Pro Tour Journey into Nyx. So if he's able to keep those cards on the battlefield, it's quite a potent weapon against aggro decks as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting list, not one that we've seen a whole lot of yet. This is a relatively newcomer to the standard scene. We've seen Jund Monsters for quite a while, but this is a little bit of a different take. This sort of reminds me almost of we used to call them the Super Friends list, but this one, these friends are a little more sinister than the old ones.
Well, and what they all do quite well, though, is get around Lifebane Zombie. One of the reasons we saw a move away from cards like Pelucranos, cards like Reaper of the Wilds, is that those get hit with Lifebane. They sit in your hand and Lifebane all over the place because the mid-range black decks. So kind of an interesting metagame move, an interesting read of the environment, paid off really well for Monda today.
Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we have Jackson Cunningham's list. It's a lot different. It's much cleaner, much simpler. It's an aggressive green-white build. Talk to us about this list.
I mean, basically this deck tries to kill you as quick as possible while offering enough resilience to survive into the mid-game. See an amazing, powerful curve. Experiment 1, Sunblade Elf, Soldier of the Pantheon. At the 2, you've got Voice of Resurgence, Fleecemane Lion, 3, Boon Satyr, Smiter. I'm going up the curve because that's what this deck does. Basically just tries to put a threat on the battlefield every turn from turn 1 to 4, push it over the edge with a card like a Johnny or Boon Satyr. Banishing Light is a removal. Amazingly straightforward deck, but very resilient. I really like this choice for the tournament.
This is going to be an interesting one to watch, both from a deck perspective, you know, how this matchup plays out, but also from the player's perspective. Both of their first Pro Tour top 8s, I saw both of them when I was walking out in between rounds there, and they looked nervous. I went up to Pierre and I said, "Hey, Pierre, how you feeling?" or whatever. He said, "I'm pretty nervous." You know, so I think that like once they get the jitters out, I think we're going to see some really hard-hitting Magic being played. But it might take a little while for these players to sort of adjust to the whole. I mean, the stage, the lights. They know everybody's watching. Like it can really affect you.
I mean, yeah, and even stuff like hearing the roar of the crowd. I mean, there's a packed room full of people watching you play, and of course, you know, thousands of players around the world. That's not an easy pill to swallow. So
No.
I think, you know, you're absolutely right. We're going to see the matchup with the Magic cards, and then we're going to see the matchup of the players. And I really do feel like the player who's able to best hold it together is going to have a significant edge in this match, where even one mistake could cost the entire possibility of the title.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at it from like Jackson Cunningham's perspective, where he's playing an aggressive deck, and aggressive decks are very skill intensive and they're very demanding in the sense that they punish mistakes harder than most other decks, and that's going to be a big issue if Jackson, you know, can get those nerves kind of worked out. You know, one thing that we see a lot from players in this situation is they say, "I just want to start playing." Right? They're just like, just get me in there, and once the magic cards start being put down, I'll get into my groove, I'll be in my element, and I won't think about this other stuff. It's when they're sitting there, you know, out in the feature match area watching other people play or thinking about the things that are going through their head, that's when it really can kind of get at them.
Well, another thing that can be just torturous is when you see the opponents that you're playing against, and they've got an entire team deconstructing how sideboarding works. They're all sitting around, they're all discussing every play. If you're not from one of these super teams, basically what's happening is you are trying to figure out with maybe a buddy or two of yours, maybe you're in the crowd trying to get your mind off what's going on, but you know, you're confronted with the difference between, you know, these really established long-time teams and your sort of up-and-comer rising startup.
Yeah.
That can be intimidating. On the other hand, it can be a pretty big David and Goliath moment for you to say, look, like I don't need all this, you know, I don't need this infrastructure around me. I'm good, I know my deck. I'm gonna take down the title.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're ready to head down to the feature match area right now for the second semifinal match here from Pro Tour Magic 2015. Let's send it over to the booth where Luis Scott Vargas, Brian David Marshall, and our own Rich Hagan await.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the booth. Rich, BDM, Luis here with you. Well, we know we have a European finalist, it's Even Flock. We know we will have a North American finalist. But Luis, will it be Canada or will it be USA, Cunningham or Mondon?
I'm actually leaning towards Cunningham here. I think he's got a slight edge in this matchup.
All right, BDM, I know you're a big fan of the Planeswalkers.
I am. I love this deck. I think Mondin is going to give him enough roadblocks to get in his way and be able to take the game over with Planeswalkers.
Best 2 out of 3, and it happens right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the second semi-final of Pro Tour Magic 2015 here at Portland, Oregon in the United States. It is North America all the way here in semi-final 2 between Jackson Cunningham of Canada and Pierre Mondon of the United States. There's Jackson, the Canadian, in his first Pro Tour, and there's Pierre Mondon in his first Pro Tour top 8, just like Cunningham, of course. So we are away. Best of luck to both. Pierre Mondon kicks us off. And BDM, what are we going to see in this second semi-final?
Well, we're looking at this Jund Planeswalkers deck from Mondon. It's green, red, and black cards. It's creatures. It's some removal, and then it's just some very powerful Planeswalkers. On the other side of the table, though, it's a pretty straightforward Selesnya aggro deck, right, Luis?
Yeah, there's really not. It's not very complicated. I mean, it's a great deck, but all it is undercosted creatures and a couple pump spells. It's a Johnny's and Selesnya Charms to pump your creatures, and then 4/4s for 3 and 5/5s for 4 and 2/2s for 1.
Right. It looks very similar to the deck Pat Cox played into the top 8, but just has a more streamlined mana base.
Yeah, the main differences between the two decks, the Naya deck that Pat Cox played and the green-white deck that Cunningham's playing, is that the green-white deck takes less damage off its land and has slightly bigger creatures at most of the cost, like Advent, for example, though Pat did play that in the sideboard. But the Naya deck, because it takes so much damage off its lands, gets to play Boros Charm and Gore-Clan Rampager for the combo, which does 14 to 18 points of damage once you +4/+4 and double strike.
There's the Elvish Mystic you covet so.
Yeah, I like foil cards, I'm not going to lie.
We have a new foil lover in the Hall of Fame this year. Guillaume Wafatapo famously likes to foil out his decks.
I can't even compete with him. I remember at Pro Tour Yokohama, which he won, 10 minutes after winning the tournament, he was at the dealer booth buying foil cards.
I did an interview with him about his first Pro Tour experience, and he talked about getting a game lost because he was busy trading for Chinese absorbs.
Yeah, I certainly believe it.
Fleecemane Lion comes down after an attack from the 2/2 Sunblade Elf.
And Pierre Mondon looks like he's short on black mana here. He's going to have to actually unlock it by playing Sylvan Caryatid, which that's the sort of stumble that aggro decks are well poised to take advantage of. The good thing is Sylvan Caryatid is such an amazing card that it can actually block Sunblade Elf if Pierre's not worried about our Selesnya Charm, which he probably should be.
Here
I'm not saying he shouldn't block, but...
In come the team.
He does immediately block.
I like this block here, and the reason is that even though Jackson could very easily have Selesnya Charm, and it's very bad for you if he does, you're so far behind that you can't win the game if you just don't block and you play around Charm the whole time.
Instead, Cunningham just decides to curve out 2-power creature for 1 mana, 3 mana creature for 2 mana, and then a 4-power creature for 3 mana.
Yeah, that might have been the best turn 3 play he can muster. I mean, a 4/4 is going to be pretty good against a Sylvan Caryatid and a bunch of smaller creatures.
Yes, when you put it like that, each one of those things feels unfair.
Right.
The 2/2 for 1, and then the 3/3 for 2, and then yes.
And the aggregate certainly is, because now you're a couple points of power and toughness above what you quote unquote should be based on normal Magic costing. So, of course, they are just a bunch of animals. That's what green-white decks are known for. I mean, that's their advantage, is that their creatures are larger. I mean, it's actually a good basis for a deck.
5 cards in hand. Mondon with 3 land in play now.
He found his black mana, or additional sources of black mana. He already had the Caryatid.
Another smiter in hand we see from Jackson Cunningham.
It looks like Pierre's walking the plains, like the actual plains, not... At this point, Jackson has no reason not to attack. Pierre's going to be casting some sort of removal spell here, but either way, there's no real reason not to just smash in with all your elephants and lions and the whole zoo's worth of creatures.
So now the Caryatid blocks and the action is on Cunningham.
Block like that?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, maybe it wasn't on him. He was waiting to see if there were other blockers.
And we see a hero's downfall reaching out to the Fleecemane Lion.
And even though Smiter is bigger right now, Fleecemane Lion ultimately would be a larger threat.
And a threat that's almost impossible to deal with.
Yeah, especially in a basically all removal deck that doesn't have very many creatures that can throw in the way.
So Cunningham lets that go. Smiter gets through unmolested. And are we about to see another Smiter as Temple Garden comes down?
Well, Cunningham has to really fear Mizium Mortars here, since a next turn of land plus a kicked Mizium Mortars would basically negate any chance he has of winning. The problem is if he doesn't do it, if he doesn't play the other Smiter, he's not really pressuring Pierre to the point where he has to, because then something like a Xenagos or a Vraska will just stabilize the board. So I'd lean towards just playing it, even though you're kind of putting yourself in a bad position to Mortars.
Yep, there you go.
Go ahead.
So, do you have a Mizium Mortars?
Because I have played a second Loxodon Smiter.
And a 6th untapped land, which is also, very much in question here. And given that Pierre's hand is a bunch of Read the Bones, I think that is going to end up being a very good play for Jackson.
Yes.
It looks like he is holding a Vraska.
Vraska being essentially, a 5-mana sorcery speed removal spell here, since Jackson can kind of ignore it after the first turn for at least a turn or two, but it's still, I think, likely what Pierre is going to want to play here.
Here it comes.
This is the last turn he has to tap his Elves and Caryatid before they have to start chumping.
And Vraska takes out the freshly cast Smiter.
Put it down, and that means Vraska goes to 2 loyalty, -3 off the start. There you see her on the right-hand side of your screen, using the middle ability to destroy target non-land permanent. Land number 5 now for Jackson Cunningham from Canada. You see the maple leaf on your screen.
And he's actually just 1 point short if he uses Sunblade Elf. He can crack over for 8, but not quite going to do it. At this point, taking the free kill of Vraska might just be worth it, since the Smiter is going to be lethal in 1 attack anyway. So if you kill the Vraska with Sunblade Elf, you can hit for 4 with Smiter. You could, if you wanted to, you could spend 5 mana and hit for 5, but Pierre still hasn't had an opportunity to use Mortars. It might be, not too bad. The more conservative approach would certainly be to just pass with 5 mana up, and at least Mortars doesn't kill your Smiter then.
This attacking that. This attacking you.
So Sunblade Elf comes at Vraska.
He does decide to tap his mana there and get an extra point of damage in.
Yeah. He's playing with no fear of Mortars and hitting Pierre down to 4 here. So now the Smiter is lethal without Sunblade Elf's assistance. I don't know if you needed to pump there just because you're already threatening lethal, but unless Pierre has Mortars right away, you're not in any way punished for it. This is like kind of half playing around Mortars, because you're not playing the other Smiter, but you're also not making it so Mortars can't kill your guys.
Well, here we go again.
I'm assuming that's a foil Vraska.
Yep. Yep, down to 2 again. The middle ability again. Destroy target non-land permanent again. And now it's just the Sunblade Elf for Jackson Cunningham. Planeswalkers are very powerful.
And here, Sylvan Caryatid forces Jackson to spend all his mana on Sunblade Elf if he wants to get by it. So Pierre can just block Sunblade Elf, and then Jackson wants, he can pay 5 mana to kill the Caryatid, but then Vraska goes up to 3. I would still lean towards just killing the Caryatid. Eventually, you're going to have to do it anyway. And then next turn, since it looked like he drew, what might have been a Banishing Light, he can actually just kill the Vraska that way.
I mean, if you were going to activate your Sunblade Elf, what happens if you just send both the creatures at Mondin?
And put him to 1 there?
And put him to 1.
It's pretty threatening. It plays better into a second Vraska there.
Right. He has to tick the Vraska up that turn.
And ticking Vraska up when you're at 1 doesn't do a whole lot. Vraska's not going to get attacked.
So now Vraska goes up 1. So until your next turn, Jackson, whenever a creature deals combat damage to Vraska, destroy that creature.
I have not seen Vraska trigger in that manner for a long time. So Pierre couldn't cast Read the Bones here. They would fall to 2 life. Maybe be worried about Celestia Charm at that point. Also, just Sunblade Elf would become lethal. So
in comes the Elvish Mystic. The life total battle has begun.
And Pierre keeping Putrefy mana up as well, which he might end up using, hopefully baiting out a Celestia Charm.
4. And you? 3.
Advent of the Worm we see briefly there for Jackson Cunningham.
I like attacking directly at Pierre here. You knock Pierre down to 2 if he doesn't do anything, and then you can just go Banishing Light the Vraska, play Loxodon Smiter. You have 2 threats out, they're both lethal. Even if Pierre has a removal at the end of turn, you're still in pretty good shape, and then you have Advent a turn later, which should really put the nail in the coffin against most normal draws.
And that's what he does.
Okay. Damage.
Thinking.
On the other hand, on Pierre's side, if he doesn't Putrefy here, those Read the Bones instantly just all turn off. And that seems like a pretty big drawback. I think you want to Putrefy just so you can then cast a Read the Bones. You're not casting the 2nd or 3rd this game, but casting 1 still nets you 2 cards with the Scry 2, which is enough to, I think, make up for the fact that you're putrefying one of the smaller creatures in the deck. And you also even have Vraska ready to Putrefy, or essentially the next creature that comes out. But given that Pierre's fallen to 2, looks like Jackson is ready to cast Advent, which Pierre did, wisely hold a Putrefy for. So this is going to work out pretty well for Pierre. I mean, he's still going to be at 2. He's still going to be facing a lot of creatures, but given the alternative, yes.
Right. Context is king.
So Vraska eats the Sunblade Elf.
And now, deep in the game, we're looking at just an Elvish Mystic in play. But not for long. Big 5/5 trampling Advent. In it comes.
Shrug, says Mondin.
No blocks, and then 1, 2, 3.
Boom.
Go away.
So the fact that Jackson's going to get to have a 2/2 Experiment 1 and a Loxodon Smiter in play at the end of this means that Pierre's going to have to draw pretty well. I don't know what Jackson's trying to represent right now, since there's not a whole lot that gets around Putrefy.
Right, can't be regenerated. He doesn't have his Johnny's Presence main deck.
But Experiment 1 into Smiter with a Banishing Light in hand for backup is pretty good.
Jackson Cunningham well ahead in terms of life, and at the end of this turn, perhaps just moments away from the lead here in the second semi-final. Remember, even Flock of the Slovak Republic awaits in the final with his blue-white control deck.
Even Flock awaits, rooting on Jackson furiously.
True.
So Jackson now looks like he's still worried about that Mizian Mortars. He's choosing potentially not to cast Loxodon Smiter as a result. That could be the opening that Pierre needs to get back in the game. I still think Pierre is in a good amount of trouble, but not playing the Smiter does play around those Mortars.
It's interesting because that's the first time this game where when you've analysed and said, I think basically, even though he can fear Mortars, he should go for it, where he has sort of refused that opportunity. He's been bold thus far.
Wow.
And the Chandra is actually punishing Jackson a pretty decent amount for doing that, since the Experiment 1 remained a 1/1.
Yep, Chandra Pyromaster comes down, goes up to 5, deals the 1 damage to which Experiment 1 was vulnerable. So now what does Jackson do?
Smiter, and then you've got to banish him.
Yeah, he's just going to play all the cards in his hand at this point.
Go.
Little does he know, but Pierre's sitting on 3 blanks and Read the Bones. So Smiter is going to start eating mana creatures, from here on out.
Go to the bottom from the scry.
Pierre's road to winning this game involves drawing a good Planeswalker followed by some removal spells into, maybe just a 2 or 3 land from Jackson. That's all.
Better than a Revelation for 9.
Indeed. Oh, man. Now, if Jackson goes for it, he can just win here with Celestia Charm. It's obviously, somewhat of a tense move, especially since he's chosen to play this game conservatively at points, that I could see him not wanting to do that.
Yeah. Instead, he's just going to attack, eat a creature.
If he's putting... The problem is Pierre has, now 3 cards in hand, and he's not played cards for a lot of the game. It's really hard to deduce what those cards may be. You can put him on 1 Read the Bones, but he's just going for it.
+2/+2 trample. Sweep them up. Jackson Cunningham goes 1-0 up here in the second semi-final. He leads Pierre Mondon by 1-0.
Mondon's got to walk that one off.
Yeah. You go away. So that leaves just Jackson Cunningham there at the table to begin the sideboarding process here for game number 2. Why don't we take a look at what Jackson Cunningham has to work with in his sideboard right now. And we'll take a look at that for you as he prepares. And there's only 5 cards in it. Louis said it was a pretty simple main deck. Well, actually, as the sideboards go, it's also one of the simplest in the top 8. Full 4 copies allowed by the game's rules of Setessan Tactics, Unflinching Courage, and Skylasher, and then Ajani Steadfast from M15, and there you see a couple of Ajani's presents. So, Luis, only 5 options this time around. How many of those might we see in action in games 2 and or 3?
I'm going to boldly predict that he brings in 2 Ajani's presents and 3 Unflinching Courage. My reasoning being that he just played this exact matchup, and that's what he did. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to assume he's going to board very similarly.
I'm afraid we're not going to see this card appear in this top 8, but I've seen him do some disgusting things with Setessan Tactics this week.
Oh, yeah. Setessan Tactics is an awesome card. I think, actually, it was even better in Pat Cox's deck because he had 4 Boros Reckoners in his deck.
Yeah.
And he definitely did some damage. Yeah, Tactics, mainly against Mono Blue. These decks are both very weak to Mono Blue in Game 1, which is why you see the 4 Skylashers and 4 Tactics. But Tactics is pretty awesome when the board gets gummed up with creatures.
Yeah, Pat Cox actually was able to use Setessan Tactics on a creature his opponent had...
on his own Reckoner that was
Reckoner.
Stolen by Domestication to knock the Domestication off.
Yeah. Pretty spectacular.
Setessan Tactics, just for those who haven't really played with it, give us a sense of the kind of naughtiness you can get up to.
Well, I mean, you're giving your creatures this ability to just, reach out across the red zone and smack your opponent's creatures down. You don't have to get into combat. You don't have to, you're not hoping your opponent blocks. It's just mass removal for green.
Yeah, the fact that it makes it all the creatures with even power and toughness compared to their opponents win the fight because they're at +1/+1, and all the smaller creatures level up 1 level to fight, and it's so cheap for 3 mana making 2 creatures fight. It's just an incredible card.
Value all the way then. Jackson Cunningham, we think we know what he'll be doing. The 2 Ajani's presents, 3 of the 4 Unflinching Courage. But let's go across to the other side of the table and get a sense of what Pierre Mondon is going to do. And like we said, you've just seen 5 cards available on the other side. Mondon has a full 9 to choose from. A couple of Slaughter Games, Pithing Needle, Mizzium Mortars, Rakdos's Return, the full squad of Magma Spray, and then Singleton Abrupt Decay, double Duress, Singleton Golgari Charm, double Thoughtseize. Luis, is there any possibility that Pierre Mondon can do anything even close to as amazing with his single Golgari Charm as we saw Yuki Ichikawa do earlier in the day?
He doesn't have Scavenging Ooze, so it's going to be a little unlikely. Though it's a versatile card. You never know where it might pop up. I could see him, destroying a Banishing Light and doing something tricky with that.
We were talking to Jerry Thompson in one of the breaks, and he was saying that watching the Ichikawa match in the quarterfinals, that basically that Golgari Charm play was kind of sculpted round about turn 2. And that for sort of half a dozen plus turns, it was just, no, I have an opportunity to use my Golgari Charm. I'm not going to. Oh, here's another window where it'd be pretty good. No, I'm not going to. And then I'm actually going to do this unbelievable thing that almost no one saw. Tremendous. So what does happen then? If we're not going to see Golgari Charm Madness, what are we going to see?
Well, we're going to see Golgari Charms most likely, since it still does, sweep the 1 toughness creatures away. Though I do like Jackson's plan of boarding out a lot of his 1-drops, and that does make this side, like boarding out Soldier of the Pantheon and Sunblade Elf, makes you can see the same situation when Ichikawa had multiple Magma Sprays and eventually had to double Magma Spray like a Fleecemane line.
Right.
That's a really good, turn of events for the green-white deck. So I would expect Pierre to board somewhat similarly, board in Magma Sprays, Mortars, Abrupt Decay, and Golgari Charm, taking out, Rakdos Return, maybe some of the slower Planeswalkers. But in the end, I think that does actually favor the green-white deck. I think Ajani's Presence is better than any card that Mondon's bringing in. And I think that Magma Spray actually loses a decent amount of its effectiveness. It really only kills Voice at this point.
That sounds moderately bleak for Pierre Mondon then, who is currently sitting there having lost game 1. And it sounds like you feel it goes up further in Jackson's favor once we get out of sideboarding.
Yeah, I think, again, Ajani's Presence has a huge presence in post-board games. It just counters spells for such cheap mana cost. And I think Fleecemane Line and Smite are just very well designed against removal-heavy decks, just because they demand an immediate answer and dodge a lot of the removal that's out there. That being said, these decks are still pretty close together just because of, how powerful Planeswalkers are and how quickly they can run away from the game if they're unchecked.
So, Mondon 1 down against Jackson Cunningham, and will we see a Pro Tour debut player making his first appearance here at the Pro Tour stage, going all the way to the final? BDM, remember being terribly impressed with Josh Cho when he came to Barcelona and made it into the top 8 of that particular Pro Tour, won by Alexander Hayne, of course. It is so hard to make a top 8 when you've played 30 of them and have half a dozen PT top 8s behind you.
I do every year when we induct players into the Hall of Fame, I do profile pieces. So I've talked to, however many players it is, some 30-plus players who are among the very best in the game, the likes of Luis Scott Vargas and the likes of William Jensen and the likes of Wiegersma and Cornelison and Finkel and Buddha. And these players did not, for the most part, go to their first Pro Tour and suddenly find themselves playing on Sunday. There was a learning curve there. In fact, you see a lot of times when you look at the Excel spreadsheet of players' finishes, you'll see maybe a 300th, maybe a 40th, a 17th occasionally, but then you'll also see a gap of events before they even get back to the Pro Tour. So, it's kind of interesting to see, Cunningham being able to go this far in his first appearance.
Well, here's a case in point. We did a piece on Thursday evening with Jeremy Desani and Reed Duke talking about their fantastic seasons, and obviously we knew that one of them was likely to be the Player of the Year. Hello, everyone in the hall. I can see Nathan Holiday there watching the stream. Good
Ben
to see you
Hayes.
guys. Yeah.
How can you tell it's Nathan Holiday?
Because Josh Bennett's back here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And on the far left in the black shirt, Mark Tobias from Germany, Sam Black as well there.
Sam Black inching into camera.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam. Such a media guy. We're back here on the floor. Thanks very much to everyone watching there. But as we're saying, watching Desani, talking to Desani and Duke, looking at their numbers, Reed Duke's Pro Tour win numbers are not that great. They're sort of 53% because he spent so much time in the early stages of his career getting his feet under the table. And here's Jackson Cunningham, first go round, top 8, top 4, 1-0 up, close to a final against Flock. Incredible performance.
Yeah, I love the story that Jeff Cunningham told about Thursday night. Jackson's been understandably nervous throughout this event and had a lot of nervous energy coming into the tournament. And he's like, well, Jeff, I'm really hoping that I can make day 2. And, Jeff was like, well, I don't want to hear that. That's what everybody says. I don't want to hear, I just want to make day 2. I think we can aim higher. I think we can do better than that. So I thought that was, kind of interesting. And it's something about, I think you get a new player to the Pro Tour, even if, they somehow manage to connect with a large team. Maybe there's just not as much time for those players, but having that intense amount of time with Jeff, who's been here, who understands what you need to do to prepare for a Pro Tour and to get into a top 8, was very beneficial for Jackson.
Yeah, that definitely accelerates the process. I mean, first bunch of Pro Tours I played, and I really had no idea what I was doing or how to prepare. And, it took me, I think, 4 years from when I played my first Pro Tour to my first Pro Tour top 8. And it's a pretty large amount of time.
How long did it take you to stop playing mid-range decks?
Well, about 4 years. So
yeah.
Though I'm kind of back because that's kind of how Magic works now.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
not universally. Like I did play a red aggressive deck at this tournament, but I played more mid-range this last year or two than I had previously.
All right, what do we think of V6 for Jackson Cunningham? Looks to me, we've got an Advent of the Worm, we've got a mana, couple of land. The players are ready. We are away with game number 2. It begins as game 1 began, with a temple and a bit of scry action.
As all games begin.
As they should.
This is a great mulligan. Turn 1 Experiment 1 and a turn 2 Voice, with Advent in hand is kind of what you're looking for. And actually drawing that forest saved Jackson Cunningham probably like 4 points of life, because having Mana Confluence be your 4th land instead of your 1st land is huge.
Mondon will send out an Elvish Mystic.
Looking at Mondon's hand, I did not see a lot of red or black cards.
Yeah, he's on the all green card plan, which is actually fine because Corsair of Krufix does a really good job blocking, but
there is a Putrefy and a Vraska.
Well, there we go, because Advent of the Worm does a very good job at attacking through all the green blockers. Yeah, this is a pretty ideal hand for Mondon. He's got Corsairs to kind of deal with the small creatures, and he even has 2. So if Celestia Charm, pumps Experiment 1 past the first one, that's fine. He can just play a second. There's no real risk to blocking. Putrefy for the first big creature, and then Vraska for the second big creature, or vice versa, depending on how the game plays out.
And here's another Experiment 1.
So Cunningham just sends the Experiment 1 into the Elfin trades. Here comes Corsair of Krufix.
That's interesting. I did not expect that to happen. I think that playing Voice would have been pretty decent. He could have also played Celestial Charm to make a token and evolve Experiment 1.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's just interested in getting the second Experiment 1 out there.
Drew Fleece Main Lion.
I think that using a 2-mana spell on turn 2 and then playing the 1-drop plus a 2-mana spell on turn 3 would have ended up leading to a lot smoother curve for Jackson here. So it's an interesting line he took, and I think in terms of mana efficiency, it's going to leave him potentially with a few cards in hand that he can't actually cast quite on the same curve. On the other hand, you don't really expect your opponent to block with Elvish Mystic very often in a deck like the Jund deck, so it might be that he just expected it to not get blocked.
We definitely saw in an earlier match today Cunningham just send his guy in kind of like, well, I obviously have a Trek when he didn't have a Trek.
Yeah, he attacked Voice past a Corsair of Krufix against Ichikawa.
Yeah.
And representing Celestial Charm, and actually won because of those 2 points of damage. So, but sometimes your opponent does block, and I'm not sure if that he had planned for that necessarily.
Here is Voice of Resurgence. Counter goes on Experiment 1, of course. And Jackson will pass. Mondon goes to reveal the top card. It is a land.
And a black land that comes into play untapped even. So that was a good reveal for Mondon here. He's got a lot of options. He could just play second Corsair and gain 2. Yeah, looks like the plan. He's not really under any pressure, and the 2 Corsairs kind of brick-wall Jackson's team here.
Oh, and he's got a Xenagos coming up.
This looks like it's pretty firmly in Mondon's favor right now just because of how effective all his cards are at blocking. It's not even that he's getting a huge incremental advantage. He's just blocking a lot. Though playing the lands off the top also does that.
You got to look at Cunningham's hand. Advent of the Worm on the left. And Jackson's going to send in the boys.
I actually really like a double block on Experiment 1 here, since a Celestia Charm still just, at this point, trades, you for a Corsair, but Jackson still loses Experiment 1. There's no real drawback to doing that, and if he evolves Experiment 1, I guess he doesn't even have enough mana to play Advent right now, so double blocking the Experiment 1 seems like it leads to a pretty good place for Mondon.
Given that that's true, why would Jackson put himself in a position where that can happen?
He might be representing Celestia Charm plus Ajani's Presence, which would be a different kind of trade, and he might be looking like hoping that maybe Mondon blocks 1 on each here. Well, this worked out a lot better for Jackson than it could have. I mean, this is actually a good trade for Jackson. Trading a Celestia Charm for a Corsair is kind of where you need to start, but I think Mondon had an opportunity to get a pretty good edge right there.
3 in hand for Cunningham. You can see them on the right of screen. Double Fleecemane Lion and the advent of the worm. Mondon, meanwhile, with his Corsair causing the top card to be revealed.
And hitting a string of lands off Corsair is perfect. I mean, that's exactly what you want to have happen.
Right.
It's so funny
dig your action cards, gain some life.
Yep, the ordering matters so much, you know, when you've got a Corsair out. Like, land spell, land spell, land spell is insane.
And sometimes you can rig that order if you have some scry lands in there.
Now, Mondon deep in thought. Cunningham looking pretty much as he has throughout the top 8.
And Mondon has, again, a couple options here. He can play Xenagos to just put tokens into play and start blocking. He kind of doesn't want that voice to die because the token can eventually grow to be much, much larger, but you can't just let your planeswalkers get attacked by it. He's got a Caryatid. He could just play like Caryatid Putrefy. That would use his mana the most efficiently because he would use all 5. Could also just play Vraska. I mean, he can play any card in his hand or any combination of, Caryatid plus Putrefy, or even Xenagos plus Caryatid if he wants to plus Xenagos, though. I think that is one of the plays well, it's actually not that bad, but I think he can do a little better. I like playing the land untapped, though. I think you're going to want to use 5 mana this turn.
He has another land on top of his deck.
Yeah, the land hit sequence is not as impressive. Voice also makes it so the Putrefied needs to get played at sorcery speed unless you want to give Jackson a free token, which he certainly does not.
Yeah.
So 3 black and green gets you Vraska, and then up we go. So should you come at me, I will kill you.
And this is the rarely used Vraska immediately plus, but it's actually pretty good here since it makes Vraska safe from getting attacked and kind of, preemptively stops Jackson's next big threat unless it's an advent. Whereas Pierre doesn't mind if he gets attacked. He could even just take it, not even block because of Celestia Charm, and go to 13, and he would be in very good shape. So Jackson's still pretty bottlenecked on mana. He drew that 1 forest on turn 1. Other than that, he has not drawn a land this game. And a hand of 4-drop and multiple 2-drops means that he's going to have trouble really playing spells in a sequence he wants to.
Yeah, has Loxodon Smiter now.
Maybe Jackson's playing a sub-game of never take damage off Mana Confluence.
You may be correct.
Fleecemane Lion.
Attack, upgrade your Voice of Resurgence.
He could send Voice.
Go ahead.
He could automatically make Voice into a token by attacking Vraska, because whether it gets blocked or not, it's dying.
Right.
But I think it's reasonable to keep Voice back this turn.
Mondon with cards in hand over Cunningham right now.
Yeah, and because Mondon has been playing all his lands off the top of his deck, he's ending up with almost twice as many cards as Jackson here. He's built up a pretty large reserve of spells to play. This is Mondon's game. He's got a lot of ways to win this game, and I think there's a lot of the different paths he could take are very viable.
Take down Vraska.
So Vraska will go down to get rid of Fleecemane Lion before it can become problematic.
Jackson keeps looking at that Advent of the Worm in his hand.
Yeah, and he really wants to play that Advent, but not only is he not able to play it now, by the time he sees that Putrefy, and Pierre has, a second Putrefy in hand. So it's, as long as Pierre doesn't tap out, that Advent's not doing a whole lot. Ideally, Cunningham's able to set up an Advent plus a Johnny's Presence, but he's not only a 4th land short, he's a 5th land short and a Johnny's Presence short. So I'm guessing that this is not the game where we see that. It could be in game 3, but
I was getting quite excited there. It sounded such a lovely plan.
It is a good plan. It's just, one that it's kind of hard to assemble, especially given that he's 3 cards short right now.
Yeah.
Scry lived on top.
You're at 18.
He just played the Akum Refuge from Zendikar. Going to play tap, red, black, gain a life.
Mind if I read your experiment one?
Yep.
So,
see, I know there were some
He wants
people.
to read the experiment one, but he should reread the Putrefy then.
yeah, and actually, in between rounds, Cunningham asked, he's like, hey, can you regenerate from Vraska? I was like, no, I don't think so. We looked it up, and yeah, you cannot. I looked it up afterwards after telling him that in fact was the way it worked. So
There's Putrefy on Experiment 1. I really like that. Can I look at it? I sometimes get questions from people who say, oh, why do they always like pick up cards and read them? Yeah, everyone knows what everything does. Well, actually, everyone doesn't know what everything does. And that's precisely why, especially when there's tens of thousands of dollars on the line. You don't want to not know. Just check.
Better safe than sorry is definitely the slogan you want to go for.
So Sylvan Caryatid comes down post combat, but second main phase.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of combat going on that side of the deck.
Experiment 2.
I think it's Experiment 3, actually.
No.
19.
Sorry, that was. Didn't realize I'd done that out loud.
Fleece Main Lion, and an Evolve Trigger.
Yeah,
There's a Mortars.
That's a pleasant surprise for Mondon and a slightly less pleasant one for Cunningham.
That's a Chandra he's holding as well.
Yeah, he's got Chandra, he's got Putrefy, he's got Xenagos. He's got all the cards he needs to win this game. He's got to figure out, how to best, basically clear Cunningham's side of the board so nothing fishy can happen. Here, I suspect, is the turn where he wants to play Xenagos. He can protect it with Putrefy. He can make a blocker. He can even, if he wants, just trade Vraska for, the Fleece Main. I could even see ticking up Vraska, zeroing Xenagos. Chandra does not have any appealing targets right now, so I suspect you're not going to want a Chandra.
There you go.
Get it gone.
But yeah, I like Xenagos, make a Satyr token, lead, and you have 3 blockers plus a Putrefy ready to go. And then next turn, you can go ahead and kick Mizzy and Mortars for the full amount, just overload it completely. Voice does make you want to play Putrefy now. Putrefying an Experiment 1 that's 2/2 is not super exciting, but might be worth it. I would lean toward just making blockers, and there's not much that Cunningham can do to get by you. He's not playing like the Naya deck that has Brave the Elements or anything like that. He's got an Ajani. Ajani could kill Xenagos if he plays it.
Yeah, he's playing Chandra instead.
Chandra Pyromaster.
Looks like he's just going to use the opportunity to zero it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the Mortars reaches out to the Experiment 1.
This is exiled, so I'm revealing the top card.
And Abrupt Decay will be on top.
So Mizzy Mortars takes down the Experiment 1. And he's now able to attack with Courser of Crufix.
Yeah, and although it's only 18-17, that fourth land, the absence thereof for Jackson Cunningham, is just increasingly turning into the difference maker in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, Mondon has access to 11 cards right now, and Cunningham has access to 6 or 7. So he's basically doubled on the number of cards, and not even all the cards in Cunningham's hand are castable.
Mondon left with Putrefy and Xenagos in hand. There's a Smiter still for Cunningham.
Attack Chandra.
Block.
Yep. Caryatid blocks.
Damage.
And then here's a Loxodon Smiter.
Yeah, pretty free block, pretty free attack. But Smiter is not really going to fight. I mean, even if Pierre had no cards in hand, he would still be handily winning this game.
And more Mizium Mortars action on top of the library.
And Courser Chandra, nice little combo. You know what you're getting into when you zero Chandra, which is nice.
I've seen a number of really good interactions with Planeswalkers and Courser of Crufix. Obviously, Domri Raid and some of the Jund Planeswalkers lists.
Yeah, Domri is a very good combo with Courser. They both clear the top of the library for the other.
Oh, okay, so it's exiled, right?
Exiled.
Right,
Chandra clearing the top for Corsair.
It gets to play a land off for the Corsair, gets to scry.
I'll keep it.
Keeps Dreadbore.
First one of those we've seen this match.
This is kind of like the Revelation, except the Revelation is happening in very small increments, where every turn appears just drawing like 1 or 2 extra cards.
Casts Mizium Orders with Overload. Will be a 1/1 token left.
So if you would like to join the conversation, you can see on our ticker, you're very welcome to vote for who you think is going to win this match. And I would recommend basing your decision on it being 1-1 in a little while. So
There is a 4th land.
Oh, joy, it's Temple Garden.
And yeah, the 4th land, a little late in coming, because now at this point, Pierre has both Abrupt Decay and Putrefy at the ready for any worm tokens, and Xenagos and Chandra ready to end the game. Slowly.
Yeah.
But surely.
Yeah, that's how
No, I
games
mean-
are ending in this top 8.
Yeah.
And in fact, Jackson chooses not to play his land untapped.
At this point, he might be looking to cast Celestia Charm in response to Chandra pinging the Elemental to save it, but then Pierre can just use a removal spell on the Celestia Charm token, at which point the Elemental also dies. This is going to be, as Ben has put it, a downhill battle for Cunningham.
So he does ping the token, and Jackson does nothing.
1320.
Yeah.
Here comes Xenagos. The Revealer. Krufix is the Revealer. It's the Reveler.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, boy.
At least Xenagos actually does escalate pretty quickly.
Yes.
Since, 2 becomes 4, becomes 6, becomes 8, and then that's it. It's added up to 20.
Have you seen games this weekend that just are entirely like Xenagos tokens just doing all the damage?
Oh, yeah, unchecked. I mean, it's just like 3
Right.
turns or 4 turns, so it is quite quick.
Here we go. Untap with 4 lands in play. Looks like Jackson drew an Ajani's Presence.
He's 1 land short of the combo. He's drawn the Johnny's Presence in a land, but I don't think it's going to be enough, even if he was able to magically have another land in play. One thing I do say about the Jund Planeswalkers deck, when it wins games, it wins them decisively. It is not generally like, eking out a win. Like this is pretty one-sided at this point.
You said that the Jund Planeswalkers deck was winning slowly but surely, and that's what it was doing in these little incremental +1 card here, +1 card there. Let's fast forward to a hypothetical world where Mondon wins both this game, which is not a big stretch, and then game 3 to put him into a final against Stephen Flock. Flock also likes to win slowly but surely. Who wins when both players think that's what's going on? It's much clearer when you're sort of, I'm trying to stay alive, I'm the control deck, you're trying to kill me, you're the aggro deck. When they're both planning, I'm going to divination. I'm just going to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Who's advantaged there?
It's really going to come down, Pierre is definitely under a faster clock against Flock, just because if Flock gets out 10 lands, he can at any point fire off a Rev for 7, then cast a Planar Cleansing, and that wipes out all the progress that Mondon's made.
Right.
So Mondon really has to use Xenagos and Rakdos Return to really reduce the amount of outs that Flock has.
So he would be the beatdown, as it were.
Yeah, though that can change post-board games. In post-board games, Slaughter Games makes that different.
I would like you guys to take a moment to appreciate the beauty of playing a Corsair of Krufix off the top of your deck.
Yeah, that is some a good synergy there.
If he'd revealed a land afterwards, it would have been the most perfect. But as it was, Jackson was like, I can't win this, and scooped up his cards.
It's 1-1, and I'd like to take a moment, because we've already looked at the sideboards, I'd like to take a moment with both of you. Luis, you are a member of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Fame, and BDM, you, of course, are the historian and intimately involved with the Hall of Fame.
I don't know if you know what it fully entails being in the historian of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. Because what happens is I have to watch it at night, And at night, all the Hall of Famers come alive. And they wreak havoc all over the hall, and we get into wacky misadventures.
Wacky misadventures?
Yes.
You're a regular Ben Stiller.
Wow. So why don't I ask you about the 3 new members of the Pro Tour Hall of Fame?
Absolutely.
Let's do that, and in no particular order, although I'm going to go up in scorecard order.
Sure.
So third on the list, and welcome to patron saint of control, Guillaume Wafatapa.
Guillaume, 5 Pro Tour top 8s, what William Jensen referred to kind of as the 3,000 hits of this particular institution. It's kind of, he said, there's some people who get in with 4. He got in with 4. Some people who don't get in with 4. And 5 is really where that mark is. And it was clearly something that the Hall of Fame voters responded to.
At 5, you need a compelling reason not to vote for someone for the Pro Tour Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And, you throw in a lot of other factors for Guillaume. I mean, just a great deck builder. This, very identifiable trait too, right? Like this idea that he is the consummate control player. People, you like that story, to hang on to and to sort of, where you can identify someone as the best at something. Very, very similar to the next person up on the ballot, Paul Rietzel, who you identify as the aggro player.
Right, so Paul Rietzel, very much the aggro player. He's into the Hall of Fame. And, of course, Makihita Mahara, the 2006 world champion, is up there as well. So congratulations to all 3 of them. But on screen, you are looking at Jackson Cunningham, who is now tied at 1-1 against Pierre Mondon of the United States of America. White-green aggro against Jump Planeswalkers. Luis, how big an advantage with the aggro deck is getting to go first?
Unsurprisingly, it's a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Being able to have multiple creatures in play before a Planeswalker comes out is huge, especially since Planeswalkers are one of the cards that punish you the most for being on the draw. When you're on it used to be like in control mirrors, sometimes you choose to draw. Now that there are Planeswalkers, that's really not advisable. So I think that the die roll here, or in this case, getting to choose player draw, is in fact really, really big.
Something that you said earlier in the match, you said that Courser of Kruphix was a really big deal, not so much because of the words on the card, but actually just because it was sitting there blocking with 4 toughness. And there you see Courser of Kruphix on your screen, the rare enchantment creature from Born of the Gods.
This was the most dominant, or one of the most played cards at the previous Pro Tour. Right? I mean, we saw...
Well, there were 28 Coursers of Kruphix and 28 Sylvan Caryatids in the top 8 of the Pro Tour Atlanta.
But, do you feel like Courser of... Like, Sylvan Caryatid's obviously very good, but would there have been 28 Sylvan Caryatids without Courser of Kruphix being printed?
No, they both are part of like kind of the same synergistic engine. They both, the turn 2 Caryatid, turn 3 Courser play a land is just such a huge play that I think that they both kind of feed into each other's popularity.
Yeah, and that middle thing it says there on the graphics, ability to play lands from the top of your library helps generate card advantage, improves quality of drawn cards. I was sort of going to ask, well, is there one side of that that's more important? But again, it is just this synergistic package that makes Courser such a great card.
Oh, we just watched Mondon, just like, okay, here's a land off the top of my deck as opposed to playing something out of my hand. And it gets, especially with Scrylands in the format, that ability to sort of push and, sort of sift through your draws so that there's always a spell waiting for you when you draw for your draw step.
Yeah, even if Courser just by itself would increase the quality of your draw step by making it so you can only draw lands when you hit multiple in a row, Scrylands make that even more likely. So overall, it's a pretty big advantage as the game goes on.
Have you seen people, warping like towards enchantment removal or, any kind of concessions to this card when you guys were play testing?
Certainly, you pick your removal with it in mind. I mean, without Courser running around, Bile Blight would have been just a much better removal spell than it already is, and it is already very good. And I think once Khans of Tarkir comes out, we're going to see a lot of Coursers of Kruphix. I would imagine that we're going to see cards that interact favorably against it as well, because R&D is very aware of how good Courser is. The Block Pro Tour definitely showed us that.
So you're saying there's going to be a Planeswalker that says kill target 2/4 creature?
Yeah, it's probably not quite that on the nose, but something along those lines.
Just any toughness between 3.9 and 4.1.
Thank you.
All right. So Jackson Cunningham there on the left of your screen, Pierre Mondon on the right. Mondon took a little break just to clear his head after game 2. comes back to what is a very large and pretty lonely stage once you get down to just the one table, but you've still got plenty of people around, judges, camera crew, the spotters giving us the hands. You see the iPads there, Rashad Miller, one of the judges there, DLS, Dave Lyford-Smith, bringing you all the cards in hand for our two players as they prepare for potentially a life-changing single game of Magic, because one of them will be done for the weekend, and one of them we will be seeing again in a best 3 out of 5 final against Ivan Floch of the Slovak Republic. I was tempted to ironically call Floch King of the Red Zone, but it would be ironic because Floch is on blue-white control, and although we have seen him attack with lots and lots of creatures, they were all based off a young Pyromancer earlier on. Hello everyone out on the main floor, lots of Pro Tour players we see there gearing up for the deciding game, and lots of people busy playing in the background as well. Sundays is sort of a very relaxed feel out in the hall because of course we've only got the last 8 who are with their lives on the line.
Sure, I mean, just like us, we're completely relaxed on Sunday morning.
Super, it's true.
I've actually heard from Twitter that there's a 6-on-6 Homelands draft going on with, luminaries such as like Brock Parker, and David Ochoa, and a number of other people. I couldn't even quite tell. But.
Oh, fantastic.
which, by the way, might be the only format that takes longer to play than a blue-white on blue-white mirror
Oh,
match.
we'll find out.
Rich, it's funny. I was talking to Craig Wesco.
All right.
We were talking backstage as we were getting ready to do a deck tech,
Mm-hmm.
and we were talking about sort of the feature match area, and he was talking about, how when you're the last match out there, we had seen some last match still waiting on the tables, and it was like it could be pretty lonely out there when you're the last match, and he's like, well, even more so on Sunday, when it's just that one table out there, and then he paused for a second, and he was like, but it's the best kind of lonely.
Oh, that was wonderful, yes. Now, that was a pretty straightforward mulligan there by the looks of things for Jackson. He had 4 land, but no, not happy with that at all. Pierre-Christophe Monod, you can see his hand there, and that looks a lot better. So
that was a confident smile for a second.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good hand. I mean, Abrupt Decay, Caryatid, a couple lands, that's already a good start. So
yeah. And of course it makes a difference. You wouldn't be human if it didn't make a difference when you see your opponent mulligan in a deciding game. And that's where Jackson Cunningham is on the play right now.
And of course, if your opponent mulligans to 5, by the bylaws of Magic, you are obligated to pump the fist. It's just one of the rules. It's on the back of your DCI card when you sign up.
So I think this is going to be a downhill battle for Jackson Cunningham here. I just can't stop using that because Ben said that completely with unaware that is not exactly how it works, and so that's just how I say it now. But Mondon has 3 temples, Caryatid, Courser, the combo, and then 2 removal spells like Golgari Charm and a Magma Spray. So it's vulnerable to Loxodon Smiter, but other than that hand has got a lot going for it.
So Jackson Cunningham has had an astonishing run to make it here to the semi-final.
Has still not lost on Sunday yet.
Oh, yeah, and he's certainly not lost yet. I mean, he gets to play a game of Magic now, and this hand is actually a very ideal hand.
2 land. There's an Experiment 1 on turn 1, Voice of Resurgence 2, Fleece Main Line potentially on 3, Advent of the Worm potentially on 4. He's looking for a couple of land. He's got an awesome curve if he can get the land out there. Or he could be in the world of Experiment 1, Voice of Resurgence, and sit there. And we've already seen him sit there a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, the curve of Experiment 1 into Voice into Fleece Main is good enough to hold you over, even if you're stuck on 2 for a few turns. This is, I think if you asked Jackson to assemble a 6-card hand, it would look very similar to this.
So away we go. Experiment 1.
Maybe a Selesnya Charm.
Yeah, and Mondon's really looking for an untapped land, which he immediately finds with Blood Crypt.
No room for maneuver now. This one will decide who faces Ivan Floch in the final. Cunningham on the left, Mondon on the right. Here is turn 2 Voice. Counter on the Experiment 1. In it comes. Damage.
And there's no temptation to play the Fleece Main Lion there?
No, the biggest difference is you really want to evolve Experiment 1 up to a 3/3. So Mondon actually has an interesting decision here. He can play a Skyland and a Magma Spray. It looks like he's running Magma Spray onto Voice, which, while in general is pretty good, I think that's actually better for Cunningham here. I think he'd rather have the 3/3 Experiment 1 than a 2/2 Voice. So even though Mondon's hand was good this game, Cunningham's hand was actually perfect. So this could be a tough battle.
Cunningham, you see, Fleece Main Line, Banishing Light, Advent of the Worm, wants to see some lands at some point.
2 more lands and then never another land for the rest of the game.
Pretty much.
Yeah, if the green-white deck draws exactly 4 lands, it's a really good deck. I mean, it's a good deck without that, but that is the
Right.
the perfect draw is exactly 4 lands, nothing else.
That's not a land, it's an Experiment 1. So with the 2 land that he has available, we'll see Fleece Main Line. Up we go to a 3/3 for the Experiment 1. In we go.
Here, drops to 15.
And Mondon's got to be somewhat regretting keeping this Magma Spray now. He's going to be able to Mortars the Fleece Main Lion, but this Magma Spray has not got a ton of utility. It will end up killing an Experiment 1 probably this game, the other one. So it's reasonable, but it still could be better.
What Jackson wouldn't give for some scry action right now to actually start getting the lands he needs. Goes to the bottom. Mondon doesn't like it. So, what is on the top of the deck for Jackson Cunningham right now?
Well, it looked like a Plains, yep.
Plains isn't terrible. It does mean that his next line really needs to be a forest, otherwise Advent's uncastable, and that would be a disaster. This Banishing Light is also gonna come into play, reasonably soon if a Courser of Kruphix comes out. It's not the card Cunningham would have chosen to have, but it's still gonna have some utility.
2 experiments and 2 cards in hand for Cunningham. At the moment, just lands for Mondon, but a grip of cards. Also, only 12 life to play with.
I need to ask the judge a question. Yeah.
So Pierre's going to just step away from the table for a moment to talk to one of the judges. Just wants to check something.
Well, what he wants to check is going to work. He's going to what he wants to do is Magma Spray the 3/3 Experiment 1, and then cast a Golgari Charm. So at that point, Cunningham can remove the 2 counters to regenerate the Experiment 1, but then Golgari Charm does make it a 0/0.
Right.
And actually, it will still, if the Magma Spray resolves, if you remove the 2 counters, it just immediately dies anyway. So Mondon is actually, this is going to work out. He's going to be able to sweep Cunningham's board here, so Mondon's going to be in a pretty good shape after this. Cunningham might go ask the opposite side of that, which is, if my 3/3 has 2 damage on it, what happens if I remove the 2 counters? The answer would be that it would just immediately die then before the regeneration resolves.
Okay. Everything -1/-1 from Golgari Charm.
Checked on this round. Asking him.
Sorry. Could we just confirm what's the exact question?
So he Magma Sprayed this, it resolved, then Golgari Charm. Can I regenerate?
What is the exactly you want to activate the regeneration
Well,
ability?
yes, you can.
You can activate the regeneration ability, yes.
Okay, so I'll.
I mean, regardless of this particular rules interaction, the Golgari Charm still kills it, even if it regenerated. So it's not hugely relevant.
No, it's just you can't sort of explain to players how the rest of the turn's
Right,
going to play
right.
out.
The judge can only answer your questions in a pretty straightforward yes or no fashion.
I mean, Cunningham couldn't get around that no matter how he played it. So it was, a good play on Pierre's side and not much Cunningham could do on his side.
Golgari Charm doing the business once again.
This is brutal.
4th land, but
it's a Plains.
And pass. Pierre Mondon, he's 12-20 behind, but he's ahead where it really counts.
all right. Who had Jund Planeswalkers versus Blue-White on their scorecard for the finals matchup?
This is a reasonable matchup. I think this is not what even Flock would have chosen had he chosen which of these 2 decks to battle.
I think he actively was rooting against Pierre Mondon.
Oh yeah, definitely. But that being said, I still think the Planar Cleansing version is much better than the Attention Seeker version in this matchup. So of the blue-white decks he could be playing, even has the correct build for this particular matchup. Slaughter Games is a tough card to beat, though.
Jackson will get rid of the Corsair of Kruphix, but will still not have a second green mana. And Pierre
promptly
will have another go.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Pierre to lose this game. It's possible, certainly, because of Advent is a powerful card, and Pierre does not have a direct answer to it, but given a few turns, Xenagos will actually answer it.
Elvish Mystic is on top of Monden's deck. We know that via Corsair of Kruphix. Cunningham draws. It is still not a green mana. It's got a Loxodon Smiter.
It's not nothing.
Yeah, it's the elephant in Cunningham's hand. Frank Karsten played green-white aggro as well, and he got one of his Loxodon Smiter's Thoughtseize this tournament, which did not work out well for his opponent.
No.
Excellent.
They just didn't see it coming.
They selected it. There was 3 different cards in Karsten's hand, and they actively chose to take it. It's not even like, you Thoughtseize him and his one card as a Smiter.
Well, at least that player's friends won't tease him about it for the rest of his life.
What weird friends.
Well, maybe he didn't tell them. I wouldn't power him.
All right, here is Xenagos the Reveler. And we're going to see a haste creature. It's 2/2.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see it attack it.
And here's Elvish Mystic.
It's hastily getting put into play and staying there. And while I think Banishing Light is a fine card to have in the green-white deck, even after board, this is not the kind of card green-white really needs. It wants a card to pressure their opponent. I mean, killing a Planeswalker or a Corsair after it's done a little damage is really not how green-white's going to win the game here.
Pierre looking as confident as we've seen him look at this point.
Assuming Cunningham ends up banishing lighting Xenagos, we've got a Smiter attacking. It can get triple blocked, but then a Ajani's Presence makes it a 5/5 indestructible, killing like the Corsair and the Mystic. Mondan's on all lands at that point, plus a Sylvan Caryatid in hand. This could come down to top decks with, Cunningham having an Advent in hand, so forests are live and all the creatures in his deck are live. This game is not over. I mean, the Banishing Lights, despite not being a card that puts pressure on, are still going to do some good work this game.
There we go. Loxodon Smiter comes at Xenagos.
Mondan not with anything going on in hand. All his actions on board right now.
What's your block here, Luis? Do you just block with everything?
You're
Or do
worried
you
about
just-
Celestia Charm. You really don't want to block with Corsair. But if you block with just the Satyr token and Celestia Charm happens, you end up getting Xenagos killed because of Trample. There's no way to kill the Smiter through a Celestia Charm. You're drawing. You really need this Corsair to stay alive. I would probably just put the Elvish Mystic on the Smiter.
That's a judgment. Yeah.
Looks like a
Another
a
moment
judge call
to-
here.
Yeah.
Celestia Charm's a great card. I mean, it is going to make this decision difficult. I like just Mystic on the Smiter. I think there's a good argument for just like triple block or double blocking. There's no real reason to triple block actually, since Ajani's Presence doesn't let you kill the Smiter anyway. I think through a double. I think I would probably just block with the Mystic there. And then even if there's a Celestia Charm, next turn you can double block. I would, I guess, rather lose Mystic and Xenagos the first time. That's tough. You could also double block Corsair and Xenagos token, and then Charm trades for both of them. Then next turn you make another token, and you're making a token every single turn. So maybe actually Corsair token is actually the first best block, though my inclination would still probably just be to chump with Mystic, I think. I think chumping with Mystic is better than chumping with the 2/2. At this point, the 2/2 is much more valuable. Little does Pierre know that Xenagos is leaving the battlefield one way or the other this turn.
All that thought.
So the real question is, which do you value more? Do you value Corsair or Xenagos more? What is the ability to draw less lands better than making a 2/2 every turn? I'm valuing Corsair at slightly higher, plus this way next turn you get to double block, but I think trumping with Mystic or double blocking with the two power guys are basically the only two options you have here that I think make sense.
Mon's decision just goes on and on and on.
The decisions like this are where, Pro Tours are won or lost on.
These two. Yeah.
This is actually going to work out a lot better for Mondon than I think he would have expected. Johnny's presence is much worse than Celestial Charm in this particular instance. Because you just don't lose the token here.
What did you say?
I'll order it, so...
Ordering the blockers.
Yeah.
Technically it would have been done before the cast and combat trick, but in this case it doesn't actually matter.
And then Banishing Light takes out Xenagos.
Yep, so we're on a 2/2 and a 1/1 versus a 4/4 with Advent on one side and a Scryland on the other side. This is actually coming to a close game. Mondon has more high-impact cards in his deck that he can draw, and he's getting the first crack at scrying. But
and he's going to get rid of the land that was there.
What are you at?
I'm at 20, you're at 14.
Sure.
if you say so. Mondon deciding whether he wants to raise. Sylvan Caryatid does give you a turn buffer. Basically, if Cunningham can rattle off Forest and then spell, all of which are Advents, I think he's in great shape to win this game. If he just draws Forest and then maybe another land, he's still in pretty good shape. Advent is... I'd rather have Advent and being stuck on green than have, just no cards in hand and being, at the mercy of my draw step.
The Loxodon Smiter will attack. Sylvan Caryatid will get in the way. Are we about to have... No, we're not. It's going to be Experiment 1 and still just 1 green mana for Jackson Cunningham.
Pretty low impact card there.
Mondon draws. He's into the top of his
gladly
deck.
trade it with a Mystic at this point.
Yeah. Looks like we've got a Vraska coming after a Loxodon Smiter.
There she is again. It'll be
that was a good draw.
Middle ability. So it starts at 5 right now.
Yeah, and Mondon can put it to 6, but I think just killing the Smiter, it is pretty good. He could have also killed a Banishing Light and gotten back a Xenagos.
Oh, wow.
I actually think I like that a little bit more, because then you can threaten the double block. Celestial Charm gets you worse, but at this point you can deduce that that Cunningham probably does not have a Celestial Charm in hand.
Again, Cunningham has been really hampered by his mana.
If he's considering attacking, you going to bluff a Celestia Charm here?
No.
He drew, unfortunately for Cunningham, he drew one of the worst cards in his deck. He drew a Boon Satyr, which was another double green card. So, top deck wars end really quickly when one player draws something good.
Your turn.
Mondon passes back.
Ticks up Vraska. So should that Experiment 1 decide to pick a fight?
Which it's probably not going to yet even. Fleecemane Lion's going to grow it to a 2/2, but trading for a Satyr token, I think you can do better. You can just wait till it becomes a 3/3.
So the possibility of Monstrosity, it's still a mana away for Jackson Cunningham.
And I doubt Mondon's going to want to wait for him to draw that. I think if Mondon has 2 blanks in hand, he's going to want to just trade Vraska for the line while he still has the option. If he drew a removal spell, now would be a good time to use it. He could be concerned if he drew a removal spell about a Johnny's presence, but at this point there's not a whole lot you can put Cunningham on. He could also free Xenagos.
He did draw a removal spell.
So the plus side of using that one first is you get to tick up Vraska and not lose Vraska. The downside is if Jackson did have an Ajani's presence, you would not be able to use Vraska in response to the sorcery, and the Fleecemane line could end up getting monstrous there. So that was slightly risky, but there aren't very many Ajani's presences left. There's only 1 left in Cunningham's deck, so I think it's very reasonable not to worry about it.
All right, Vraska ticks up. passes the turn back to Cunningham.
Smiter, at least a playable draw. It puts his Experiment 1 up to a 3-3, which still just trades for potentially the two creatures that Mondon has in play. That might not be bad.
Right, so you play Smiter, and then you attack with the 3-3 Experiment 1 into Vraska.
You could, and then you could deal 3 to Vraska, and then Vraska triggers, and then you regenerate Experiment 1.
Smiter, counter, turn it sideways. I'm coming towards Vraska, please.
So you get to deal 3 to Vraska and then regenerate, which you're trading 2 counters on Experiment 1 for 3 on Vraska, which is a very, it's a good deal with when you have a Smiter in play. Mondon can double block and just trade, because you can't really regenerate there. You could regenerate, and then you're trading 2 counters for just Elvish Mystic, which is the same as chumping, but it just gives Cunningham the option of trading for both creatures or just the Mystic. I don't think you want to let Vraska get hit here, since you want Vraska to kill off the Loxodon Smiter. So I'd expect the Elvish Mystic to be dying here one way or the other.
Things getting super tight here in Game 3 of the semifinals, waiting for Ivan Flock to face the winner in the final.
And here the green-white deck, you can see it really needing Brushland, since Brushland would put it in good shape. Though, it looks like Mondon drew a forest this turn to go with another land, so in that case, with Vraska killing Smiter, that leaves Experiment 1 ready to come over and either kill Vraska or the Satyr token, and then Cunningham's just a forest away from just running away with the game. So this is gonna come down to the wire.
Would you consider just killing the? Yeah, so the Banishing
I like
Light.
doing that the first time, and I like doing that this time. I think that getting a Satyr every turn is going to be a lot better than just killing a Smiter.
Hit a Saturn.
So we have 2 2/2s.
And if he can keep the Vraska around for another couple turns, he can unlock the Courser if he needs to eventually.
Yeah, with the Courser in play, you're not going to run into this drawing lands nonsense. And there it is.
Boom, forest.
Do you just attack all your guys in here?
At this point with a Boon Satyr, there's no blocks are bad for you. Pierre is at 14. You could just attack him with both, but I think I like attacking the Xenagos. You force the blocks a little more than if you attack Pierre directly.
Yes, so Experiment 1 will aim at Vraska, which would put Vraska gone. She would be utterly disloyal at that point. And then Pierre's going to offer up the trade of the 2-for-1, although of course they're both just tokens off Xenagos.
I like Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for the Smiter. And here's Boon Satyr.
I like splitting up the attack on Planeswalkers. That way, no matter what, Pierre's losing some permanence. Because if they both attack Xenagos, then Pierre could just no blocks, then Xenagos dies, and that's the whole attack.
Right.
At least now, either the Planeswalkers are going or the creatures are going. And actually, Pierre's all of a sudden in very rough shape. I think
it's just been a succession of lands.
And the lands helped Cunningham a lot more. Drawing that second forest was basically like drawing 2 insane cards.
Jackson Cunningham in his first ever Pro Tour.
So I like Smiter just directly at Pierre and then Experiment 1 at Xenagos here. So I think that forces the right blocks.
Why is that?
If you attack Xenagos with both, I think at that point Pierre could just no blocks, basically get a turn off.
Right.
And if you attack Pierre with both, then you get to chump Smiter and just take 3. But if you attack the other way, then you have to chump the Experiment 1 or lose Xenagos, and you take a hit for 8.
That sounds like what he's done here.
Suddenly the power of the green-white is being unleashed here in Portland.
I actually don't know what Pierre can draw that really gets him out of this, considering there's an Advent, it's crashing onto the battlefield in a second here.
Well, that looks like Chandra Pyromaster.
That's not a bad one. That's a start, because Chandra into a removal spell is better than drawing just a removal spell, except that the removal spell doesn't get played at instant speed, essentially. And now Pierre has to figure out the way to tap his mana to cast the maximal number of spells in his deck.
There she is.
Yeah. 0. Yeah.
Says 0.
It's a Putrefy.
Yep.
Putrefy's nice.
He can play that this turn.
Yeah, Pierre is not dead. He can now putrefy the experiment one. And then chump the Loxodon Smiter. If you putrefy the Smiter, you end up getting attacked by Boonsater and Experiment one. That's less good for you. So I think you want to just putrefy the Experiment one here.
There you go.
One card.
It can't be regenerated. That's correct. It can't be regenerated.
So end of turn Advent is good, but with Pierre at 6, he can chump Smiter, go to 1. Of course, the Advent can come over and kill Xenagos instead, considering that Pierre is not going to die this turn. So Pierre's still in rough shape, but Chandra into removal spell is actually the kind of when you need to get started back on the path to victory.
We have an Advent of the Worm token. We've been waiting for it to come down since the opening hand. Jackson Cunningham 16-6 ahead.
And,
Oh, well,
and
interesting.
And there we have it.
Yeah, you hear a little bit of a murmur.
Must have just drawn something ridiculous.
A Johnny Caller of the Pride is exactly what Jackson wanted to see there.
Yeah. Exactly not the crowd reaction Pierre Mondon wanted to hear.
Yeah. I mean, he was already in rough shape, but Johnny... At this point, Jackson can't be worried about a removal spell in Pierre's hand. He would have played it, many turns before.
So you're saying 16ing him would be good?
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty good.
Here is a Johnny Caller of the Pride.
Okay. I'm gonna give this guy flying double strike.
I'm going to give this flying and double strike until end of turn. And that could well be the end of match. There's the handshake. Jackson Cunningham of Canada in his first Pro Tour is going to play every single round that we could throw at him, because he will be back to face off against Ivan Floch of the Slovak Republic in the final. Jackson Cunningham through to the final. Wow, goodness gracious me.
I at no point into those last couple of turns did I think Jackson was actually going to win that game.
Yeah, that was a really tight game.
He bricked a couple of forests that he needed to, bricked Andrada Forest for a couple of turns that would have given him a perfect opener. And it looked like Pierre Mondon was going to be able to run away with the game.
Yeah, Pierre had to hit a string of lands. That happened. Jackson had to hit a forest. That also happened. And those things combined, plus the Johnny's presence as the nice little combat trick to push the Smiter past, it ended up working out for Jackson.
And also, across the 3 games, I mean, we can label a deck anything we like, but Jund Planeswalkers, really, the Planeswalkers, given how powerful they are fundamentally, didn't do everything that they might have done. They weren't at their most powerful for Pierre across those 3 games.
Yeah, and he did have not very many turns where he passed the turn with a Planeswalker out and had it live for the next turn.
Yeah, so congratulations to Jackson Cunningham. So white-green aggro will go up against blue-white control for Ivan Floch. And BDM, we know from talking to Matej Zatlkaj that overwhelmingly Floch wanted to see the white-green aggro deck in the final.
Oddly, the deck with 4 Supreme Verdicts and some number of planar cleansings and Azorius Charms is really eager to play against the green-white aggro deck.
We've been here before, if you remember Pro Tour Dragon's Maze, so I wouldn't be too hasty on predicting that, though I think that this is a better matchup than the Jund Planeswalker deck.
All right, well, that's it for us here in the booth. We will set the stage for the final. We will see you in just a few short minutes. Don't you dare go away. Meanwhile, here at the news desk, it's Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the news desk here at the PT. That's Zach Hill, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and wow, that was exciting.
Yeah, that was crazy. I had no idea. I mean, we were just waiting for him to draw that forest, but once he did
Forever and ever and ever, and it was interesting because the pace of play was very steady. It was pretty slow, right? I mean, it was and then it just a big flurry at the end, and the whole thing ended putting Jackson Cunningham into the finals against Ivan Floch. So we're going to have a pretty crazy matchup in the end. 2 decks on the opposite ends of the spectrum as far as aggressive versus control. One of them very, very controlling, and one of them maybe not the most aggressive deck in the format. It's got a little bit of hedges towards some resiliency, but still very aggressive. Why don't we take a look now? We're going to talk about that a lot, Zach, don't worry. Why don't we take a look now at the bracket. Let's see what the top 8, how it shaped up, and how we got here. For people that are just joining us, you can see our top 8 was quite stacked. Patrick Cox, Owen Turtenwald, we have Ivan Floch, who's still in it here, Matthew Sperling, Huey Jensen, Pierre Mondon, Yuki Ichikawa, and Jackson Cunningham. Let's take a look at how things panned out in the quarterfinal bracket. So Owen Turtenwald gets by Pat Cox. Ivan Floch also gets by his opponent, Matt Sperling, putting them in a semifinal match of white-black mid-range versus the blue-white control deck for Ivan Floch. Down on the lower half of our bracket, we had Jackson Cunningham. Again, for those of you just joining us, that is A, longtime magician Jeff Cunningham's younger brother, and B, it's his first Pro Tour.
Yeah, that blows my mind, how to get this far, make it to the finals of your very, very, very first Pro Tour, being able to deal with the pressure, deal with the absence of one of these big testing teams, and come up with a deck that's good enough to get you this far. Incredibly commanding performance from Jackson.
It's ridiculous. I can't even imagine. Like, he said he coming in that his goal was to make day 2, and Jeff was like, no.
When we talked to him after he'd picked up 2 back-to-back losses after his first draft, and his perspective after a really good day 1 had sort of changed. He's like, okay, I'm going to see what I can salvage, blah, blah, blah. But after that, he just didn't lose a match.
Right.
And, you know, I mean, being able to keep your head in the game like that is the sign of a competitor. I predict a lot more to come from Jackson Cunningham.
Yeah, it seems to be a safe prediction. Now let's take a look at the last match on our bracket. It was Pierre Mondon getting by William Huey Jensen. I mean, I can't imagine sitting down in a Pro Tour top 8 and having to face Huey, you know, easily one of the best players playing Magic today, along with one of the best players ever to play Magic. Yet Pierre defeats him and moves on to the semifinals to face Jackson Cunningham. Now, in that match, we have up above there, we have Ivan Floch with his blue-white list beating Owen Turtenwald, another tough matchup from 2 Pro Tour veterans, and Floch is able to get by Turtenwald in impressive fashion with his blue-white list.
Yeah, I mean, and I really, you know, we talked a lot about that matchup. It seemed like Floch had the advantage. What I'm curious about against this green-white deck is if Floch's deck is fast enough. I mean, the white-green deck has a lot of resilience, a lot of ways of beating Supreme Verdict. Planar Cleansing, again, effective but very slow. With cards like Advent of the Worm, cards like Celestia Charm, the ability to operate at instant speed, the ability to regenerate Experiment 1, Floch's going to have to fight pretty hard. This is a matchup where a lot of the builds with Detention Sphere may be a little bit better positioned, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting to see because we know that Ivan Floch's deck has some really nice sweepers. It's basically built around the sweepers, right? It's a deck that focuses on those as the focal point and even eschews some other cards like you mentioned, Detention Sphere. You know, it doesn't play any of those so that it can play cards like Planar Cleansing. But what it doesn't have is quite as much spot removal, right? It's got things like Azorius Charm to help keep the opponent off balance, maybe Last Breath, cards like that. But it doesn't have access to black, where you get cards like Bile Blight, which can just end the game. We saw that earlier in the top 8. And I'm curious to see how it pans out because while Ivan Floch is, we call it dirtling around, right? He's, divination, play some quickens, do some things like that. Meanwhile, he is going to be taking massive amounts of heat from any reasonable curve out from Jackson Cunningham, and I think it's going to be a true race. Once we see Floch stabilize, I don't think that Cunningham is going to have much of an easy time getting back from that.
It's definitely not going to be easy. I will say this green-white deck has the deceptive ability to power through more than you might anticipate. A Johnny Collar of the Pride plus Celestia Charm, you know, it's not quite as big of an effect as a Johnny Gore-Clan Rampager or Boros Charm Gore-Clan Rampager, but that's still, you know, you charm up a worm, send it to the skies, give a double strike, that's 14 damage. So that's enough to come back from even a big Sphinx's Revelation.
And that's also a play, and this is really important against the control decks that you can set up on your opponent's end step into your main phase, which is you need to have those sequences set up. Now, interestingly, Ivan Floch, he's prepared for that. He's running 4 main deck Quicken. That's a card that lets you draw a card for blue and also lets you play a sorcery at instant speed. And the sorcery at instant speed that he usually plays, Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time we've seen in a bunch of lists, you know, like 2 copies of Quicken here and there, smooth your draws out, give you some more cantrips, maybe cast a divination. The difference between those decks and Floch's deck is that Floch's deck is really built around Quicken.
Quicken is an engine, not just with 3 divinations, 4 supreme verdicts, 3 planar cleansings. You know, he's really able to use those supreme verdicts to deal with Mutavault, which is a really problem card for a lot of the other blue-white decks. I mean, an incredibly impressive deck from Flock, really taking that to its natural extreme, not even playing any of the what are traditionally called finishers in the main deck.
Yeah, it's really great to see that. Why don't we take a look at Ivan Flock? He is our first finalist here, and we can see what kind of a career he's had. You can see he's got 167 lifetime pro points. This guy has been around. He's been playing Magic professionally for about 12 years on and off, and this is his first Pro Tour top 8, 29 years old. He's from Slovakia. So, you know, a huge finish for him. I know it means a ton to him to make his first top 8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 26 Pro Tours played. That is a lot of Pro Tours. He has been around a long time, always hovered near the top of the standings. I mean, I was so surprised that this was his first top 8 because I'm just so used to seeing him in the feature match area. You know, so he's been almost there, but not quite. Breakout moment for him, and there's nothing that can crown it more powerfully than being named champion.
Nothing like getting over the hump by, instead of just finally making the top 8, just winning the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
just call
absolutely.
it a day. Now let's take a look at his opponent, Jackson Cunningham. Jackson's from Canada. He lives in Vancouver. Again, this is Jeff Cunningham's little brother, but wow, he has really made an impact putting his own name, Jackson, right to the front here by making it to the finals. And look at the stats. Lifetime earnings? Nope, none of those yet. Lifetime pro points? He's getting his first lifetime pro points here. This is his first experience at the Pro Tour level. And this guy is going to sit down in a few minutes and play in the finals against Ivan Flock.
I mean, very quickly, Jeff Cunningham could be soon to be thought of as Jackson Cunningham's older brother.
Yes.
If Jackson's able to take this away. I mean, this is a powerful story. You know, I mean, 0 Pro Tour experience. Hadn't come in, but you know, one of the things is like, just because you don't have experience doesn't mean you can't play test effectively, doesn't mean you can't think about the metagame. And that's exactly what we've seen. I mean, his deck is a phenomenal choice. We've heard him talk about draft. His theories about the draft environment make sense. You know, so I mean, it just goes to show, you know, obviously having a big playtesting team helps, but anybody can take this down, and Jackson's going to try to do just that.
Yeah, now we are running a poll online right now on I think it's on the Cover It Live to see where people think who's the favorite to win. And right now, 60% for Ivan Flock, 40 for Cunningham. I think that, you know, a lot of people favor the control deck against the aggro deck. Why don't we take a look at Ivan Flock's deck list here? We got to get down and into the nitty-gritty here, Zach, with you about what this matchup really comes down to and what it's all about. You guys can take a browse here on the blue-white control list, and I think that the overriding theme for this deck for me, or at least maybe not the theme, but the idea that sticks out to me the most is that there's a spectrum of control lists, right? Like on one end of it, you have these tap out lists that sort of control the early game and then just play big things over and over and kind of overwhelm your opponent. This is not that. This is the far other end of the spectrum where, I mean, where are the win conditions? Like, you have to look pretty hard to find one here.
Yeah, you've got 2 copies of Mutavault, and you've got the ultimate ability of Jace, Architect of Thought. That is it. Now, Elixir of Immortality means that theoretically, you can just cast it and cycle it late in the turn and just say go, go, go until your opponent decks himself. More often, we see an ultimate from Jace or some attacks from Mutavault. But, I mean, yeah, basically, this deck is prepared to play not only a long game, but the long game. The question is how he gets to the end game. And in this matchup, the key cards are going to be those 4 Azorius Charms and 2 Last Breaths, enabling to provide defense enough to survive until he's able to cast Supreme Verdict Planar Cleansing. The thing is, even those mass removal spells, less effective than they would be because of cards like Boon Satyr, because of Advent of the Worm, because of Celestia Charm. You know, Cunningham could have a threat on the board right after Wrath is cast, right after Supreme Verdict is cast. So I really do feel like, especially with Voice of Resurgence in the deck, it's going to be an uphill climb for Flock.
So what you're saying is, so in the early stages of the game, Flock wants to see his cheap cards, his cheap interactive spells to try to just keep that pressure off of his back long enough to resolve a sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that if he could, you know, if he could have 1 card in its opening hand, that card would be Last Breath. I think that's so important, not just because it sort of abstractly deals with the pressure, but because specifically it takes care of Voice of Resurgence.
Yeah, that card has to be so annoying for Ivan Floch's deck.
Right. I mean, he wants to operate on his opponent's turn. Voice says, I'm going to punish you for operating on my turn. So, Voice was printed specifically to hose blue-white control decks. So with 4 copies of the card in the main deck, that is just not going to be too easy to deal with. That said, anything can happen. Magic's a game with some variance in it. Floch has Last Breath. Floch has Azorius Charm.
Now,
we'll see what takes place.
Okay, so what are some things people at home can look for to know when the tide is turned? We know that Jackson is going to be the aggressor. He's going to come out fast, and he's going to attempt to apply pressure and then back up that first wave of pressure with like the instant speed creatures that you mentioned, or maybe a big sort of almost a combo finish for a huge chunk of damage out of nowhere. If you're rooting for Ivan Floch at home, how do the viewers at home know that the tide is turned in his favor?
Well, I would look at the board. I think the cleaner the board is, the better it is for Floch. If Floch's able to, for example, cast Dissolve on turn 3 against a Boon Satyr or something like that, if he's able to counter an Advent of the Worm, certainly not going to counter a Loxodon Smiter.
No, that doesn't
work.
But
if he's able to, basically use a removal spell on the second turn of the game, counter something on turn 3 and untap with 4 mana, that gives him a lot of options. It means he can start drawing cards without fear of dying immediately. He can cast Supreme Verdict. He can get Jace on the battlefield, start drawing some cards. So I think basically the heuristic I'd use is the more permanents there are on the battlefield, the better it is for Cunningham and vice versa.
Okay.
I think by the time we see something like a Sphinx's Revelation cast, even for 3 or 4, that's going to be a big moment for Floch. But I think unlike the black-white matchup where we're going to need, a Revelation, another Revelation, whatever, because the hard-hitting power of a lot of the black-white deck's threats and the need to take Underworld connections off the battlefield, I really think that first Revelation for a substantial amount is going to be the turning of the tide if Floch's able to do
All right,
that.
we'll keep our eye open for that. Let's take a look at Jackson Cunningham's list now. Much different take to the format here for Jackson. He is, look at that, 8 forest, 8 plains. Like, we don't see that many basic lands these days normally. If you looked at the last matchup, it was like a bunch of forests, well, not that many forests, but a bunch of plains in a forest for Jackson for most of the game, and Pierre had all dual lands, every single one of them. This is a much more stripped down, kind of old school, aggressive list here. Talk us through this one.
I've got to say I'm a big fan of this deck list. It's very fundamentally sound, right? You've got 9 1-drops, you got 16 sources of each color, beautiful mana curve that starts out low but ends high. It's really hard to get mana screwed or really hard to get mana flooded in this deck. I think things we're looking for, I think Fleecemane Lion is big here. Fleecemane Lion dodges Last Breath and can apply early pressure. And once Jackson is able to activate the ultimate ability, it doesn't die to Supreme Verdict, it doesn't die to Planar Cleansing, it can't get targeted with Azorius Charm, and it can't get targeted with Last Breath to begin with. It's essentially immortal.
Right.
So I think that, he's got Fleecemane Lion, got to come down early, deal some damage. But I could see, if Floch has a lot of mana open, not even attacking it into Azorius Charm, just so you can wait to get a 5th land, because at that point, there's really not a whole lot Floch can do.
No, and we've seen from Floch's list that, he doesn't play blockers.
Right.
Like, he's not playing anything that's going to get away in the ground outside of maybe a Mutavault or something, and that's just not a great plan against an indestructible creature.
Yeah, exactly. And in the main deck, some of the other lists, they have a bunch of Elspeth. You can just block the Lion forever. Floch can't really do that.
No, he can't do that, and not unless he's into the sideboard. Now, what about mulligan situations for Cunningham? It feels like he's going to need a pretty specific draw to be able to accomplish his goal of applying early pressure and then backing it up with another wave, right? If he doesn't have the early pressure, the whole thing just falls apart.
Well, I think he's on the draw, first of all, which means that, if you don't have a 1-drop, I think you're really putting yourself at risk if you keep that hand.
Okay.
Because if you play a 2-drop, I think maybe you can keep no 1-drop, but Fleecemane Lion Loxodon Smiter, because Fleecemane Lion dodges Last Breath and Loxodon Smiter can't be countered, so you don't care about playing it into 3 untapped mana. But if that's not your sequence, I think if you don't have a 1-drop, it's just too slow. Basically the lower the curve, the better, I think, for Jackson. And I think what he wants to do is in the mid-game, draw cards like Boon Satyr and Advent of the Worm. I think that Ajani is comparatively weak. I think Celestia Charm is comparatively weak.
Now,
I don't
what
think
about
that's
a
what he's
Johnny?
looking for.
So normally the aggro decks that play a Johnny can hit from this other angle, right? They can say, all right, deal with my creatures, but a Johnny's going to tick up and I'm going to make a million cats here and force you to have something on a very specific turn. But it feels like maybe Planar Cleansing kind of screws that up.
Yeah, I think the 4 copies of Supreme Verdict, 3 copies of Planar Cleansing make that important. Again, having a Planeswalker as a non-creature threat actually less relevant because Planar Cleansing takes care of it.
Yeah.
And while, I mean, a Johnny is not bad, it can certainly win the game. The double strike ability runs right into Azorius Charm.
Yeah.
And the +1 ability just gets dealt with and mitigated by those wrath effects.
Right, so a Johnny actually feels pretty poorly positioned here in this matchup.
At least to me.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Now, talk to us a little bit bigger picture here, Zach. What do you make of the matchup in general? I mean, we've talked about a lot of the detail stuff, but like, who do you think is going to win? How do you think the game's going to play out as we see it?
I mean, really, I think it comes down to the fact that Flock's on the play. And I think that's a big deal. I think they're both able to adjust their sideboards pretty effectively and a best-of-5 match. I think neither of them are going to have too many dead cards, and they both built their sideboards well. But I mean, just sort of what I was talking, originally I was kind of going to say I'm going to give the edge to Cunningham, and I really kind of tend to favor aggressive decks. But I think on the draw, he's got to have a lot of things go right. His mana base contains 16 basic lands. So he's got to sequence his lands right. He has to have early pressure, but he can't draw all 1-drops or he's going to walk into a Wrath. So, I think that because of all of the particulars of sequencing, I'm going to give a slight edge to Flock. That said, I really do think anything can happen in this match.
Right, and I think that that's going to be the case too. I think this is going to be pretty draw dependent, and I think as we move forward through the matches, we're going to have a much better idea how a game's going to go once we see the first couple of turns unfold. Because I'm telling you, if Jackson Cunningham doesn't get out to a quick start, that's going to be terrible news for him.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, he has 4 main deck Voice of Resurgence. All of his threats are powerful. He specifically designed his deck to be resilient against control. I think it's a less of a question of how are the decks going to pair up against each other, and more of a question after you look at your opening 7. Because I think mulliganing is very, very bad for both players, and I think each player has cards that are critical in the matchup, and each player has cards that are really pretty weak in the matchup. So I think a lot of this comes down to what are the 7 cards you're going to draw, and what are you going to do with them.
All right, so, and I want a prediction too.
I'm going to predict Flock.
You're going to
I'm going to predict Flock in 5 games.
5, ooh, the full 5, I like it. I'm actually predicting Flock here too. I feel like he has a lot more experience at the Pro Tour level. Like, he's played more than one, for example. Now, neither of them have a lot of experience in the top 8. We'll keep that in mind. But Flock, I think he's ready. I really think he's going to come in there calm, cool, and collected. He's got his team with him to back him up, and I think he's going to be ready to go to take this thing down. Also, I've just been super impressed by his play all weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows this deck inside and out. Like, it's very clear. I was actually in the feature match area when he was winning one of the matches, and if you've ever watched this deck go, once it turns the corner, it has inevitability.
Right.
But unfortunately, it takes a really long time to actually finish the game. But he was under the clock. Now, here in the top 8, there is no clock, so he's going to be able to make sure that he goes through smoothly. But, he was doing the thing where he's looking at his clock every few minutes because he needed to win that last game. And he was blasting through. I mean, he was boom, 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 divination, quick and divination, and just Sphinx's Revelation, drawing, discarding, and he can really, it's really impressive when you see somebody get in the zone with a deck like that because you know that they've put the hours in.
Well, and putting the hours in, I think, is the exact best way to describe it. I mean, he has played more Magic with his deck than anyone else this weekend, both in terms of hours and both in terms of matches. Now, I don't know how to interpret that. Right? On the one hand, he could be totally exhausted. This is not an easy deck to play.
That is true.
On the other end, he could be so familiar with it, by at this point, it becomes second nature. But I mean, we've seen, he's not only been in the feature match area, those matches have not exactly been short. And I will say there's a certain reality to that. I mean, there's kind of a symbiosis that happens between you and your deck after you played 20 rounds with it or something. And, I think that might, I think I can see it cutting both ways. I think that's probably going to serve him well here in a deck like any time that he casts something out of sequence. For a lesser ball, I mean, what Mate said to me, he said he thought this deck, and I think Frank echoed this, was like 49% against the field. But in the hands of Flock or Sifka, it went up to like 55, 60% just because they're such masters. So I think that's going to get rewarded in this match.
Okay, kids, they are ready to go. We are all set here to go in the finals of Pro Tour Magic 2015 here from Portland. Let's head down to the booth where Luis Scott Vargas, Brian David Marshall, and Richard Hagan await.
Hello everyone, welcome to the booth. 15 months it's taken. Grand Prix after Grand Prix, Pro Tour, Pro Tour, Pro Tour, World Championships, Community Cups, all your PTQs, F&Ms, hundreds of thousands of tournaments. One match, it's this one. Jackson Cunningham, Even Flock, for all the marbles right now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to Wizards of the Coast's exclusive coverage of the final match of the Pro Tour season. It is Even Flock of the Slovak Republic. There he is in his first Pro Tour top 8 and his first final, of course, against the man from Canada rewriting the record books, Jackson Cunningham. There he is in his first Pro Tour. He is one match away from claiming it all. Best 3 out of 5. I'm sitting alongside Mr. Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Luis Scott Vargas. BDM, best 3 out of 5. What are we going to see in this historic final?
We're going to see a lot of nothing from Even Flock here. His deck has no creatures. He has no win conditions. He just has Quickens, Wrath of Gods, and Elixir of Immortality.
Luis, is it going to be Magic Immortality for Even Flock, or can Jackson Cunningham get up in his grill with green-white aggro?
I think with Flock on the play and this matchup being what it is, I have to give it to Flock here. Though, given this start, this is the best deck in the format to play against if you're starting on 2 mana Confluence. Cunningham's going to take, 11 damage from his lands in the first 5 turns, and it's not going to matter.
Not care at all. All right, so we have opened up with Soldier of the Pantheon. And Cunningham, you see his hand there, double Fleece main line. That is going to get syncopated, by the way, from Even Flock. So that's the first set of damage averted. Flock is all about reaction, about card draw. You see a Divination in his hand. He already has Supreme Verdict aplenty in hand. And the absolute killer card, though not the kill card, is Sphinx's Revelation. And if he can get that off for any sizable number, 5, 6 plus, well, it's going to be an uphill battle for Jackson Cunningham.
Luis, is it fair to say that Even Flock just wants to play a land every turn?
Yeah, and that's not, we don't mean every turn for the first 6 turns or the first 10 turns. We actually mean for the first 20 turns. And land, speaking of which, is actually what Even Flock drew last turn. He kept a two land hand, and he was able to peel a Temple of Enlightenment on his last turn, which, you heard a faint cheer from his friends at that result.
Yes, and that Divination has found him 2 more land, and again, that is just the ammunition he needs.
Right, and then next turn you may very well just see him play a Jace, -2 it.
He could definitely do that. He's also got double Supreme Verdict, so the first one kills the Soldier and the Voice, the second one mops up the Voice token plus whatever Jackson played. Also, Jackson's stuck on 2 land himself, which, a lot better for the green-white deck than the blue-white deck, but still a problem here.
Jackson's had quite a lot of mana issues through the top 8 so far, to be fair, on his route to the final.
He plays a land-light deck.
Well, he's actually playing 24, which is a pretty solid amount, but he's playing 8 forests, 8 plains, and then 8 lands that produce both, 4 Temple Garden, 4 Mana Confluence, but that's actually not an outstanding mana base. For a 2-color deck, without, something like a Brushland or a Temple, because he doesn't want any come to play tap lands, it is a little rougher.
So Cunningham has attacked with the Voice of Resurgence and the more beats as we head on with Jace coming down.
I think Flock's in pretty good shape to just plus the Jace here.
Mm-hmm.
Go to plus.
I will go to plus.
Yeah, sure.
It hurts my heart to see Flock in the finals of a Pro Tour with mismatched hallowed fountains. Though Martin User was saying that Flock always plays mismatched basics, but Martin gave him the all matching basics this time.
He
for
said
the first time.
even worse than that. It would be like some of them would be whiteboarded, some of them would be blackboarded. None of them would have the same artwork.
Smartened him up for his finals appearance.
It looks like Cunningham's considering a Selesnya Charm token here at the end of the turn.
Yeah, it's not particularly effective against a Jace plus. Jace is going to make his whole team attack for 3 total, even if he does cast it. But he's not going to do enough pressure, with just the 2 creatures in play. What Cunningham wants to do is set it up so that when Flock, has to cast Supreme Verdict, Cunningham can respond with the end of turn, casting an Advent and attacking for 5. But being stuck on 2 lands is making that a little more difficult.
So we're going to see the mode on the charm that makes the 2/2 knight.
Right, we've now seen all the modes in this top 8, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Voice was a pretty good draw. I mean, for drawing a spell when you're stuck on 2 lands, Voice is decent. It makes Supreme Verdict a little more punishing.
The Vigilant token.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 triggers.
Yeah.
3 triggers.
11. Yeah.
And Jackson falls to 11 to make that second Voice of Resurgence token.
Flock at a higher life total than Jackson.
Did Jackson remember to gain life off his soldier there?
It's only opponents.
It's only opponents, yes.
And so it could come up with Azorius Charm or Supreme Verdict. We'll see. And here's where Quicken really does shine. You can Quicken and give your opponent 1 million Voice tokens, but then if you're casting Supreme Verdict, it doesn't matter.
Does not matter, yeah.
And so that means those Voice tokens don't get to attack. So Flock is free to either plus or minus Jace, play land, pass the turn, and then Quicken Supreme Verdict when Jackson goes to attack. So I like the plussing Jace. You don't need to hit a land drop this turn. You've already got the Quicken Verdict ready to go. And that's part of why this matchup is so tough. Is Voice generally lets you crack back right after a Supreme Verdict, but Quicken lets you avoid that step entirely. Jackson may not be able to cast spells in 2 or 3 turns if he doesn't draw any more lands, and these mana confluences bleed him dry. We could see Flock win the game off like 2 Mutavault attacks.
Oh, wow. Well,
It's not clear that he would see that line.
He wouldn't be used to it, but I'm sure he would take it into consideration when he sees that Jackson is at like 6 or something.
Okay, everything attacking Jace.
Everything attacking Jace, says Jackson.
Triggers.
6.
Triggers. Yeah. I'll play Quicken. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, says Jackson. That was.
Go ahead and get tokens, sure.
A chuckle.
The Soldier of the Pantheon. I mean, this trigger could be relevant this game, as you normally would not be.
Okay. So, trigger, die. Okay. Gain 1 from this.
Yes, well, there we go. Gain a 1 from the Pantheon.
Die, but get 2.
Yeah.
Get close combat.
Jackson has to be, suspecting another Supreme Verdict, but he doesn't really have the luxury of playing around it right now.
Down comes Fleece Mane Line.
Right now he has, 3 3/3s.
He's very soon going to have 0 3/3s. Flock even gets to minus Jason, pretend like he's looking for a Supreme Verdict, potentially leading to a really advantageous split.
Quicken, Azorius Charm, and Sphinx's Revelation, one of the signature cards in the blue-white deck.
Is Sphinx's Revelation or no?
Yeah, I mean, you already have a Sphinx's Revelation, but Revelation does draw more cards. I think that's how Flock determines which pile he's going to take. Which pile draws more cards. So if it's like a Divination versus, a Quicken, it's like, well, you take the Divination. Even if it's Reb versus Quicken Azorius Charm, I have 7 lands out, so Reb is going to be better.
What if they went double Divination, Sphinx's Revelation?
Ooh, you have to count your lands. Then.
Yeah.
It's really close.
2. 10.
Take 2, I'll go down to 10.
So now it gets to Supreme Verdict and have Dissolve up, just to make sure there's just no chance of Jackson getting back into this game.
Yeah.
Go.
How many cards?
4.
4 cards for Flock. Here we down to 8 now.
You're 8.
Just no.
You just damage him by countering his spells at this point and forcing him to keep playing stuff.
Yeah. Flock draws into Azorius Charm.
Another reason this matchup is good is that Azorius Charm fights Advent of the Worm very effectively.
Oh, absolutely.
Sphinx's Revelation.
Just straight up banishing in that sense.
Revelation for 4.
Flock in danger of missing a land drop, and that cannot stand.
he will not. I mean, you see him do that all the time.
There's a land. Hooray. Loxodon Smiter.
It is uncounterable, though. In this case, Flock cannot have countered regardless. So I like Flock going like minus Jace, play another Jace, minus Jace, play a Guildgate. You know, Azorius Charm your Smiter. I guess if he hits an untapped land off Jace, he can even have Dissolve up with that whole sequence of plays.
Oh. Verdict. On its own against 2 very pretty planes.
Yeah, no real reason to do anything but just take the Verdict there. I mean, Flock's entering the 99% win zone here, and he has to make sure not to give Jackson any edges. Of course, the actual victory is potentially many turns away. Flock can also just ignore the Smiter for a turn. It can't kill Jason, it can't kill him, so this way he gets to leave Dissolve up and have double Azorius Charm. Supreme Verdict and Sphinx Revelations. I'm just like naming good blue and white cards. It's all happened to be in Ivan Flock's hand.
So ignoring Jace, Loxodon Smiter coming straight at you. And even says, here's Azorius Charm. Let's put that on
Azorius Charm
top.
does 2 damage to Cunningham here.
This is going to soon strand Cunningham with literally uncastable cards off Mana Confluence.
Here's Experiment 1. And a Sunblade Elf.
Which does not evolve the Experiment 1 this time because there's no planes in play. Flock just needs a Mutavault. He could actually seal this up.
Ticks up here.
Yeah, at this point, I think he could actually just Jason out an Advent in like 2 turns, and it's just lethal in 1 hit. Jace also nullifies any attacks by those 1/1s. They don't really need to go anywhere. Jackson still can't cast anything, and if he casts the Smiter, which I think he has to, he goes down to 3 life and is like very close to just being unable to cast spells. This is probably the most damage that Evan's done, in the entire tournament by this time, this turn.
Right. Who's the beatdown?
Yeah.
His mana.
Experiment 1 will deal a total of 1 damage to Jace, Architect of Thought. And now at the end of turn, Sphinx's Revelation for 7.
I don't know, that might be a little hasty. Are you sure you want to, burn that before you draw 10, maybe 12 cards with it?
21 to 3, all the cards, all the answers. Cunningham has none of the ammunition.
Flock's the kind of guy who would play a Reliquary Tower if they gave him one.
Yeah.
All right, Verdict.
Would be great right now.
Board is clear. The only question is, there we go, whether he was going to sweep up his lands as well.
Still have all these
Supreme Verdict's
elixirs.
very powerful.
And indeed he does. So even Flock from the Slovak Republic takes a pretty comprehensive game 1, not least because Jackson Cunningham stayed on 2 land. Had actually a lot of spells that cost 1 and 2 in that game. But he was hitting himself repeatedly with Mana Confluence damage. So it's the best 3 out of 5 here in the final. And that means sideboarding potentially even more critical than usual. So here's Even Flock's sideboard up on your screens at home. 4 Nyx Fleece Ram, 2 Last Breath, an Elspeth, Sun's Champion, Jace Memory Adept, Deicide, 2 Dispel, 2 Gainsay, and 2 Archangel of Thune. And Brian Kibler, I noticed on Twitter, was saying that after sideboarding, that Archangel of Thune could be a thing.
Oh yeah, this is definitely one of the matchups where it can get out of control very quickly. Its drawback is that it doesn't actually fight some of the creatures in Cunningham's deck, but it gets out of control with the Nyx Fleece Ram and the fact that it kind of blanks some of the smaller creatures. I wouldn't be surprised if Yvonne wanted to board those in. I mean, it seems good to me, having not played the matchup, but it is. I mean, it's certainly a powerful card. Elspeth is great, and the Nyx Fleece Rams are very good. All of these cards conflict a little bit with all the sweepers, but the sweepers are particularly bad against Ajani's Presence and against voice tokens and against Advent of the Worm. So, on balance, I think that Even's happier making the sweepers worse because they were already a little problematic.
So you see him bringing in 6 creatures here?
Yeah.
And an Elspeth. So
potentially also Last Breath and Dispels. Dispels is an interesting one, but Dispel counters Advent of the Worm, it counters Ajani's Presence, and it counters Celestia Charm. Celestia Charm may well not be in Jackson's deck, but Jackson can't change his deck all that much. I mean, he can put in Skylashers, he can put in Ajani's Presence. He doesn't have a ton else to really go for. And Dispel counters some of the more important cards.
The interesting thing there, though, is that the way you stack that up, you're going, well, maybe the Dispel, maybe the Archangel, you've got the 4 Nyx Fleece Ram, the last. We're kind of up at around 10 sideboard cards.
Yeah.
What is Flock going to start taking out?
We're looking at a lot of cards, but Flock also has actually more cards than you'd expect that aren't good in his main deck.
Right.
You've got Planar Cleansing that costs 6 and doesn't really kill anything except creatures, so it's just a worse Supreme Verdict that costs more and still gets beaten by Ajani's Presence and doesn't kill voice tokens, like it leaves tokens behind. You also have Dissolves and Syncopates on the draw against a deck that has Locks on Smiter, can't be countered, Voices, which make Counterspell bad, Advents and Celestia Charms, which play at odd times. So, and just a very low curve in general. So Ivan's actually got a lot of flexibility here.
Okay, so that's on one side of the table. Even Flock with perhaps as many as 10 to come in and out. We'll get Tim Willoughby down on the floor to give us a sense of what he actually ends up doing. But then on the other side of the table, we have Jackson Cunningham, one of the cleanest sideboards in the top 8. Only 5 cards to choose from. The full 4 available. You're only allowed to put 4 in your main deck and your sideboard between the 2 of them. And Jackson's gone with the full suite of 4, Setessan Tactics, Unflinching Courage, and Skylasher in the sideboard, Singleton of Ajani Steadfast, and then 2 Ajani's Presence. So what do we think's going on here?
The Ajani's Presence are certainly coming in because they counter Supreme Verdict and potentially Planar Cleansing. Skylasher also could be an upgrade. It's actually a little bit worse than Celestia Charm, I suppose, so maybe there's not really room for that. I mean, it can't be countered, but your 2 drops aren't really getting countered all that often, and protection from blue doesn't really matter here, so I cannot imagine Setessan Tactics, Unflinching Courage, or Ajani Steadfast coming in.
So in terms of a plan for Jackson Cunningham, has anything really shifted post-game 1? Is he just still fundamentally about, I'd like an Experiment 1, I'd like a Voice of Resurgence, I'd like a Loxodon Smiter, and then end of your turn 4, I'd like an uncountered Advent of the Worm, something like that?
Yeah, his overall game plan certainly doesn't change. The only difference is he's a little better against Supreme Verdict now. He's got Ajani's Presence. He can, keep 1 or 2 creatures after a Verdict, and that's something Yvonne's definitely got to be aware of and is going to play around, but overall, I think the matchup started out in Yvonne's favor and actually gets significantly worse post-board for Cunningham.
Right, yeah, sure. Sure. So advantage to Even Flock right now. And if he does make it, he will be the first Slovak champion of a Pro Tour. He's already guaranteed a slot at the World Magic Cup as the captain of the Slovak Republic. And we will see him, therefore, at the end of the year in Nice in France. It's going to be an incredible World's Week BDM.
Yeah, absolutely. Great players. We're going to see 2 amazing tournaments. The World Magic Cup and the World Championship. William Jensen, who made the top 8 of this event, locked up his berth there.
Now, how about that for a row of Magic Pro points. And look, everyone else is just going, hi. And meanwhile,
Is that
you've
Sam
got,
Black again?
Yeah, Stanislav Sivka, Frank Karsten, Martin User, Matej Zatlka, and Dennis Rashid. And can I say a very special congratulations to Martin User. He was right up against the wall. Yes, great job. Martin User, everybody in the hall. He went platinum this weekend. He needed such a high finish, and he pulled it out. It would not be the same without you, Martin, in the Platinum Club. You don't need to sit up straight just because we're talking about you.
Yeah, that's why they call him Lucky Martin. That's what he's known as.
Who was that?
Ah,
that was weird.
A basic planeswalker.
Ah, very good. Yes, Murderers row out the front there. But in all seriousness, many congratulations to Martin User. We really thought we were going to lose him from the Platinum Club, but he pulled it out, top 16, and gets to that magic land of 45 pro points. Great job.
His airline loyalty program would have suffered a lot if he didn't make platinum in this club.
Right. So who will be the Pro Tour Magic 2015 champion? Your chance to vote now. You can either vote for Even Flock and have a good chance of being right, or you can root for the underdog because Jackson Cunningham is on a story ride to get here. First Pro Tour, first day 2, first top 8, first final. Can he come back against what is looking like a really, really tough mountain to climb in the form of the blue-white control deck of Even Flock?
And according to Frank Karsten, Even's now a 78% favorite to win the match. He did the numbers.
Frank Karsten, the god of fake stats.
Well, what because he was challenged by Osip, actually challenged him on this, and his reasoning was, if Even's got a 60% post-board win percentage, then he's got a 78% aggregate to win the match. Going in up a game. So it's possible that it's bigger than 60% too. Frank should actually have run a number of simulations.
Thing is, he's probably going to say, "Who's got the PhD in math?" Yeah.
Who does have the PhD in math?
Frank Karsten.
Okay, just checking.
I did tell him once he got his PhD, once successfully defended his dissertation, that really what was the point of all it if you didn't force people to call you doctor? But he's not the type, unfortunately. I know I would be.
I can tell you that Riley Knight, our host on the European coverage scene, he does indeed call Frank Dr. Frank Karsten, much to almost everyone's amusement. So there's Jackson Cunningham again. Can he pull it back?
Can we get Frank to rerun the numbers, given that Jackson's now mulliganing?
I was just wondering, do we creep into 80% territory here?
Even Flock looking extremely fresh because he's not playing an easy deck. And we see a Nyx Fleece Ram right at the front there of Even's hand. You see a Last Breath as well.
The old Nyx Fleece Ram Supreme Verdict combo.
Yeah, I mean, while it may seem like an anti-combo, it's still actually quite good. It still gains you enough life and stops enough damage that you can just save the Verdict till much later.
Right, and Jackson has to play his creatures out wider to get around the ramp.
Yeah, it's no Icy Manipulator Wrath of God combo. That is an actual combo. This is just synergy. This is like a medium combo.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, 5. 5 for Jackson Cunningham. And again, you've got to be impressed that he's just still here, given the mana issues he's had today. Because he has had a lot of games that have been pretty clunky. And mulligans here and there. And
Yeah, he'd much rather have it here than, 3 rounds to go and on Saturday.
Absolutely. Yep.
There are worse places to get mana screwed than the finals of the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Not that losing in the finals feels good. I mean, it actually feels horrific. But if you get mana screwed on the way there, you just don't get there, and that's even worse.
Yeah. Although there's quite a bit more at stake for Jackson since this is his first Pro Tour and he's breaking through in the last Pro Tour of the year. The difference between 20 points. And not, not getting to silver.
What? Yes, he gets 24 points by being in the final.
Yes.
So he's right there. Silver is guaranteed. That invites him to the next PT. So we will see him in Honolulu.
And he would have, actually the next 2 PTs. Cause because he's invited to
Top
Honolulu
25.
from top 25, and then you just use a silver invite for the next one.
So that brings us to Washington in February. But if he can win this game, BDM, then everything shifts.
Right. If he wins the match, then he's platinum.
The finals of the Pro Tour are bigger than they ever have been before because the winner now gets platinum for an entire year plus the next year. I mean, if you win like the first Pro Tour of the year, for example, you also get a seat at the World Championship. And those two things combined mean that you're playing for, the monetary prize, then almost as much in equity outside the monetary prize, which is insane.
Right.
Yeah. And now if even Flock wins here, so is Yamamoto really pulling for Flock?
Totally.
Right? Because if Flock wins, he is occupying one of the at-large berths, and that would pass down. But I think it sounds like we're ready to go here.
We are, and we're ready with a 5-card hand, which again is actually pretty presentable for Jackson Cunningham because he's going to do at least some version of curving. As we see on turn 1, it's Experiment 1. Turn 1 for Flock will presumably be relatively unexciting. As he pauses to consider which land he wants to stick into play.
I mean, I don't know if you've played a Scry Tunnel before, but those are pretty exciting.
I really have, yes.
And even though Jackson does have one of his ideal starts, creature on turns 1 and 2, just one Nyx Fleece Ram holds those two creatures off. It means that they're dealing 1 point of damage total each turn, which is not enough to stop Flock from doing what he wants to do.
Yep, Soldier of the Pantheon comes in, having... Soldier of the Pantheon rather triggers the extra counter on Experiment 1, which comes in, and that will drop Flock away from his 20 life. And Cunningham already down to just 2 cards because of his mulligan to 5, and he has a board presence, Ajani Caller of the Pride and Advent of the Worm. Turn 2.
Wow, last breath. Take out the Experiment 1.
And that was even a good draw. It offers an alternative to Nyx Fleece Ram, and the reason you want to do that is Experiment 1 does live through Supreme Verdict, so nipping that in the bud is definitely in Flock's favor.
Land number 3, well worth paying the 2 life because it's essentially free for Cunningham, and he will send out Ajani Caller of the Pride.
And Ajani is actually one of the better tools that Cunningham has at his disposal because Flock's deck is particularly weak to Planeswalkers having no Detention Sphere. It's part of the reason he feared playing against the Planeswalker decks so much that he could have been playing in the finals. Yep, not that I think Flock is in too much trouble here, but it is definitely... This game's going to be harder to win because of Ajani than almost any other card that Cunningham could have played turn 3.
There you see the full hand for even Flock a moment ago with full grip. There it is again. We're going to see the Nyx Fleece Ram come out. 0-5, up you gain 1 life. And another Temple of Enlightenment will let Scry send that card to the bottom of the deck.
And this Ajani makes the Ram less effective than it would otherwise be. It gets to block Soldier this turn, but next turn Soldier is going to be a 5-4 because of Ajani, and that's going to make it so Flock's just not able to block anymore with the Ram without losing it.
So where does Ajani go from here?
Is he considering jumping it?
You could. I think I like just plussing it because then Ajani's plus is not an ultimate you're going to use very often, but dealing 6 right now with Flock at 15 and gaining 1 a turn is a lot less enticing than gaining 2 a turn, or than dealing 5 a turn once it gets past the Ram. You lose this 1 turn of attacks, but you gain multiple turns of attacks later.
I mean, the ultimate is sitting there eventually designed to do crazy things if you make where your life total is high.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I would have the stomach to pull that ultimate off against even Flock's
against
deck.
Quicken Wrath.
So Cunningham is now like bluffing a Celestia Charm, which I think both players full know that can't be cast on Soldier of the Pantheon. So Ajani's presence is an actual card though. So, but Ajani's presence is probably not something he would use given that the Ajani is right there, and will push the Soldier past the Ram next turn. But you might as well make Flock think about it a little bit. The last breath in Flock's hand is getting kind of destroyed by this Ajani, and he just got a Supreme Verdict in hand, which is not excellent right now. So things are not looking as bad for Cunningham as they could, especially given the mold of 5.
Especially, I was going to say, this is a 5-card hand.
This Ajani has completely turned the tables, since without Ajani, Cunningham would be doing nothing here, but with Ajani, he's actually in pretty good shape. I like not playing Advent as well. There's no real reason to overcommit when the Ram is going to get eaten by the Soldier soon enough here.
Pretty much throughout the tournament, we've seen even Flock having the answers. Right now, though, Jackson Cunningham is actually putting up a pretty good impression of saying, you need to have something. I'm going to try and do what I can here to make your life tough. Flock looking to see what he can do about that Planeswalker from the Magic 2014 core set, Ajani Caller of the Pride.
You thinking about quickening into a counterspell here?
Just cycling Quicken, but there's no real reason to. I think you're fine. I mean, Flock is not at a point where he'll die to, Ajani double strike flying. And next turn he can just Last Breath the Voice. Though Ajani might end up pumping the Voice out of Last Breath range, which would involve giving up an attack against the Nyx Fleece Ram. But that might be worth it. Looks like Flock actually boarded out almost all his counterspells. Anyway, he did board out 4 Dissolve, 2 Syncopate, as well as 2 Revelation and Elixir because he's boarded in win conditions, and 2 Planar Cleansings for the Dispels, the Elspeth, the Last Breath, the Rams, and the Archangels.
Right. Jackson's sideboard looks a lot more simple. He just took out 3 Banishing Light, brought in the 2 of Johnny's Presence, and jammed a Skylasher in there.
Yeah, I mean, the Banishing Light basically don't do much. Though, given that he's going to see these Nyx Fleece Ram and potentially Archangels, I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 Banishing Light might make their way back in. Skylasher doesn't seem like it's particularly crucial to his plan. I think Flock might leave the Syncopates in on the play, but on the draw, they're really not what you want, especially when one of the 3 drops is a Loxodon Smiter.
Okay. Puts the Soldier to 5.
I like that. You have to get by the Nyx Fleece Ram, and even though your Voice now can make it Last Breath, I don't think that giving up potentially 5 damage is worth it.
And you can't get Azorius Charmed.
Yeah, Soldier has protection from Azorius Charm, and the Voice sitting there makes Azorius Charm particularly bad.
Yeah.
And then Flock also has, he can't block profitably with Ram, and then that's enough to make him Wrath, which would presumably be good for Cunningham here, since he's got the Voice in play. An end of turn Last Breath, untap Wrath would be decent. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Flock ended up doing that. And if he's planning on doing that, blocking with Nyx Fleece Ram is probably a pretty good idea.
Flock down to 11. And back up very swiftly to 12, thanks to the Ram.
We can't really afford to play the Temple if he's planning on casting Quicken into Supreme Verdict here. But he might just be trying to hold on for a few more turns. He's got to worry about a Ajani Double Strike. Again, Soldier can't get pumped by Celestia Charm, so he's not going to get killed necessarily out of nowhere, but Ajani's Presence to make the Soldier a 6, Ajani Double Strike, and then you've got, and flying, and that's actually lethal right there. And, the fact that it gets around Azorius Charm means that there's no real downside to going for it.
Yep. Main phase is the Last Breath on Voice of Resurgence. And then plays the Scryland.
And a big advantage of this play is also that you get to use the Scryland, which is critical because you've got really nothing else going on right now.
So at this point, we have to assume he'll block.
I think at this point, Flock is looking like he wants to block and then potentially Wrath the next turn. You could take another hit here, but then you have to leave up mana or get comboed out by Ajani.
But Ajani's Presence here is a kill.
Ajani's Presence is lethal right now if Cunningham draws it and goes for it. Second Ajani is actually a kill also. I actually think that it's perfectly acceptable to try to go for it here. You just use Ajani to make the Soldier a 4, 4 counter, so make it a 6. Play Ajani. There's no counter you can have that can counter it right now. Azorius Charm doesn't work.
I think this is the math Jackson's starting to do.
Yeah, I mean, actually, given that they know the main decks and sideboards, I think it is actually, I think, just about a guaranteed kill. The only thing that can stop it is Last Breath on Flock's own Nyx Fleece Ram.
Oh.
Which is a thing, but he's already used 2 Last Breaths.
Down we go.
Yeah. And you want to minus
Pantheon.
the first Ajani, so the second one has a higher loyalty.
Get rid of the other. Here comes the second. That 4 is going to become
Wait.
5, up we go.
Wait, did he miss the kill here?
No, he minus the first
Oh,
adjustment.
I'm sorry, he minus the first adjustment.
He
Yes.
attacks, and
Oh,
that's
I got
game.
confused.
No.
He did exactly
Oh my
what he
God,
needed to.
that's awesome.
Don't make him scared like that. No, Jackson Cunningham takes down the second game. And
Mulligan to 5 on the play.
And if he does get there, Luis, that is exactly the kind of moment that you can point to and say any number of players wouldn't have seen the kill there, especially under the pressure and the lights, in a match where you're kind of thinking, I'm up against it. But now, best of 5 has become best of 3. Great effort, Jackson Cunningham. Now, is there a sense, if you're even, obviously he is a very calm individual anyway, but is there a sense of having felt robbed in that game in some way? Like, did you feel broadly ahead throughout most of that game? And then, how did that happen?
I think he even does have to feel that way. I mean, he had to keep it in mind, though. He knew that all those cards were in Cunningham's deck, and he played in a way that kind of left him open to that. I'm not saying that he even necessarily made a mistake. He just had to be, aware that this was a possibility.
Right, because it was not just the Ajani there that he could have drawn.
It was the two
Ajani-
presences
two
and
presences.
the 2 other Ajanis.
Yeah.
So, dying to a total of 4 cards is not outrageous, but it is something that can happen, and it certainly did.
Very tough to answer this, and I'll quite understand if you say, no, I'd need to watch the tape back. But was there a place where he could have just left himself less open to how he actually died?
The problem that Even had was that he had only a Supreme Verdict and a Quicken. He did not have a ton of cards. He actually ended up being a little flooded that game. Like, he didn't have, any divinations to kind of smooth out his draws. So if he blocked earlier with the Nyx Fleece Ram, then I think he could end up running out of cards, which is more likely to cause him to lose the game than necessarily dying to this combo kill. So overall, I think he took a slightly safer route, but it just ended up not working out.
Right, there was a turn where we thought he might block with Nyx Fleece Ram, untap, and Supreme Verdict.
Right, and I think not doing so is fine. It's just he left himself open to this the sequence of 4 cards that Cunningham ended up drawing that turn.
Right. You're saying he knew the risks, and he's like, it's a 5-game set, and I'll, move on and get 2 of the next 3.
Yeah, for every game that Cunningham doesn't draw that card and you maybe wrathed a turn or 2 too early, you end up just drawing 2 more land in a row and just dying to a smiter. So.
Yesterday at BDM, you and I had the chance to talk with Paul Rietzel, and indeed everyone else got a chance to speak with Paul Rietzel during our Ask Us Anything.
Sure.
I was chatting with him again this morning, and he was talking about stamina at Pro Tours and just how tough it is to wade your way through 16 rounds of Swiss during the 2 days, and then again come back in the top 8. BDM, you've won the Pro Tour. No, and one of the things I'm most impressed by about Jackson Cunningham is that he absolutely looks as if he's as fresh as for round 1.
Yeah, no, he looks just as nervous as he did in round 1
Yeah.
as he does in the finals.
No, but seriously, he looks just absolutely as he came in.
Yes,
he
I
doesn't
agree.
look like he's suffering. He doesn't look like he's going, okay, because we've seen multiple times on the Pro Tour stage, people check out. There is a point, and no one quite knows where it is for each person, but there is a point where you reach your limit and you can no longer read the cards, understand the cards, play the cards. You can't do any of it, and you're just a burbling mass sitting at a table waiting to be told it's time to go home.
Right.
And we've all done it, and sometimes it happens in round 2 of a PTQ when we're just starting out and we're trying to remember, right, so instance, I can do that at the end of your turn, right?
You've talked about that with Raf Levy, where his energy is low in the morning.
Yes. Yeah, back end of a tournament, an utter machine, but finds it hard to start out. So very impressed with Jackson Cunningham here, keeping not just calm, but just the energy level.
I think just a little bit of an edge. I joke about the nervousness, but when I talked to him yesterday, he said he was nervous throughout the weekend. Playing my first Pro Tour, made my first day 2, playing for top 8. And I think he lets that nervousness feed him. I think he keeps him sharp.
Yeah, it's the kind of, I must play correctly. Got to play correctly. I'm on camera. Let's do it right. Yeah.
And you can see, Jackson being quite deliberate when he plays. And I think if that's what he needs to do to make sure he doesn't, make mistakes or, reduce the chance of making mistakes at the very least, there's nothing wrong with doing that.
I wouldn't take off Lucky Sweater, though.
No, that's clearly a mistake. I do like the Raiders hat, though.
Of course you do.
Boo.
Is it the San Antonio Raiders?
Well, we'll see about that.
Okay.
Both awful. Right, so 7 cards apiece. There's even Flock's hand. He, of course, is on the play this time around, and he is looking at just 2 land. He's got double Last Breath, Jace, Architect of Thought, double Supreme Verdict, a Temple, which helps because it's a scry land, of course, and an island. And it looks to me like he is really seriously contemplating this because he's not actually going to get very far unless he does see more land.
I think he
I
already
think he
said
already
he was
kept.
capped.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, the Scryland 2-land hand on the play, I think, is generally fine, especially since Last Breaths can deal with the early plays that Cunningham may have. Cunningham is looking at a much less good hand with a Johnny, Advent of the Worm, and a bunch of lands, which is not really the aggressive start you want.
I think he's going to go back.
Johnny's good in this matchup, but not having a play on turns 1 or 2 just is not good against a deck full of Divination. It just lets those cards be awesome, whereas Divination is normally not great against a beatdown deck.
He's on the draw. Does that, I mean, obviously it helps, but you would say not enough. He's going to keep.
Okay.
He's going to keep. So let's go down to game 3 of a possible 5 to determine the last Pro Tour champion of this season. Here we go. It's Temple of Enlightenment for Flock. He is going to keep on top.
Going to just guess it's a land.
Yeah.
Wild stab in the dark.
Well, and there's a 1-drop for Cunningham, so looks like he got there. I mean, that is the card he wanted to draw.
And it's the same card that was very powerful for him last game, Soldier of the Pantheon. But 2 Last Breaths in Ivan Flock's hand, and I don't think he's going to wait around very long to get rid of that Soldier.
No, I suspect Flock is going to want to Last Breath it before taking damage off it. He doesn't need to fire it off. I mean, he can just fire it off now. Might as well play around to Johnny's Presence. So Johnny's Presence might eventually get you anyway, but if you're gonna do it when Jackson attacks, there's no reason not to just do it now. You're not gaining any additional advantage. He's not casting Rancor on it or anything.
Yep, it's gone. Jackson Cunningham goes up to 24, largely irrelevant life points.
That could be pretty good with a Rancor.
Yeah, Rancor's a nice one. Now, even though Jackson drew the 1-drop, Flock's hand was good against a 1-drop, and in general, just not having a creature on turn 2 and 3 is just going to be pretty problematic for Jackson here. He has the turn 4 Advent, but this gives Flock the opportunity to minus Jace twice under no resistance.
So I think we're going to see it. Yeah, Johnny's going to come down and he's just going to tick it up.
Yeah, Johnny does get to tick up with nothing in play, though.
Yeah. Up 2 is the key word here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So plenty of land in hand for Cunningham. Here's Planeswalker on the other side of the table. Jace, Architect of Thought down 2. Reveal the top 3. Wow. Quicken, Verdict, Revelation.
How do you even split that? You don't give him Quicken Supreme Verdict, do you?
You don't want to, especially this early. What the problem is, Cunningham does not know that Flock really wants the Rev and the Quicken more than the Supreme Verdict. He's got 2 Supreme Verdicts in hand already. So I think Flock may have taken Verdict by itself, or rather Revelation by itself. Maybe not, because Quicken is really good right now too, but that was a great split for... I mean, Cunningham didn't make a wrong split. He doesn't have all information, but
Right.
Flock was very happy with that.
Now have a Loxodon Smiter in hand for Cunningham.
Of course, drawing the Smiter on turn 4 means that now Cunningham has the option of playing Advent or Smiter, but given that you know that your opponent has a Quicken in hand, you've got to, and instantly took the Rev Quicken over to Verdict, you've got to suspect a Quicken Verdict might be coming out. So Flock wants to plus Jace before minusing it just to keep it in play, but if he's going to miss a land drop, I think he's just going to minus Jace. You just cannot miss land drops with this deck if you have any options.
Absolutely. How many lands does Even play?
He plays millions as far as I know. I mean, something like 27 at the very least. Take a look at the deck lists here, but
meanwhile, Loxodon Smiter has a counter on it. Ajani, Caller of the Pride, is up to 6. Jace, Architect of Thought, is down at 2 for that man, even Flock. There you see his board position.
Even just cashing in the Jace right now.
Yeah.
It's just going to find another one. Oh, boy.
Quicken, Divination, Last Breath.
Yeah, and Even's actually playing 26 land because of all the Divinations and Quickens and
Right.
Azorius Charms.
Is he just going to take Divination here?
Last Breath's basically not a card at this point, given you already have one. I mean, it's just not a very valuable one. So it's whether you think that quickening out the second Verdict is necessary, or the Planar Cleansing, perhaps, versus a Divination. Quicken is, half a Divination already, and it gives you additional utility. Flock has to also decide what he's casting this turn, because if you just take the 2-card pile, then discard, it's like you took a 1-card pile. So
Sure.
he needs to figure out.
Looks like he has a land.
He does have the land. So he needs to figure out whether he wants to just cast Supreme Verdict this turn and play a tapped land, play an untapped land and pass with Quicken Verdict up, cast like a Divination this turn, though that seems a little bit riskier.
He has never met a Divination he didn't love.
Oh yeah, there's no reason not to just cast.
So, who are you talking to there?
Yeah.
Cunningham going to think about casting a Johnny's Presence, which he doesn't have, and then he thinks about it. But if he had it, he would cast it here. I would be shocked if he did not. So
Right.
I think Flock is just going to put him on not having it.
Which will be great for Jackson if he just draws it next turn.
It's true. I mean, representing it, then immediately drawing it after you would have cast it, does actually give you, trick your opponent.
Down to just one Planeswalker in play right now. 6 counters on a Johnny.
Now, Johnny Ultimate, again, technically does something. I mean, it puts, 22 tutus in play right now, which sounds like a lot, but...
It does sound like a lot, Elise. You are correct.
At the end of the day, a Supreme Verdict still does the same as it would normally.
And he just has no way to disrupt Flock from having it. Right? There's just nothing he can do. Unless somehow he finds Flock with just no cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, a Johnny's Presence saves a guy, but a Johnny's Presence with Strive, I mean, if you want to save 22 cats here, you're talking about a lot more lands than both players have in their deck.
Okay. Here's another Loxodon Smiter.
We go again.
And Cunningham really, really resisting the temptation to cast Advent of the Worm until he gets to untap with creatures in play and hopefully force an end-of-turn Advent, through. But Flock's just not letting him get into that position. And Azorius Charm was a great draw here. Azorius Charm makes it mean that so Flock can basically just ignore the Smiter for a turn. I like casting Divination. You really hope to draw a land. But even if you don't, you can still cast Azorius Charm.
Divination. Draw 2. Pure, simple, awesome.
And there's no reason to take a giant hit from that elephant if you can just Azorius Charm, especially since if you cast Divination there, you're discarding. I mean, that's just bad.
It's the best possible Divination from though. A land and a Divination.
Oh yeah, I've demonstrated a loop. I would like just infinite lands and infinite Divinations.
It's gonna keep putting counters on a Johnny.
Smash.
Unsuccessfully attacking, potentially, I think. Yep.
Cards. 6.
And here's where unfamiliar with Flock's sideboarding plan really plays into his advantage, since Cunningham is casting the Advent in response to play around to dissolve. He wants to do it while Flock stepped out.
Right.
Flock doesn't have any dissolves left in his deck, so now he just knows there's an Advent coming. Nyx for this Ram has not impressed me so far. It got blanked by a Johnny pretty quickly. It doesn't match up well against Advent. I think it's a card you probably want, but does not seem insane here.
Would you rather leave some counters in, or?
On the play, maybe Syncopate is better. I think Syncopate actually has an opportunity to be decent. Planar Cleansing is pretty appealing here now that there's an Advent in play.
Good.
Yeah, the Johnny's Presence. I still think that Ivan is unconvinced here. Ivan did probably feel pretty bad about this turn. He did not play a land this turn, which is,
the worst thing that's happened to him in this top 8.
Cunningham's about to have more land than Ivan in play.
Yeah.
That is just brutal.
That's not how they drew it up.
Back up a Johnny Caller of the Pride.
Actually, Cunningham's probably not going to play his last land just to keep a card in hand. But he could have more land in play. The point remains.
He can show the tape too, even after the match.
So there's divination into drawing land and playing Supreme Verdict. Even at 22, there's no way he can get comboed out. So I think that I like just casting divination here. You really, really need to hit land drops.
Oh, there you go. The second best draw you can hit off divination.
You have Rev in hand, so I don't mind just casting a Supreme Verdict and then setting up a Rev next turn with 8 lands in play. You could play a Nyx Fleece Ram, or you could, just take a hit off the Smiter. Taking a hit off the Smiter is actually not bad either if you want to quicken Verdict next turn and then, give Cunningham another turn to play a creature. The problem is Ajani's Presence starts getting dangerous at that point. So I could see even being, risking a little too much by just waiting on the Supreme Verdict.
It looks like he's just going to do it.
Yeah,
now.
if you take like 6 this turn, and then next turn you get your Supreme Verdict, Ajani's Presence, and Ajani double strikes, like plus Celestia Charm or something, like you're taking a game that you're like almost impossible to lose if you just do this now and putting it in a realm where some combination of cards could actually beat you.
Yeah, and let's not forget that's why we're tied at 1-1 in part,
Right.
because exactly you were from almost nowhere just smashed into Kingdom Come, and here we are 1-1.
Yeah, and the reason that happened last game is that Even had way less options. Here he's got a ton of options, so he's firmly ahead, so he doesn't need to take risks. Last game he didn't have a whole lot going on, so he did take, what I assume is a calculated risk, and ended up, on the wrong side of it.
Yeah.
Though I think it was a fine sequence of plays.
I think that's a tough concept for Magic players to get sometimes when they're starting out. The idea that you could make the correct play and just lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough for people in all walks of life to realize that because something ends up poorly does not mean it was a mistake to do.
Right.
And the vice versa. Because a play wins you the game doesn't make it the right play.
Right.
So I think, results-based thinking is very dangerous. Alternately, you have games like this. Games where Flock is ahead, he should take less risks. Games where he's not ahead, he should take more risks. And you should not use the fact that he lost last game to say that he was doing something wrong.
You can actually get into a fairly dangerous pendulum also doing that, where you sort of start reacting to the last thing that happened, and you don't actually put up any kind of consistent pattern of play with which you can actually measure stuff.
Right.
Okay, here comes the Sphinx's Revelation.
I don't really feel Flock is a man of dangerous pendulums, to be fair.
He takes risks. I mean, sometimes he risks, missing a land drop by casting, not casting divination, but...
I actually haven't seen him
Oh, right,
do
he's
that
never
yet.
done that.
Oh, that's better. 11 cards in hand. 10 when I scry.
I love the Scryland after the Sphinx's Revelation.
Yeah, just an additional, you're getting a little bit more value.
I will draw 6.5 cards.
Meanwhile, Cunningham's incredibly Ajani flooded there.
A Johnny, another Johnny, and yet another Johnny after
Yeah,
that.
he is definitely feeling Ajani's presence, which is kind of unfortunate because it would have been good earlier, but not very good right now.
I'll go to discard.
I will go to discard.
Okay, yeah.
And that's approximately that.
I'm pretty sure that's his I'm convinced it's his favorite step.
Is the discard step.
Yeah.
The mid-game discard step. The turn 3 discard step is a lot less fun.
Oh, for sure.
I think we might see an Ajani Ultimate here. Cunningham has so many Ajanis, and they're doing so little right now that you might as well go for it. Like one of Cunningham's best plays is to just Ultimate Ajani and hope against all hope that Flock just doesn't have a Wrath of any kind.
Right.
Of course he does, and it's immediately going to become obvious, but...
The real question for me is whether or not Flock will let the judges lay out all 21 tokens.
I kind of hope he does. I mean, it'll be faster if he doesn't, which I guess is nice, but I kind of hope he does.
Think of the screenshot.
Right. 7.
How many of them are a Wrath?
As it turns out, only one, but that's really all you need. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, here we go.
Here we go.
It's actually correct, too, because if you're...
21, okay.
No. What are these dice doing?
It's okay.
Come on.
Can we not get another
Come
Ajani
on.
token here? This is kind of unrealistic. I feel like we're misrepresenting the board state.
It's not us, Louise, let's be clear.
I use the collective we.
We're campaigning for clarity.
How many is that? Go.
Pass the turn.
Less than 21. Less than 21, I think. 27.
Well, it's going to be a lot less than 21 in a second here.
Exactly 10.
There's exactly 10. Well, that's half of the ones that are going to die in a minute.
A lot. It's okay.
Ivan does not seem particularly concerned, and there's a reason for that.
No. Bye.
Yeah.
Oh no, my Nyx Fleece Ram died.
They used all 21 of those cats' lives.
Wait. What's 921s? 189?
He should have 6 left. Technically.
9.
I'd like a 2-2, please.
Flock is not concerned. He's not racing to dispel that. He might. I think there's a pretty good chance he last breaths it in response to a Johnny giving it +1/+1 here. But even if he just ends up using Azorius Charm, that's fine too.
Another one. Sure. Resolves.
Sure, resolves. Even Flock knows he's got this one.
In response to ability. Sure.
Last breath.
Yeah.
Make it go away.
25.
I feel like there's a little bit of a stifled chuckle when Flock is in the mid game with this deck.
Yeah.
Like.
So I don't think Flock should cycle the second Azorius Charm here. I think cycling Quicken is much safer. He's got Dispel, and I think trading a Dispel for a Advent is actually fine. Flock is going to need another Wrath in a few turns off that Ajani, and currently doesn't have a Rev or a Wrath or anything. But I guess he's got an Elspeth, so I guess he's not going to need anything.
Win condition engaged.
Elspeth is awesome because the reason, that's actually a very fast win condition. And given that Flock's hand isn't incredible, it's good, but it's not incredible. I think that's exactly what he wants to see. Because Dispels for Advents, a Last Breath, and an Azorius Charm is enough to stall the game long enough for Elspeth to kill a Johnny and then kill a Jackson.
Advent.
Yep.
And Flock's
no
pretty rich on Dispels here, so I think he's going to be fine countering that.
Cards in hand.
Great.
I have to ask you, Rich.
Hmm.
Which spell?
Dispel.
There you go.
Cute.
You answered instantly there.
Of course, well. I'm not going to answer sorcery, am I?
Just looking for.
Once Elspeth goes ultimate, the Nyx Fleece Ram can actually start attacking for 2 in the air.
I would like to see that.
But not so much on a Magic table, but you mean in real life?
No, I kind of want to see it happen on a Magic table.
Okay.
I would actually very much enjoy the winning stroke of the Pro Tour being a Nyx Fleece Ram attacking.
That would be pretty epic.
Yeah, a lot has gone wrong when that happens. Cunningham taps 2 forests, realizes that doesn't actually represent any card in his deck, except potentially a Skylasher, so I guess he could have drawn Skylasher. Skylasher would kill a token right now. Would not do a whole lot else. And Flock could cycle Azorius Charm at any point, but I like a lot better that he doesn't.
Boon Satyr.
Yeah.
Boon Satyr actually going for the Ajani kill. Unfortunately, I predict that Cunningham's next draw is going to be a Boon Satyr, which
means that Elspeth is basically a lock to go ultimate at this point.
Away it goes to the top. Elspeth, you see, just grinding her way towards the -7, which would mean all those soldiers
brutal.
would be +2, and flying.
Well, let's not forget the Nyx Fleece Ram.
Indeed.
And here we're not even going to have to wait for Jackson Cunningham to concede this game,
Yeah, no,
out of boredom. Like, he's actually going to die to lethal damage. Like, the soldiers present a clock next turn.
And it's great because you can just ultimate Elspeth here without any fear of a Bile Blight or a Quicken Supreme Verdict.
There are no repercussions.
Even Flock from the Slovak Republic.
He's just not even bothering to play the Jace because he actually just knows he's won the game and doesn't need to see extra cards. He doesn't actually, it's actually a strategic reason too. He doesn't want to show that he's got Archangel of Thune in his deck, since Cunningham hasn't seen it so far and may not have Banishing Lights to deal with it.
What is that canary with
Ultimate. Emblem.
Really, I hope he attacks with this Nyx Lunar. And that's actually, the biggest thing we have to figure out this last part of this game. There we go.
Oh,
Yes!
there it is. Sheep to the air. 8. Yeah, no.
These bluffs are just getting outrageous.
He was representing Quicken Genesis Wave there.
All right. Game to even Flock. He leads by 2-1.
I am very excited to go home and build that deck now.
Well, we've seen him win with card advantage pure and simple. We've seen divinations. We've seen Sphinx's Revelations. Even Flock just takes a moment away from the spotlight. But I can tell you that in that game, a certain lady came to not quite the rescue, but Elspeth Sun's champion, just a phenomenal card in every way. Eric Deschamps, who, by the way, is the artist in residence, along with Cynthia Shepherd this weekend, creating the unique Garrick artwork that's been gradually materializing over the weekend. But there you see her. She's mythic. She's from Theros, of course, the powerful planeswalker, capable of quickly building what we saw there, an insurmountable army of flying sheep.
Luis, rank the 3 Elspeths in terms of tournament impact.
Elspeth Knight Errant, I think, is number 1. I think she still sees modern play. She's very, very good. She's 2 white, and then puts ++ on soldiers into play at plus. Also pluses to give them any creature +3/+3 in flying, and then makes all your permanents indestructible. Second would be this one, Elspeth Sun's champion. As we just saw, she's just one of the better kill conditions in Standard, and also just does a very good job of defending you. And I think Elspeth Tyrell is the last, but certainly still quite good. I mean, we played her in the Block Pro Tour in Scars of Mirrodin, and I made top 8 with her in my sideboard, and she was good.
I've often first picked her in a cube draft.
She also makes 3/1/1 soldiers, and also gains you a life for each creature you control. So overall, I think all the Elspeths are insanely good, and I guess they don't even go by casting cost. Sadly, it goes the 4 cost, then the 6 cost, then the 5 cost.
Yeah, it's interesting though that you have Sun's champion second, because did Knight Errant make as big an impact in Standard as Sun's champion has? I don't think it did. I mean, I agree with you that
I think it's a higher power level card, but it may have seen play in a slightly lower power level format, or sorry, a higher level format.
Right.
So because given that, I think that you end up, maybe not seeing it just because of what other cards are around. I mean, a 6-mana card is tough to see a lot of play, but this one's seeing a lot of play.
Yeah, and it was a big part of the last Pro Tour, and now we're seeing it be a major force here in Ivan Flock's sideboard.
Well, we don't know how much more we're ever going to be seeing of Elspeth, because certainly for those who follow all the ins and outs of Flavorness, Elspeth, it's fair to say, is in a bit of bother, to put it mildly.
Isn't this just like comic books?
She's not very well.
Isn't this just like comics? We get Doc Ock's Sun's champion for 2 blocks, and then the original Elspeth comes back.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, all sorts of continuity lapses.
Well, that would be quite the revelation. But talking of quite the revelation, how about this one? Sphinx's Revelation. Oh, it's so shiny and so lovely. Someone posted on Twitter earlier today. They said something like, I imagine some kind of design meeting where someone said, yeah, you know what? Exford just having all those cards, it's insufficient. It must gain life too. And everyone going, yeah. And they were sort of saying that as if in some way they don't think that actually happened, or they don't think it should have done. But this is one of the most fabulous cards ever. Everyone knows that, right, aggro players?
How different is Standard if R&D, if Forces and R&D had won the debate to make this card a sorcery instead of an instant?
It's very, very, very different. And
whoa.
And while this is certainly a dangerous card to print, I mean, this is very risky. I mean, look at how good this card is. When you're drawing 5 cards, all you want is 5 life to give you time to play those cards. This, I think, it actually worked out pretty well. Without Sphinx's Revelation, we just wouldn't see control decks. And, well, you know, whether that's good or bad can be debated, but I land on the side of it being good that there'd be more decks, and it being good that some of them are control decks. So, while I don't expect to see a card like Sphinx's Revelation in the Khans of Tarkir, I don't think we always want to have this around. I think having it around has been good, even though it you know, could have worked out very differently.
Yeah, and also, look, for all we tease, because I'm known that I've never wanted to attack with a creature. I'd always much rather draw cards and counter creatures. But the truth is, I'll be quite happy when Sphinx's Revelation rotates out, because then there's freshness again in the game. And Khans of Tarkir, as you say, shaping up lots of excitement about what that's going to bring. And you'll still see blue and white. You'll see the Jeskai. I think that's who's coming with blue.
Is that the red,
white,
white, blue?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's correct. I think I've got that right.
Which is the color that Sphinx's Revelation gets paired with in Modern all the time.
Otherwise known as the Numat.
So we will stick
Numat
with
the erstwhile.
Yes.
Numat the erstwhile. How about Jace, Architect of Thought? Let's see if we can take a little look at him. Lots of text on that one, and 24 copies. We've already talked a little bit about Pro Tour Dragon's Maze. 24 copies in the top 8 of that event. Jace, not in so much trouble as Elspeth right now in terms of the flavour of the game, but he certainly gets the job done. Jace, in terms of characters, Luis, would have to be within the framework of the cards that they got printed on. Surely Jace is number 1.
Yeah, I would imagine that's true. I mean, Jace has there's so many Jaces, and they're all awesome.
Yeah. Any argument?
I mean, he's
BDM?
talking about so many Jaces. I assume he's talking about cosplayers.
I've seen a lot more Elspeths and or Lilianas than Jaces, I think. Though Gavin very doesn't mean Jace.
It's true. It's true. He
Not
does.
like a mean Jace, because Gavin's not mean, but he does an accurate Jace.
Mini Factor Fiction, of course, for defending against attackers. The Mini Factor Fiction in the middle ability, -2. But such a great card for control for that first ability, because just wiping off -1, -0 until end of turn, they've got 3 attackers. It's like 3 lives. Suddenly they're having to attack Jace. Oh, synergy's glorious.
What was the event, Luis? I watched the match you were playing, and it was you and your opponent were playing someday. It was going to come down to decking, and you know when someone would activate Jace, it would be like a 3-0 pile.
I remember this happening. I don't actually remember which tournament it was in, but it actually happens in the Esper a lot in Standard, or used to depending on which kill condition you used. And that's, once the lands don't matter, you can just put them in the pile with the good cards, and then it forces the opponent to either, pick the cards and risk getting decked, or just get nothing.
How often do you see players are willing to take nothing there?
Very rarely, even when it's correct, because I mean, how can you don't activate Jace to get nothing out of it.
It's true. All right, so that's Jace, Architect of Thought. We've looked at that. We've looked at Sphinx's Revelation. We've looked at Elspeth Sun's Champion. We've looked at 3 of the key cards in Even Flock's deck, and he is now just 1 game away from being a Pro Tour champion. And that means that Kentaro Yamamoto, BDM, is about to want to shake Even Flock by the hand very firmly. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, he is the president of the Even Flock fan club. All the at-large bids have sort of sorted out, and there's 7 players with at-large bids. So if someone is qualified for the World Championship in multiple ways, for example, they won a Pro Tour and they were the leading European player, well then that would create another at-large bid, which is what would happen if Even Flock wins this next game, or one of the next 2 games.
That's right, because he would be one of the top 2 Europeans, and he would also be the Pro Tour Magic 2015 champion. It would be as the champion of this event that he would take the seat at the World Championship, and that would create that 8th spot for Kentaro Yamamoto, as you say. And it'd be nice to see him there because he's one of the unsung heroes of Japan. Although I've got to say there's a new star in the making, certainly on our radar, and maybe this is partly our lack of quite understanding of what's going on in that part of the world right now. But I've got to say, Yuki Ichikawa was pretty new to me, certainly when he made the top 8 last time around in Atlanta. But boy, oh boy, he's carved out a reputation this weekend.
Yeah, back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s here. He is, a tremendously popular streamer on the Nico Nico channel in Japan. On an order of magnitude that we don't even see here. Just gets tremendous numbers, plays Magic all the time on Magic Online on the Nico Nico stream. And, obviously he's not going to top 8 every other Pro Tour.
No. Are you sure?
I'm not certain, actually.
Because that has not been proven yet. We're going to have to give it a few more Pro Tours.
Okay. But, to have 2 Pro Tour top 8s back-to-back in such a short amount of career, this is someone to keep an eye on.
And he actually seems like, he's definitely smart enough that he's not going to take this and think like, man, if I miss 2 Pro Tours in a row, then I'm having a bad streak. Like, yeah. I would hope that he has a realistic view of things, which, based on how well he plays, I'm sure he understands.
And also on all those games on Magic Online, because when you do it enough, you get beaten in every way that it's possible to get beaten, however good you are.
Definitely.
But as we close in on Game 4, right now, Ajani, Forest, Loxodon Smiter, Plains, Loxodon Smiter, and Soldier of the Pantheon. 6 cards. On the other side, Even Flock has Last Breath there. He has Supreme Verdict. Does he have 7 cards that can help him claim the title?
I think his hand is basically perfect. I mean, he would trade an island for a Plains right now, but other than that, Last Breath into Divination into Supreme Verdict is exactly where you want to be.
Soldier of the Pantheon opens up here in Game 4. Jackson Cunningham will attack for 2. This time he has a curve out with Fleece Mainline on 2.
And this is the start Cunningham wants too. So both players, having the start they want, it'd be interesting to see who wins. I mean, with Cunningham on the play, gives him certainly an edge here, but Supreme Verdict against no Ajani's presence is also a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we've not really seen Ajani's presence have much of a presence
Capital P
in this.
presence.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Ajani was all over the place in the last game.
Indeed.
Where perhaps a couple of creatures would have been more welcome.
This actual spell on the right of your screen is not a card that has really made itself felt here in the final. And it kind of needs to, because Jackson Cunningham cannot lose another game. We have 1 or 2 games remaining in this 2013-2014 Magic the Gathering Pro Tour season, and someone is about to become a Pro Tour champion.
Jackson gets to 4 lands before Flock gets to his 4th land, obviously. They both get to 4 lands the same turn. What happens if Cunningham has Ajani's presence at that point?
Depending on Flock's life total, he could be in danger of just dying immediately. Right now, it looks like that's not necessarily going to happen because I think that this soldier's going to end up getting Last Breath. Cunningham really needs to draw a 3rd land here, though. If he doesn't draw a 3rd land and he's not able to play a Smiter or an Ajani, then he's going to have a hard time clocking Flock for the amount he needs to. What he really needs to do is have Flock cast a Mind Rot on him, in which case he can discard these 2 Smiters and get them right into play. So Flock thought it last a long time before declined to cast this Last Breath, and I think that the reason is that he's aware that Ajani's presence can save Soldier of the Pantheon, but he would rather have that happen now than have it counter a Supreme Verdict later, save a Fleece Mainline. So I do think he's going to want to kill the Soldier and not take 5 here, though.
But, Selesnya Charm cannot save the Soldier.
I think if that was something that could get Selesnya Charmed, like a Sunblight Elf or an Experiment one, it would be very different. But since it isn't, I think he's willing to trade for Ajani's presence. I think that was a conscious decision he made.
And no land for Cunningham.
That's not good. It's been a theme. So's that divination on turn 3. I know a lot of people are hunting for a game 5. I suggest a new strategy even. Let the rookie win. Don't think he's going to, though. There's land number 3. That's good news for Cunningham.
He needed it that turn, and Flock cast the divination instead of playing the temple, which means he's not guaranteed to have double white next turn.
Here's Ajani, caller of the Pride. Counter on the Fleecemane line. In. Can Jackson pull this one out? Against a full grip, of course, for even Flock. When has it ever not been? At least that's how it seems. There's the Fleecemane line.
Yeah, my planes there.
Cunningham's actually in pretty good shape here. Because he played a Johnny, he's not getting wrecked by Supreme Verdict, which Flock did actually draw the white for. I think Flock's going to want to cast it regardless, but a Johnny in play means that now Cunningham gets to play Smiter plus it. Flock doesn't actually have an answer to that. He has an Archangel of Thune, which will eventually outrace it, but with Flock at 11, this actually puts him in danger of dying.
Can Cunningham force a game 5? Fantastic if we would go to the wire. Planeswalker and Smiter. Smiter's big enough as it is, but it's getting bigger. And that's what Flock has to work with.
And we see a Banishing Light back in Cunningham's hand. He boarded back in Banishing Light, aware of Archangel. He drew it and is going to be able to kill the Archangel with it. Wow. We could very easily see another game here.
There's Archangel of Thune, the first time we've seen that today out of even Flock's sideboard. But Cunningham looks like he has the answers. Flock at 11.
Flock's not dead here, because even a double striking Smiter can put him to 1, but he is definitely in trouble.
And he looks like he knows that he's potentially in trouble here.
Clearly, the problem for Cunningham is starting on 7-card hands.
Yeah.
Didn't you take?
Did I forget something?
So 2 from this once, right? To 8 you have from.
Cunningham's trying to make sure he's not a 10 here.
Maybe I missed 3 damage from Lion.
Well, you wouldn't want to get that wrong, would you?
There was this one on the...
Maybe I missed 3 damage from Lion. I'm not sure.
Yes.
I have,
very
I have
likely.
from 2, then 1 lion. Then
Yes,
sure. Okay.
And he deal 4 damage for sure. Yep.
Yeah. So mine maybe.
Right, but where they get to is Flock at 11. Okay. Looked like Flock had himself at a higher life total and had just missed one of the hits.
How many cards?
5.
So what's the play here? Do you Banishing Light and attack, or do you want to just attack first?
I like Banishing Light, clock for 10, I think. I mean, you don't want to get hit by the Angel. You don't want the Angel to hit your Johnny back. You actually don't want the Angel to chump. I think I'd rather just present lethal. Wrath forces a 1-for-1. The only problem with that is Planar Cleansing is such a blowout.
That's what I was imagining. That's where the paranoia in my brain immediately went.
Yeah, I could see minusing a Johnny and hitting with Smiter, and then Flock can chump with Angel and take 10, go to 1, and then Archangel attacks a Johnny to death. But then Flock goes up to 4 and still dies to the Smiter, potentially. That could be better. You could just put yourself in a position to lose to Planar Cleansing, though. That without knowing what's in Flock's hand, of course, I think you want to get the Angel off the board. I think that Angel being on the board is just too bad for you. So I think that just gets out of control too quickly. But so I think you can't. When you're playing against this blue-white deck, you really cannot play around everything. Like the blue-white deck can try to play around everything white-green has. Blue-white has the tools at its disposal. I think green-white just has to settle for the fact that blue-white is going to have sequences of cards that always beat it, like Plains Planar Cleansing or Azorius Charm for your Smiter next turn. I think just clocking Flock down to 1 and forcing him to have it ends up being pretty good. I mean, there are a lot of reasonable plays here, so I don't think that. I'm not 100% confident my play is right. I'm just saying I would rather put him on Planar Cleansing being an out instead of other things being outs. I certainly don't want that Angel to pass the turn here.
So let's see what Cunningham decides.
Looks like he's plussing a Johnny if he's reaching for another die.
Mm-hmm. attack.
But Johnny consistently has been a very good threat in this matchup.
Yeah.
Against
Much-
the
much better than I
non-detention
would
sphere
have
version
expected.
of blue-white. Flock's hand is not great. I mean, it's 2 last breaths that have no targets, a Dispel, which isn't soon to be relevant here, and a Temple of Enlightenment. So what he really needs to do is Jace into like an Azorius Charm after drawing a land.
No blocks. So Flock
5, right?
Yeah.
goes down to 5. And Cunningham adds another Loxodon Smiter to the board.
But Flock's really just looking for Supreme Verdict right now.
He's drawn a land. Are we closer still to a game 5?
We are actually. I mean, at this point, Flock really has to like Jace into Azorius Charm.
Yes, it's like a victory when I'm aligned with you here. That's so good.
And even if he does, actually, I mean, from his perspective, he could be okay because he could hit with the Angel and Azorius Charm. No, he can't even hit with Angel. He has to just like leave Angel back and Azorius Charm. But then what he doesn't know is that Cunningham's going to banish like the Angel and attack for lethal.
Does he even have the untapped land to play the Jace? I mean, to play the Azorius Charm?
No, he drew a Hallowed Fountain, so he gets to go down to 3 to do that.
That's just a divination and 2 land. That's not Azorius Charm.
Flock might actually... I guess he can't really afford to bluff Azorius Charm. So he's actually dead here. He just does not know it.
It's going to be, I think, a little surprised by this Banishing Light.
Boom. Go away, he says, sure, in a very casual fashion. Flock at 5.
Now it's Flock's turn to represent.
It's an efficient way of counting up to 8.
In we go, it's 2-2.
Wow.
Jackson Cunningham giving us what the fans at home want. It goes to 5 games, and in his first Pro Tour, he is going to play every single game possible on Sunday. It's game 5 for everything. Kentaro Yamamoto needs even Flock to win to get into the World Championship. Jackson Cunningham needs to win this one game, not only to win the Pro Tour, but to go platinum and guarantee a year of professional Magic to Honolulu, to Washington, to Brussels, to Vancouver. Over and around the world we go on the turn of the next few cards right here. Or will it be even Flock of the Slovak Republic for the first time from that country? It could be the second Canadian Pro Tour winner of the season. BDM, what a single game of Magic this Pro Tour has boiled down to.
This is what you are looking forward to when you tune into the Pro Tour stream. You want to see 2 completely opposite decks playing against each other and playing out the maximum amount of Magic and going back and forth and really showing why Magic is such an amazing game. Where that both of these decks are capable of getting this far. One is a deck about creatures and one is a deck about 0 creatures.
Well, let's look at one of the creatures that has helped get Jackson Cunningham all the way to game 5. He's big. He's the Elephant Soldier. He is the Loxodon Smiter. Yes, efficient. That really doesn't do it justice. It's huge for 3 mana. Good against discard and counters, and was originally created to stand up to Liliana of the Veil. Right now...
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, well, right now, though, he's trying to stand up against Jace, Architect of Thought, and lots of counter spells, although Loxodon Smiter cannot be countered.
What was your reaction when you saw this card? You have a noble... a long history with elephants.
I played a lot of Loxodon Hierarchs in the past. I even called it a Loxodon Hierarch earlier today. But I actually have not played a ton with Smiter. I've kind of moved into smaller creatures or no creatures.
I would like to see, a set that's based in wherever Loxodon is from. Just, lots of crazy elephant soldiers swinging hammers. I don't know. Is that just
I mean,
me?
a preeminent captain can put a Loxodon Smiter into play. I haven't seen that happen yet, but it sounds pretty vicious.
It certainly does. Now we saw.
I'm dying to put a Lavinia into play.
Yeah, we built that deck actually. It did not work out as well as we would have liked, but it was pretty cool.
Of the 10th, to give her a full title, I think. Let's move on. Why don't we take a look at another card that forced this Game 5, because it turned out that getting rid of that Archangel of Thune was a really big deal. So let's take a look at Banishing Light. Get rid of a non-land permanent until this leaves the battlefield. And it only left the battlefield in Game 4 when they were shuffling for Game 5.
Is fixing a loophole in Oblivion Ring. I don't find this to be a feature.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I wasn't responsible at all for that, considering I looped through Oblivion Rings on Magic Online until it crashed. But yeah, I kind of missed that quote-unquote feature. I mean, Banishing Light is still a great card to have in the format. I mean, it's played in blue-white control, not the Planet Cleansing version, but the other versions. It's played in black-white, the mid-range deck. It's played in white-green. It sees play in so many different decks because it's a good answer to anything, though it's not so efficient that you are priced into playing it, and you actually are paying for it. And it can be destroyed, which makes it vulnerable to removal spells. So overall, it's a very fair, powerful, and flexible card.
Yeah, I just miss being able to play my Oblivion Ring, put the come into play on the stack, and then bounce it with something, and exile the permanent forever. But we can't all have nice toys.
Yeah. I mean, this is why we cannot have nice things, and Oblivion Ring was a pretty sweet thing.
Yeah.
Was very, very lovely. The players off camera, I can just see them still chatting, still shuffling. But they're smiling, and they're still very much getting on. I do wonder, I have a sneaking feeling that at the end of this game, we're going to see something very emotional. Because I know, personally, for Even Flock, when he won Grand Prix Lisbon in 2012, there might have been a little bit of liquid around at that point. It was a very emotional moment for him. And this is an order of magnitude higher than that, of course, great though a European Grand Prix win is. On the other side, starting to feel that maybe Jackson Cunningham is just at that point where he's trying to hold himself together one more time, just a few more turns. Come on, brain, don't fail me now. And if he gets through 3 days of nerve-shredding action, I think we might see something a little more than just, oh, thanks very much, handshake, and on we go.
I think we may see actual rubber limbs. He may just fall over. He's been so tightly wound and coiled this whole weekend.
Well, Jackson has basically the perfect hand on the draw here, and Flock is mulliganing. So,
yes.
I would not want to be in Flock's seat right now. I think that Jackson has a pretty good advantage just based on seeing his 7 versus an unknown 6.
All right. So, if you're supporting Canada, and we know so many of you are, on day 1, basically, there weren't a ton of players amongst the contenders, certainly for for the World Magic Cup captaincy. You looked at McLaren and Sam Tharmaratan and Jacob Wilson and John Stern, and it was just 4-3-1 was their best record. But who knew that there was a Canadian star coming in the making in the form of Jackson Cunningham?
How do you like a pair of Nyx Fleece Rams in your opening hand?
Nyx Fleece Ram is actually good, and with Archangel of Thune, this hand actually is perfectly poised to fight against what Jackson has.
All right, it's time for Game 5 of the final of Pro Tour Magic 2015. It begins with Even Flock of the Slovak Republic, as he would almost always want to do, with a Scryland with his blue-white control deck against the white-green aggro man that will not go away from Canada, Jackson Cunningham. Brian David Marshall, it's been an amazing season, an amazing Pro Tour, as we see Experiment 1 come down to get us going. Who wins?
Until I saw the double Nyx Fleece Ram, I really thought Jackson might have had it, but I'm gonna say that Ivan is gonna be able to buy the time he needs.
He's gonna be saved by his Flock.
Yes,
his
yes, he
Avon
is.
Flock. I think that given the new information that we have of Ivan's hand, I actually think Ivan's a favorite right now.
Yeah, me too.
We have Fleece
But I mean,
Main
that's
Lion.
still a sweet looking hand there from Cunningham.
Yeah, but have you seen what Nyx Fleece Ram does with Archangel Thune?
Maybe we're about to.
We are. Ivan Flock's going to play an Archangel, then on his upkeep, 2 life gain triggers are going to happen. He's going to get, and Cunningham's potentially going to be attacked by 2 Nyx Fleece Rams and Archangel of Thune that's a 5/6.
Here comes a Johnny.
Well,
oh no, we don't have
a
a
Johnny
second
would be
white.
the perfect card. But
Yeah.
Mana Confluence is currently Jackson's only source of white mana.
Flock there, looking to see whether he can unleash a devastating Archangel of Thune.
A gang of Rams just double blocked the Fleece Main line, but there was no trick, so nothing happened. Basically, Jackson is just on drawing Banishing Light. He probably doesn't have 3 in his deck. Otherwise, Archangel of Thune's going to run away with the game really quickly.
So back we go to Cunningham. Double Fleece Main Line. Experiment 1 already with 2 counters, which is about as much as we've seen today for that. Turn them all sideways. Block, block. And back to 20 goes Even Flock.
Virtually 22.
Yeah.
Boy.
Azorius Charm, another excellent draw. What I really want to see is he could potentially give lifelink to all 3 of his creatures. Angel already has it, but then now the Rams have it, and they have +2, gaining him multiple other Archangel triggers. He could actually just go off, like just go infinite with Archangel, not actual infinite, just Ben S infinite, which is like 3. For a 6-card hand, these are if you're going to play a hand with 3 spells and 6 land, this is the hand.
Okay. Go.
Advent of the Worm.
17.
We're getting everything we could want from a final game of a final. There you see Archangel of Thune.
I don't know if it's going to matter, but that Experiment 1
was
could
just
be
gonna
one
say.
bigger.
That he missed a trigger on the Advent of the Worm token. That isn't a Johnny's Presence.
Yeah, which we've hardly seen. It's just been missing in action throughout the day, really. But we're going to see 4 creatures turning sideways from Jackson Cunningham. He has hurled everything at Even Flock.
And as long as Flock doesn't lose his Archangel to a combat trick, which I think he's not going to,
right?
He's in pretty good shape. He's at 22 life going into the attack. Next turn he's going to go up to 24 minus the 8 he's about to take, and then Archangel's going to be a 5/6, getting him 5 more. At the end of the turn, the Nyx Fleece Rams are all going to be 3/8s. Ivan Flock sided in a combo, and it's actually paying off perfectly.
So in addition to the Banishing Lights, I assume at some point the Selesnya Charms become somewhat live for Jackson, but those Nyx Fleece Rams will still be huge.
Yeah, Jackson has to draw now Selesnya Charm or Banishing Light on his next turn. And if he doesn't do that, then that Archangel is going to, if Archangel gets a second hit in, it's going to be very hard for him to win the game.
Here we go again. More Advent of the Worm. That is a board state and a half on the right-hand side for Jackson Cunningham. Flock at 14. But trigger, look at all the counters go.
Just like they drew it up in testing. I mean, it's not that you put these 2 cards in because they're a combo, but you are aware that they are a combo. Azorius Charm gets to kill one of the worm tokens, too. So even though there's a giant force-headed Flock's Way, he does get to threaten to deal lethal in just 2 turns with this Angel, if the Sheeps actually get to deliver lethal next turn.
In comes Archangel of Thune. No blocks. Jackson Cunningham down to 11.
This is not how I would have expected the Pro Tour to end.
Oh, it's extraordinary. Such drama deep on Sunday evening here in Portland. Fantastic venue for a great season ender.
Doesn't a Johnny?
The problem is that Johnny doesn't just gets Azorius charmed if it
You're
does
right.
anything too fancy. And with Flock at 21, there's actually no way that Cunningham can actually kill him in one hit either. He can try to string it out over 2 turns, but between the 2 off the Rams and the now what's going to be 8 next attack on the Angel, because the Angel is a 6-7 right now. It's going to grow up to an 8-9 during Flock's upkeep and then attack for 8. So Jackson actually has to be aware that either Sheep is going to be lethal if he attacks with too much. Again, not exactly how I expected the Pro Tour to end, but it's actually in danger of being very relevant that the Sheep can't attack, that they're not defenders, which you might have assumed if you just looked at the card without reading the whole thing.
You just looked at the 0-5.
Right. The fact that they can attack means an all-out attack here could actually be risky.
And is that what we're going to see? It is. Turn them all sideways. It's called white-green aggro for a reason. They turn them all sideways, and Flock now has to choose what to send in the way. And it's the 2 lions that are going to get blocked by the 2 sheep.
What happens if he gives his creatures lifelink here?
Well, that gives him 2 more triggers if he wants to, which would make the sheep both end up 4 power this turn and then go up to 6 on his upkeep. If Jackson's casting a Johnny's Presence with Strive, I think is just going to be dead on the attack back if Ivan just does okay and then attacks with everything.
Here
Saving
is
both his guys.
the Strive Ajani's Presence.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, says Flock. He's looking. Here it comes. Oh.
Experiment 1 on top is enough. I mean, Ivan can just attack next turn with all 3 of his creatures. Jackson has no blockers.
Send it away.
I like going to attack in my turn, even with sheeps.
I'm going to attack.
I'll attack in my turn with sheeps too.
Oh, okay.
Flock's explaining what he thinks is going to happen. He's smiling because he thinks he's about to win the Pro Tour.
I believe he's correct.
11.
Yes. Go ahead.
Trigger.
And go ahead. Jackson is going to let it happen. And you are going to see even Flock of the Slovak Republic. You've never seen anyone play a turn so fast. In they come. It's the Angels and the Sheep for even Flock, who wins the Pro Tour.
Holy sheep.
That was unreal. Even Flock takes the title over Jackson Cunningham in 5 pulsating games. And even Flock, you can see starry-eyed there as he takes the title. Jackson Cunningham there already with older brother Jeff, and he hurled everything into that matchup. Just outstanding magic. And even Flock at the end knew he was going to do it, and boy, what a feeling, gentlemen.
All he had to do was not accidentally flip over to Supreme Verdict and say he was casting it, and he was Pro Tour champion, and he knew this. So you could see how quickly he was moving. He knew what was happening.
Yeah, he saw the last few turns. He had scripted out perfectly. He was putting an experiment 1 on top of his opponent's deck that was going to be, just a null draw if something happened, but there was nothing that could happen.
Yeah, it was 2 5/10 sheep, plus that Archangel that had grown to enormous proportions, which were just more than enough to deal lethal.
And it turns out that that single sideboard card can be all the difference in the world. There's an Archangel of Thune. It hadn't been really on our radar through most of the day, but when it came down to it,
right,
you go.
It's quite an encore for Archangel of Thune, actually. Right, this was an M14 card. That's
yeah, I mean, it's an awesome card. I played it a lot, but I have not yet attacked for 8 lifelink with 2 other 05s in play.
All right, a phenomenal end to a great season. We're going to send you back to the news desk. Thanks very much to Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall, and of course our Hall of Famer, Louis Scott Vargas. Gentlemen, as always, an honor and pleasure. But for now, it's back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thanks, Rich. Wow, welcome back to the news desk. Zach Hill's here, Marshall Sutcliffe's here. That is not how I expected the Pro Tour to end, Zach.
Yeah, I did not expect this tournament would be won by mono sheep aggro, but that's exactly what we saw. I mean,
Nick's Fleece Ram beat down.
That's exactly right. It was ramming it down his throat. You know, there's so many games that we saw from Flock that just lasted turn after turn after turn after turn. And to see the final game come down with a very decisive Archangel of Thune, you know, incredible combo with Nyx Fleece Ram, allowing him not to have to cycle through his deck with Elixir of Immortality at all, but really able to turn the tide. I mean, a truly impressive victory from Flock.
Yeah, Ivan Flock, of course, is our champion here. Jackson Cunningham is going to have to settle for a second place finish. Not the worst result for your first Pro Tour.
No,
though.
absolutely not. I mean, he really put himself on the map. His deck was extremely powerful. He had an incredibly competitive match. And, you know, I mean, it's actually a really hard place to be in, I think, because at your second Pro Tour, you're like, I just made the finals of my first one.
Yeah.
You know, and what do you do then? I mean, you know, it's
Right.
like, oh, well, I've got to win or bust.
Right, you got to
know.
get a new personal record, right? I mean, that's the whole point. So that's pretty brutal. Now, that was interesting, though, in that last game. Ivan Flock's deck, generally speaking, is a deck all about inevitability, right? It has the ability to take the game to the infinite depths of length where it can just sit there and cycle through cards over and over and over again. But he found himself in a position where he didn't need to do that at all thanks to that particular board state.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and really, you know, half of it is you look at the card Nyx Fleece Ram, you don't even remember that it can attack.
Right.
You know, it's like 05, it just looks like a defender.
It looks like a defender.
Right, exactly. But the fact that it can, the fact that it triggered twice, I mean, he was really able to pile on the damage. I mean, and we saw from, you know, one of the earlier games when Cunningham was just sitting there on 2 mana confluence forever, you know, the deck actually does deal itself quite a bit of damage, or at least is capable of doing so. So Archangel, you know, just doesn't need to attack that many times to put the game away.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we saw the script get flipped there, as Cunningham doesn't have that many ways to deal with perms. So Banishing Light would be obviously a critical card in this match, but you know, he doesn't have that many ways to kill creatures. He's all about doing it himself. So an Archangel of Thune, even on its own, is really nasty for Cunningham.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we talked about how good the Fleecemane Lion can be. You know, not really a lot of answers from Flock's side of the board. The thing is, he doesn't have to answer it. Even if it's monstrous, Nyx Fleece Ram can block, and that 5 toughness is kind of the magic number.
Yeah.
And we saw him hold off the Lions very successfully in that match.
Yeah, so let's talk about Ivan Flock for a minute here. He's been playing Magic for 12 years. This is his first Pro Tour top 8. It's got to feel like justice to Ivan, right? To sit here and finally make that top 8, and then on top of it, might as well win it while you're here, right?
Well, I mean, we heard from Mate Zadelkai, his teammate, you know, that, I mean, Flock's been around a long time. He's got a lot of good finishes, a lot of pro points, but that top 8 was kind of an albatross hung around his neck. You know, it was something that not only had he not had, but the pressure of it, according to Mate, had really sort of affected his results. So, you know, to me, it's like, you know, unscrewing the cap of a bottle or something. It's like, you know, now that this has happened, now that he's got, you know, a top 8, you know, he's crossed that off his list, I might expect him to rattle like a few more of these off. You know, it's not looming over him, kind of casting its shadow on Flock's finish.
Yeah, you know, that is the vibe I got when Mate told us about that as well, is that, you know, Flock had multiple top 50 finishes.
Right.
I mean, he was like consistently finishing at that level, but just couldn't quite punch through all the way to the top 8 level.
Well, I mean, I was so surprised when we sat down here at the table hearing that he didn't have a top 8. I mean, we've been saying even Flock in the feature match area.
All the time.
All the time, for as long as I've been doing coverage. So I think, you know, when we were realizing, wait, has he really never been here on Sunday?
Yeah, it did feel kind of weird, and I'm kind of happy that he's there now. I think he's ready to go. Okay, guys, so we've got Richard Hagan over in the feature match area, and it is time for the award ceremony here from Portland. Let's hand it over to Rich.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the award ceremony for Pro Tour Magic 2015 here from Portland, Oregon. It's a great pleasure to welcome so many of you from around the world who followed this amazing Pro Tour season, and we close out our season with the end of year awards. So we begin with the award for Rookie of the Year, and that goes to a man from the United States, Mr. Jared Betcher. Jared, many, many congratulations. So many of the great players in the game have held that award over the years. What is the season highlight for you in an incredible run that's taken you to platinum status?
Probably the finals of DC when I finally got queued for the Pro Tour.
It's been an incredible run. What can we expect from you next year?
Just to play my best and hopefully a repeat performance or better.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Rookie of the Year, Jared Betcher. And now to one of the highest accolades anyone can ever aspire to in the game of Magic. It's the Player of the Year. And it goes to a man from France who has set the season alight, Mr. Jeremy Desani. Jeremy, a lot of applause in the building and a lot of applause from your many fans around the world. In Europe, we've known about you for a while, but what does it mean to put yourself in such a prominent global position in a game you know I care so much about?
It's just crazy. When you saw the name before me, Player of the Year, you say, wow, Kai Bud, Gabriel Nassif, all those big names. So yeah, it's a great achievement. I'm really happy with that.
What was your highlight of the season? Pro Tour Theros?
Yeah, for sure. It's 30 points in one time and Platinum. So yeah, it was the big moment in the season for me.
And I know you're part of a big team of support players who really care about your success almost as much as you do.
I don't know. Yes, my team is really good. I'm really happy to be with Raph and Pierre, Timothy, all the big group, and other guys from other country. Samuel Estrati, Joel Larson, yeah, Melissa. So yeah, I have a good team. I like this team, and for sure I stay with these guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your Player of the Year for 2013 to 2014 is Jeremy Desani. And now we turn our attention to today, the final day of the season. We've had a fantastic top 8, and no one has contributed more to that than our second place finisher, making it all the way to the final on his first ever Pro Tour appearance. From Canada, Jackson Cunningham. Jackson Cunningham, an incredible performance, but of course there can be only one winner. And the champion here of our final Pro Tour of the season, winning $40,000 from the Slovak Republic, Ivan Flock. Ivan, I know you've been playing a long time. How long have you been dreaming of holding a Pro Tour title trophy like this?
Well, since I was playing. Since I've been playing for 20 years, 12 years, so since back then.
12 years of playing. So what was the moment like when you looked at the board and you knew that you were about to claim the title?
Incredible. Well...
He is lost for words, but he is certainly not lost in the woods. He has done a fantastic job here. Your champion of Pro Tour Magic 2015, Ivan Flock. We'd like to thank all the players, the staff, the judges, and most of all, you at home for helping to make this such a great event. That's the end of the awards ceremony, the end of the season, and we're going to hand you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
And welcome back to the news desk. High emotion over there in the feature match area. Zach Hill. We're going to have Ivan Flock up here on the desk with us momentarily to have a quick chat with him, maybe check out that trophy a little bit before we let him go celebrate. But any closing thoughts for you on this Pro Tour Magic 2015?
I mean, it's exactly what we saw up there on stage. You know, I mean, one person gets the trophy, but a team gets them there. We saw in the background, I mean, Robin Delar, we saw Martin Yuza, we saw Frank Carson, we saw everybody that helped Flock get to this point. the smiles on their faces were almost as powerful as the emotion that Flock himself was experiencing. But a truly huge moment for that team in general, producing a Pro Tour champion, not from either of the CFB squads, not from Revolution, not necessarily representing a turning of the tide. Obviously, we saw Huey, we saw Owen in the feature match area, but just a reminder that there are a lot of teams at this event with a lot of ridiculously good players. And as I mentioned, I think we're going to see a lot more from Flock in the years ahead.
I think so too. I think that we can certainly look forward to seeing a lot more from Flock. That mental barrier thing is a real deal, and when you get that out of the way and you start crushing it, it's pretty common to see people go on a tear and start ripping it up after that, and I'm certainly going to be looking for Flock for that.
Yeah, I think so. I think also a shout out goes to, I believe, whenever I ask anybody on the team about the deck, over and over again, the name Stanislav Sivka kept getting mentioned as the person who was saying, really championed the deck. Not everybody played it. It wasn't one of those situations, but basically the person who basically said, like, here's exactly how you play this really, really complicated, really, really grueling deck.
Yes.
Showing the play patterns
Very
to
demanding.
get through this. Incredibly demanding. I mean, the mental fortitude you have to play a deck like that for 10 rounds of constructed, and then of course the quarterfinals, semifinals, finals over 3 days. I mean, just truly a very impressive feat.
Yvonne, hello. A man with a very large check has appeared.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and sit down. That looks great with your name on it.
It's not going to see me in here.
You can set it down if you want.
We know it's there.
First, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're the champion here
Awesome
in Portland.
job. Congratulations.
Fantastic
Thank you
work.
very much.
First question, is that how you thought the Pro Tour would end, with you attacking with Nyx Fleece Rams for lethal?
Yeah, I was hoping for, but yeah, actually, I didn't think it's very likely, but
sure,
happens.
So
Things
what,
happen.
so what made you choose to play this deck? I know it seemed like your team wasn't really unified. Why did it speak to you?
It was Stanislav Sivka, who made me play this deck. At first, he was like, I'm going to play this deck, and I wanted to prove him wrong, that it's not a good choice, but I didn't manage to do that, and I joined him.
Now, what about, so you get $40,000, you're automatically platinum, and you get a seat in the World Championship.
Yeah,
what does that mean to you?
Well, a lot, obviously a lot. It's incredible.
So this is your first top 8, and it's a long time coming. When you found out that you were going to top 8, was the predominating thing for you relief, excitement? What were the emotions you went through?
Excitement.
Oh yeah,
for sure. I wasn't relieved. I was waiting and trying for this for a long time, so I was really excited. My friends can say to that I was really exciting, jumping around and doing crazy things.
Now, you talked about Sivka, who really sort of championed the deck. Is there anybody else on your team that sort of you really want to give a special shout out to as contributing to your success?
To everyone, to Frank Karsten, to Martin Juza, to Matej Zatlka, to Robert Jurkovic, to Robin Dolar, to Nikola Vavra, to Petr Sochurek, and to Adam Koska. Hopefully I didn't forget anyone. We all tested together and it was great.
Oh yeah, an incredible set of names.
Yeah, so it took you a little while to get to the top 8. You going to be back soon?
I hope so.
You can say yes.
I hope so. Okay, I will be.
Oh,
I like that confidence.
Yeah, I like it. When they were announcing the top 8 and they were bringing everybody up on stage, a couple of the guys kind of moused up there and like, okay, here, I'm here. But when they called your name, you walked up there very proud, a big smile on your face, and you seemed to enjoy it as much as anybody I've ever seen.
Well, yes. Yes, that's true.
And so going forward, is this the type of deck? I wanted to ask you about the deck. Are you going to be sticking with this until rotation for as long as you can? Like, is this the deck for you, or are you pretty versatile still?
I don't know. It's quite possible that I'll be playing next week in Utrecht, and it's probable that I will play this deck, yes.
Okay.
But I'm not sure yet.
For the people watching at home who are going to take this to their Friday Night Magics, is there anything that you'd change? Or, I mean, given that you won a Pro Tour, you're like, no, the 75 are perfect.
No, I don't think I will change a thing, except maybe I would play more Skylands, maybe one more, because those are awesome. And even in aggressive matchup, when you need your colored mana, so that's where Azur's Gilgad helps. Even there, sometimes it's better that off-color Gilgad because it helps you search for Supreme Verdict. So, and in matchups where top deck mode, those Skylands are just better.
Okay, Yvonne, you are our champion. Once again, congratulations. What a great day for you. I'm sure that everybody at home is watching and they're all proud of you. You did a great job.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Excellent
Zach,
job.
it's time to go, buddy. We need to, we got some drafts to do. Let's just be honest about it here. Make sure that you join us next week. Before we take off here, we do have the stream next week. It is going to be Grand Prix Portland. It is a team Grand Prix. You're not going to want to miss it. It is going to be a fantastic event for viewers. I have gotten a chance to take a look at some of the teams, and they are going to be absolutely incredible. But until then, we want to thank the judges, the tournament staff. We want to thank Steve Port, the crew who set everything up here, and most of all, you, the viewer, for joining us for this whole weekend. We love spending the weekend with you, watching Magic. For Zach Hill and the rest of the coverage team, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, signing off from Portland. We'll see you guys next time.